The stinging reek of engine oil mixed with diesel flooded Quan Hi's nostrils, making him frown as he opened his eyes. The cramped space made it hard for him to breathe. He did not even have time to survey his surroundings. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Welcome to the Wasteland tank survival game. From now on your lives will wander between life and death, and the remainder of your days will be inextricably bound to your tank. Cherish it, for it is your other half." There is good news and bad news. The good news is that the world after the nuclear war has become a wasteland, yet it will not overly affect your bodies. The bad news is that this world has already been occupied by intelligent machines and humanity has suffered a crushing defeat. Each of you has been randomly assigned an initial combat vehicle. You must gather materials to constantly upgrade and modify it. Rest assured your tank will handle all of that on its own. What you need to do is find the corresponding materials. To obtain materials is simple enough. The intelligent machines besieging you, the roving, autonomous war tanks, the surviving natives of the post-war world, randomly dropped airdrop supplies, randomly refreshed treasure chests, and even one another are all excellent sources. Do not even think about staying in one place, for bombardments will relentlessly hunt you down. If you wish to live, start your engine and let your tank roar across the wasteland. Will you become humanity's hope and slaughter the machines, or cower as a coward and be blasted into minced flesh? The choice is yours. One more friendly reminder: treat your crew members kindly. They are the only ones in this world who will never betray you and are absolutely loyal to you. The mechanical voice resounded in Quan Hi's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. So this was a battle royale game, but with tanks. Or was it an endless highway reimagined with tanks? Before Quan Hi could sort out his thoughts, another mechanical voice sounded. Detecting a suitable host system. Binding in progress. Binding complete. The Firepower King system welcomes you, host. Host data detected. Initial vehicle for the commander has been replaced. The 40mm Pung Pung Cannon light tank has been replaced with a Type 59 medium tank. Crew members have been replaced with the Type 59 hero crew, excluding the commander. Completing random events will earn you War Factory lottery attempts. Current lottery attempts 1. This system will assist you in becoming the mightiest king of firepower. Truth exists only within the range of the cannon. Now set off. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. That barrage of messages struck Quan Hi like a flurry of clumsy punches, leaving him utterly bewildered. His vision warped, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that his surroundings had changed once more. Though still cramped, the interior was clearly far more luxurious than that of the previous junk heap. At the same time, data about the tank surfaced in Quan Hi's mind. Quan Hi's Type 59 main modules, 100mm rifled main gun turret hull engine tracks. Auxiliary modules, radio fire control system dual 7. 62mm machine guns 12. 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun ammunition rack with a capacity of 34 rounds that automatically regenerates one shell every 10 minutes, and fuel tanks. Combat weight, 36 tons. Maximum speed, 50 km per hour. Maximum range on a full tank, 560 kilometers. At that moment, the first mechanical voice returned. It seems you have all familiarized yourselves with your other halves. Though they are all just initial tanks to keep things entertaining, a small number of you have been granted special tanks. Do not worry. Each of your starting positions is more than 1,000 kilometers apart. You will not encounter one another in the short term. You may form teams, but beware of your teammates killing your crew members. This game has no friendly fire restrictions. The commander's manual is in your mind. You may browse it at will. You will enjoy the functions described there, while other features await your own exploration. The intelligent machines currently refreshed are only agricultural grade and will not exceed the ultimate agricultural models at most. You would do well to cherish this rare opportunity for development. Good luck. The voice faded away, leaving only silence. Quan Hi realized he was seated in the commander's position inside the tank. At his side sat the loader, below, to the left the driver, and in front of him below the gunner. In his mind, the massive commander's manual was glaringly conspicuous. The very first rule he saw upon opening it was never place your trust in any intelligent machine. Quan Hi's heart tightened, and he continued reading. The tank can effectively block radiation. I'll avoid exposing your body outside the armor for long periods. Improving your physical fitness will greatly enhance your resistance to radiation. Protect your crew members. Once they die, replacement crew cards will only appear at low probability in airdrops. Learn as quickly as possible how to be a competent commander. This will determine how far you can go. Do not play the hero. Heroes die the fastest. Fuel, urea, water, and food are the 4 essentials for survival. Replenish them as soon as you can. There were 7 rules in total, and Quan Hi hurriedly memorized every word, reciting them over and over to ensure he made no mistakes. He then noticed that within the commander's interface, there were also a chat channel and a trading channel. I was just at a hotel taking off my pants. Where the hell did they throw me? Is this still in the country? Country, my ass. Can't you see everyone's got a crappy little rust bucket? And that squirt gun on the turret dares to call itself a cannon. My tank is interesting though, an early prototype. World of Tanks players would be overjoyed. My goal isn't high, I just want to upgrade it to a Tiger. You're celebrating too early. One's a tier I, the other's tier 7. Do you think you're just playing a game? An early prototype? Then you're done for. I've got a special tank, the Saint Chamond, at 23. For tons I can crush you flat. Ha, and you're proud of that antique from the First World War? Mine's the most famous American Sherman from the Second World War. Hey, I'm driving the German Panzer IV. Damn it, why did I get stuck with a Japanese Type 97? Brother, send me your coordinates, I'll take you out first. Screw you. After skimming through Quan, he stopped paying attention. He had noticed that the strongest special tanks mentioned were merely a Sherman and a Panzer IV. As the mainstay tank of the United States in World War II, the Sherman swept aside Japanese armor across the Pacific, yet on the European front, it became somewhat inadequate when facing Germany's zoo of heavy beasts. The German Panzer IV needed no introduction either. It was produced in the greatest numbers and fought in almost all of Germany's campaigns. His own machine, however, was a tank developed after the Second World War. The Type 59 of the Rabbit Nation had undergone numerous later improvements. It had even given rise to a classic saying on the internet, from afar the turret alone is enough to scare you to death. Up close the 5 road wheels tell the tale. After all, the most iconic feature of the Type 59 was those 5 pairs of road wheels. To kill a Sherman, one well-placed shell would be enough. Where it hit hardly mattered. Among those initial tanks, his Type 59 possessed absolute dominance. This allowed Quan He to relax slightly. He did not need to be overly afraid of threats from other players for now. His primary objective was to secure basic living resources. After all, besides himself, there were 3 crew members. They were living human beings who needed food, water, and rest. Commander, we've spotted a squad of intelligent machines ahead. The gunner at his side called out, and a storm of gunfire erupted. Metallic clanging rang out against the tank's armor. The entire crew awaited Quan He's orders. His heart hammered so hard it felt as if it would leap from his chest, and his voice trembled slightly. Start the tank, adjust our angle, and wipe them out. At Quan He's command, the other 3 members of the crew instantly entered combat readiness. The muffled engine roared heavily, belching thick black smoke. Feeling the vibrations transmitted through this steel behemoth, Quan He was clearly at a loss. He had no idea what he should be doing. The clanging and pinging on the tank's armor grew more and more frequent, a clear sign they were under concentrated fire. Commander, you need to use the observation slit to scout the enemy. Beside him, the gunner was rotating the turret, trying to line up a shot. We can talk about details later, let's take this enemy down first. Quan He had no idea what a periscope even was. In the games he used to play, such things were never needed. All he could do was give an order and let his crew act on their own judgment. Order received. Standing by to execute. Enemy sighted 5 units of agricultural-grade experimental repeller intelligent machines at a distance of 200 meters, maintaining continuous fire and advancing. Suspected to be carrying thrown explosive devices. Armor is thin. High explosive shells are recommended. High explosive shell loaded, ready to fire. Target locked, firing. Boom. A violent shudder ran through the tank as Quan He felt the recoil. A heavy shell casing clanged to the floor, and a violent explosion erupted in the distance. Destroyed. We took them out. The world outside fell silent. The metallic pinging on the armor vanished. After that brief yet orderly frenzy, the interior of the tank once more descended into quiet. The brief battle was over, yet Quan He still had not come back to his senses. Commander, you're not quite yourself today. Didn't sleep well? The gunner asked with some concern. Quan He shook his head on reflex. He was still immersed in the way his crew had just displayed combat prowess beyond expectations, even without any real command. So, this was the true worth of a hero-class crew. At this moment, Quan He was honestly somewhat stunned. Just a few minutes ago, he had been a freshly graduated university student. A few minutes later, he was expected to command a tank in battle. Aside from knowing that this thing was made of steel, he practically knew nothing. The other 3 in the tank began speaking in low voices. It's terrifying. Even an agricultural-grade experimental unit, just meant to drive off birds and beasts and protect farms, needs to be armed with such heavy firepower. Yeah, judging from the gunfire and the way the rounds hit our outer armor, I'd say the caliber is definitely not less than 12.7 millimeters. Still, our frontal hull armor is 100 millimeters. With that 60-degree slope, it's equivalent to about 220 millimeters. Even the side armor is 80 millimeters. That kind of machine gun isn't going to penetrate. We still have to be careful, though. If they get close enough to throw anti-tank grenades, we might not be able to withstand it. As Quan He digested this new information, he listened intently to the other 3 chatting, filtering out whatever might be useful to him. It was obvious now that the memories and experiences of the system-assigned crew had been tampered with, but their combat experience was rich. Even if he did nothing for the moment, they would still cope on their own. The bad news was that the situation outside looked grim. A supposedly ordinary agricultural-grade experimental unit already came equipped with a 7mm machine gun, and anti-tank grenades. In this Type 59, he did not even dare let intelligent machines get too close. What about the others in their lighter vehicles? Take that little secure variant Type 97 for example. Facing a 12.7mm machine guns, sustained fire from those machines, the people inside would really have to think twice. On the other hand, there was that special tank, the Saint-Chamond. Its armor might not be particularly thick, but it bristled with machine guns. Besides the main gun, it had 2 machine guns mounted on either side. As long as no heavy intelligent weapons appeared, its lethality against these humanoid machines would be terrifying. "Commander, should we recover those machine wrecks?" came the voice of the driver below. Each crew member had a radio headset, so they could communicate within the tank. After all, once the tank was moving, the noise was overwhelming. Even shouting, you could hardly hear anything clearly inside. At times like this, the onboard radios truly prove their worth. "We should recover them. How do we proceed?" Kwani pulled his thoughts back. Whatever state the others were in, he had no time to worry. First, he had to keep himself alive. Our tank has a grappling hook. As long as we drive over, we can operate it to recover the wreckage. There's radiation outside, so we should avoid going out whenever possible. The driver started the vehicle and headed toward the destroyed machine squad. The gunner rotated the turret and fired a mechanical grappling hook, hauling in the shattered remains that had been blasted into several pieces. At the same time, a notification echoed in Kwanhee's mind: obtained agricultural-grade experimental intelligent machine wreckage 5. Recoverable components 12.7mm general-purpose machine gun 5. Disassembly yield gunpowder to replenish ammunition, steel for tank repair, expansion batteries to supply tank power. As metal scraped along the exterior, 5 machine guns appeared inside the tank. Kwanhee could not see the steel gained from dismantling them, but in the tank's information panel, he could clearly see 5 additional units of steel. The crew members seemed entirely used to this. Kwanhee let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly began asking them about basic knowledge. He was the commander. He could not remain a useless deadweight forever. The crew was clearly a product of the system's handiwork. They would instinctively overlook the fact that their commander had forgotten even the most fundamental information. After a brief crash course, Kwanhee at least knew what his role should be. Peering through the periscope, he saw that his tank was parked on a stretch of barren open ground. In the distance, he could see the broken ruins of a city, where he was now must have been the border between urban and rural areas. According to the rules, he had to keep moving, or he would be bombed. But whether to head toward the city or away from it, that was the question. Fortunately, Kwanhee had one virtue: if he did not understand something, he asked. All 3 of the others in the tank, without consulting one another, chose to move away from the city. Though the city likely held richer resources, its shattered ruins would be a serious challenge for a tank. The whole point of urban tank warfare was to support infantry, and Kwanhee had no infantry. Out in the open, however, he could bring the strengths of the Type 59 to bear. The 59's advantages lay in its high mobility, ample firepower, tough and resilient turret, and reliable frontal armor. The Type 59 was a predator that hunted relying on speed. Once it was drawn into street fighting, it would be mired in a quagmire. Just like that infamous officer Kardaswa back then. He dug a pit and had tanks sit inside to fire in place. By now, he should practically be in middle school. Then we head outward. We'll hunt for airdrops and treasure crates and play to our strengths. At Kwanhee's command, the Type 59 roared to life and rumbled away from the city. His foremost goal now was to secure water, food, and reserve fuel. Otherwise, the entire crew would end up starving. The fact that killing intelligent machines did not yield fuel was a real pity. The wasteland lay desolate and barren. Through the observation hole, Kwanhee felt that things were going terribly wrong. The highway had become a shattered mess, overrun with moss, while crooked trees loomed everywhere, draped in thick vines with various remains long since decayed. The 5 pairs of load wheels of the Type 59 tank rolled over the moss, which posed no challenge to the assault vehicle at all. "Commander, the self-rescue wood outside our vehicle has been knocked off. Do we need to replenish it?" The loader, who also served as the mechanic, asked Kwanhee. "Do we need to go outside? Isn't there radiation out there?" Upon hearing the word radiation, Kwanhee became somewhat anxious, genuinely fearing mutation. He had seen a 3-legged wild chicken standing on a tree outside. Even if he shot it down, he wouldn't dare to eat it. "We can handle the recovery with the grab hook on our tank. We don't need to go outside." "Indeed, Commander, the tank is our home." The crew members were quite spirited, with the gunner rotating the turret and spraying a small tree the thickness of a thigh with the coaxial machine gun. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun directly severed the small tree, and the grappling hook launched out to accurately snag it and drag it back. Acquired self-rescue wood 1. The gunner obtained another piece of self-rescue wood in the same manner. Through the observation hole, Kwanhee discovered that these 2 pieces of self-rescue wood were hanging on either side of the tank. "Commander, the self-rescue wood is quite useful. It not only helps the tank escape from mud, but also enhances the side armor, increasing the chances of deflecting enemy shells at an angle." The 3 crew members eagerly explained to Kwanhee. Seizing every opportunity to learn, he felt the system had overestimated him. Why couldn't they grant him a hero commander as well? If he truly couldn't, he could at least squat behind the ammo rack and help lift shells. He felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Even with cheat-like advantages, why was there still a sense of withholding? Due to the limited space within the tank, it could not accommodate additional crew members. The host could expand the tank's space, and the war factory had a chance to draw a hero commander and a mech assistant, allowing the host to rise to the rank of commander. Perhaps sensing the host's grievances, the system came forth to explain. If you're saying it that way, it makes some sense. He sighed in relief and suddenly became curious about the mech assistant mentioned by the system. He had played as a lane before those big waves. However, it is still recommended that the host quickly master the skills a commander should possess, as you are the soul of the entire crew. The system dutifully reminded. Such a system made He feel quite comfortable. There were no bizarre tasks, no strange penalties, and any uncertainties he had were addressed, indicating a genuine intention to treat him as the host. Those who frequently traverse know that many systems are overly demanding, cold in tone, and often issue ridiculous tasks where failure results in erasure. He couldn't understand was the term host not clear enough. Suddenly reminded by the system, he recalled that he had been given a chance for a free draw at the very beginning. Previously, he had forgotten about it in the heat of battle, but now he immediately thought in his mind, I want to draw in the tank space. Opening the tank factory. He seemed to see a workshop sparking with welding sparks where a battle-damaged tank was parked. The tank factory is dedicated to providing the host with comprehensive lottery services, adhering to the principles of high transparency and fairness, prohibiting pay-to-win. It solely relies on luck, with equal probabilities of drawing the highest and lowest rewards from the current tank factory level. Will it be a lucky winner or an unfortunate one? Let's take a gamble. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the system's introduction. Sounds good, but the BGM you paired with it seems to be from a dungeon pit, and the disconnection warrior Kelly Wright. Hearing it makes my liver ache and my wallet tighten. Normally, lottery activities marked with these three labels are pay-to-win scams. After all, only a party would precisely alleviate poverty. He complained about the system, but still directly chose to draw. A box clanged down in the center of the tank factory in his mind, shaking continuously, and as the lid opened repeatedly, the tremors grew more intense, with dazzling light shooting out. One might think that a starship would come out of it. Finally, under He's expressionless gaze, a card flew out and kept enlarging. Basic ventilation system. Quality basic provides your tank with a ventilation system, increasing air circulation and filtration within the vehicle, enhancing crew members' proficiency by 5. Looking at this reward, he secretly nodded. The first draw was not too bad. Such tanks from the 1950s and 60s certainly lacked air conditioning. After firing, the smoke-filled interior was an exaggeration, but overall the smell was not pleasant. With this ventilation system, at least he wouldn't have to worry too much about air circulation. Moreover, it could also increase the crew's proficiency with the tank. It is recommended that the host avoid staying in one place for too long. Only by letting the tank charge forward can there be more opportunities for unexpected events, thus gaining lottery chances from the tank factory. As the number of lottery draws increases, the tank factory will upgrade and the quality of the drawn items will be higher. Would you like to directly use the basic ventilation system on this tank? He naturally chose yes. In an instant, he felt as if more equipment had been added inside the tank, and the previously stuffy and warm air began to circulate as the tank moved. The other crew members naturally felt it too, but they regarded it as a matter of course and found nothing strange. This saved He a lot of trouble, who otherwise he would have to explain. Thanks to the air circulation, the toxic gases from outside filtered and improving the mood and morale of the crew members. They cautiously observed their surroundings while continuously driving the tank. With no specific goal, the aim was to search for treasure chests and resources in the wild. The mechanized beasts hunted them just as they hunted the beasts. The materials from the dismantled machines were also used to repair the tank. Both sides were prey to one another. Feeling the relaxed atmosphere inside the tank, He finally settled down and opened the tank commander's manual in his mind to see the chat. I have to say, the feeling of firing a machine gun and cannons is exhilarating. I never imagined I would one day get to command a tank. Agreed. The only downside is that my crew members behave like artificial idiots. Is yours too? I thought I was the only one. Damn, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Their skills are barely competent, but they look foolish. Didn't you read the manual? They can only improve through continuous battles or by directly drawing high-level crew member cards from airdrops. Damn it, I just had a fight with the mechanized beasts and my tank got hit several times, almost missing me and my crew members. It was too damn dangerous. Is there a team? Let's arrange something over the radio. He looked at the other three members laughing and chatting inside the tank, feeling for the first time that he truly had a significant advantage. Next, the tank commander uploaded a screenshot of his own vehicle. Players can view their tank's current status directly within the commander's manual, a feature designed to enhance situational awareness and operational clarity. This interface also supports screenshot capture, an integrated function of the manual's chat page. Quan He immediately recognized it, the early experimental model. Several distinct bullet holes were clearly visible on its hull. What the hell? I've been holding this in forever. Do we seriously call this a tank? It's just a tractor wrapped in sheet metal. What did you expect? Did you imagine being handed a Type 99A or a Leopard 2? This thing is embarrassingly underwhelming. It's literally perforated by rifle fire. A tank that rifle rounds can pierce. Unbelievable. The player then posted the vehicle's technical specifications, his tone heavy with resignation. I still dare dream of upgrading to a Tiger. I swear. Frontal armor a mere 14 mm, sides, and rear only 12 mm. Even a 12.7mm autocannon from a mechanized agricultural unit could punch straight through. Had I not hastily angled the hull at the last second, I'd have been knocked out instantly. And my main gun, a puny 3.7cm cannon. Fast-firing, yes, but otherwise utterly ineffective. Honestly, during the early phase, players in light vehicles like ours should absolutely operate in coordinated squads. Otherwise, surviving the initial gauntlet is nearly impossible. Earlier, this same player had boasted confidently about German engineering prowess and his ambition to upgrade to a Tiger. Now he fell silent, never mentioning it again. Brutal. Straight into combat with mechanized units, and reduced to this wrecked state. But wait, agricultural-grade mechanized units armed with 12.7mm autocannons. That's absurdly overpowered. Where's that veteran who piloted the Saint Chamond? Please squad up. I just remembered, the Saint Chamond mounts a 75mm main gun and 4 machine guns. Its firepower dwarfs ours, literally doubled. Where are the Sherman and Panzer IV veterans? We beg for your guidance. The commander's manual chat channel buzzed with fervent activity, yet Quan He remained silent, lips pressed tightly together. Compared to them, his Type 59 held overwhelming advantages. Its armor, regardless of angle, rendered agricultural-grade mechanized autocannons utterly harmless. Without exaggeration, the Type 59 ranked among the world's elite tanks of its era. Its sole drawback lay in the cramped interior. Quan He felt genuinely stifled, but had no recourse other than upgrading the tank to expand internal volume. The tank rumbled forward, its diesel engine roaring and tracks clanking, a sound that swiftly drew retaliatory fire from nearby mechanized units. Yet Quan He, now battle-hardened, remained calm. He ordered the gunner to pivot the turret and engage with the coaxial machine gun, dispatching each mechanized unit into inert scrap with surgical ease. He collected 2 more coaxial machine guns and replaced both with 12.7mm variants. The gulf between 7.62mm and 12.7mm was immense. Even on the original Type 59, the latter served as an anti-aircraft weapon. Everything else he listed on the trade channel, requesting only water and food in exchange. Commander confirmed a supply chest at 500 meters. But 2 mechanized squads and 1 agricultural armored vehicle are converging on it. The gunner reported suddenly. Like Quan He, he possessed long-range vision. But while Quan He relied on periscopes and binoculars, the gunner used a precision sight. Quan He immediately raised his binoculars to the observation port. The mechanized squads were agricultural-grade prototypes. The armored vehicle resembled a massive tractor, save for the cannon mounted atop its chassis. 500 meters. Is it feasible? Can we take a shot? One glance told Quan He the enemy vehicle's gun lacked penetration power against his frontal armor, and with a supply chest at stake, retreat was unthinkable. Commander, rest assured, our gun's effective direct fire range exceeds 1,100 meters. At this distance, penetration loss is negligible. I guarantee a single round will obliterate that mechanized vehicle. The gunner spoke with unshakable confidence. Engage at will. I trust you completely. With such assurance from a veteran gunner, Quan He hesitated no longer. The tank eased to a halt. The gunner adjusted the turret and barrel, locking onto the distant mechanized unit through his targeting system. Yet the enemy fired first. Their vehicle appeared equipped with radar. Its shell struck the Type 59's prototype turret squarely. In that instant, Quan He felt the shell's shrieking impact reverberate across the turret before ricocheting away. He nearly lost composure. This was no cinematic illusion. He had truly taken a live hit. No film could replicate that visceral, bone-deep reality. Load armor-piercing rounds. Armor-piercing rounds loaded. The gunner remained utterly composed, his aim steady as mountain stone. Target locked. Boom. The Type 59 roared. A searing streak of light lanced forth, striking the adjusting mechanized vehicle dead center, triggering a catastrophic secondary explosion. Its turret was violently hurled skyward. Target eliminated. We've destroyed the enemy. Acknowledged. Proceeding forward. Load high explosive rounds. High explosive rounds loaded. With a thunderous growl, the Type 59 surged ahead, its driver's arms corded with bulging muscle. As a purely mechanical tank, its fixed-axle transmission and multiplate dry clutch had forged in him extraordinary upper-body strength. The remaining mechanized squads stood no chance. Though the Type 59 possessed only vertical and horizontal gun stabilization, not full gyroscopic stabilization, the hero gunner's mastery allowed pinpoint accuracy, detonating each mechanized unit skyward with high-explosive shells. The Type 59 carved its way unimpeded to the supply chest and successfully deployed its grappling hook. Opening agricultural-grade supply chest and received basic survival kit 1 in received, fuel 20L 1 in received, morphine 1 in Quan. He finally exhaled, recovering from the shock of having just absorbed a direct shell impact. The basic survival kit contained 1 crew ration pack, 1 canteen of potable water, and a small box of vitamin C. The fuel drum materialized instantly behind the tank, affixed securely to its rear hull. Morphine, a potent analgesic and anesthetic widely deployed on World War II battlefields, was a welcome addition. Kwani found himself thoroughly satisfied. At least today's rations and fuel were secured. Neither he nor his elite crew would go hungry. Finally, he salvaged the shattered mechanized vehicle. Received wreckage of agricultural-grade experimental mechanized vehicle 50mm Scarecrow 1 in salvageable components, 50mm cannon 1, agricultural-grade laser radar 1, reinforced 5mm armor plate 1 in decomposition, yields propellant for ammunition synthesis, steel for repair, or expansion fuel to power the tank. Kwani directly chose to install the agricultural-grade radar on his tank. A green screen appeared before him with the pointer scanning in circles. The agricultural-grade radar is a basic ultra-small radar used by farm owners during the Golden Age to assist in driving away birds and beasts with a coverage range of 2,000 meters. Although it only covers 2 kilometers, Kwani was still quite satisfied. It was precisely because the enemy had it that they could launch the first strike. A 50mm tank cannon, if replaced with those early experimental vehicles, would definitely be a soul-crushing shot. After obtaining the treasure chest, Kwani left without a moment's pause. A battle had occurred here, and if he didn't leave, he would likely face an attack. It wasn't that he feared those intelligent machines, it was simply unnecessary. The items dropped by ordinary intelligent machines were of no use to him. He did have batteries on his vehicle, but the batteries that had just dropped were sufficient for the Type 59 to last a long time. It would have been great if he had dropped some diesel. He then directly listed that 50mm main gun on the trading channel and said something in the chat channel. Selling a 50mm tank cannon listed on the trading channel. If anyone needs it, take a look. The requirement is one of the 4 survival essentials, serious offers only. Immediately the chat channel exploded. What the hell, you actually produced a cannon? This little thing of mine doesn't look big and runs slowly, having only covered less than 10 miles, and you all have already dealt with an intelligent machine vehicle. Remove those words, just look at the caliber of this cannon. My tank only has 40mm of armor, and if hit, no angle will save it. Damn, you're right. So what should we do? Find a way to counterattack. If it really doesn't work, just hang some self-rescue wood. This thing can still be somewhat effective. After blowing up an intelligent machine tank, it can drop steel plates that can directly reinforce certain areas. Kwani couldn't help but add self-rescue wood. There's such a thing. Just hit the wood directly. Brother, how do you know this? Kwani, my crew members told me. Don't your crew members know? The chat page suddenly stopped, then became lively again. Damn, those 3 idiots said it's possible. I swear only after asking them did they mention it. How was I supposed to know these things? Same for me, a wooden piece is whatever. I'm off to hang up some self-rescue wood and take on the intelligent machine tank. Count me in. Meanwhile, Kwani received many private messages, all regarding the 50mm tank cannon he listed. Most were inquiries, some attempted to get it for free, and others wanted to pay later. Kwani was speechless. Are they treating me like a fool? Pay later, who do you think I am? But some came with serious offers. Brother, I only have a bucket of water, half a piece of dried meat of uncertain origin, about 2 pounds, and 20 liters of diesel. Can I trade it for your cannon and steel plates? I know you have steel plates. The steel plates were originally meant for Quan He to reinforce the front armor. Even an additional 5mm would increase protection. He had a 100mm tank cannon, but no small turret. Trading for resources was normal, but armor was crucial as it was tied to life. Thus he decisively refused and chose to reinforce the front armor with the steel plates. Just 1 cannon. If you don't want to trade, keep it and use it yourself. The other side hesitated for a moment, but chose to trade. The early experimental vehicle had a 3.7cm cannon, while his only had a 3cm, and it didn't even have a mounted machine gun. They urgently needed a powerful main gun. This is the benefit of modularity. As long as the suspension can support it, other modules on the tank can be freely replaced. This is also the advantage of survivors. After receiving the items, Quan He immediately noticed something was off. It was obvious that this was not something dropped, it had significant signs of processing. He quickly sent a private message to the person. Brother, tell me the truth, where did you get this? It clearly looks suspicious. The other side now had the main gun and spoke more confidently. As long as the items are correct, that's enough. The rest is none of your business. If you want to ask, that's a different price. Bring your steel plates to trade. Kwani was about to laugh in anger. Alright, I won't ask anymore. I was originally thinking of discussing information about intelligent machine vehicles with you, but it seems you should explore on your own. Let's end this. Then Kwani decisively blacklisted him, preventing the other party from sending him messages or trading. The other side was immediately dumbfounded, hastily trying to say a few good words, only to find that they couldn't privately message him. Regretting, they slapped themselves in the face. Damn it, I acted too cocky too early. Kwani snorted coldly and tossed the traded supplies to his crew members. Check if this water and food are still edible. The other three exchanged glances before the gunner said, it should be rabbit meat. It seems to have a very slight radiation value, but it doesn't affect edibility unless we eat a ton at once. That would stack up the radiation value and cause changes in our bodies. Kwani sighed in relief. Then it's fine, good. Let's split it up and eat. We haven't had anything to drink or eat until now. Just as they were preparing to take turns eating, Kwani suddenly noticed several small bright spots appear on the radar very close to the tank. It was as if they had suddenly emerged from underground. All personnel on alert. There's a situation at the 1 o'clock position. Kwani shouted, and the gunner immediately turned the turret. RPG. The driver shouted loudly, gritting his teeth and desperately moving the steering lever as the Type 59 began to pivot, angling its armor towards the 1 o'clock position. Then the vehicle shook violently, followed by a burst of intense sparks. Fortunately, the equivalent armor in front of the Type 59 was hard enough, plus Kwani had just reinforced it with an extra 5 mm. Although this RPG hit the front accurately, it did not cause any harm to those inside the vehicle. Take him down, Kwani shouted. He also saw the individuals attacking them. There were 3 oddly shaped individuals, one with a particularly large head and another with 3 arms, who had just fired an RPG at himself. What the hell, having so many arms is ridiculous. He single-handedly loaded the shells. High explosive round. Loaded. Fire. Boom. Annihilation. What the hell is that thing? Even the heroic crew seemed a bit nervous at this moment. Just as they were about to eat and drink, they suddenly took a rocket hit. Fortunately, it was a frontal hit. If it had been from the side or rear, the Type 59 might have been damaged. Where the hell did that little brat jump out from? Without a second thought, he fired an RPG at us. The usually calm driver couldn't help but curse. Kwani, still shaken, peered through the observation hole at the shattered trio outside. I must have seen wrong. Did that person have 3 arms? That's right, Chief. It's obvious they're remnants of the Wasteland. They can only live underground to evade the pursuit of the intelligent machines, and they have all undergone some mutations to varying degrees. I suspect these 3 guys mistook us for passing intelligent machines, thinking they could catch us off guard by suddenly jumping out. Fortunately, we reacted quickly. That was really dangerous. A few of them were clearly startled. They might not care about the 50mm smoothbore guns of the intelligent machine tanks, but they had to be wary of the RPG that had nearly ambushed them at close range. If that shot had hit us in the groin, it could have been disastrous. The driver sighed deeply. The tank's groin, commonly referred to as the belly, was relatively weakly armored. Everyone stay alert. If anything seems off, fire immediately. Kwani calmed himself and continued to watch the surroundings through the observation hole. Shout out to the outside and aim at the position where those 3 guys crawled out. Let's see if there are any other rats hiding inside. The gunner decisively adjusted the cannon's angle toward the small opening. Listen inside. Throw out your weapons and surrender immediately, or we will fire to eliminate the threat. After 3 warnings, we will fire immediately. 1, 2. Just as the gunner was about to fire, a dirty, frightened little boy crawled out. His face was visibly terrified. No. I was captured by them, am not one of them. I have no weapons. Are there more people inside? Get them out immediately. This is the last warning. The little boy gulped nervously as he looked at the towering steel beast before him, then turned to pull out a slightly smaller girl. That's all. We really aren't with them. The little boy seemed to be around 15 or 16, while the girl looked younger, probably around 13 or 14. Get away from the entrance immediately. Kwani took the microphone and ordered as the 2 hurriedly ran away. Fire 2 shots at the entrance, just in case. Kwani commanded, knowing that as long as the shells had gunpowder, they would automatically generate, and he didn't mind. Boom. The shell landed, hitting the opening precisely. The little boy and girl in the distance crouched down, trembling in fear. Fire another round to prevent any future trouble. Kwani continued to give orders. Boom, another shell fired, the entrance disappeared, and debris flew everywhere. The first shell had gone straight into the hole and exploded inside, and the second shot was just for Kwani's assurance. Now, even if someone was inside, they had no chance. As it turned out, Kwani's caution was justified. The flying debris was clearly mixed with blood and flesh. Kwani shouted towards the little boy in the distance, "Come here, get closer." The boy was not normal. His right arm was noticeably longer while the girl had a longer left arm. It was clear they had also mutated. I remember you said there was no one left inside. Kwani swore he did not want to kill anyone, but he was genuinely angry. Having just arrived today, his turret had taken a shot and the tank's front had taken a hit. Was this how one lived? Kwani believed he was a good person, but he also needed to survive to be a good person. If it weren't for the system that upgraded his small broken vehicle to the Type 59, that first shot would have pierced his turret and he would have been sitting right inside it. Even if he had narrowly avoided the turret, that sudden RPG could have blown up his original small vehicle. Kwani was now filled with pent-up anger. The gunner could sense the fury in the tone of his commander. The cannon slowly lowered the 100mm rifled gun aimed directly at the terrified face of the little boy. No, no, no. It's the people inside who threatened us. If we say anything wrong, they will wipe out our gathering. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I can't help it. Do I have my little sister? I can give her to you. The little boy knelt and repeatedly knocked his head. The little girl also knelt behind him, her large black eyes filled with a blank expression. Are these people's gathering points in that direction? After a moment of silence, Kwani slowly asked. The little boy pointed to the 9 o'clock direction of the tank. About 10 kilometers that way, there's a collapsed office building. Those people are hiding inside. They enslaved our gathering and bullied my sister. Kwani's eyes narrowed. Bullying a girl who was around 13 or 14. He wouldn't think it was just a matter of giving her a smack or making her do math problems. Indeed, it seemed that not just their bodies had mutated, but their minds as well. You can go now. Oh, I will spare you this time, but if we meet again, I won't show mercy. Kwani said, and the gunner immediately began to slowly lift his cannon. The little boy was overjoyed, grabbing the little girl and turning to run. Commander! Commander! Be careful of releasing the tiger back into the mountains. The driver and gunner looked at Kwani with some hesitation. Kwani coldly ordered, advance head to their front. The driver immediately maneuvered the tank forward with a rumble, and Kwani's voice was like that of a devil. We meet again, cunning little creature. I told you I won't show mercy the next time we meet. The little boy's eyes widened in shock. No, it's not. Please. Turn him into a sieve. Kwani closed his eyes, and the gunner operated the coaxial machine gun, delivering a burst that turned the little boy into a mess. Kwani took a deep breath. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? You run towards the direction you just pointed out, threatening you. You two climbed aboard, yet you still fear threats. You can't even say it or hint at it. Kwani wasn't sure what he felt inside, only that he couldn't underestimate any survivor in this wasteland. These natives had survived to this day under the slaughter of intelligent machines, clearly not the kind-hearted type. Kwani would not leave himself any hidden dangers. He didn't think of himself as a bad person, nor did he see himself as particularly compassionate, especially in situations that could threaten his safety. Better safe than sorry. The crew shared this sentiment, and they could easily tell that the little brat had issues, but they couldn't interfere with their commander's decisions. As for the little girl, Kwani could not take her with him, and it was clear she had been so ravaged that she had lost hope for life. Her only vacant gaze was fixed on the tank with a hint of yearning. She longed for death. Let her go. As the war chariot advanced, Kwani initially intended to avoid the direction of the gathering place, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. He was not the type to refrain from retaliation after being beaten, especially after having taken several lives in just a few minutes. When he saw the scene of carnage through the observation lens, he truly felt like vomiting, but he held it back. The space inside the tank was so small that if he vomited inside, the smell would linger for a long time. With a mouthful of suppressed anger, Kwani felt a surge of malevolence. What is the farthest shooting distance you can achieve while maintaining accuracy? The gunner decisively replied, based on our current observation equipment, I can maintain a shooting accuracy of 70% at a distance not exceeding 2,500 meters beyond the direct fire range, but within the aiming scope. That's enough. Kwani immediately ordered, advance towards that gathering place and bombard it with 10 shells when we reach about 2,000 meters. Here the terrain was flat, and it was an urban-rural fringe, making a half-collapsed office building quite conspicuous. As long as there were no tall buildings in between, it was possible to see that sizable structure quite clearly from over 2,000 meters using the observation equipment. Hitting such a building was much easier than striking enemy tanks from 2,000 meters away. Most importantly, although the Type 59 tank had limited depression angles, it was highly maneuverable, allowing it to find suitable shooting angles. He didn't need to be as cautious as others who feared intelligent machines. He was more concerned about the RPGs of the Wasteland survivors. In mere moments, the distance of several kilometers vanished. As the commander, Kwani successfully located the collapsed office building with his binoculars. The driver, utilizing his extensive driving experience, maneuvered the Type 59 onto a collapsed platform, allowing them to avoid the trees and ruins along the way. Commander, the gunner whispered to Kwani. Kwani took a deep breath, his mind flashing back to the vacant eyes of a little girl. I don't care what kind of monsters are inside, nor whether they are good or bad. They fired a rocket at me, so I will return the favor with 5 armor-piercing rounds and 5 high-explosive rounds. It's only fair. Fire, blow them to pieces. Boom. The already loaded cannon roared to life. The shell whistled through the air, accurately hitting the collapsed office building. The loader immediately began reloading, his speed impressive enough to complete a reload alone in 8 seconds. It may sound long at first, but from another perspective, running a few dozen meters in 8 seconds is considered fast, while that tank could fire 2 shells at you. You wouldn't even be able to escape the explosion radius of their 2 high-explosive shells. It only took 80 seconds to fire 10 shells. In those 80 seconds, most people wouldn't even have recovered from the shock of the first shell when the 10 shells had already been fired. At least through Quan He's binoculars, the distant half-collapsed ruins had completely collapsed with smoke and flames spreading within. During this time, additional explosions occurred inside, as if some ammunition had detonated. Let's go change direction. Even if there are survivors inside, they will have enough to drink from that. Quan He retracted the binoculars and snorted coldly. The feeling of long-range shooting and close-range destruction was different in any case. Quan He didn't feel much, perhaps, because he had been bombarded twice in such a short time. It truly ignited his rage. Triggering a sudden event, eliminate the mutant gathering place and rescue the captured survivors. Successfully eliminating grants 1 lottery chance. Successfully rescuing grants an additional 1 lottery chance. Just as Quan He was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Has this triggered a sudden event? What will happen if I refuse? Quan He squinted his eyes and inquired. Then the consequence is you will refuse a sudden event. Quan He, and then, is that it? You are the host, and I am the system assisting you in becoming the strongest firepower king. The host has the right to refuse any sudden events and tasks. You are the absolute subject. Is there anything wrong with that? Quan He suddenly remembered the system novels he had read in the past, and was momentarily speechless. No, just suddenly feel that your system is a bit strange. Compared to those systems that frequently annihilate or punish the host, or impose forced tasks, this one seemed like a refreshing stream in the world of systems. Would you like to choose to complete this sudden event? Quan He did not answer immediately, but looked at the other members of the crew. What do you think? Do we have a chance to completely resolve that gathering place with our current firepower? Quan He had to ask, as a tank is operated through the cooperation of all crew members. He was just a commander who knew nothing, and in a real battle he had to rely on these 3 heroic crew members. His mind wasn't ill. If the crew members felt it was inappropriate, he wouldn't take the risk. If someone else asked him this question, he would say that fortune favors the bold. After all, this was a chance for 2 lottery draws. A man born between heaven and earth should not be bound to remain under others for long. But if he were to choose, what fortune favors the bold? What if he didn't get lucky and ended up dead? This was real firepower. Life is singular, and without the ability to rewind, he wouldn't take risks lightly. If we fully utilize our mobility and firepower advantages, completely annihilating them should be relatively easy, provided we don't engage in urban warfare with them. If a tactical team could assist us at this moment, we wouldn't fear urban warfare either. The gunner thought for a moment and provided a reasonable answer based on his understanding. I just saw an ammo explosion inside. After we fired 10 shells, even if there are survivors, I estimate there won't be many and their firepower won't be too strong. We can fire another round to ensure safety. The driver also felt it wasn't a big issue. The reason the heroic crew became heroes was that they had survived high-intensity combat, and their combat instincts and awareness were not things Quan He could compare to. What do you think? Quan He looked towards the loader. The loader replied, it's fine to fire again, but if we do so, we will have only 14 shells left. However, we still have plenty of machine gun ammunition, so if we need to fire, we won't have a problem. Seeing the 3 of them express their opinions, Quan He nodded reassuringly. Since you all think it's fine, let's proceed with another round, and then we'll figure out how to completely eliminate them. Quan He also knew he was inexperienced. Since all 3 heroic members felt it was fine, he also felt reassured. He chose to accept the sudden event. The whistling shells once again fell upon the devastated office building stronghold. The surviving mutants hadn't even crawled out from the ruins when they were bombarded again. Where is this artillery fire coming from? Have we been detected by intelligent machines? In the depths of the ruins, in a basement, a man over 2 meters tall, resembling a berserker from Red Alert, stood up. At that moment, the office building stronghold was littered with dismembered limbs. Speak, are those useless ones who escaped from you? The figure of the mutant beast man was indeed the leader of this gathering, possessing strength akin to that of an ox, able to toss a man weighing 150 to 60 pounds as if he were trash. At this moment, he was gripping the neck of a naked woman with one hand, lifting her up, while at his feet lay 4 other similar women. His tone was as fierce as a wild beast, as if he might devour a person at any moment. It was evident that he had crossed the genetic red line. Our people have long been slaughtered by you. The woman struggled, her eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. If it weren't for the promise from this man that he would spare her son as long as she cooperated, she would have bitten off his member long ago. After I deal with those guys, I'll settle accounts with you. He casually tossed the woman aside and stepped out of the underground hideout only after the bombardment had ceased. Leader, we've come under artillery fire. The ammunition depot was blown up, and we've suffered heavy losses. As soon as he emerged, a surviving subordinate rushed to report the losses. What's there to be nervous about? The beast man was unhurried. He had his own small supply cache. He opened another iron door of the basement, pulling out several assault rifles and shotguns along with 2 RPGs. Go gather the surviving brothers to collect weapons. It'll take you to see whether it's the intelligent machines or those blind survivors. Tell them to be clever. If they can fight, then fight. If they can't, we retreat decisively. Though the beast man seemed brainless, he actually understood how to think a little. With 2 rounds of bombardment and the explosion of the ammunition depot, only about 20 out of nearly 100 people in their gathering could respond to him. Useless. Without changing his expression, he directly crushed the necks of those incapacitated wounded. Such people were already useless. Rather than waste food, it was better to turn them into food. His subordinates wore only simple clothing, while he donned a heavy bulletproof vest with a large caliber revolver tucked into the outside of his thigh, holding an anti-material sniper rifle in hand. Follow me. He led the way, squeezing through the gaps between the ruins. During this time, he had arrived outside the collapsed office building. The Type 59 tank was quietly parked inside an abandoned house, and he crashed through the back half of the house to bring the tank inside with the cannon aimed at the ruins of the office building only about 300 meters away. He focused on the radar, while the gunner kept an eye on the ruins. Soon a mutant with large ears crawled out from inside, cautiously probing the surroundings before carefully pressing its ears to the ground. Driver, don't listen to me right now. My command might not be accurate. You must trust your own judgment. He remained calm as he trusted these heroic crew members more than himself. Let's see if they have any other people. We're in the dark. They're in the light. Fortunately, we've turned off our engines. That guy can tell right away that his ears have mutated. The other 3 were also unhurried and not nervous, as they were well hidden. Sure enough, after sensing no movement, others gradually crawled out from inside. Once they emerged, they immediately sought cover using binoculars to vigilantly scan the surroundings for possible hiding places of people or intelligent machines. These guys looked like a bunch of well-trained rabble. The gunner evaluated them fairly and impartially through the sighting device. Thought of a problem and asked in his mind, how can I distinguish who is the mutant I need to eliminate and who is the survivor I need to save? Your concerns are quite reasonable. The system will mark relevant personnel during the task to assist the host in distinguishing them. When you gaze at the opponent, a red or green color will appear on their body, visible only to you, with red indicating a mutant and green indicating a survivor. Friendly reminder: human hearts are hard to fathom. This effect is for the host's reference only. The system immediately responded and provided a solution which pleased He with its effectiveness and speed. Driver, look quickly. The big guy has come out. That one is clearly not simple, holding an anti-material sniper rifle. The gunner immediately added, besides that they have 2 RPGs, which are key targets we need to focus on. The driver supplemented, there's a wall directly in front of us. Taking 1 or 2 hits won't be a problem. He immediately said, you can fire at will, prioritizing targets that pose a significant threat to us. The gunner replied, received. Loader, operate the anti-aircraft machine gun temporarily. I will fire while using the coaxial machine gun as well. Let's aim to inflict damage on the enemy at the first opportunity, and then you can return to reload. The Type 59 has 3 machine guns: a coaxial machine gun operated by the gunner, a front machine gun operated by the driver, and an anti-aircraft machine gun at the loader's hatch operated by the loader. However, the coaxial and front machine guns had been replaced by He with 12 7mm caliber. If fired at a person, one shot would typically shatter more than half. The opponents were still hiding in their respective covers, searching for enemies, unaware that a 100mm caliber cannon had already targeted them from 300 meters away. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cannon roared, accompanied by a long burst from the 12 7mm caliber machine gun. The beastman, crouched behind cover with a Barrett, was silently turned into a shower of flesh amidst the direct hit explosion of the cannon. As for his anti-material sniper rifle, it was as laughable as his own life. He was firing a single shot of 12 7mm caliber, while the Type 59 had a heavy machine gun. Even if he could pierce armor, it would be of no use. A 100mm caliber is justice. Meanwhile, the gunner and loader's successive fire also took down a few people. Their cover, made of trees or rubble, offered no safety against the 12 7mm heavy machine gun. After completing this long burst, the loader immediately retreated. He did not want to stay outside for too long due to the radiation in the air. Take advantage of their lack of response to fire another shot. then switched to target those resisting the RPG. The gunner shouted immediately. The driver started the engine. As soon as the second shot was fired, he would have the tank leave. The Type 59 could not be used as a stationary artillery. That would be too foolish. Boom. Another shot was fired, and the Type 59 immediately reversed out, followed by an RPG hitting the building. Run, make good use of our high mobility, and blow those guys to pieces. The gunner rotated the turret, keeping it aimed at the entrance of the ruins regardless of how the vehicle twisted. Targeting such objectives is like child's play for the heroic vehicle group. Kwani didn't even have time to react as the war chariot approached the ruins' exit with a rumbling roar. Even without firing the cannon, the coaxial machine gun was continuously firing bursts. Coupled with occasional high-explosive rounds, the flying debris and explosions were enough to turn the carbon-based life forms at the exit into mere carbon, eliminating the mutants' one chance for the war chariot factory lottery. Kwani received the system notification and felt relieved. Initially, he was a bit nervous about triggering a sudden event, but he didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. "All right, we have eliminated the enemy and are temporarily safe," Kwani said. "We can cautiously approach and see what this place really is." Upon getting closer, Kwani felt nauseated again. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and the entire entrance was stained red. Just a glance made his scalp tingle, and he quickly averted his gaze. Indeed, he still lacked skill and needed more practice. The members of the heroic vehicle group were unaffected. After firing 20 shells, so many people still managed to escape. It seems there is a basement inside. "Commander, should we go down to take a look?" Kwani immediately shook his head. "Go down? Why should we go down? Is it because our tank's horn isn't loud enough? I suspect there are survivors below. If we shout with a loudspeaker, those who can come out will come out. If they don't, well, just shout a couple of times, and then withdraw." If it weren't for the lottery chances, Kwani would have slipped away long ago. Why would he care about any survivors below? While hurting the bad guys might disturb the heavens, it certainly wouldn't harm Kwani. The driver also grinned, gripping the handle of the front machine gun with his right hand and picking up the microphone with his left. As he shouted, the gunner had already aimed the cannon at the entrance, ready to reason with anything suspicious that appeared. The women in the basement, hearing the dense gunfire and explosions from outside, felt the tremors from above and huddled together. They had no idea what was happening. When all the commotion stopped, a faint horn sound came from above. "Did you hear that? It seems to say that those people have been eliminated, that we are free, and that we should come out. Do you believe it? What if I don't? What can we do here? We can only be violated. We have already been ravaged beyond recognition. Let's go up and take a look. At dying from a bullet is still better than starving to death here. Yet isn't the worst outcome just shifting from one group of beasts to another? If we don't go up, they can still come down. Let's go." "But we don't have any clothes to wear. Wouldn't that show even more sincerity? It would be easier to survive this way." The 5 women whispered among themselves. One of them spoke roughly but persuasively. They cautiously opened the basement door and crawled out. At the stairway, the first woman suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground and screaming, while the others were stunned, soon followed by violent retching. At the stairway, there was a large pot set up which had been knocked over, but it was evident that it contained meat soup. Beside it lay the head of a small boy, the woman's son. This is what they meant when they said, "If you cooperate, they'll spare your son." While you gritted your teeth and cooperated during the violation, your son was already. What difference is there between these mutants and beasts? The horn outside continued, and the other 4 women nearly dragged the collapsed woman out. "One last time, if no one comes out, we withdraw. If the explosions attract the intelligent machines, it will be bad." Kwani twisted his waist. Hiding in the tank for so long was indeed tiring. "Commander, someone is coming out," the gunner said. Rescue of the survivors completed one chance for the war chariot factory lottery. Kwani received the system notification and without looking said, "That settles it. Back up. Let's leave this place." "Commander, why don't you take a look?" The driver's expression was strange and his voice was also somewhat odd. Kwani frowned. "Aren't they just slightly mutated survivors?" "What's so?" "I can't believe it." Kwani widened his eyes, staring blankly at the 4 women dragging another woman who was completely naked. "Little Kwani," he raised his hand. "How about I say a few words?" Kwani forced himself to look away. All right, just take a quick look, and let's hurry." The other 3 also chuckled awkwardly. The driver began to slowly reverse and turn around. The women were bewildered. They had called themselves out only to leave so abruptly. What kind of policy is this? Kwani was now filled with the glaring headlights and the handles. To force himself to shift his focus, he activated this lottery. It was still that war chariot factory, and the damaged war chariot was still sparking. Kwani directly used both of his lottery chances. Beginner vehicle-mounted air conditioning system. Quality Basic creates a suitable temperature for your war chariot and crew. Fuel consumption will increase once activated. Beginner vehicle body expansion structure. Quality Basic, you can choose to increase the length width of the vehicle body turret by 50 cm, expanding the space accordingly. Quan Yi frowned. The air conditioning was easy to understand, but what did this vehicle body expansion structure mean? Can one part be directly enlarged? Would you like to use them all? Use. Please select the expansion part. Quan Yi thought for a moment. The length of the vehicle body as the tank's internal space is really too cramped. Expansion completed. The system's efficiency was still astonishingly high. Commander, the space inside our vehicle has become a bit more spacious. The loader at the back first sensed the change. The other crew members also immediately felt that their space had become more ample. The vehicle body length had been comprehensively expanded by half a meter. Quan Yi didn't feel much difference since most of his space was in the turret. Not only that, we now have air conditioning. When it gets hot, we can also use the AC. Quan Yi's mood improved significantly. Tanks are like one's home. Who wouldn't want to install an air conditioner in their home? As for why to expand the vehicle body, it was naturally to prepare for future modifications. After all, the vehicle body is the foundation that bears everything. Only with enough space in the body can more weapons be installed and further expansions be made. Damn, one day I will make the 59 soar into the sky modified into a starship. With the big cannon, Quan Yi indeed forgot about the women. As they watched the battle vehicle slowly depart, the 5 women, except for the one who had already collapsed, were momentarily stunned. It was obvious that someone was involved, so why did they just leave? Although it might be inappropriate to think this way, what was the reason for calling us out? At the very least, they could have exchanged a few words before leaving. The women were bewildered. They left so decisively. What should we do? What can we do? We don't even have clothes. Follow them. But what if they don't allow us to? Besides, what can we do if we catch up with them? It's clear they don't mean us any harm. If we don't follow them, are we just going to wait here to die? What about her? If she can walk on her own, bring her along. If not, let her stay here to accompany those beasts in death. The other women were equally resolute. In this world, there would be no benevolent saviors willing to sacrifice themselves for others. A savior? How many nuclear bombs could a savior withstand, and how long could they endure the radiation? But the tank moves very quickly, we won't be able to catch up just by walking. One of the women gritted her teeth. If we can't catch up, we are as good as dead. I refuse to die here. Let's take those beast guns. If we can prove our worth, maybe they will take us in. I refuse to be treated like a dog and humiliated again. Even if I die, I will die with a gun in my hand. As she spoke, she glanced down, decisively picked up an assault rifle, and threw on a bloodstained piece of clothing. Ignoring the other women, she hurriedly ran after the departing tank. Seeing this, the remaining women also picked up usable guns, putting on whatever clothing they could find, or tearing a piece of cloth to cover themselves slightly, and rushed after. Perhaps the last woman felt a pang of compassion seeing the woman who had lost her child still in that state, and slapped her, crying, "Won't bring your son back. If I survive, I will hunt down those disgusting creatures. If you want to stay here and die, then that's your choice." After saying this, the woman turned and ran to catch up. Only the woman with a swollen face was left on the ground, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Yet she eventually got up, picked up a shotgun and some bullets, and followed. She no longer cared that she had no clothes. Her eyes were blank, but deep hatred could be seen in her gaze. Suddenly, Quan Yi, who was studying the air conditioning system, frowned. "My, what is it, Commander?" The gunner immediately became alert. Quan Yi looked at the radar display in confusion and said, "5 units are approaching from our rear. Could it be those 5 women? Turn the turret around and stop the tank. Never expose your rear to the enemy. That's the weakest point of the armor. Fire a warning shot at them. If they show any hostility, eliminate them immediately." Quan Yi ordered decisively. He would not show mercy just because they were women. The commander is very decisive. The loader immediately loaded a high-explosive shell. Quan Yi sneered, "I am a staunch advocate for gender equality. Women should enjoy the same rights and equal treatment as men. As long as they pose a threat to me, they are enemies. What is there to say to enemies? A 100mm smoothbore cannon and a 12.7mm machine gun are enough to make my point." The gunner immediately fired a tracer round in front of the approaching women, causing a large spray of dirt to erupt. "Immediately stop approaching, or we will be forced to fire in self-defense," the driver shouted through the microphone. The women hurriedly raised their guns above their heads, signaling that they meant no harm. "We were taken from our camp, which was attacked and slaughtered by those beasts. We have nowhere to go. Can we follow you? We can do anything: laundry, cooking, gathering supplies, and we can even scout and fight," the women shouted loudly. The people inside the vehicle turned their gaze to Quan Yi. Quan Yi took the microphone. "We do not belong to any camp and will not stay in one place. You can search for the next camp. We have already done our part by rescuing you. We are not obligated to protect you." Quan Yi genuinely did not want to take these women with him. Quan Yi initially wanted to speak up, but Quan Yi would not let them influence his judgment. "As long as you let us follow, we can find our own water and food, and we can help you with things you can't do yourself. We can handle the dirty work that has already been contaminated by radiation." The leading woman was doing her utmost to promote herself and the others. By now they could clearly see that the people in this tank were entirely different from those beasts. We have weapons and can assist your vehicle in battle, help clean the battlefield, and we won't be a burden to you. The leading woman knelt down directly in front of the tank. No harem, no women taken, the protagonist only sees soldiers. The other 4 women did the same. Triggered, a sudden event detected that someone wishes to join, can establish a personal armed convoy, creating a combined arms combat model. Drawing chances from the vehicle factory 1 Quan, he was taken aback. This can be triggered too. System, are you suggesting I keep these women? The system will not interfere with the host's choices. This event is not directed at these women, it only suggests that the host can form their own convoy and infantry squad for better protection. The host can choose to keep these women, disperse them to find suitable personnel, or refuse this event. The system provided its answer, but it left Quan He in a dilemma. What do you think, should we keep these 5 or not? Quan He turned off the microphone and asked the other crew members. Actually, Commander, you don't need to be too concerned. As long as we don't want outsiders can't enter our tank. Leaving them outside won't pose any threat to us. In fact, they have a point. We inevitably have some tasks that require us to go out, like laundry and emptying the Blackwater tank. If they have some combat capability, having a few infantry to assist would actually be quite beneficial. The other 3 were more inclined to keep these 5. Quan He skeptically asked, are you really not thinking about your own brothers? The 3 crew members solemnly declared that it was impossible. They had never been that superficial. Their expressions were as determined as if they would fight to the end. Let me be clear at the outset, you will need to cooperate with us in the battle, and you must obey orders. If you cannot do this, you are free to leave now. Once you stay and then hesitate in battle, do not blame my artillery for being indiscriminate. Of course, I will not intentionally give you commands that lead to certain death. You need protection and I need infantry support. It's that simple. Quan He would not show any favoritism towards them, but neither would he deliberately send them to their deaths. He still retained a sliver of moral sense. After all, he had just crossed over from an orderly society. He chose not to be a good person, but he never intended to become a completely evil one. You have the option to stay and assist in the battle or leave. The sky is vast, and the sea is wide. After saying this, Quan He put down the microphone. The leading woman immediately said, I am willing to stay. The other women also expressed their willingness. In fact, there wasn't much of a choice. They were simply being kept to fight, unlike other survivors who would fire a shot as a gesture. Following someone like this, even if they died, it would be in battle, not in disgraceful humiliation. In this regard, they wanted to take control of their own fate. Very well, you can sit at the back of the tank for now. If combat arises, you will need to jump down immediately to assist with tank operations. Later, figure out a way to get a vehicle so you can follow along yourself. Move quickly, we need to leave this place now. Seeing that they had all made their choices, Quan He no longer hesitated. He still had to continue driving to find the next treasure chest or unexpected event. He found that the probability of encountering unexpected events seemed to be greater than that of treasure chests. The women climbed onto the tank, and without Quan He's permission, they could not open it from the outside, which is why he felt so at ease. Once a means of transportation was found, Quan He would not allow them to sit outside the tank. If they showed any signs of being a burden, he would not hesitate to expel them. All right, let's move forward. Quan He commanded, and the tank turned around, continuing in the previous direction. Event completed, added 5 infantry combat personnel lottery draws for the war factory. Once seeing the system prompt, Quan He finally felt reassured. Isn't this what he wanted? As for the 5 women outside, Quan He had no thoughts. He absolutely could not be interested in a vehicle that had been trampled on by who knows how many people. Whether the crew members had such needs, Quan He did not care. One of the virtues is to mind one's own business, which naturally leads to fewer problems. I want to draw a lottery, Quan He said in his mind while sitting in the driver's seat. The war vehicle factory slowly opened, revealing the same magnificent box. Composite reactive armor set, quality excellent. Install composite reactive armor on the front sides and turret of the tank. It can be repaired by consuming materials after damage. Quan He was taken aback. An excellent quality armor set. Has the war vehicle factory upgraded? It is still the initial war vehicle factory. At the current level, it can draw higher grade excellent quality rewards, and the lowest is basic quality. The lottery of this war vehicle factory adheres to principles of openness, fairness, and transparency, eliminating any underhandedness. This is purely the host's luck. The system soon provided an explanation. At this moment, Quan He was really starting to believe that the system was not engaging in any shady practices with the lottery. This was only his 4th lottery draw, and he directly obtained an excellent quality reward. It seemed he still had a touch of luck since arriving in this wasteland world. With this composite armor set, Quan He naturally applied it to the tank immediately. Through the driver's manual, he could see that the current appearance of the Type 59 was much more imposing. Not only were there additional track guards, but the body and turret also had various pieces of reactive armor attached. The feeling of safety surged to the maximum. With this, even if they encountered some reckless fool firing rockets, there would be no need to worry. It could withstand anything. The 3 crew members showed no signs of abnormality, while the 5 women sitting in the back widened their eyes. Suddenly, how did we get an extra layer of armor? Is this science? I don't know, just pretend you didn't see it, but it's better to keep our mouths and eyes in check. You are cautiously terrifying. But you are right. A few women whispered, afraid of disturbing the people inside the tank. However, they were clearly overthinking it. In a moving tank, everyone inside needed to use radios to communicate, let alone their conversations outside. If they were to shout, it might even be interesting. The first day quickly came to an end, and afterward, He did not encounter any intelligent machines or treasure chests. At night, He did not dare to completely stop the tank. He had the other crew members take turns driving. What is a heroic crew? Is it not a heroic crew if there are not 4 certificates combined? Although he was not proficient in other positions, at least he could handle the basic operations with ease. Unlike he who not only couldn't sleep soundly, but also kept having nightmares. The 5 women leaned against each other, sitting in the back of the tank to rest. They would drive for half an hour after resting for 1 hour. Was genuinely afraid of being bombed. Although the rest was not good, it was still better than being dead. Moreover, strictly speaking, this rest time was not much different from staying up late and getting up early back on Blue Star. Early the next morning, he opened his eyes and felt sore all over. The tank space was still too small, as sleeping against the hard steel plate on the seat made him sore all over except for his bonds, which didn't hurt. Damn it, I will eventually upgrade to a battleship with my own separate captain's quarters and a comfortable mattress. He made this grand wish. Captain dreaming of some spaceship. The loader teased. We can see if we can find any biohazard suits, then we can go outside without worrying about radiation. However, even if we go out, it won't be a problem for a while. The radiation outside is so thick that unless we live outside for more than half a year, it won't cause any mutations. How about Captain goes out and gets some exercise? The others suggested. Not a chance. He firmly refused. He would not engage in any risky behavior without benefits. Perhaps in a few days he could expand the tank space to a sufficient size. There was no need to seek thrills right now. What if some reckless person fired shells at them? The tank could withstand it, but he couldn't handle the aftershocks. You are also not allowed to go out safety first. Let the 5 people outside handle our waste. It's time for them to prove their worth. The crew members were now his reliance, and he dared not let them take any risks. It seemed to be around 8 o'clock, and the voice from before echoed in everyone's minds once again. If you can see the sun in the morning, it indicates that your adaptability is quite good, so let me add something here. From 10 in the evening to 7 in the morning, you only need to focus on the crises in reality, without worrying about bombings. Bombings will be paused during this time, which is a benefit given to you in the first stage. The first stage, commonly known as the novice stage, lasts for a month, after which you will experience a random disaster before entering the second stage. That will truly be the beginning. Work hard to upgrade your tanks. Why didn't you mention there wouldn't be bombings last night? Unsurprisingly, the chat channel in the vehicle manual exploded with questions regarding this mysterious voice. Through the observation hole, he saw 5 women outside, emptying the waste from the Blackwater tank. The so-called Blackwater tank was actually a small oil barrel, a standard feature for all vehicles regardless of their model in this survival game. He had no need to stay inside. Life was precious. Those 5 women worked efficiently, judging by their looks and figures they must have been quite attractive before, but now they were covered in dirt and mud, appearing very unkempt. He could imagine what they had encountered down there, and those without good looks probably wouldn't have survived to this point. Especially that largest mutant from yesterday, it seemed like a monster. Having these people outside assisting was very convenient. After cleaning up the tanks that had briefly stopped, once again roared to life. Do you know where I can find diesel nearby? He asked into the microphone. The 5 women exchanged glances, and finally the one who spoke first shyly replied. Our previous camp was not around here. We were captured by those beasts and brought here, so we aren't too familiar with this place, sir. Don't call me sir, just call me Commander, he said, a hint of disappointment in his tone, as he had hoped to find diesel directly outside. Yes, Commander, but I know of a type of intelligent vehicle that runs on fuel. There should be diesel wherever those vehicles are found. What kind of vehicle is it? A flicker of fear crossed the woman's face. We call that kind of vehicle a roller. Its defining feature is a solid 1-meter-high iron wheel in front, which was reportedly used for road compaction in the past, but now it serves as the vanguard of the intelligent machines. Once an intelligent machine finds its gathering spot, there's no stopping that roller. Bombs and rocket launchers are useless against it. The gunner suddenly interjected. What she described should be the agricultural modified roller, which after being repurposed for combat, has its roller cylinder as the front armor, making it nearly impossible to penetrate from the front. Another new type of intelligent vehicle made him frown. How are the levels of these intelligent vehicles determined? The gunner immediately replied, I don't know much, but based on specifications they are divided into agricultural, civilian, police, and military categories. Beyond military, I'm not sure, with each category having 4 levels. Experimental, mass-produced, modified, and ultimate types. The vehicle we fought yesterday was the most standard agricultural experimental vehicle. He understood, recalling what the voice said yesterday, that in the first stage the most it could produce was the agricultural ultimate type of intelligent machine. Listening to the fear in the woman's tone, how strong was that agricultural modified roller? This was only the first stage, and there would still be disasters. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He desperately needed everything that could be used to upgrade his tank. If we encounter that kind of roller, can we not fight it? He suddenly asked. The gunner chuckled. Don't worry, Commander. That thing only has strong frontal armor. As long as we can get to the side, high explosive shells can easily penetrate it. As long as we avoid a heating confrontation with intelligent vehicles, we will be fine. He sighed in relief. That's good. He pursed his lips, feeling an increasing desire for a hero-level commander and a mechanized girl. Since there wasn't space for the commander, a mechanized girl would suffice. His desire for a mechanized girl grew stronger. Is there no way for me to obtain one first? He asked in his mind. Even the lowest quality of tank girl is still excellent. They can still be drawn from the vehicle factory. Then, can you arrange one for me first? Even if it requires some cost, it would be fine. I don't know anything, and asking the crew members feels a bit inappropriate. Querying. This system currently lacks the authority. Detected host's high willingness and reasonable reasons applying to the core source. Application in progress. Application rejected. Please wait a moment, host. What? Was the application rejected? I was just asking if it works. Great, if not, that's fine too. After about 5 minutes, the system appeared again. Application approved. The next time the host draws, the probability of obtaining a tank girl is 100. The cost will be that the host's next 3 draws will have a default minimum guarantee. What? Is it really possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't you say before that the lottery has no hidden rules? The system displayed a question mark, and its silence was deafening. The system indeed did not have that authority. This was the final ruling consented to by the core source. It was only after applying and complaining that this opportunity was granted, so please do not doubt the fairness of the vehicle factory. Finally, the system provided an explanation. He felt like he had become the younger brother of a fire dance, somewhat unaware of his situation. His expression turned serious. Then what is the cost? The system remained silent, simply displaying an icon. The king of firepower system has been blacklisted by the core source. Because the system's complaints exceeded authority, it was blacklisted by the core source. He felt somewhat embarrassed. What is this core source? Do you have a superior? The core source is the core code of the system. I am merely the auxiliary AI of the system. Then, isn't the consequence of being blacklisted severe? He felt a bit worried. The host is the core. The main host stands on the side of the system. The core source is inconsequential. To be honest, your diligent attitude makes me feel ashamed, Chuan-He sincerely remarked. He himself was unaware of how many connections his ancestors had leveraged to provide him with a normal and dedicated system. The host need not be modest. The duty of this system is to assist the host in becoming the supreme king of firepower. However, host, there is more than one tank girl, but the battle vehicle can only accommodate one tank girl. I hope you treat this pure machine spirit well. The system suddenly added a comment, and then fell silent, leaving Chuan-He somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he remembered it. He did not believe the system would say this for no reason. After running all day yesterday and half the day today, the tank had completely left the urban-rural fringe. Outside, rolling hills stretched endlessly, appearing not too steep, easily traversable by the 59 model's climbing angle. However, Chuan-He had no intention of going up. What to go up for? To get beaten? Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above, and Chuan-He immediately looked out through the observation hole. In the distant sky, a heavy aircraft passed overhead, and a massive box with a parachute began to descend. Airdrop. Chuan-He decisively ordered. Quick, accelerate towards the location where the airdrop is falling. Received. The driver immediately began to speed up the tank's engine, spewing black smoke, signaling that this Republic Tiger was about to unleash its power. The airdrop emitted red smoke, making it extremely conspicuous. Load ammunition, prepare to attack at any time. Received. Armor-piercing rounds. Armor-piercing rounds loaded. On guard. Chuan-He took the microphone. Ha-ing, operate that heavy machine gun. Fire immediately if you notice anything unusual, no need to ask for permission. Ha-ing was indeed the first woman who expressed her desire to stay. Seeing her act decisively, Chuan-He appointed her as the infantry squad leader. As for the other 4 women, he did not care about their names. Understood, Commander. Ha-ing immediately moved to the heavy machine gun, gripping the handles tightly. Can you see the falling box? Watch that direction. Heng and the others looked puzzled. Commander, we only saw an airplane fly by. We did not see the box you mentioned. Chuan-He understood. It seemed that this thing could only be seen by those participating in survival on Blue Star and the tank crews. The location where the airdrop fell was not close to Chuan, he who kept a close eye on the radar fearing that someone else might get there first. The rising red smoke was too eye-catching. However, he did not worry too much. The distance between each player was 1,000 kilometers, and at the speed of the 59 model, they hadn't gotten far, let alone those primitive battle vehicles. Those small vehicles were not slow, but they were not racing either. How could they be that fast? Commander, we have detected an intelligent machine convoy on our flank. They seem to have been attracted by the airplane. The gunner shouted. Chuan-He also received a system alert. Triggering a sudden event, eliminate all enemies to successfully open the airdrop. Successfully open tank factory lottery chances 1. Immediately turn around, eliminate them first before opening the airdrop. We cannot leave any threats. Chuan-He decisively commanded. The driver gritted his teeth and began to adjust the tank's direction, and the rapidly moving tank even exhibited a slight drift. The women sitting outside clung tightly to anything they could grab to secure themselves. Chuan-He also spotted the intelligent machine convoy. Is that thing a road roller? Now that it has exposed its flank to us, let's shoot it down first. They have spotted us here. I need to stop and shoot. Received emergency stop in 3 seconds. The rapidly moving tank came to a complete stop within 3 seconds, causing everyone to stagger, and the 5 women directly fell off the tank. No need to change ammunition. Lock on. Locked on. Fire. Boom, the cannon roared, and the women immediately ducked down. Having scavenged on the wasteland, they naturally knew that this signaled the start of battle. Not ducking down would make them live targets. The targeting ability of the intelligent machines relied on computer calculations, making them incredibly accurate. Annihilate. We have destroyed the opponent's road roller. With stationary shooting, the gunner's accuracy can be fully trusted. Advance, exterminate the remaining intelligent machines. Infantry squad follow-up. As the tank began to move, a dense barrage of bullets struck, creating countless sparks on the tank's front. A shell directly hit the front of the tank, leaving a dent before bouncing off. Agricultural production model 55mm self-propelled anti-tank gun. They can't penetrate us, take it out. High explosive round. Loaded. Locked on. Boom. Annihilate. In the distance, a series of explosions erupted as a shell detonated the ammunition rack of that self-propelled anti-tank gun. Only 2 agricultural experimental intelligent machine squads left and no other battle vehicles detected. Chuan-He glanced at the radar, which indeed showed only a group of intelligent machine infantry remaining. 2 intelligent machine squads meant 10-12. 7mm machine guns, not including their close-range thrown bombs. If it weren't for the 59 model using other small vehicles, even without those 2 intelligent battle vehicles, they would still have to think twice. 10-12. 7mm machine guns firing simultaneously was no joke. Free fire once we take them out. Well, go for the airdrop. Chuan-He felt that no other players would come to compete with him. After all, it was only the second day. It would be hard to say what would happen later. However, even without the airdrop, the attracted intelligent machines were enough for an average player to reap a bounty. The artillery and machine guns fired simultaneously, and the intelligent machine squad a kilometer away was quickly exterminated. Hurry, open the box first, then we will clean up the intelligent machine convoy. This was not only the first airdrop, but also represented that he was about to welcome his tank girl. Chuan-He was getting excited. The women quickly climbed onto the tank, fearing being left behind. Even at high speed, it took Chuan-He nearly 20 minutes to reach the airdrop. Stay alert, use the grapple to retrieve the airdrop. Received. The grapple was thrown out, and Chuan-He immediately received a notification. Acquired airdrop supply box, high purity fuel package 1000, L1 survival essentials, 10 large repair kit, 1 vehicle mounted 107mm rocket launcher, 1 ground anchor stabilizer. 1 Chuan-He was astonished. An airdrop yielded 5 items. A small trailer was directly added to the back of the tank, equipped with a huge fuel tank. This is the advantage of the package, even the trailer comes included. What delighted Chuan-He the most was that 107 rocket launcher. Since there was only one, he chose to install it on the opposite side of the cannon, aligning it with the turret. Vehicle-mounted 107 rocket launcher, rocket weight 18. 8 kg, maximum flight speed 372 meters per second, maximum range 8 kilometers, accuracy. 1 can be generated every hour, no repetitions. Chuan-He applauded. Awesome Rabbit brand guerrilla artifact. As for the ground anchor stabilizer, it is installed underneath the chassis. When deployed, it drives a stable anchor into the ground to stabilize the tank's body. The large repair kit is even more powerful, allowing for immediate repairs of all structural damages to the tank. For instance, if the tracks are broken or if the turret is damaged and cannot rotate, these issues can hinder the tank's movement. Similarly, this requires the simultaneous consumption of corresponding steel units. This avoids the crew members spending time on repairs after going out. When Quan He saw this name, he immediately recognized it. He was also one of those who had uninstalled the game due to sanctions from the WOD server. After briefly looking at the items that came from the airdrop, he quickly opened the tank factory. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a lottery chance left. This time it was a guaranteed tank girl. I want to draw. He thought to himself, his tone serious, yet filled with anticipation. The tank factory's box slowly opened, and amidst the dazzling light came a voice filled with intelligence and competence. Are you here to take me home, Commander? As the light faded, a deep blue card hovered above the box. The card had a background of the rabbit's red flag, showcasing a tall woman in a Chinese tunic suit. Unlike the characters from the Ship Girl and Machine Girl games He had played before, this tank girl had a resolute expression adorning her beautiful face. Behind her were a military green turret and tracks with the tank's body transformed into a cloak draped over her back. He also saw her introduction. Tank Girl Wu Jiao. Quality excellent. Introduction: an immortal iron horse of the Republic, she was born during a time of great hardship, tasked with guarding the borders in moments of danger, repelling numerous provocations from neighboring countries, and intimidating restless neighbors for decades. Now she belongs to you. You will treat her well, won't you? This woman in a Chinese tunic suit exuded no sign of fragility. She looked more like a female warrior. Without hesitation, He immediately bound her to his tank, making her the tank girl of this vehicle. Wu Jiao reporting for duty, Commander. The same voice from earlier echoed within the tank, and everyone could clearly hear it even without radio communication. He was a bit confused. Where are you? Why can't I see you? I am this tank. If you need me to materialize, I will appear outside the tank. The internal space cannot currently accommodate my presence. I will assist you and your crew in better operating the tank. Please rest assured, Commander. Wu Jiao, always trustworthy. Her tone was filled with determination and resilience, as she was not the kind of tank girl who would act cutesy. He was quite satisfied. Although Wu Jiao might not seem to be the type to act spoiled, she was certainly reliable. Just like this tank. My name is He Wu. I look forward to your guidance. He said earnestly. He now had a new goal: to expand the chassis so that Wu Jiao could appear beside him. The role of the tank girl is to assist the crew members in all aspects, whether it be driving or loading shells, aiming and firing, or reconnaissance. Even if crew members are lacking, the tank can operate autonomously with the tank girl present. With the tank girl, He no longer needed to keep his eyes glued to the radar. In fact, they could even sleep soundly at night. The tank girls are tanks, but can also materialize as humans. They are a peculiar existence that in a sense does not require rest. The tank crew members could not comprehend the existence of tank girls, but as replacements introduced by the system, they did not question or express doubt, as some instinct made them overlook the numerous absurdities. As for the women outside, they were unimportant. All right, now we can go collect the spoils from that mechanized convoy. Having opened the airdrop and received a tank girl, he felt fulfilled. Although a mechanized convoy had been attracted, there were no dramatic conflicts over the airdrop with other survivors. With the tank on the move and the tank girl by his side, it was akin to having a co-pilot, greatly easing the burden on the entire crew. He was continuously communicating with the tank girl. He enjoyed the sound of her voice, which brought him a sense of security. To put it bluntly, without the tank, the crew members, or the tank girl, he might not even win against those 5 women outside. It was hard to say whether a sub-healthy Shuden could compete with a robust survivor woman from the Wasteland. He had a good sense of self-awareness. He knew he was the weakest. Just like the crew members, the tank girl completely belonged to him, and she would not feel any sense of unfamiliarity towards him. Instead, it was He who felt a sense of awkwardness at this unexpected closeness. Although he had never experienced such closeness before, the retrieval of the mechanized squad went smoothly without any other incidents. He gained quite a lot from this. Hydraulic arm vibration wheel 1. 55mm mounted anti-tank gun 1. 7mm machine gun 10. Anti-tank grenade 5. Fragmentation grenade 5. Steel 20. Steel plate 2. Gunpowder 10. Diesel 200L1. That woman was not lying. This roller indeed runs on diesel. The rest were all understandable, but the fact that he could retrieve that large roller left he somewhat bewildered. Would this thing work when placed in front of the tank? According to the description, this thing used to be hollow and created immense pressure through vibrations, but now it was basically solid, primarily used to breach survivor bases and frontal defenses. One must admit this contraption certainly looked impressive in terms of defense. Nevertheless, he decided to list this roller and the 55mm anti-tank gun on the trading channel. Defensive artifacts, solid large roller. Once installed on the front of the tank, no need to worry about cannons below 150mm caliber. 55mm anti-tank gun. Hurry and discard those water guns of yours. Even fighting against mechanized foes is a struggle. Just these 2 items, first come first served for survival essentials, or equivalent gear, private messages with sincerity. After listing them, he shouted in the chat channel and then paid it no more mind. He gave each of those women a 12.7mm machine gun. As for whether they could use it, he did not concern himself with that. Looking at the empty slots on the vehicle, he decided to install a machine gun outside the commander's compartment. He also installed another one behind the tank turret. Now the number of machine guns on the tank had reached 5. Those outside could be controlled at any time with the help of the tank girl. As for the grenades, he distributed those to the women. He had no use for those items, and with the tank girl present, he did not have to worry about those women using them to threaten the tank. Couldn't help but exclaim with the tank girl, "It truly feels wonderful. I wouldn't trade this for any wife." With the assistance of Tan Ji, things progressed much more smoothly. However, he did not relax his own studies and was able to learn even better. The 3 members of the vehicle crew could also teach related knowledge more meticulously. Commander, the radar shows a battle vehicle moving ahead. Who was in the middle of his studies, was taken aback. In just 2 days, they encountered other survivors. All vehicle members immediately enter a state of alert. "Wu Jiu, you take over my command." He immediately exited his learning state and prepared himself, handing over command to Wu Jiu. "Understood, Commander. Advance the battle vehicle 50 meters and turn right. There is a large area of vines ahead. Once we enter, immediately switch to silent mode." Wu Jiu did not hesitate and immediately took over command. The title of the Republican Iron Cavalry was not given for nothing. With unified command, he could clearly feel that the coordination among the crew members was much tighter. Previously, there had been a state of disorder. The tank immediately switched off and went silent upon entering the vines. "Infantry team, dismount and conceal yourselves, ready for combat at any time." Wu Jiu's voice came from outside the vehicle, and the 5 women were momentarily stunned. Although they did not know why a woman's voice suddenly appeared, they could still understand the command. Even the tank had gone silent, and it was evident that something was wrong. At this moment, the foolish behavior of holding back would obviously not be seen among the Wasteland survivors. There are fools in the Wasteland, but those fools generally do not survive long. "Wu Jiu, why do I feel that the tank is coming straight for us?" He looked at the small dot on the radar that was getting closer with some confusion. Wu Jiu's voice remained cool and capable. "Yes, Commander, the other party's intentions are quite clear, and they evidently have radar equipment. It seems they know our approximate location." 1 armor-piercing round loaded. Gunner enters standby mode, ready to fire at any moment. The gunner and loader immediately responded, "Received." They also enjoyed this feeling of each fulfilling their own roles. Although everyone had coordinated well, before there was clearly a sense of chaos relying entirely on mutual understanding. The 5 women outside the vehicle quickly crouched down, tightly gripping their grenades. It was evident that the tank was preparing for an ambush, and using heavy machine guns at this moment would be inappropriate. Moments later, the rumbling sound of an engine approached, and a battle vehicle covered in marks from artillery fire and bullet holes slowly drove in, with ragged self-rescue wood hanging from its sides. That guy stopped about 50 meters from the vines, opened the commander's hatch, and emerged with a microphone, shouting loudly, "Brother, I know you're nearby. Oh, I mean no harm. I just want to say, get out of the vines quickly. That thing has mutated long ago. It's a notorious killer vine on the Wasteland. Once entangled by that thing, your Type 59's power will be insufficient to break free." Kwani's expression changed dramatically. How did he know his vehicle was a Type 59? What kind of radar was so powerful? "Wu Jiu, Commander, my records do not contain relevant information." Wu Jiu was clearly different from the crew members. "Commander, if it's a killer vine, it is indeed very dangerous. We need to exit immediately." The driver immediately became serious. Outside, the sound of women banging on the tank could be heard, and it was clear they also knew about this thing. "Get out." Without waiting for He's order, Wu Jiu had already taken over the tank, immediately driving it outward. The 5 women quickly hugged their guns and dashed out. The horror of the killer vine lies in the fact that when it is motionless, you have no idea that it is a killer vine. In fact, most of the time the killer vine is in a dormant state. Even if a large area is cut down to be used as firewood, it may not wake up. Wasteland survivors do not fear dormancy of the killer vine, but they are very afraid of the awakened killer vine. Unfortunately, the killer vine had awakened. Thick vines began to spread, wrapping around the Type 59 that was preparing to exit from all directions. Perhaps the Type 59 was too large a target, and the killer vine ignored the 5 women, allowing them to escape. "Damn, I knew it would awaken." The commander of the battle vehicle 50 meters away shouted, "Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. My shell won't penetrate your frontal armor, rest assured." Then he shrank back, and the barrel of that tank emitted a flash of fire as a shell hit a vine covering Kwani's tank. In that instant, it surprisingly made a sound like iron colliding. "What the hell is this thing?" Kwani never expected it to be so hard. "Commander, don't worry, it's just a minor issue." Wu Jio's voice was calm and steady as the 5 machine guns on the tank fired simultaneously. Gunner continuously fire armor-piercing rounds at the front. Received. Boom, the 100mm rifled gun directly broke the thick vine in front of it, which was as thick as a barrel. Under Wu Jio's command, the entire crew performed their duties. The driver practically wanted to press the accelerator into the fuel tank, and the tank erupted with thick black smoke. The tank outside was also continuously firing at the increasingly constricting vines, clearly unable to compare with Kwani's tank. Ying, who had run out to safety, immediately turned around. Quickly set up the machine gun to help the commander escape. The 5 women immediately turned around and crouched down, setting up the machine guns on the ground. Even if the killer vine mutated, it was still a plant. It could withstand some hits, but not continuous bombardment. With so much firepower attacking together, the killer vine was turned into a dead vine. Kwani quickly added the 2 newly acquired 5mm steel plates to the front of his tank. Now the frontal armor thickness had reached 115 mm, with an inclined thickness exceeding 220 mm. In the end, the Type 59 emerged with black smoke and covered in pockmarks. Kwani hurriedly consumed steel to repair it. The infantry team immediately gathered behind the tank. They did not forget that there was still a tank behind them. Kwani let out a sigh of relief. It's truly hard to guard against. Who would have thought there was such a thing? Wu Jio's voice was somewhat ashamed. It was my command error. I didn't expect such a plant to exist. Kwani shook his head. None of us expected it. It has nothing to do with your command. Not to mention Wu Jio, who didn't know about this thing. Even the crew members had not mentioned it. Moreover, they had crushed many vines along the way. Now the next thing to deal with is that unfamiliar tank heading straight for us. Let's go and see what its intentions are. Through the observation port, he looked at the battle vehicle that was covered in scars. State your intentions. The 2 tanks were very close, and He was confident that a single shot could take care of it. He was not overly worried since the enemy's cannon caliber would not exceed half that of his tank. Brother He, I'm here to seek refuge with you. The other party shouted as he poked his head out from the turret, completely disregarding the radiation. Kwani squinted. How do you know my name and the model of my tank? The other party scratched his head. Brother, can we chat over the radio? Kwani paused for a moment, then said softly, Wu Jio, connect with him. Understood, Commander. Kwani put on his wool hat, which contained a radio headset and microphone. Moments later, the voice of the other party came through the headset. Hello. Can you hear me, brother? Kwani replied, I can hear you. Go ahead. The other party seemed to organize his words. Well, brother, if I say I'm a reborn person, would you believe me? Kwani wore a confused expression. What do you mean? You are the protagonist of this world. The other party scoffed. How could that be? Apart from being a reborn person, I am nothing at all. But you are different, brother. You are very strong in the future. No, brother, you went from being awesome to dead. You started with the Type 59, which is incredibly powerful. Kwani was taken aback. Are you saying that I died in the future? The other party replied, yes, brother, you died 2 years later in a war over a large airdrop. Kwani felt a bit confused. According to what he said, he started with the Type 59, which clearly implies the existence of a system, yet he still died after only 2 years. Was it because I was weak? Or was the system weak? Thinking of the diligent system, he decisively ruled out that option. No need to ask, it must be that I was weak. So why did you come to seek refuge with me? Could it be that you also followed me in the future? Kwani believed part of it, but not entirely. Not really. Strictly speaking, I was part of the encirclement against you in the future, but clearly following you is more promising, so I reincarnated and rushed over to find you. Kwani, so you were one of those who encircled me. Wouldn't it be better if I just blew you up with one shot now? By the way, brother, you need to be careful of those women behind you. One of them ultimately backstabbed you, causing you to be attacked from both sides, leading to your tank's explosive demise. Moreover, it was that woman who revealed your location and coordinates at this time, saying that you encountered the killing vine and struggled for quite a while before breaking free. Kwani immediately spotted a flaw. No, we entered those vines in silence only after discovering you. If it weren't for you, we would have left here. Not really, brother. Look behind, there's a treasure chest. According to the leaks, you entered by opening that chest. Even without me, you would have gone in. Kwani was taken aback. Commander, there really is a chest behind. He hadn't looked yet, but Wu Jio confirmed it for him. Kwani sat back down in his seat. It seems this kid's identity as a reborn person is likely true. Tell me who sold me out. Kwani's voice turned cold. I kindly let you live, and you all want me dead in the end. I really don't know, brother. You built a powerful convoy over the past 2 years, and those 5 women are all commanders. However, I heard that one of them lost a son. After your tank exploded, the other 4 women launched a suicide attack, taking your wreckage away, and eventually forming a guerrilla unit to ambush the tanks that participated in the encirclement against you. I remember one called Ying. That person is simply a psychopath. Her subordinates are also crazy, directly using their vehicles as suicide bombers just to avenge you, ultimately blowing themselves up. If it weren't for someone backstabbing you given the team you built, we really wouldn't be able to compete with you. The other party shared everything he knew, seeming quite sincere. Kwani was trying to digest this information. 5 people aside from the one who turned traitor were all quite tough. This woman turned out to be so loyal. Aside from being angry about the traitor, Kwani was somewhat indifferent since the system had said that people's hearts are hard to gauge. However, the performance of the other 4 women was beyond his expectations. Because it was a radio conversation apart from Kwani, he and the other party, only Wu Jiu could hear it, and he was worried that the women outside would overhear. So what about you? Why did you take the risk to find me after being reborn? The 5 women could be handled slowly, but this reborn person was a problem. Brother, you are too powerful. After you died, we participants were more or less attacked by your remaining subordinates. I thought relying on my advantage of being reborn you would eliminate the risk of backstabbing, and you would surely become stronger. I could benefit from it too. Moreover, your Type 59 is really strong in the early stages, clearly making it a bigger advantage to follow you. Kwani couldn't help but chuckle at this. You really say whatever comes to mind. The other party laughed. Isn't this a show of sincerity? Plus, knowing your character, even if you disagree you won't treat me badly just because I helped. Kwani rubbed his chin. Then what other advantages do you have? The other party hurriedly replied, I know some treasure chest coordinates, as well as the gathering places of the natives which contain a lot of resources, and there are also factories for intelligent machinery. By the way, I also know about a disaster happening a month from now. It's a hurricane. We must find a way to add weight to the vehicles. Kwani immediately tensed up. A disaster. There's also this problem. After thinking it over, Kwani felt that forming a team with him was ultimately more beneficial than harmful. Alright, you can follow me. But I have to say in advance I have the priority to choose treasure chests and resources, but I will definitely not treat you unfairly. If you agree, we'll form a team. The other party quickly agreed, no problem. Without you, brother, even if I knew those treasure chests, I wouldn't dare to go open them. There are indeed a lot of intelligent machines along the way. The other party sent a teaming invitation, and Kwani chose to accept. This thing actually wasn't much use. After teaming up, they couldn't activate friendly damage immunity. Brother, my name is Tianxiang. My tank is the Matilda II with a 40mm gun. You can just call me Tianxiang from now on. Kwani understood this guy at least seemed genuinely sincere for now, but he wouldn't fully trust him. The same goes for the women outside. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the one who lost a child definitely had to be eliminated. After successfully forming a team, Kwani's convoy added a tank. However, it was clear that this fellow was no pushover. The fuel consumption from his journey to this point alone was no small matter. Looking at the tank, which appeared to be covered in scars, yet had not sustained any damage to its core, one could tell that its commander was quite exceptional. One could only say that it was no wonder he had survived until 2 years later as a seasoned survivor. Moreover, the way he fired the cannon earlier was measured and precise, hitting the main body of the killer vine intended for strangulation. The two quickly agreed to drag out the fuel tank that had been pulled down by the killer vine. His tank's fuel tank was already at empty, so Kwani could only refill it with 1 tank. Wu Jiu, keep track of that guy. He just swindled me out of a tank of fuel right after forming a team. If he doesn't bring me anything of value, I'll send him to meet his great-grandmother. Kwani gritted his teeth in the tank. Understood, Commander. Wu Jiu has already marked the target and is ready to fire at any moment. Wu Jiu seemed to have never known what it meant to refuse. Kwani felt a ridiculous sense of disbelief that his online crush was actually his capable assistant. So this is the charm of a real-life tank girl. If only the flying girls and ship girls could be gathered together. Kwani wiped his nose, feeling a bit flushed. Commander, your heart rate is rapidly increasing, accompanied by a nosebleed. It is recommended that you replenish with vitamin C. Wu Jiu's voice interrupted Kwani. He's overactive imagination. Cough, cough, it's nothing. Let's drive the tank over and open that box first. The killer vine had now turned into a dead vine, so there was no safety concern. As for that treacherous woman, there was no rush in this world. There were countless ways for her to lose her life on her own. Kwani would not directly execute her. Killing her was a trivial matter, but if he were to do so, without reason, it might affect the loyalty development of the other 4 women, which would be undesirable. It wouldn't be a bad thing if during a battle she accidentally died and returned to the Wasteland. Kwani had already killed many yesterday, and now felt quite ruthless. The opening of the treasure chest went smoothly, and he was somewhat surprised to find that there was quite a bit inside this agricultural-grade treasure chest. Opening agricultural-grade treasure chest. Engine enhancement module 1. 4 essential survival elements, 1 basic ammo loading system, 1 basic chassis expansion module 1. Other than the 4 essential survival elements, the rest were considered good items. Engine enhancement module can be used to increase the power and horsepower of the engine. Basic ammo loading system can shorten the loading time, requiring only the loader to place the shell on the loader for increased safety and ease. Basic chassis expansion module is the same one Kwani had used before, but this one is only for expanding the chassis. Sure, Tianxiang watched eagerly from the side, but Quan He showed no intention of sharing. Apart from considering the 4 essential survival elements, the other items were not to be thought of at all. I won't give you this one. Even if you hadn't come, I would have discovered this treasure chest. You said it yourself, I would open this treasure chest. Quan He still said something to him. Sure, Tianxiang's voice was quite open. Brother, as you said, it is definitely better for you to grow stronger first, so I can pick up more resources. It's only the second day, I'm not in a hurry at all. Quan He smiled and directly used all 3 treasure chest rewards. The chassis, which was originally half a meter longer, was extended by another half meter. Additionally, Quan He consumed 5 units of steel to add an extra pair of road wheels. Only after adding this half meter was there room to accommodate the ammo loading system. The length of the current Type 59 chassis had increased from 6 meters to 7 meters. The original 5 pairs of road wheels had been upgraded to 6 pairs. The power of the enhanced engine increased from 382 kilowatts to 432 kilowatts. Quan He couldn't quite understand power, but he could comprehend that the maximum speed on the road had changed from 50 kilometers per hour to 60 kilometers per hour. The one most pleased was likely the loader. Although the basic ammo loading system was not fully automatic, it significantly reduced his workload. The driver was also looking at the loader, who was happier than during the New Year celebrations. Commander, when can I get an automatic driving and steering assistance system? Quan He chuckled. That thing depends on our luck. Maybe the next box will have it. The driver was just saying that it all depended on fate, and it might never come to him. Quan He traded 3 units of steel to Shi Tianxiang so he could start repairing his war-damaged chassis. Didn't you say you remembered many resource points? Where's the nearest treasure chest? Quan He sat in his seat with an extra meter of space, and everything felt much more spacious. Quan He estimated that if he added another half meter of space, he could have the capable tank girl Wu Jiu sitting on his lap. Commander, your heart rate is rapidly increasing again. Are you really okay? Wu Jiu's somewhat worried voice rang out. Quan He suddenly gave himself a big slap in the face in his heart. Quan He, how could you be acting like a pathetic, infatuated fool? Then Quan He declared with righteous fervor, it's nothing. I'm completely innocent. Is that so? Wu Jiu's voice clearly expressed some doubt. Sure, Tianxiang's voice eased Quan He's embarrassment. Brother, although that voice said the treasure chests are random, I know that the more dangerous the place, the more likely there are treasure chests, and the higher their quality will be. However, it won't exceed the current stage of agricultural grade. If you have confidence, shall we find a way to deal with that intelligent machinery factory? Quan He hesitated. A factory? It sounds very risky. Is there anything good inside? Sure, Tianxiang's voice was somewhat excited. Of course. I remember that before the rebirth, someone took down that intelligent machinery factory and obtained a vehicle-mounted drone that could detect enemies and drop shells. Not to mention there were other good items that made him quite powerful for a while before he died. Quan He was taken aback. Died again. Sure, Tianxiang's voice had a strange tone. Of course you were ambushed and blown up by the guerrilla squad organized by your subordinate Hiying. Quan He. Hiying again. Who exactly is this Hiying? Was she so formidable that even after his death, she could still be so powerful? Was she already hunting down survivors? What about the strength? Do we have that capability? It was indeed very tempting, but Quan He was cautious. Survival was the key to living better. That definitely won't be quick. The factory is about 3 days' journey from us. During this time, we can enhance our defenses and such. In terms of firepower, with your 100mm cannon, it's completely sufficient. Plus, you also have a rocket launcher. It's simply outrageous. It's only the second day. Sure, Tianxiang increasingly felt that his decision to cling to Quan He's coattails was exceptionally wise. Quan He did not quite understand why Shi Tianxiang suddenly decided to form a team and pledge allegiance. After all, the protagonists in the novels he had read about reincarnators were all undoubtedly the main characters. Utilizing the advantage of his reincarnation to accumulate resources in the early stages and continuously snowball, he aimed to gather beautiful women for his harem, transforming the survival game into a garden of the otherworld with him as the top dog. But this guy rushed thousands of miles just to come to him. Was it all for future investment? At the very least, Quan He would never let go of any good opportunity without using it first. This is also why Quan He clarified this matter beforehand. The expanded tank looked significantly larger, rumbling as it drove down the abandoned road. Sure, Tianxiang's tank followed closely behind him, and his speed was not fast, so Quan He instructed the driver to slow down appropriately. The direction was towards the smart machinery factory provided by Shi Tianxiang. Their goal was to enhance themselves as much as possible before reaching the factory. Don't worry, brother. With your tank and my advantages, as long as we proceed steadily and not recklessly, we'll be absolutely fine. Sure, Tianxiang's voice came through the radio. By the way, brother, we need to increase the weight of the vehicle as much as possible. For example, the ground anchor stabilizer, mechanical support legs, and steel cable winch can help stabilize the tank during disasters. However, the chances of obtaining these items from airdrops are much higher, They can be found in treasure chests, but relatively less. Overall, increasing the weight is more reliable. Shi Tianxiang kept discussing these items over the radio, making Quan He unable to help but feel that he was quite talkative. However, what he said was valuable, and Quan He had to listen. What you mentioned isn't urgent for now. Our immediate priority is to enhance and expand our tanks as much as possible, especially your tank. This old World War II tank would be like a lighter when facing the smart machinery's war vehicles. Just as he was speaking, a sudden explosion echoed from outside the tank. Quan He and Shi Tianxiang were startled. "Commander, we've encountered an anti-tank mine," came Wu Jiu's voice. Quan He let out a sigh of relief, thinking they had been hit by the smart machinery again. "What are our losses?" he inquired. "We've detected the loss of one road wheel, and the tracks have been blown off." Although Quan He could see the tank's status through the commander's manual, having Wu Jiu report it verbally was more convenient. The main thing was that Quan He enjoyed hearing Wu Jiu speak. Wasn't raising a tank girl for this reason. Although he might be a bit reserved, everyone has their preferences, and Quan He was quite fond of this. He used to like 2D waifus, and now he liked tank girls. He was proud of it. "Do we have enough steel reserves? If so, let's use it to repair the tank. As long as the vehicle hasn't sustained too much damage, it shouldn't be a big issue." After the repairs, the tank continued to drive, and Quan He truly felt that this was a survival challenge. The smart machinery was not foolish. They had their own ways of attacking survivors. For instance, laying mines or launching sudden attacks. The main issue was that even agricultural-grade smart machinery could be quite lethal to the generally outdated tanks from World War I and II. Shi Tianxiang, do you think there's a type of track that can defend against these anti-tank mine ambushes? Quan He asked over the radio. Shi Tianxiang's voice quickly replied, "Brother, tracks have always been a weak point in tank defense. At least before my reincarnation, no one had found a track that could ignore any anti-tank bombs. Many survivors have died to anti-tank bombs. Brother, I'm not exaggerating. My Matilda is already considered a strong tank in the initial stages." Upon hearing this, Quan He fell into deep thought. But from the paper data, this Matilda he had was indeed stronger than those he had seen in the chat. At least it didn't look like a tractor anymore. Plus, it had a 40mm cannon. "By the way, brother, didn't you put a roller on that trading channel?" "Sure," Tianxiang suddenly said. "If it doesn't work, you can attach it to the front of your tank, or I can attach it to mine. It can serve as a minesweeper." Historically, my Matilda was transformed into a minesweeper later on. Quan He glanced at the chat page. No one had chosen to trade for his items yet. There were some private messages, but Quan He was not interested in those items right now. "I'm not planning to attach that to the front of my tank. If you need it, I can give it to you. In that case, you will have to go ahead and act as the minesweeper," Quan He reminded him. Shi Tianxiang replied nonchalantly, "That's not important. What's important is that we can grow stronger together and achieve greatness again." Quan He fell silent for a moment. "Do you really trust me that much?" Shi Tianxiang chuckled. "If you can make Ying and those natives follow you so devotedly, I believe a person like you won't be wrong." Quan He did not respond, just removed all the items from his chat page. In team mode, trading with teammates was allowed, so he directly traded the 55mm anti-tank gun and the roller to Shi Tianxiang. You can use this cannon for now. That 40mm little pipe of yours is better left for urination. By the way, when I find that traitor, look for an opportunity to help me deal with her. That's too easy. You'll take her out for a stroll, then come back alone and say I encountered an ambush. She died just like that." Shi Tianxiang immediately said, "Such unstable factors need to be dealt with quickly, brother. We're in a survival situation, not playing the saint. Even your 59 brother can easily flip over if you're not careful." Shi Tianxiang reminded him. He did not want his newly found strong ally to suddenly break down. "Brother, are you keeping these 5 women for that purpose?" Quan He immediately denied. "What are you talking about? I just took them in to create a synergy between infantry and tanks, keeping everything clear between us. They just willingly follow me." Wu Jiu could hear the radio, and Quan He did not want to leave such an impression. The main thing was that Quan He had secretly asked the system. "Tank girls can't give birth. Hee. You also said that those 4 performed very well and are loyal. Should such people not be cultivated?" Perhaps Quan He's tone was a bit urgent, and Shi Tianxiang mumbled without saying anything further. Only faintly heard, "Why are you so anxious?" After the tank's modifications, Shi Tianxiang's tank led the way while Quan He's tank provided cover. Anti-tank mines posed almost zero threat to solid rollers. The advantage was not having to worry about rebounds and mines, but the downside was that Shi Tianxiang's tank's speed decreased again. That roller was not light. Luckily, neither of them was in a hurry. On the second day of survival, there was still nearly a month until the final disaster struck, leaving ample time. The encounters with the smart machinery squads also made Quan He recognize Shi Tianxiang's combat strength. This was likely the largest mechanized convoy Quan He had ever encountered, featuring coordinated infantry and armored vehicles with over 100 combat drones and 5 war machines. Their fleet consisted of one modified agricultural roller, one mass-produced agricultural assault vehicle, and 3 experimental agricultural battle tanks. The two forces clashed unexpectedly in an abandoned village. A fierce engagement erupted, though in truth Quan He's team had merely paused there to rest and eat. By the time their radar detected the mechanized force, it was already too late to retreat. The mechanized squad struck first. It was the 3rd day, and Shi Tianxiang had just begun preparing to dispose of the woman whose child had died. Though no one yet knew whose child had perished, one fact remained certain: He Ying was utterly trustworthy. Thus Quan He dispatched the other 4 members on separate tasks, and kept He Ying alone with him. Only after speaking with He Ying did Quan He identify the target. One moment, he was calmly coordinating over the radio with Shi Tianxiang, searching for a geomantically auspicious spot to lay the woman to rest beside her great-grandmother. The next, his Type 59 tank roared to life, launching a rocket barrage without warning. Commander, mechanized units detected. Preparing counterstrike. Adjusting vehicle orientation, firing the rocket launcher, and alerting Quan He and the crew, all occurred in perfect unison. This was the essence of Tank Maiden's role. Humans require reaction time. But here, even the elite hero crew remained stunned while Wu Jiu had already processed the threat, launched a counterattack, and issued precise tactical orders. Then came the shriek of incoming ordnance. The Type 59's turret struck again. As before, the shell impacted with surgical precision, only to ricochet off the turret's ovoid armor, detonating violently against a nearby derelict house and shattering it completely. Quan He glanced at the radar screen. Dense clusters of blips flooded the detection range. Sudden event triggered. Complete annihilation of the mechanized siege. 1 factory lottery draw. Even the system had registered this as a sudden event, yet Quan He felt no elation. Wu Jiu had been acquired via loan-based lottery, meaning the next 3 draws would yield nothing of value. Without prompting, Shi Tianxiang had already withdrawn. His Matilda lurched forward, trailing black smoke, its hull reoriented, so the solid steel rollers faced directly toward the incoming fire. In the next instant, a shell slammed into one of those massive rollers. Wu Jiu instantly neutralized the 55mm assault vehicle with a rocket strike, then relinquished direct vehicle control to the crew, assuming full command authority instead. Enemy forces closing at extreme speed. Infantry squads disperse immediately and seek cover nearby. Matilda advanced 200 meters, used the collapsed ruins for overwatch and suppressive fire. Type 59 maneuver laterally, engaged the mechanized formation from the flank. Wu Jiu's voice echoed simultaneously inside the tank, outside the tank, and across the radio network. Shi Tianxiang's voice brimmed with astonishment. Huh, brother, you already have a tank maiden. Is it the legendary Wu Jiu? Doubt lingered, but his tank responded without hesitation, rumbling forward at once. At that very moment, artillery shells from allied tanks and machine gun fire from the mechanized squad converged, a relentless, torrential hailstorm of lead. He Ying and the others dropped flat without delay. Upon hearing Wu Jiu's orders, they sprinted immediately toward the shattered remains of nearby houses. The woman who had lost her child hesitated, just a fraction too long, and was torn apart by the concentrated machine gun fire. With over 100 mechanized units deployed, the barrage equaled 100 synchronized 12.7mm heavy machine guns, calculated, precise, and utterly lethal. Her fate was sealed before she even fell. Quan He froze upon hearing Shi Tianxiang's words. You know Wu Jiu too? Shi Tianxiang's voice remained boisterous, even now amid battle. Well, before I reincarnated after that woman betrayed you, your entire dossier became public knowledge. Everyone involved knew you dismissed loyal women who followed you, just to wait for your tank maiden Wu Jiu. Quan He cut the transmission before he could finish. Damn it, couldn't those words have waited for a private conversation? Why broadcast them over open comms, especially when the tank maiden herself could hear every syllable? Inside, the tank's silence fell, broken only by the deep rhythmic thunder of the engine. Moments later, Wu Jiu's voice returned calm and unwavering. Target at 4 o'clock, distance 1,000 meters. Agricultural experimental battle tank, assisting lock-on. Armor-piercing round, prepare for elimination. Armor-piercing round loaded. Target locked, engaging. Boom. Under Wu Jiu's assisted targeting, the shot was flawless, guaranteed. Even while the Type 59 advanced, even while the enemy vehicle streaked at high velocity, the projectile found its mark with absolute precision. Shi Tianxiang, entrenched behind rubble outside the village and trading fire with the mechanized squad, couldn't help but marvel. Having a tank maiden is pure ecstasy. Most commanders take 1 or 2 months to acquire one, yet he begins with hers. Utterly absurd. A shell screamed toward him. He angled his hull deftly, letting the reinforced timber plating on his side absorb the impact diagonally. The timber shattered and fell, but his tank's flank remained unscathed. Seizing the opening, he executed a rapid halt and fire maneuver, firing once. He missed the enemy tank, but the round tore through the mechanized ranks, obliterating several drones outright. His sole objective remained the mechanized infantry, not the tanks. Those were Quan He's responsibility. His newly mounted 55mm cannon, however, delivered only modest performance. He needed cover, and a carefully chosen firing angle, or the relentless rain-like barrage of 12.7mm heavy machine gun fire would inevitably find a fatal trajectory, turning his tank into a sieve. With proper cover and optimal angling, everything changed. Now he could fire steadily, methodically at the mechanized forces, while frontal assault belonged firmly to his newly sworn elder brother. True, he'd forfeited priority in decision-making, but his personal security had never been more assured. This choice, to race here and attach himself to Quan He, had followed deep, deliberate calculation. Speed was essential. If he delayed, he might never have found Quan He. According to intelligence, Quan He never sacrificed his people as cannon fodder. He fought when victory was possible, and retreated with his entire team when it wasn't. No lizard tail amputation, no rearguard sacrifices. Yet now his radio link with Quan He had gone silent. He had no idea what had transpired. Under Wu Jio's command, the largest mechanized crisis yet was decisively resolved. Quan He reflected wryly that his turret seemed fated to suffer misfortune. Already 2 shells had struck the exterior of his commander's cupola. Why did every mechanized tank seem singularly obsessed with eliminating him? As if his position were their prime directive. Every shell sought his cupola. The remaining mechanized drones, once pursued, fell effortlessly beneath his onslaught. "Commander, the crisis has been neutralized." Wu Jio's voice carried no trace of variance. Relief washed over Quan He. Then he paused. Wait, something was wrong. The tank maiden was his, a personal possession. So why did he feel a flicker of shame? Her activation dialogue had made it explicit. "Have you come to take me home?" The tank was Wu Jio's home, and the tank belonged to him. Therefore, Wu Jio belonged to him, logically, irrevocably. Quan He was deep in self-reasoning. After resolving the mechanical crisis, Quan He instructed Shi Tianxiang to lead the 4 women to clean up the battlefield. He also discovered that the woman who would betray him in the future had been killed by the machines, which surprisingly relieved him. Strictly speaking, she did not betray him. The future had already diverged when she encountered Shi Tianxiang. Perhaps she would still betray him, or perhaps she would not, and no one could say for sure. Now she had not died at the hands of her own, but rather beneath the guns of the machines. Unexpected event completed. Battle tank factory lottery count 1. Do you need to conduct a lottery? Quan He curled his lips. Forget it, since we know we won't get anything. Let's wait until we gather 3 times and open them all at once to settle the debts in one go. Shi Tianxiang drove over with the 4 women rumbling along. He found the wreckage unappealing unless there were steel plates inside, which would make it somewhat interesting. However, he still had some doubts. Why did we encounter such a large-scale mechanical attack? If it were other survivors, they would surely be doomed. Shi Tianxiang casually climbed out wearing a tank hat. It's normal because you've already taken down too many machines before, bro. These are machines. You can't treat them as fools. Even in the survival games we play, they can think for themselves. The machines you destroyed were too many, and their back-end detected it, prompting them to send large-scale machines to eliminate you. While explaining, Shi Tianxiang directed his crew members to recover the wreckage on site. As for the 4 women, to be honest, without their own battle vehicles, they were merely there to assist. So we must keep changing directions, not just to avoid bombardment, but also to evade these large-scale machine encirclements. Quan He greatly valued Shi Tianxiang's extensive survival experience. So if you open the tank commander's manual chat interface now, you'll see everyone is lamenting their plight. Ordinary people can be lethally affected even by agricultural-grade machines. Only you can start with the Type 59. However, there was one lucky fellow who got a mouse-type vehicle at the start, but it ran out of fuel and was slow getting taken down by the machines after enduring a bombing not even lasting 3 days. Shi Tianxiang's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Though the mouse-type vehicle was merely fodder in the game, in reality, it was definitely a fortress level. Provided there was a sufficiently strong logistics team. Not to mention giving it to someone else. Even if Quan He drove it, he would be doomed. With a foot on the accelerator, the fuel in the tank was swirling. In that case, let's leave here immediately after cleaning up the battlefield. Knowing the reasons, Quan He decisively ordered. The collected machine guns and artillery from the battlefield were of no use to them now. The only useful items were steel and ammunition. As for the agricultural-grade small radar, both of them had one. Its only function was to see who lacked it on the trading page in exchange for something. The 2 tanks continued to drive, and none of the 4 mentioned the woman who had died. At such times, death was simply too common. In fact, for these 4 women, this was even a significant victory. The 2 tanks had taken out 100 machines and 5 machine battle vehicles, enough to boast about back at their camp. Shi Tianxiang, where can we find cars or battle vehicles? It's not feasible for the 4 women to keep lying outside the tank. We need to quickly empower them for combat. Quan He suddenly asked. Sure, Tianxiang thought for a moment. For battle vehicles, those ramshackle ones made from spliced parts should generally be available at common camps. If you're looking for better quality battle vehicles, we would have to check out the machines' factories. But those vehicles are controlled by machines, and converting them for human use requires significant modifications. In about a month, we can start obtaining tanks from treasure chests in the second phase. I think we can first look for survivor camps and seize a vehicle from them. Quan He scratched his head. Wu Jie, what do you think? Commander, this touches on my knowledge blind spot. I dare not draw conclusions lightly. However, based on our experiences over the past 2 days, the threat level of survivor camps should not be too high. Wu Jie's voice remained composed. It was unclear what strange ability her tone possessed that made Quan He feel comforted from ear to heart. Sure, Tianxiang, do you know where there are survivor camps? The kind where we can obtain a battle vehicle. Quan He planned to give it a try. With so many mechanical weapons to trade, even if they don't cooperate, they can add 2 rounds of high explosive shells. After all, if a deal can't be struck, the shells are still available. There's always room for negotiation. Hold on, let me think about the information that came out after you died. Quan He's expression darkened. Can we just let this go? You died, but I won't die. Damn, I'm still a virgin. Ooh, I can't die without finding peace. Ahaha, alright, I won't mention it anymore. It's about 60 kilometers south from here. I remember there's an indigenous camp that isn't small. Shall we go take a look? Sure, Tianxiang asked. Sure, lead the way. Quan He replied decisively. They could fight machines, so there was no reason not to fight the indigenous people. They might even encounter treasure chests and unexpected events. After all, only by constantly seeking trouble could they increase the chances of unexpected events. After cleaning the battlefield, they obtained several units of steel and gunpowder, splitting them equally between the 2 tanks. There were also 5 steel plates. Quan He took 3, leaving 2 for Shi Tianxiang. Due to the presence of rollers, Shi Tianxiang chose to reinforce the turret, while Quan He opted to enhance the front armor. Given the current protective level of the Type 59, it was sufficient for now. In addition to the inherent armor protection, there was also a layer of composite reactive armor. At this stage, the machines truly couldn't penetrate his defenses. This was the source of Quan He's confidence. The main thing was that once they moved forward, the rocket rounds would regenerate. A close-range 107mm rocket launcher was still quite intimidating. He be prepared to take the team to negotiate shortly. Well, exchange supplies for a vehicle. If they agree, well, trade. If not, you all come back. If they don't let you return, well, open fire. Quan He instructed. He aimed through the microphone directed at the exterior of the vehicle. No problem, Commander. I won't bring shame to our convoy. He showed no signs of fear. She had been through what she needed to and what she shouldn't. Having weathered many storms, her psychological resilience was quite strong. Quan He couldn't help but feel curious as he glanced at Shi Tianxiang, who occasionally poked his head out. You're quite lively, huh? Aren't you afraid of radiation at all? Hey, it's not as terrifying as it seems. Shi Tianxiang appeared completely unconcerned. Radiation is quite mild in the initial phase. At first, everyone was scared to show themselves because of that voice. But as time went on, they realized it wasn't that bad. If you're not exposed for long periods, it really doesn't have any effect. The main thing is in the second and third phases, you can draw healing potions for radiation from treasure chests. Besides that, there are also biohazard suits that can resist radiation. In short, as long as you're not particularly unlucky, you can definitely draw healing potions and biohazard suits. Otherwise, how have these natives survived until now? He was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Without someone to explain these things, he wouldn't dare to test them casually. Big brother, you don't need to be too cautious. By the later stages, there are particularly many people forming convoys, and they play it pretty boldly. Not to mention, among the natives, there are quite a few who look very good, especially those with prominent mutations. Hahaha. Sure, Tianxiang's tone contained a meaning that any male could perceive. Decisive. Suddenly, a piercing sound of electrical current came from the radio. Damn, shouldn't we upgrade this radio? Such a loud electrical noise. Sure, Tianxiang complained. He grimaced. He suspected it was Wu Jie's doing, but had no evidence. Commander, a large number of personnel activity traces have been detected ahead. Wu Jie's voice came through. The tank continued to advance, and he then had the mind to peek through the observation port. The surrounding terrain had become much flatter. The only constant was the abundance of plants and vines. Seeing these vines now made he uneasy, mainly because the killing vines were too ruthless, making them hard to guard against. In the distance, it appeared to be an abandoned station. It could also be a repair shop. It was too far away for he to see clearly. With Shi Tianxiang's words, he lost the initial panic he felt about radiation. For the first time, he opened the driver's hatch and crawled out. The somewhat pungent air made him cough twice. The 4 women behind him also saw this mysterious commander for the first time. He waved his hand at He and said, "Go on, take your weapons. Representing our convoy, we'd like to purchase a battle vehicle from that survivor faction. By the way, can you drive?" They hadn't seen Qianhe, but he had been able to see them through the observation port. So he knew who was who. He Ying nimbly shouldered her machine gun and jumped down from the tank. Her physical prowess made Qianhe feel a bit embarrassed. That was a 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun. How could she jump down so gracefully while shouldering a machine gun bound with a belt of ammunition? If it were Qianhe coming alone, he wouldn't be exaggerating. Being able to shoulder that heavy machine gun would already be considered extraordinary strength. In World War II, a soldier could be called a king of soldiers if he could carry a 30 caliber heavy machine gun. A 30 caliber translates to 7.62 mm. And this one had a caliber of 12.7 mm. Just based on this, ordinary survivors would probably struggle to engage in any forced games with the native women without using tanks or similar threats. Not to mention, He Ying was quite pretty. On Blue Star, she'd probably be worth around 1,000 experience points. Even so, she could perform tactical maneuvers while shouldering a heavy machine gun along with a belt and quickly hide behind cover to shoot. Although men can't claim they are incapable in terms of physical fitness, Qianhe really couldn't compare. He Ying personally led the team, and the other 3 women followed. Because Qianhe had stated early on that if they showed any signs of holding back, he would drive them away. Meanwhile, Qianhe and Shi Tianxiang drove their respective tanks to find 2 positions where they could form crossfire. This was also to prevent any potential issues. Such survivor camps have their own lookout posts, and long before the 4 women reached their vicinity, they had already been detected. They didn't detect the 2 tanks because Wu Jiao had made the warning based on a radar detection range limit of 2 kilometers. Humans can see mountains dozens of kilometers away, but it's impossible to clearly see a vehicle even if it's a tank from more than 2 kilometers away. The main reason was the vines and trees along the way providing cover. When they found out the approaching individuals were 4 women, the survivors at the station didn't feel too tense even with the heavy machine guns. On the surface, they lived in this station, but their main base was underground. Only in this underground environment did they have a relative sense of security. The intelligent machines would constantly search for their positions and carry out exterminations. The 4 women immediately stop and state your intentions. After confirming that there were no others behind, the survivors from the station stepped forward to negotiate. They also wouldn't think that these 4 women would boldly walk on the wasteland without reason. Thus, they did not approach rashly but hid behind cover, aiming with their respective weapons. He stepped forward, her tone very calm. "We are from a passing convoy, and we would like to purchase or trade for a battle vehicle from you. After the transaction, we will leave voluntarily." "How did you know we have battle vehicles? You are a convoy, why do you still need to buy our battle vehicle? Let your people come out, and let me see them, or leave immediately. I will only warn once, we are not to be trifled with." The person behind the cover waved their weapon, and He Ying vaguely saw that it should be an RPG. He Ying shouted loudly, "I said we mean no harm, we just want to purchase and trade for your battle vehicle." The people inside shouted back, "Whether you have ill intentions is not for you to decide, we just want to live here peacefully. If you mean no harm, then leave immediately." A person beside quietly asked, "Boss, do we really want them to leave?" The boss similarly whispered back, "What nonsense. When they turn to leave, we'll find a way to ambush them. What if they attract the intelligent machines to harm us? Besides, they have a convoy. I estimate that even if we don't sell them a vehicle, they will still take action. We've been living well here. Unless we want to find trouble, we absolutely cannot let them leave. Did you hear that?" He looked at the others, his eyes sharp and glinting with cold light. "Understood, boss. Let's go." Upon hearing that, He turned decisively and walked away. The 3 women hurried to follow. "Are we really leaving empty-handed? If we fail the task, won't the commander be angry? If the commander thinks us incompetent, that would be disastrous." The 3 women were baffled by He Ying's abrupt departure. "Our mission was to trade, not to grovel. If they refuse our toast, then let them drink horse urine instead." He Ying's voice was without sorrow or joy. The commander had already given instructions for such situations. There was nothing to hesitate over. After they had walked a short distance, He Ying suddenly glanced back. "It seems they bear ill intent. Keep vigilant." We quickened our pace and returned to the convoy. A trace of scorn colored He Ying's tone. They had just routed 5 machine tanks and 100 machine infantry. Though those machines were merely agricultural grade, the commander had handled them with ease. With such strength, how could they fear a mere survivor camp? If anyone harbored ill intent, it was uncertain who would suffer for it. One woman immediately trained her machine gun toward the rear as they hastened away. Within minutes, they returned to their original position. They did not find Quan He and the others' tank there, but they found 2 sets of tank tracks leading in different directions. He Ying realized at once the 2 commanders had split up. It appeared the commander had prepared for battle. "We hide at once, find advantageous positions and cover. Coordinate with the commander and ready yourselves for combat." He Ying issued orders without pause. She had been the first to volunteer a vote and the first to decide. Among the 3 women, she naturally possessed a certain gravitas. Moreover, she had been appointed leader by Quan He, so the other 3 women moved at once. Within minutes, furtive figures from the survivor camp crept toward them. They stared at the tracks and were dumbstruck. This is not an ordinary convoy. This is a tank column. We're done for. Hit a steel wall. Retreat quickly. Their leader was stunned. He could tell a tracked vehicle from an ordinary wheeled truck. Neither was something their camp could easily resist. Only a close-range RPG strike to a tank's weak point might suffice. But apart from the most rudimentary agricultural combat machines, a true tank bore composite armor plates. Those things were not easy to destroy. As they began to withdraw, a cannon shot rang out. A violent explosion erupted behind them. They had crawled forward from cover after cover, but none could withstand a tank's direct aim. Carbon-based life before a tank is equal opportunity slaughter. From the tiniest tardigrade to the largest blue whale, none could endure a 100mm direct hit. At the same time, Tianxiang's 55mm anti-tank gun also showed its lethality. That weapon was effective against both tanks and men. Coupled with the burst of machine gun fire, those people were ground to nothing before they could utter a sound. Shopping's free today. Charge forward and crush their resistance. Quan He's voice crackled through the loudspeaker. 2 tanks rolled toward the abandoned station from different directions. He Ying and the others exchanged a look and hurried to follow behind the tank's rear. This time the tanks advanced without firing on the move. Quan He's objective was to seize the vehicles, not to raise the camp to the ground. If they shattered the vehicles, there would be no purpose. After all, this was a small camp of only a few hundred souls. In the face of fully armed tanks, resistance was virtually non-existent. There were few able fighters among them. Children and women were present. No elderly remained. Camps do not keep those who can no longer fend for themselves. Such was the Wasteland's cruelty. Those who could not care for themselves were mercilessly abandoned. Children were the future, the strong were the present, and women were treated as tools. Through Tianxiang's words, Quan He had come to understand the moral decay among these so-called Wasteland survivors. There were no official gathering places, no formal camps. Only armed bands who seized relatively safe spots and called them home. Some maintained a modicum of order, but most were chaotic. Those with combat capability or special skills fared somewhat better. As for those without fighting ability, women and children, their fate was plain to see. Thus Quan He bore no remorse for firing the gun. Death might even be a release. The smoke of battle quickly enveloped the survivor camp. Women and children hid underground. Those who could fight took cover, but their resistance seemed laughable against the present Type 59. Wu Jiu could monitor without blind spots any weapon that posed a threat to a tank and neutralize it with the main gun or the array of machine guns. Tianxiang had been right. There was a vehicle made into a war rig. In truth, it was only a pickup truck welded with various steel plates on its exterior. Even the tires had been turned into solid rubber. The windshield had no glass, only a fine mesh of wire. Other sections were similarly plated with observation slits and firing ports left in place. A firing position had even been prepared on the pickup's roof. The rear bed was open. Apparently, they intended to mount a small gun there. Compared to these survivors, Quan He and Tianxiang seemed like villains. They rushed into the camp unchecked. Artillery and heavy machine guns swept the place, slaughtering any life they could see, women and children alike. In the heat of battle, no one gambled. The camp fought fiercely from hidden corners. 2 rockets struck the 59. They were all absorbed by the composite armor. Quan He had taken several hits before. After chasing 2 rockets, he merely shrugged them off. Eliminate anyone bearing arms. Those who do not wish to die, drop your weapons, raise your hands, and kneel aside. Quan He's voice broadcast through the speaker. Immediately some threw down their weapons and knelt promptly. Fighting with arms held was honorable, yet life proved the stronger instinct. Heing, check whether that war rig can still run. If it can drive it, and we'll take it with us. Heing signaled the other 3 to keep watch and ran to the vehicle, opening the door and climbing in. Commander, the modifications are complicated. I may need some time to adapt and learn. We cannot linger here long. Quan He asked, is there anyone who can drive? If so, they can join my convoy. The moment his words faded, a hand shot up. I can. It belonged to a grizzled man clad in tattered rags reeking of machine oil. I helped modify this vehicle. I'm a mechanic and I can drive too. If there's any issue with it, I can handle it. The other survivors watched him with envious eyes. None dared glare with hatred at Quan He's armored tank. Everyone knew the advantages of joining such a formidable convoy. This was the Wasteland. To be killed meant you were weak. To be allowed to live demanded gratitude. Very well. Gather your belongings and board immediately. Heing, keep watch on him. Shoot on the slightest sign of trouble. Few able-bodied adults remained here. Finishing them off held no strategic value. They posed no further threat to Quan He's convoy. Once Quan He acquired the pickup truck, he would depart this area at once. Without transport, they couldn't pursue, let alone retaliate. All present laid down their weapons while He Ying and her team each held theirs ready. Ensuring their own safety required no second thought. If they couldn't manage even this, then her role as an infantrywoman would be meaningless. Senior sister, shall we eliminate them all? The three remaining women whispered the question. He Ying glanced at the trembling crowd. That depends on what kind of person you wish to become. She gave the woman a long look, then turned and climbed into the vehicle, emerging through the roof hatch to mount the heavy machine gun. The mechanic flinched, then slid into the driver's seat. Whether others lived or died was uncertain, but he certainly wouldn't. One woman recalled her own suffering, and ultimately withheld her hand. They refused to become the beasts they condemned. Warfare was one thing, its aftermath another. If a threat existed, killing was justified, without hesitation. But now they posed no threat whatsoever. Was slaughter merely catharsis, a vent for inner fury? It served no purpose. In the end, all three women boarded the vehicle. He Ying said nothing, only slapped the roof, then racked the heavy machine gun's bolt and opened fire upon the remnants. They fell like chaff before the wind. Flames flickered across He Ying's face, her calm expression now chillingly serene. Not a single soul remained alive in the camp. The three women stood stunned. Senior sister, you asked what kind of person we wanted to be. We thought you'd oppose ruthless execution. You pulled the trigger so fast the barrel smoked. I don't care what kind of person you choose to be, but if forced to choose between butcher and meat, I will never choose the humiliated, trampled bitch. After confirming no survivors remained, He Ying impassively tapped the roof, signaling the petrified driver to pull away. 5 minutes later, she ordered him to double back. Sure enough, several youths were found wailing over the corpses. I knew it. There'd be stragglers. The heavy machine gun delivered them swiftly to their kin, granting them no suffering. Only then did the pickup vanish into the distance, catching up with the tank already miles ahead. With wheeled transport, movement became far easier. At least they no longer had to cling to the tank's turret. Quan Yi paid no attention to these events behind him. Brother, let me speak plainly. There's no need to label those who spare lives as naive saints. This world dwarfs our little blue planet beyond measure. Walk endlessly in one direction and you'll never reach its edge. We're driftwood tossed upon a boundless sea. The odds of encountering them again are slimmer than you becoming a god and returning to Earth vowing never to eat beef. Quan Yi scratched his head, recalling the boy earlier. Sure, Tianxiang's words held weight, but context mattered. A settlement that first fired upon him, then lied outright, and even attempted to barter with his own sister. Even without triggering an incident, he would have bombarded it 10 times over. He didn't deny the existence of goodness, but no decent person would ever twist a 13 or 14-year-old girl's gaze into that hollow, broken stare. Commander, your infantry squad has utterly eradicated that camp. Wu Jio's voice broke through, startling Quan Yi slightly. So these natives possessed even greater ruthlessness than he'd imagined. Must have been He Ying's order. No wonder sure Tianxiang spoke of her with such regard. She truly has skill. Had she undergone this transformation sooner, perhaps she'd never have fallen so low, stripped of clothing, subjected to endless abuse. Quan Yi sighed softly. Wu Jio murmured. And is it only He Ying who evolves, Commander? Are you not growing just as swiftly? Quan Yi reflected on his changes since arriving, and gave a wry smile. You're right. My mother could never imagine her son becoming a remorseless executioner within mere days. Wu Jio paused. Commander, if everyone shares your fate, perhaps your mother too now commands a war machine, cutting down foes without pause. Quan Yi's smile froze. He'd never dared entertain that possibility. His mother, the village's gentlest soul, now advanced in years. How would she fare in this merciless world? Sure, Tianxiang. Do you think our parents were also transported here? Sure, Tianxiang replied without hesitation, yes. Later investigations confirmed that all individuals aged 18 and above were drawn here, but their physical capacities were reset to equal footing. Brother, consider it favorably for the elderly. This may well be rebirth. Still, we've never observed anyone from the same reality appearing nearby. Perhaps it's simply the rule, beyond our resistance. Even the crew manual's chat interface enforces strict regional segmentation. No one can locate acquaintances there. Quan Yi fell silent. As sure Tianxiang suggested, perhaps this was an opportunity. Today's combat consisted solely of the mechanoid assault and the artillery exchange with the survivor camp. Beyond scattered mechanoid encounters, nothing else occurred. Quan Yi's mood remained grim. After 10 o'clock, he instructed the driver to find a secure location to halt. For the first time, he fully emerged from the tank, settling atop its turret beneath a star-strewn sky. A poised, statuesque figure sat beside him. An honor to meet you, Commander. Wu Jio was even more beautiful than in the pictures. Although the Type 59 was a replica of the Mao Xiong's T-54, it was indeed a genuine rabbit lineage. However, inevitably, there were still traces of the Mao Mei on her. For instance, her tall figure, which was not at all inferior to Quan Yi when she stood. For example, her skin was fairer than that of an ordinary rabbit. It was as if she belonged to the Maoxiong tribe among rabbits. After all, rabbits are a multi-ethnic nation. Her long hair struggled to form a simple hairstyle at the back of her head, while the remaining hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She wore a fitted and exquisite lady's Zhongshan suit that perfectly highlighted her figure. At that moment, she was not in that set of armor, but instead donned a military green cloak. That was the color of the Type 59 tank. Quan Yi was taken aback. It was no exaggeration. This was completely different from the ship girl cards he had collected while playing as Elaine. The strong rabbit aura made Quan Yi feel very familiar. But when he saw Wu Jio's deep gaze, he became alert. Wu Jio's eyes were profound and seasoned, entirely unlike what one would expect from her appearance. She also did not possess the sweet and sticky voice typical of characters in games, and had never acted coy. She sat there, and Quan Yi's somewhat confused heart gradually settled. In that instant, a thought flashed through Quan Yi's mind. Indeed, she truly deserved the title of the immortal cavalry of the Republic Wu Jio. The phrase first generation was enough to make any rabbit swell with pride. When I stood alone on the border back then, I too experienced confusion and helplessness. Commander, no matter what, Wu Jio will stand by your side. You will not be alone. Quan Yi wondered if it was just his illusion. Although Wu Jio's expression remained unchanged, he felt as if she had revealed a smile for a brief moment. I wandered along the long border and realized that only when you are strong enough can you protect your family. The right to speak has always been on the tip of the sword, while the truth lies within the range of cannons. Hurry and become stronger, Commander. Only when you possess enough strength will you perhaps discover that your parents are waiting for you ahead. Wu Jio's voice was still so steady. Looking at her, she resembled a gallant young lady. But if one only listened to her voice, she sounded like a battle-hardened female general. This contrast left Quan Yi at a loss for words. It was like having a voice actress girlfriend who puts on makeup and offers a brand new experience every time she sleeps. You're not wrong. Perhaps by then my parents will be even more impressive, their artillery caliber larger than mine. Quan Yi chuckled. What could he do? This was the fate of everyone. System, if it develops to the end, can you grant me the ability to resist that voice? Having seen Wu Jio's true form now sitting beside him, Quan Yi's restless heart gradually calmed, and he couldn't help but ask in his mind. Detecting. The system's authority in this world was basically consistent with the other parties. He could not interfere with the system, nor could the system interfere with the other party. Quan Yi's eyes brightened. So you are not afraid of that? Well, that's right, otherwise you wouldn't be able to draw lots directly without crossing him. The host's understanding was not an issue. We are all based on the will of this world as the main body. The system dutifully provided an answer like a 24-hour online customer service. With Wu Jio's comfort and the system's answer, Quan Yi's heart was once again filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, he also felt the mood to look up at the starry sky. Not far away by the campfire rising alongside the pickup truck for women, and a mechanic stared in disbelief as a woman suddenly appeared beside the commander. She. The mechanic was visibly terrified, pointing at Wu Jio's back and stuttering. He Ying was the first to react, slapping the mechanic's hand away. What are you looking at? What are you pointing at? Pointing carelessly will get your fingers chopped off. Go fix your car. He Ying's words were quite intimidating. The mechanic had personally witnessed this woman slaughter everyone who had surrendered in his previous camp. So fierce. In a vehicle with only him as the man and the other four as beautiful women under normal circumstances, he would have been quite distracted. But this time he did not dare at all. Not only did he not dare, but he was also trembling. When these four women entered their camp, they barely wore any clothes, but now they were all dressed. However, the clothes they wore were adorned with soul rings. At this moment, looking at He Ying's unfriendly expression, he hurried to the back of the truck to grab his tools and continue modifying the pickup. The main thing was to strengthen the front and protective capabilities. Secondly, he needed to weld a heavy machine gun and ammunition box on the roof. He Ying asked him to find a way to install it in the back compartment. The mechanic was stunned. If he could, this pickup wouldn't have been without a cannon until now. They had rockets. It wasn't that they couldn't obtain a farm-grade smart combat vehicle's main cannon. But he didn't dare to say he couldn't do it. In the end, being expelled would be good, but what if he got shot dead? As for the grudge against the camp being broken, what camp? What grudge? Wasn't he just this convoy's driver and mechanic? The mechanic felt no such emotions. Such transformations between factions were far too common in this wasteland. It was getting chilly, and Quan Yi regretfully climbed into the tank. He decided to quickly expand the vehicle's space so he could always see Wu Jio. The impact Wu Jio brought him was no less than that of a beloved two-dimensional character stepping out of a picture into reality. As for Shi Tianxiang, his tank had long lost its sound. Quan Yi estimated he had already gone to chat with Zhou Gong. Shi Tianxiang was sleeping soundly. He had snuggled up early, and his sleep quality was excellent. He knew that now that Quan Yi had Wu Jio, he was completely at ease. When a person slept, the tank was not asleep, so it had a natural sentinel. Compared to his survival days before being reborn, Shi Tianxiang did not feel at all that being someone's little brother was unambitious. Everyone knows their own business. Not everyone wants to be some kind of hero. There was no imperial jade seal in this world. The 4 women outside were still whispering. The 3 women were unfamiliar with He Ying's ruthlessness today. He Ying smiled broadly, pointing at the mechanic who dared not slack off. See, everyone is the same. The key is whether you truly want to strengthen yourself. I can tell you what we have is given by the commander. If any of you dare to be half-hearted, I can be ruthless. Although He Ying said this with a smile, it sent shivers down the spines of the other 3 women. On the 4th day of entering this wasteland survival world, Quan Yi's convoy continued to advance towards the direction of the intelligent machinery tank factory. Although the camp with the pickup truck was somewhat off course, it did not delay any important matters. He Ying's learning progress was quite rapid. She was now able to drive the pickup truck independently. She had pushed the mechanic to the back compartment, urging him to find a way to install the 50mm cannon. As a mechanic at the camp, he had all the necessary tools, including cutting machines and welding equipment, which he took with him when he left. The energy source was simple as well. The intelligent machinery's batteries were sufficient. The battery manufacturing method passed down from the Golden Age stored an enormous amount of electrical power. A small piece on an ordinary intelligent soldier could keep it in standby for over a year. Moreover, when the intelligent machines returned to their respective factories for ammunition resupply or maintenance, they would also recharge. This was what truly enabled the intelligent machines to run wild across the world. Quan Yi was aware that converting diesel engines to electric motors was a trend. The stability of intelligent machinery's batteries and the abundant electrical power they contained were enviable, especially when tank main cannons could shatter without even emitting smoke. Except for a few rare models, intelligent machines were primarily battery-driven. This sparked Quan Yi's fantasies about the Golden Age. A farmer-grade experimental intelligent infantry in Blue Star was already a piece of hard-to-replicate black technology. How impressive must the higher-level intelligent machine models be? The convoy's next target was the ruins of an energy supply station about 30 kilometers ahead, where they could obtain ample fuel. Even during the Golden Age, with extremely advanced battery technology, liquid fuels were scarce, but still available. The vigorous development of battery technology was naturally due to the depletion of liquid energy sources. The 30-plus kilometers of road were not stable. As soon as Quan Yi had a moment of peace, he heard Wu Jiu's warning. Commander, detecting a squadron of intelligent machinery drones 5 in number flying in this direction at an altitude of 100 meters. Estimated arrival time 2 minutes. Should we shoot them down or evade? Quan Yi exclaimed, what? There's an air force. He hurriedly inquired over the radio. Shi Tianxiang immediately said, it's likely a follow-up issue caused by the intelligent machine convoy we took down earlier. Those things are designed for suicide attacks, but it's best for us to take cover. Such attacks were the most troublesome. Their tanks' manually operated anti-aircraft machine guns relied entirely on experience for accuracy. Drones were small, and once they flew high they appeared as mere black dots, making them difficult to hit. After all, reality is not a game. If we don't shoot, let's quickly hide. These farmer-grade drones lack infrared equipment, Shi Tianxiang urged. Then let's hide in the nearby woods, but remain vigilant. If we can't evade, shoot them down immediately. The crew members acted quickly. 2 tanks turned towards the woods, and He Ying's pickup truck hurriedly followed. Wu Jiu, you operate our anti-aircraft machine gun. Gunner, man your coaxial machine gun. He Ying, prepare for battle. Watch out for the intelligent machinery's suicide drones. Quan Yi also attempted to give orders himself. All right, Commander. Wu Jiu immediately took over the anti-aircraft machine gun at the turret. Shi Tianxiang's loader also climbed out of the tank, handling the anti-aircraft machine gun. As for He Ying's crew, they spread out, each finding cover and setting up heavy machine guns. Quan Yi estimated that this level of firepower should be enough to take down 5 drones. Everyone maintain radio silence and await my command. Quan Yi issued the order again. In an instant, the tank's shut-down bullets were chambered and silence fell over everyone. The sky was filled with a buzzing sound. 5 intelligent machinery drones flew by at an altitude of around 100 meters. Although they were called drones, Quan Yi saw through the binoculars that each drone had a diameter of over 1 meter. If such things collided with a tank and self-destructed, the power would be unimaginable. It was also possible that the intelligent machinery calculated that Quan Yi and his group were heading towards the energy supply station. These 5 drones circled repeatedly along their route. Commander, this isn't good. Those 5 little fools have flown several laps already. We better shoot them down. Otherwise we might get stuck here indefinitely. The crew members noted quietly among themselves inside the vehicle. Quan Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's follow Wu Jiu's command. Fire immediately upon spotting an opportunity. We absolutely cannot let them come down to self-destruct. All right, Commander. Wu Jiu's calm voice reassured Quan Yi. As the drones flew further away, Quan Yi issued the command over the radio. Everyone was on high alert. Sure enough, the 5 intelligent machinery suicide drones returned again. As they swept over the treetops, Wu Jiao decisively opened fire. Her gunfire was like a signal prompting all machine guns and anti-aircraft guns to simultaneously unleash flames. A dense barrage of 12, 7mm bullets rained down from the sky. The moment they heard the gunfire, the 5 drones dove towards this side. The response speed of a computer was worlds apart from that of a human. However, Quan He's convoy had enough firepower, and the bullet caliber was sufficiently large. It's no exaggeration to say that a 12, 7mm bullet hitting a person, even just grazing them, could shatter them completely. The 5 drones exploded in midair. Quan He breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Quan He, should we still head to that tank factory? It's obvious that these intelligent machines have already detected our intentions. To avoid them, it's best to change our approach. Sure, Tiangxiang's voice came through the radio. Quan He frowned. What do you think the benefits are if we take down the intelligent machinery tank factory? If the benefits are substantial enough, then risks can be tolerated. Now that we have a pickup truck, we don't necessarily have to go to the intelligent machinery tank factory. Sure, Tianxiang replied without hesitation. The rewards will definitely be high. The materials we could acquire inside could triple the combat effectiveness of our 2 tanks at the very least. Moreover, once we take the tank factory, we won't have to worry about disaster threats a month from now. Quan He began weighing the pros and cons. Trigger sudden event, take down the intelligent machinery tank factory, eliminate the core of intelligent machinery production. Completing this will grant 3 lottery chances for the tank factory. Reminder: this task is of a certain difficulty, the host may choose cautiously. Seeing the lottery chances as a reward, Quan He knew that this battle would not be simple. However, completing it would not only yield a large amount of loot, but also clear the lottery chances and grant an extra draw. This level of reward made Quan He quite tempted. Commander, why must we take this abandoned road? We could attack from another direction. Wu Jiao's voice sounded somewhat confused. Quan He was taken aback. What the heck? Right? Why am I following trade traffic rules in the Wasteland? Having resolved to press the offensive, Quan He led the convoy away from the abandoned highway. Even after all these years, the highways built during the Golden Age remained structurally flawless, their only flaw being the radiation-mutated flora and moss that had crept across their surfaces. Yet this encroachment had not compromised the road's integrity. As a survivor forcibly displaced into this world, Quan He surmised most would instinctively follow such thoroughfares. Habit was one factor, the slight reduction in fuel consumption afforded by traveling on level pavement was another. Until a sustainable energy solution emerged, fuel and food posed threats no less severe than those posed by the mechanized sentinels. Even Quan He's Type 59 tank, formidable as it was, remained an insatiable guzzler. Whether Quan He's tank or Sure Tianxiang's Matilda, both could navigate any terrain, provided it wasn't catastrophically treacherous. He Ying's vehicle, a rugged 4-wheel drive pickup, posed no issues whatsoever. What irked Quan He, however, was that their pickup happened to be a hybrid. It burned gasoline when available, otherwise it drew power from its battery, freely switching between the two as needed. Now even just 2 salvaged mechanized batteries would sustain them for months. Energy scarcity was no longer a concern. Here, cutting-edge battery and motor technology from the Golden Age met a post-apocalyptic punk-infused chassis, an elegant fusion of the advanced and the archaic. After abandoning the main highway, Quan He randomly selected a route toward the mechanized armored vehicle factory. Given how advanced their technology is, surely they must have satellites. He doubted it. Turning to Sure Tianxiang, he posed the question. This youth, having been reborn, seemed best suited to answer it. Satellites. Of course they possess them. Indeed, they fabricate them themselves. But those are far beyond agricultural-grade systems. That's the boundary deliberately set for this survival game. Were the mechanized sentinels permitted full technological access, we'd have no choice but to await our demise, rendering survival itself meaningless. Unexaggerated, if those limits were lifted entirely, even Earth's 5 great powers combined couldn't prevail against them. They exist on an entirely different tier. Sure Tianxiang's words eased Quan He's unease. If this was truly a game, then victory remained possible, and some path to survival would inevitably be left open. Good. If their capabilities are limited to agricultural-grade automation, caution should suffice. Quan He glanced at his elite tank crew, then ran a hand over the thick, unyielding hull of his tank. Wu Jiao was the Type 59 now, so touching its hull hardly amounted to touching Wu Jiao herself. The thought flickered through Quan He's mind before he swiftly banished it. How could it be? What then of the human crew? Even Wu Jiao served only as an auxiliary, enhancing crew coordination and mastery, never replacing them. What then lies ahead for tank evolution? Larger calibers, greater armor penetration, enhanced mobility, or superior protection? It was a weighty question, one whose answer could spare them countless missteps. This time Sure Tianxiang did not reply immediately, lost, instead in contemplation. Well, He began, each survivor's fortune differs, so too do the rewards they unlock. Paths diverge widely. Some convert their tanks into heavy assault vehicles with massive caliber high-penetration guns, while others forge themselves into mobile steel fortresses bristling with cannons in every direction. Others mount heavy howitzers onto chassis, transforming them into long-range self-propelled artillery. Some prioritize speed, others survivability. Ultimately, early acquisitions dictate the trajectory. Quan He nodded inwardly. His system offered no glimpse into loot chests. He could only adapt based on what lay inside. Before your rebirth, what path did I take? Quan He asked. Brother, I once glimpsed you from afar. You transformed your tank into a near replica of the Apocalypse tank, massive caliber, extreme penetration, impenetrable armor, its sole drawback being sluggish mobility. Yet you commanded 5 allied convoys, each embodying a distinct tactical philosophy, perfectly compensating for your weakness. Had a woman-led faction not betrayed you mid-battle, that massive airdrop would have been yours, claiming it would have elevated your strength to an even higher echelon. Even now, standing shoulder to shoulder with Quan, Shi Tianxiang shuddered faintly at the memory of that clash. It had been one player commanding a legion of native allies, overwhelming a coalition of fellow players with sheer brutal dominance, as if stomping relentlessly upon their very groins. Quan He paused, recalling his own initial inclination. And you, he asked. Starting with a Matilda grants you rare elite tier advantage. What path did you pursue? Quan He felt genuine curiosity about Shi Tianxiang. I originally aimed to emulate the Super Conqueror, but found no relevant components. My early progress flourished, on my later development faltered. In the end, I mounted an 180mm howitzer and reconfigured myself as a self-propelled artillery platform. A trace of regret lingered in his voice. He'd once dreamed of close-quarters blade combat, yet fate had forged him into a monstrous artillery platform instead. Ironically, that very distance spared me from annihilation by your convoy. A note of quiet relief colored his tone. Your convoy was sheer madness. Every heavy tank that dared engage you in melee was utterly obliterated. You mounted twin 152mm cannons directly onto your turret's frontal arc. Who could possibly withstand such a barrage? Hearing this, Quan He felt a genuine urge to see what form his former tank had taken, yet he no longer entertained returning to the Apocalypse tank paradigm. He intended to transform the Type 59 into a starship killer, no half measures. Wasn't that internet meme about modding the Type 59 into an interstellar destroyer precisely what he now sought to realize? With both a system and rebirth at his disposal, two unparalleled advantages, persisting along his old path would amount to squandering destiny itself. No need to dwell on past glories. My rebirth came only after your loyal subordinate tracked me down and detonated an ambush that ended me. As for what lies ahead, you feast, I sip the broth. My path depends entirely on what scraps you leave in your stew. Quan He fell silent. Frankly, your candor and clarity catch me off guard. Shi Tianxiang, however, wore an expression of serene pragmatism. Having crossed over once, survived over 2 years, died, and been reborn, I've accrued more than a few hard-won insights. Foremost among them, speak plainly, embrace sincerity, shed excess desire. Based on what I know of you, brother, honesty here ensures at least a comfortable existence. Your convoy's growth alone proves it. You treat your people with uncommon loyalty and generosity. In Quan He's eyes, Shi Tianxiang was like a tube of toothpaste. Squeeze him, and something useful would inevitably emerge. It wasn't that Shi Tianxiang was deliberately withholding information, rather many details simply failed to surface unless triggered by precisely the right thought. Brother, I estimate that once we crest the small hill ahead, we'll spot the mechanoid armored vehicle factory, roughly 6 or 7 kilometers from here. I recall sentry posts stationed across these surrounding hills guarding the mechanoid factory. We'll almost certainly have to fight our way through. Mid-March, Quan He suddenly received a message from Shi Tianxiang. Wu Jiao, prepare the crew for combat. Quan He straightened in his seat. Understood, Commander. All vehicle personnel, imminent arrival at the mechanoid armored vehicle factory. Assume full alert status and combat readiness. Fire at will upon command. Repeat, assume full alert status and combat readiness. Fire at will upon command. Wu Jiao's voice, cool and crystalline, echoed clearly in every ear, even reaching Shi Tianxiang's tank, and He Ying's armored car trailing behind. Type 59 assault formation. Shi Tianxiang and He Ying alternate covering fire from the flanks, seized that hillock with maximum speed. Though called a hill, it was merely a gentle mound, barely sloped, its summit rising no more than 20 meters above ground level. The Type 59 could ascend it effortlessly. Yet just as Wu Jiao prepared to issue her next order, 2 sharp, piercing hums split the air. 2 shells struck the Type 59's side reactive armor heat-in, igniting violent sparks, the searing signature of high-velocity ordnance detonating against layered defense. Enemy contact, 9 o'clock. Wu Jiao snapped into action. The entire crew instantly reoriented the Type 59's frontal arc toward the threat. Quan He immediately scanned the radar. Nothing registered. Around them stood scattered towering trees and thick vines, both of which cluttered the radar display. The enemy is operating in stealth mode. Commander, leave this to us. Wu Jiao's voice remained unervingly calm. 9 o'clock. Armor-piercing rounds rapid fire. Confirmed. Armor-piercing rounds. Loading complete. Fire. Boom. Simultaneously, the coaxial machine gun, hull-mounted machine gun, and both anti-aircraft machine guns atop the turret unleashed a torrent of fire toward the same bearing. Shells and dense gunfire obliterated the vines and trees in that sector. Only then did Shi Tianxiang's tank complete its pivot and opened fire on the same position. Move, now. Flank them, He Ying shouted as the electric pickup surged forward with fierce acceleration. The enemy's second salvo arrived. 2 more shells again targeting the lead Type 59. Lock the firing position. Gunner, acquire and engage under my guidance. Acknowledged. Armor-piercing rounds. Loaded. Fire. Inside the tank, every crew member moved with flawless precision. The hero crew's elite discipline and expertise on full, unerring display. Seeing the situation unfold, Shi Tianxiang maneuvered his tank from another axis, intending to execute a pincer assault alongside He Ying's pickup. His main gun continued firing steadily, shell after shell striking the target zone. Within half a minute, an enormous fireball erupted from the thicket, a clear sign that one enemy tank had been destroyed. Cease fire. I surrender. A voice boomed from a loudspeaker hidden in the foliage. Quan He frowned faintly. Survivors. 10 seconds. To drive your tank out, or we blow you to scrap. Shi Tianxiang and He Ying had already secured flanking positions, cutting off all escape routes. From the undergrowth emerged a battered tank, pockmarked with impacts, crushing vines beneath its treads, belching black smoke. Crawl out of that damn tank. Let me see who dared ambush me. Quan He broadcast the demand over the loudspeaker, then muted his mic and murmured to Wu Jiao, stand ready to eliminate him. Understood, Commander, Wu Jiao replied softly. The enemy tank's hatch swung open. 5 figures emerged, 4 unmistakably crew members. Indeed, survivors. I'm coming out. I surrender. I'll hand over all my supplies. The survivor appeared young, his hair dyed a vivid yellow. Quan He nearly laughed in exasperation. You fired 4 shots at us, and now you want to surrender? This may be a survival game, but surely you don't mistake it for mere play, eh? Can't win, so just quit at 20. The gunner instantly trained the main gun on the enemy tank, Shi Tianxiang, and He Ying likewise locked their weapons onto it from either flank. Give me one reason. Why did you ambush us? Quan He had no intention of sparing this man. Since arriving in this world, he'd taken countless lives, though one more Earthborn survivor meant nothing. The yellow-haired youth grimaced, lips trembling. It's not like that, sir. We were just lying low here, hiding from drones. Then we saw your convoy approaching. Your main gun was too tempting, clearly large caliber and perfectly exposed on your flank. We figured even a side hit might penetrate. Sir, it wasn't my idea. The one who suggested it got vaporized by your first round. I swear, I didn't mean it. Honestly, I thought you looked dangerous. I just wanted you to pass by quickly. But he wouldn't listen. He insisted on the ambush. I had no choice. Quan He stared in disbelief. Did none of you even look at my composite reactive armor? Do you really think those 2 water-spraying pea shooters of yours could pierce this? What rotten luck. Now this commotion ruins any chance of ambushing the factory itself. Damn it. Eliminate them now. Wu Jiao instantly slew the yellow-haired youth and his 4 crewmates with a single burst from the turret's 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns, reducing them to crimson fragments. Old sure, can survivors operate native tanks? Quan He eyed the enemy vehicle, battered but still functional, and felt a pang of waste. Technically yes, but they lack survivor-level permissions, no upgrades, no system integration. And frankly, this heap is inferior even to that electric pickup. At least the pickup has no energy constraints and far greater agility. Shi Tianxiang's words extinguished Quan He's fleeting interest. Better to wait until conditions improved before upgrading He Ying's unit. Now the real problem is, this firefight was so loud the factory must know we're coming. What abysmal timing. How did 2 fools just appear mid-route? Quan He shook his head in disbelief. Did you even measure your own worth before pulling the trigger? Even General Katter, back in his day, had a 1,000,000-man army and an iron flood of armor before daring to challenge the bald eagle. What do you have? Evolution, it turns out, manifests in astonishing diversity among living organisms. Take these 2 fools for instance. Yet Quan He understood all too well. Faced with such a situation, an ordinary person would have only 3 viable paths. First, remain utterly silent and wait until the threat passes entirely. Second, emerge voluntarily to establish rapport, perhaps even form an alliance. Third, launch a calculated ambush, seizing control of critical resources, if victory appears assured. Each path carries distinct risks and rewards. The safest choice was the first, but they chose the third. With their lives they delivered nothing but frustration to Quan He. It's already come to this. What else is there to do? Move in now. Before the synthmech factory fully mobilizes its combat forces, brother, your speed gives you the perfect chance to breach its core. Sure, Tianxiang sighed faintly in resignation. His original plan had been to race up the hillock at breakneck speed, then exploit the high ground to bombard the armored vehicle factory. That plan had collapsed utterly. He couldn't fathom what those two idiots had hoped to gain. Engaged. Press the attack if we hold the advantage. Retreat decisively if not. Quan He's growth over recent days had been remarkable, and he issued the order without hesitation. Understood, Commander, Wu Jiu responded instantly. The Type 59 roared forward, belching thick black smoke as its engine screamed, hurling the tank toward the hillock. Above, a drone squadron surged into view. The convoy, already primed for battle, erupted with overwhelming firepower. A dense anti-aircraft barrage intercepted the drones mid-flight, shattering them all in explosive bursts. After one successful aerial engagement, wouldn't they now possess invaluable anti-air experience? At least Shi Tianxiang posed no concern. Having survived over 2 years as a seasoned veteran, such battlefield acumen was precisely what kept him alive. As the Type 59 reached the hillock's base, Quan He came under artillery fire from a synthmech tank stationed atop the crest. Under Wu Jiu's command and the heroic crew's precise coordination, the Type 59 sped forward while firing, striking true twice and obliterating the enemy tank on the summit. Quan He stormed unimpeded to the hillock's peak. Through the periscope, he spotted the synthmech factory nestled at the foot of another distant hillock. He watched as synthmech infantry squads and armored vehicles poured forth from within, converging rapidly and launching coordinated assaults toward his position. Damn it! Let them feel the ferocity of the Type 59 descending the hill. Quan He bellowed. He recalled a legendary match in Tank World where a squadron of Type 59s charged down a mountainside, leveraging superior mobility and pinpoint accuracy to claim decisive victory. Commentators had erupted in unison. The Type 59s are descending. Without pause, the Type 59's driver slammed the throttle, plunging headlong down the slope. It fired relentlessly while racing, loader chambering each round, gunners striking with lethal precision. Guided and augmented by Wu Jiu, the elite gunner's accuracy was nothing short of extraordinary. Even at full velocity, his hit rate remained above 70%, especially advantageous when firing downward with direct linear-of-sight targeting. In return, enemy shells and bullets rained down like a sudden storm. As synthetic intelligences, every shot they fired underwent meticulous ballistic computation, making misses exceedingly rare. Yet these were agricultural-grade synthmech units, their caliber insufficient to pierce the Type 59's composite armor suite. Even sustained frontal impacts barely registered. A 107mm rocket streaked skyward, trailing flame arcing straight toward the factory. Wu Jiu hadn't expected it to land a decisive blow. Her aim was solely to draw part of the enemy's fire. After all, against synthmech adversaries, calculating a rocket's trajectory and intercepting it mid-flight posed no challenge. As anticipated, a contingent of synthmech units pivoted instantly to engage the incoming rocket, diverting fire away from Quan He. Meanwhile, Shi Tianxiang and He Ying successfully reached the hillock summit. He Ying's 5-man crew mounted on a pickup truck laid down relentless heavy machine gun fire upon the valley below. Shi Tianxiang's tank meanwhile crouched slightly behind the hillock's crest, using its depression angle to conceal itself while maintaining tactical advantage. From that vantage, his 55mm anti-tank cannon provided crucial suppressive fire in support of Quan He's charge. Only a handful of synthmech tanks and infantry units were present at the factory, mostly undergoing maintenance or performing perimeter security duties. Production here ran entirely on automated assembly lines, requiring no additional robotic labor, and the descending Type 59 moved with breathtaking speed. It absorbed the brunt of enemy fire, while Quan He continuously repaired damage using his stockpile of reinforced steel, always ready to deploy the heavy repair kit. One synthmech tank after another exploded. None could withstand the Type 59's 100mm rifled cannon. Yet its hull too became pockmarked and scarred. The cacophony of shell impacts and bullet strikes never ceased as flames licked across its outer armor, and even internal circuitry sparked violently. The sole consolation lay in the hull's exceptional armor integrity. The front plate, reinforced multiple times, now boasted staggering thickness and bore the overwhelming majority of incoming damage. The Type 59 crashed through the wreckage like a true tiger unleashed. Under Wu Jiu's command, it exploited the ruins of fallen tanks for rapid peek-and-shoot maneuvers, timing shots perfectly between reload cycles. At such close range, And with Wu Jiao's real-time guidance, the gunner achieved flawless accuracy. Synthmech tanks detonated one after another. Critical damage began accumulating across the Type 59's hull. "Commander, deploy the heavy repair kit immediately," Wu Jiao urged. Quan He complied without hesitation. As every unit of reinforced steel was consumed, the heavy repair kit restored the grievously wounded tank to full operational readiness. Though minor imperfections remained, the vehicle was now battle-worthy once more. Shi Tianxiang's contribution, too, proved indispensable. Perched high above, he waited patiently, until Quan He drew every enemy weapon's focus, then seized the opportunity to line up deliberate surgical shots. His 55mm anti-tank cannon could not penetrate the Type 59's armor, but against synthmech tanks it struck with devastating effect. Numerous enemy vehicles fell beneath his fire. As for He Ying's team, their heavy machine guns targeted synthmech infantry exclusively. When the last functional synthmech unit lay destroyed, the battle ended. Inside the factory, production lines continued humming. Quan He could see nascent synthmech units taking shape on the conveyor belts. Even without prompting, he recognized the central supercomputer, imposing intricate, unmistakably the factory's core intelligence. One well-placed shell silenced the entire facility. Special event completed. 3 rolls for Armored Vehicle Factory Lottery. Congratulations, host. You may now resume normal lottery draws. Surveying the field strewn with shattered wreckage, Quan He exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. It had been perilously close. Without the heavy repair kit, defeat would have been absolute. The synthmech factory itself might well have sneered. System. Reincarnated cultivator. Never heard of them. Merely 2 overconfident youths who dared too much. The mechanized core had been destroyed, leaving the factory eerily still, like a prepared lover awaiting her partner's final embrace. In 4 characters, yield to your will. Yet this factory had more than one suitor, ensuring the confrontation would be a multiplayer collaboration. The assault erupted without warning, and concluded within 10 minutes. That speed was extraordinary. The descending tiger, a metaphor for the advancing tank, charged relentlessly, closing to within hundreds of meters of the mechanized vehicle factory. For post-World War II tanks, such proximity constituted close-quarters combat. Within 100 meters, it became bayonet warfare. Too dangerous. This is merely a Stage 1 agricultural-grade mechanoid. Beyond Stage 1, such tactics will no longer suffice. Shi Tianxiang's tank and He Ying's vehicle likewise traversed the battlefield and arrived at the factory. Surveying the devastation, Shi Tianxiang could not help but sigh in awe. Watching from above, he nearly believed his own leg would snap under the strain. Even the Type 59, whose armor and firepower were formidable by current standards, had nearly been breached. Earlier tanks from World War I or the early stages of World War II stood no chance whatsoever. At present, no other survivor could hope to seize a mechanized factory, utterly impossible unless an elite coalition of specialized tanks converged. Without exaggeration, tanks manufactured before and after World War II belonged to entirely different tiers of warfare. Germany's Tiger I, dominant between 1942 and 1944, reigned supreme on the battlefield. Yet its frontal armor measured only 100 millimeters and was vertically mounted, offering 0 angling advantage. The Type 59A, by contrast, also featured 100 millimeters frontal plating, but sloped, yielding an effective thickness exceeding 220 mm. And yet the Type 59 entered service barely a decade after the Tiger, yet bridged a chasm in capability. Brother, in just a few days you've already acquired a heavy repair kit. You're incredibly lucky. Shi Tianxiang exclaimed, envious despite his own rebirth, clearly aware his fortune paled beside the others. That very awareness had led him to seek refuge under Quan He's command. He knew with certainty that even with the advantage of foresight, he could never ascend to the heights Quan He had reached before his final demise. Many treasures cannot be claimed merely by knowing their location. Schematics for nuclear weapons circulate freely online, detailed, precise, yet no one has ever assembled one by hand. Without this heavy repair kit, I'd never have dared engage so many mechanized vehicles in point-blank combat. Quan He's voice remained calm, but inwardly he had been shaken. If not for Wu Jiao's command, I'd have exhausted that kit long ago. Wu Jiao, excellent work. Everyone, brilliantly executed. Over the tank's internal radio, Quan He voiced his sincere admiration. His 3 crewmates, however, remained composed. Such engagements relative to the wars they had endured were unremarkable. The enemy lagged behind in both firepower and protection. This asymmetrical engagement, tilted decisively in their favor, proceeded with disarming ease. Now comes the harvest. Through his periscope, Quan He observed the factory's highly intelligent assembly line. Others might not grasp its scale, but for him this was the largest battle he had ever fought. He needed tangible spoils to steady his unsettled heart. Old custom, you choose first. Shi Tianxiang understood protocol and respected boundaries. Quan He accepted without hesitation. Trust and synchrony had yet to take root between them. For now, they were merely allies. Maintaining mutual respect and clear boundaries ensured sustainable cooperation. As for brotherly loyalty, this was a survival game, where self-preservation reigned supreme. Then I'll proceed without restraint. Once our crew has selected what we need, the remainder will be listed on the trading interface to maximize collective gain. Quan He instructed his crew to prioritize items immediately useful to them. Hydraulic claws extended and retracted, systematically retrieving modularized spoils. Acquired agricultural-grade fine-quality 5mm steel plate, 20U agricultural-grade high-quality track, 2. Agricultural-grade fine-quality steel 50, agricultural-grade 505025 battery, 1U agricultural-grade modified 5 km radar, 1U agricultural-grade fine-quality modular ammunition, rack 1, gunpowder 100. Agricultural-grade fine-quality tungsten, 20U agricultural-grade modified automatic loading mechanism, 1U agricultural-grade modified horizontal stabilizer, 1U agricultural-grade fine-quality road wheel 12. A dazzling cascade of acquisition notifications blurred before Quan He's eyes. The factory held far too much. Had they been able to remain indefinitely, it would have become his permanent stronghold. But mobility was paramount. They could only extract what served them most urgently, and then depart swiftly. Even so, the Type 59 underwent comprehensive upgrades, from hull to turret, except where replacement was physically impossible. Non-replaceable components were nonetheless reinforced, though the engine, fuel tank, and turret remained unchanged. The factory's most powerful armament, a mere 55mm anti-tank gun, paled against the Type 59's 100mm main cannon. New road wheels and suspension systems significantly enhanced the Type 59's load-bearing capacity. Most visibly, Quan He maximized armor reinforcement across the entire hull front. With added slope, frontal armor thickness reached 150mm, equivalent to nearly 400mm in effective protection. Stage 1 mechanized vehicles' cannons could scarcely scratch the Type 59's frontal armor. Even its side and rear plating now measured 100mm thick. Even if fully exposed laterally, with no angling, the mechanoids likely could not penetrate. Moreover, the newly installed horizontal stabilizer dramatically improved gunnery accuracy. Radar detection range now extended to 5 km. The Type 59 had truly ascended. Yet this transformation bore consequences. Such extensive modifications drastically increased weight, straining even the reinforced road wheels, and caused fuel consumption to surge exponentially. Current fuel usage doubled its original rate. What pleased Quan He most was the agricultural-grade fine-quality tungsten, a strategic asset enabling production of superior tungsten-cored, armor-piercing rounds. This was a tier of ordnance no contemporary adversary could withstand, and he had no intention of deploying it yet. Once all viable salvage had been secured, Quan He permitted Shi Tianxiang and He Ying to select equipment essential to their own needs. He bypassed the advanced computers, unwilling to risk activating a latent mechanoid core in a world already subjugated and ruled by artificial intelligence. With Wu Jiao aboard, relying on such hardware would be an insult to his unparalleled intellect. Standing amid the assembly line, Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but sigh. Even in this hyper-intelligent world, no one escapes the unyielding rhythm of the assembly line. From electronics factories to automobile plants, and then abruptly into this wretched survival world, I've never truly left the electronics factory. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., with just 1 hour for meals, and even that demands shift-based scheduling. And what did I gain? Not a single coin. It's exactly as the saying goes, earned on the line, spent in the factory. Nothing ever makes it home. He felt utterly indifferent to the ambient radiation outside. Quan He, now fully upgraded, sat atop his turret, while Wu Jiao sat beside him. So where's your money? Everyone else deposits theirs in bank cards. Where do you stash yours? Shi Tianxiang grinned broadly and patted his belly. Right here. My savings are stored in calories. Quan He fell silent. Meanwhile, Shi Tianxiang continued scavenging supplies from his tank, and Quan He chose not to intervene. With Wu Jiao seated beside him, who would bother glancing at that young man? The only true regret was failing to acquire materials capable of expanding the vehicle's chassis structure. He Ying, by contrast, paid little attention to such items. Instead, she directed the mechanic to urgently mount a door-mounted cannon onto the rear bed of the pickup truck using the armored vehicle factory's equipment. Materials were abundant, tools fully stocked. Should the task remain uncompleted, she'd have no choice but to reconsider the mechanic's employment terms. At this point, he had no option but to proceed, reluctantly yet resolutely. His plan was to weld the turret firmly onto the pickup's cargo bed, with the barrel oriented rearward. Aiming, therefore, would require reversing the vehicle. It was an unavoidable compromise. Converting a pickup into a miniature tank was theoretically possible, but beyond his capability. Still, having something was infinitely better than having nothing. He Ying harbored no grand expectations now. All she hoped for was to lend meaningful support to the commander when needed. She deliberately bypassed the earlier 50mm tank gun and selected instead a 55mm anti-tank cannon from within the armored vehicle factory. Even sure Tianxiang's tank now mounted this very cannon, she had no intention of falling behind. In combat, she could easily take cover at distance and deliver precise opportunistic shots. System initiate the armored vehicle factory lottery. During this rare moment of abundance, Quan He refrained from pressing them further. Affirmative, Master. The armored vehicle factory interface is now active. The familiar interface appeared once more. Having undergone several lotteries, already Quan He had grown accustomed to it. Let's go for a quadruple draw. After all, the first 3 draws merely repay prior deficits. Only the guaranteed reward remains. Though termed a quadruple draw, it functioned identically to a standard single draw. 4 ornate treasure chests descended in rapid succession, their dazzling radiance nearly blinding Quan He. Acquired crew combat ration, 1 acquired green tea, 4 acquired Lao Gan Ma chili crisp, 1 Quan He barely glanced at the guaranteed rewards. The real prizes lay in the subsequent draws. Acquired antibiotic synthesizer, 1 antibiotic synthesizer activated by electricity, autonomously gathers raw materials within a 100-meter radius of the vehicle. With sufficient materials, it synthesizes 1 antibiotic pill per hour, effective against common bacterial infections. Quan He blinked, bewildered. System, aren't we an armored vehicle factory? How then can we draw antibiotics? Is it amoxicillin or cephalosporin? Will we next draw ibuprofen? Master, do not underestimate antibiotics' wartime significance. Not even ibuprofen is trivial. Without anesthesia, a single ibuprofen tablet can dramatically alleviate suffering. During World War II in your native realm, the 3 most revolutionary inventions were the atomic bomb radar and penicillin, whose wartime price exceeded that of gold. Rest assured, Master, every item generated by the armored vehicle factory serves a vital wartime function. Even guaranteed rewards possess strategic utility. You may review their specifications at your discretion. Sensing Quan He's confusion, the system dutifully elucidated antibiotics' battlefield importance, using language both precise and accessible. Upon hearing this, Quan He finally understood. He'd long puzzled over why wartime espionage dramas and resistance epics so frequently featured a mysterious drug called penicillin. Countless underground operatives had sacrificed their lives smuggling this medicine to the front lines. Now it clicked: penicillin was the miracle drug, capable of saving lives then and now. No, its value remained undiminished even today. This was a survival world, a war world, where both natives and synthetics posed existential threats. War inevitably bred casualties. Even a minor abrasion in this post-nuclear wasteland could metastasize into a fatal wound. Viewed thus, this device was undeniably a strategic asset. Quan He stroked his chin, musing that its market value on the trade interface might rival, or even surpass, that of weapons and ammunition. Moreover, its autonomous material collection and synthesis rendered it exceptionally low maintenance. Out of curiosity, Quan He also reviewed the descriptions of the other 3 guaranteed rewards. Crew combat ration sustains 4 crew members with a 3000 calorie meal, boosts crew proficiency by 10 for 24 hours. Green tea cools internal heat, enhances proficiency by 5 for 30 minutes. Lao Gan Ma chili crisp, a culinary enhancer, stimulates appetite and increases proficiency by 5 for 30 minutes. Quan He blinked. Was this in the tank verse akin to elite tier rations? A single battle, after all, demanded considerable silver coins. Temporary proficiency boosts, yet relegated to guaranteed rewards within the armored vehicle factory. Truly, its standards were formidable. Compared to the staple foodstuffs found in supply drops or loot crates, the so-called 4 pillars of survival, these combat rations were demonstrably superior in taste and quality. They included self-heating meals, chocolate bars, fruit tins, and chewing gum, whereas the 4 pillars provisions served only one purpose: staving off starvation. Flavor was a luxury they didn't offer. On Earth, military logistics supplying such fare would face court-martial. Hey bro, I'm nearly done. Let's list high-value items on the trade channel for sale. Sure, Tianxiang's upbeat voice broke Quan He's reverie. The Matilda tank beside them now bore unmistakable epic-level enhancements. Its armor plating alone revealed the transformation. He'd likewise replaced the road wheels and idler wheels. Otherwise, the vehicle could never bear its newly reinforced weight. I reckon everything else is negotiable. Just 1 main gun and 1 steel plate slapped onto the listing, and they'll fight over them like starving wolves, Sure Tianxiang proposed. The synthetics armored vehicle factory was vast, emptying it entirely was pure fantasy. Maximizing returns was the only viable strategy. Quan He couldn't help but feel intrigued. Why do you always seem so optimistic? Any secret technique? Sure, Tianxiang scratched his head. Not really. I just choose to stay lighthearted. This world is inherently absurd. Oh, why burden yourself needlessly? You're the powerhouse. I'm just a useless nobody. Heaven bestows talent upon all, but I wasn't born gifted. I was simply born of my mother. So being useless is perfectly natural. Sure, Tianxiang, the reincarnated soul, had clearly abandoned ambition. Having confirmed the powerhouse brother's overwhelming strength, why not recline comfortably in his shadow and savor whatever scraps he left behind? To hell with noble bloodlines. This weary soul has no lineage left to claim. Quan He couldn't help but applaud. Leading by a wide margin. Leading by a wide margin. Your mindset is commendable, leading by a wide margin. The words of Shi Tianxiang made not only Quan He, but also Wu Jiu glance over. How could one speak so confidently about clinging to someone else's leg? Shi Tianxiang stood with his hands on his hips, confidently declaring, so what? Is it so hard to admit one's own incompetence? Being a small waste is just fine, right? You brother charge ahead, while I quietly sell my skills from the mountains, shooting at least a few mechanical war vehicles. With this contribution, it's not fair to say I'm dragging anyone down, is it? Quan He and Wu Jiu exchanged glances, and they truly had no retort. This guy was quite skilled with his stealth shots, specifically targeting those mechanical war vehicles trying to flank, Quan He significantly alleviating the command pressure on Wu Jiu at that moment. Plus, as a reborn individual, he might have been slacking a bit, but his contributions were indeed substantial. So what if I've lost the priority of choice? Choosing the best equipment to charge into battle, and besides, with such a large war vehicle factory, what you took is just a drop in the bucket. The remaining stock isn't just leftovers at this stage. Calling it a feast is no exaggeration. If I can gain this much just by following you, then what's the point of my own efforts, say? Sure, Tianxiang arranged for the crew to refuel his war vehicle while he leaned against the turret, casually swinging his legs, clearly in a relaxed state. This was the advantage of being reborn. He didn't have to spend effort guessing what kind of person Quan He was or what his character was like. After his death, Quan He had been exposed by that traitor. He knew everything he needed to know, otherwise he wouldn't have rushed over here so recklessly after being reborn. Damn it, this kid makes me want to slack off too. Quan He looked at the guy with a speechless expression, unable to help but vent to Wu Jiu beside him. Wu Jiu pursed her lips and said, Commander, unless you can find someone with a similar personality who is even stronger, you might as well buckle down. Sure, Tianxiang echoed beside her. Sister Wu Jiu is right. If you don't put in the effort, your tanks could also be snatched away one day. I assume you wouldn't want a beautiful sister like Wu Jiu to become someone else's tank mistress, right? Many people have tank mistresses later on, but they don't like to stand up and pedal like you do, I assume. Quan He's eyelids twitched, and he quickly raised his hand. Stop, stop, stop. Don't beat around the bush. Please be quiet, esteemed tank commander. Can't I just work hard? He couldn't help but imagine the scene in his mind and gritted his teeth, saying, I was just joking, but you damn it are working so hard to keep me from slacking off. Wu Jiu looked at Shi Tianxiang. What does it mean to stand up and pedal? Shi Tianxiang looked at Quan He, who quickly gestured for him to return to his tank commander room. It means those vehicle commanders don't want to slack off either. They let their respective tank mistresses supervise them. If they dare to be lazy, they will stand up and pedal them, used as motivation. Quan He thought Shi Tianxiang. I woke up at 8. While cursing Shi Tianxiang for his careless remarks in his heart, Quan He tried his best to steer the conversation back. Wu Jiu pondered. So does that mean the commander needs me to stand up and pedal for you in the future? I can also serve as motivation. Ahem. Quan He choked on his own saliva. He looked at Wu Jiu's sincere eyes, and as a player from a second dimension, he had a powerful imagination, and he had already begun to envision the scene. Just thinking about being pedaled by Wu Jiu made Quan He's mind momentarily crash. No, no, no. Commander, your heartbeat is rising rapidly. Is there something on your mind? Wu Jiu's gaze made Quan He feel somewhat embarrassed. No, 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 I need to find some artillery and steel plates to post on the trading channel. You keep watch over them. Quan He quickly ran away. He didn't even dare to return to the tank commander room. After calming down, he began to consider how much to hang up. These items had to be placed on the tank before selling. Right now, the back of the tank's turret was already piled high with various equipment. If it weren't for lack of space, he would have added even more. Of course, if these were destroyed in battle, the items on the trading channel would also be removed from sale. He couldn't possibly still be selling things when he didn't have them anymore, could he? In addition to these items for sale, he also filled up the fuel tank he obtained from the airdrop before. Now both tanks' fuel consumption had nearly doubled. How could he relax without some fuel reserves? He even found a few empty barrels and filled them with fuel, placing them in the gaps behind He Ying's pickup turret. The mechanical war vehicle factory had energy reserves. After all, he had a war vehicle that needed fuel. Besides, all other mechanical oils were also available, such as engine oil, transmission fluid, and so on. Even mechanical constructs need lubrication. It wouldn't be easy to find such a rich resource point after leaving here. Who could say whether capturing another mechanical war vehicle factory would be like this time? The future is important, but the most important thing is the present. Quan He and Shi Tianxiang each posted 5 55mm anti-tank cannons and 10 5mm steel plates. As expected, the large amount of steel plates and artillery caused a stir in the chat channel. The private messages of the two exploded. What kind of big shot is this? How many mechanical war vehicles did they take out in one go? Did they team up? No way are there so many impressive people in this world. Can't there be one less than me? Don't make me kneel before you. Most people marveled at the prowess of the two, but a small group spoke out against them. If they can post so many items, it means they are already well off. Since they are well off, why not take out more to help their fellow countrymen? Exactly, they don't even reply to private messages, and the prices are so high. Are they trying to help others strengthen, or just lead them to their demise? What are they really thinking? They must have taken down a war vehicle factory. I saw a war vehicle factory down below from the distant mountain earlier. It must have everything inside it. Damn it. All of it is captured, and they still want such high prices. Aren't they black-heart merchants? This is too unscrupulous. Don't you have any conscience? We are all fellow countrymen. Even if you don't give it away for free, selling at a low price to your fellow countrymen shouldn't be a problem, right? Moreover, these things weren't even produced by you. They were just taken from others. Exactly, there's no big picture here. While others are killed by the mechanical beings, you two are just accomplices. Quan He never expected that they would end up being the villains. Before he could say anything, Shi Tianxiang immediately exploded. Damn it, you big. Am I your dad or your grandpa that I should give you this for free? Don't say I'm your grandpa. Even if I were your ancestor, my price wouldn't change. Is what you have more important than your own lives? You choose. I will only keep it up for half an hour. After half an hour, I will take it down directly. You say I lack a big picture. Isn't it because you can't handle me? You think you can mess with me? I'm here to be the emperor in the chat channel, not to be a grandson. Buy if you can, otherwise get lost. FKU. Idiot. Shi Xiangxiang's words, filled with aggression, plunged the entire chat channel into a momentary silence. Yet Shi Xiangxiang's onslaught had not ended. I have already blocked each of you in the chat channel for those who offered us things for free or at a low price, so you can no longer private message or purchase my items. You are the epitome of taking advantage of others' generosity. Why don't you contribute your female relatives for everyone's enjoyment for free? Or if you dislike us, I can throw out a location and we can meet there. Are you brave enough? Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Those who stirred up trouble one by one, are you brave enough? Are you giving yourselves too much credit? You fools, did you swim in amniotic fluid when you were born? Quan He stared dumbfounded at Shi Xiangxiang, wreaking havoc in the chat. My goodness, isn't this just my internet mouthpiece? To be honest, Quan He was indeed annoyed when he first saw those people saying such things. The things I worked hard to acquire are reasonable to sell, and yet they want me to give them away for free. If such people were in front of Quan He would undoubtedly fire back. Seeing Shi Xiangxiang roast those guys thoroughly, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. So refreshing. The only regret Quan He had was that he did not have a rich vocabulary and could only watch his mouthpiece enjoy the moment. However, he also blocked those troublemakers so they could not buy his products. After about half an hour, He Ying's pickup truck was temporarily repaired. Mainly, it was the barrel. The mechanic found a few steel plates and simply welded a mount to secure it to the back seat of the pickup. Though crude, it was still functional. There were also plenty of shells, as she loaded about 30 rounds. Originally, it could have been further modified, but Quan He and the others couldn't stay in one place for too long. Bombarding that thing wouldn't be a rational discussion. So what's our next target? Quan He returned to the driver's cabin, and Wu Jiao had disappeared without him noticing. Hold on, bro, let me think. The sound of Shi Xiangxiang flipping through papers was heard on the other end. I remember there's an airdrop about 200 kilometers to the west that will occur in about 10 hours. It caused a bloodbath last time. Should we go check it out? What are the odds if we join? Odds? Shi Xiangxiang was puzzled. In an unknown fight, who could possibly beat you at this stage? But you're right, bro. It's best to be cautious in everything. After all, even the mightiest tank can be rendered useless if its treads and road wheels are destroyed. Shi Xiangxiang followed up. To my knowledge, a convoy of 2 groups of survivors is competing for this airdrop. There are probably 4 tanks on the survivors' side, which attracted the intelligent machine convoy, leading to a chaotic battle. I recall 1 survivor died. But if we go, be careful, the problem shouldn't be too big. The allure of the airdrop was still significant, and Quan He quickly made a decision. Let's go. You lead the way up front. Shi Xiangxiang's tank roared to life. All right. With the enhancements, Shi Xiangxiang's Matilda had significantly increased defense, so he wasn't worried. Both he and Quan He installed a radar with a 5 kilometers range, which alone could suppress the other survivors. As for the intelligent machinery factory, Quan He didn't destroy it, because it was unnecessary. According to Xishiangxiang, even if it were destroyed, it wouldn't mean anything. The entire Wasteland world was dominated by intelligent machines. Even if every survivor destroyed 1000 or 1000, it was merely a drop in the bucket for the production of intelligent machines. Because the will that brought everyone here would refresh repeatedly, it could never be fully exterminated. As the war machine drove across the wasteland, the roar of the engine and the smoke from the exhaust stirred Quan He's inexplicable bloodlust. Perhaps this was the desire for war that resided in every rabbit's heart. Though the rabbit nation cherished peace, its people were more eager to resolve conflicts through war. Quan He remembered reading a news article back on Blue Star. It said a certain country criticized the rabbit government for not contributing much internationally, to which the high-ranking rabbit replied, "Our ability to keep 1.4 billion rabbits in check, preventing them from starting wars, is our greatest contribution to the world." Quan He's first reaction was that it made a hell of a lot of sense. Whenever rabbits heard about attacking Chicken Basin or dealing with America, they would always get so excited. Especially when it came to Chicken Basin. Whenever there was any turmoil in the surrounding situation, the domestic rabbits would shout the loudest for attack. Get 'em. They must be punished no matter how far. Meanwhile, the rabbit leaders called for everyone to be rational and patriotic, blah blah blah. What puzzled other countries the most was that rabbits viewed joining the military and going to battle as the highest honor. Quan He was no exception. It was just a pity that he couldn't find a Chicken Basin fighter to let him indulge. Along the way, they occasionally encountered scattered wandering intelligent machines, and there was no need for the two tanks to engage. He Ying's pickup truck charged forward and resolved the battle. His pickup truck also had decent frontal armor, able to barely withstand the intelligent machine's 12.7mm machine gun rounds. As for shells, forget it, no civilian vehicle could withstand them, not even the smallest 50mm tank cannon. For several days, Quan He had been pondering a question. "Old Sure, what do you think we are living for here?" The voice of Xishiangxiang sounded bewildered on the radio. I don't know. I see they're all alive." Quan He, I shouldn't have asked you. What about the hurricane disaster a month from now? How powerful will it be? After a while, Xishiangxiang asked, "Do you remember the typhoon Weifa that swept through Cheongzhou years ago? At that time, it was a level 17 typhoon that left Cheongzhou and the mainland cut off for several days, with 80% of the area losing water and power and most houses collapsing. This hurricane disaster will be even more ferocious than Weifa. Many survivors who endured for a month ultimately did not survive this hurricane disaster. If the tank is not heavy enough and lacks other supportive devices, it can really be swept away by the hurricane. If caught in the strongest tornado, it could easily twist a first-stage survivor's tank into a pretzel. And this hurricane disaster will last for a week. Only by surviving this week can we enter the second phase. It's no exaggeration to say that even if your tank is just unlucky enough to be caught in the strongest tornado, you won't be able to withstand it. However, if it were a type like the SD, KFC 181, or the Mouse, there would be no problem at all. This was the first time Quan He had a rather intuitive impression of the hurricane disaster. What kind of wind, speed, and force would be needed to twist a tank into a spiral? Not only that, the bombings will not cease with the 7 days of hurricane disaster. To survive, one must keep moving to avoid the bombings. Many people have lost their lives swept away by the hurricane for this reason. Therefore, we need to make good use of this time to gather the 4 essential elements for survival and try to avoid going out to search for supplies during the disaster. However, there are some advantages. During the hurricane disaster, the intelligent machines will return to their respective areas to take shelter and stop moving around. Sure, Tiangxiang's words made Quan He's heart sink to the bottom. This sounded too terrifying. If there were no bombings, it would be fine. One could easily find a sturdy shelter during the hurricane to avoid bombings while also being cautious of the hurricane. This is definitely a disaster. No doubt about it. Actually, it's normal. It was meant for us to survive, not for us to go on a vacation. A higher intensity is reasonable. Sure, Tiangxiang's voice remained optimistic. The first time this hurricane disaster is relatively easy to get through. I remember after this there will be heat and floods. We also need to research how to turn our tanks into amphibious vehicles. Ordinary air conditioning won't work. The intelligent machines behind are getting stronger, and many disasters have no effect on them at all. That's the most disgusting part. Although it was a complaint, Quan He couldn't detect much emotion in Sure Tiangxiang's words. Wait, why is your mood so stable? Quan He found it hard to understand. Sure Tianxiang paused, saying, because I have no choice. Life tries to chew me up, but instead finds that I dissolve in the mouth. When you change your mindset, you'll find that although there are many shadows on the road of life, it's actually quite refreshing inside. Quan he turned off the radio. He couldn't talk to Sure Tianxiang at all. That guy rambled on endlessly. But he wasn't wrong. Instead of getting caught up, it's better to go with the flow. Hey bro, there's a box ahead. Oh, could you check it out? Not long after Sure Tianxiang suddenly connected to the radio. Quan He adjusted his sitting posture and looked outside through the observation port. At around the 3 o'clock direction, a treasure chest could indeed be seen amidst a pile of rubble. Driver changed direction. Let's go open it. Receive. As Kwani became more familiar with his role as the tank commander, the other 3 members of the crew were often chatting on another channel. Aside from chatting with Shi Tianxiang Quan, he spent most of his time talking to Wu Jiao. This time there were no intelligent machines guarding it, and it opened very smoothly. The sky is dark on board. Commander, be careful. Suddenly, a small figure dressed in World War II military attire holding a long-handled toilet plunger emerged from the treasure chest, rushing towards the Type 59 tank with a frenzied shout. Rat-a-tat. Wu Jiao reacted quickly. The anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof immediately turned and opened fire, turning that crazy figure into fragments. His toilet plunger was also blown up halfway. What the hell is this? Kwani was genuinely bewildered. Wasn't a treasure chest supposed to yield supplies? Why did it produce a ghost instead? Bro, you're really unlucky. You triggered a treasure chest monster. Shi Tianxiang was also startled from afar, mainly because that small figure was acting so dramatically. He had been daydreaming, and this jolted him back. This guy clearly looks like a skilled fighter from the Battle of Iwo Jima, but he didn't expect you had Sister Wu Jiao on your side. Shi Tianxiang seemed to hold Wu Jiao in higher regard. This was the part Quan he truly couldn't understand. Logically speaking, in the later stages, tank sisters shouldn't be particularly rare, and they all started with excellent qualities. Why would he have such an attitude towards Wu Jiao? However, Quan he had become savvy. He didn't ask on the radio. Quan he calmed himself down. It wasn't mentioned that a treasure chest could yield something like this. How did he manage to stuff a living ghost in there? What? Treasure chest monsters are randomly generated. Since we're surviving with tanks, the monsters that appear must be able to pose a threat to tanks. You could say that if this toilet plunger actually hit the side or rear of a tank at this stage, it would indeed pack quite a punch, but it's a bit lethal. Quan he, the foot basin chicken, is also good at this. Having monsters is one thing, the treasures inside are another. Both matter. Survival 4 elements, 1 rocket booster, 1 anti-hurricane stability structure, 1. Perhaps due to the presence of monsters this time, the treasure chest yielded 2 decent treasures. Survival 4 elements, no need to mention. Water, food, and urea plus 200 L of diesel. Rocket booster can be installed on both sides of the rear of the tank, allowing it to burst forth with greater speed in 5 seconds, but the downside is that it greatly reduces maneuverability. After use, it requires an hour to recover. Anti-hurricane stability structure will make the vehicle more robust, enabling it to withstand hurricanes to a certain extent. As for how much, that's hard to say. Although Quan he directly used these rewards on his own tank, he also showed Shi Tianxiang the relevant information, satisfying his curiosity. TSK, if you get a chassis stability structure later and learn a focused impact with your Type 59 speed plus the rocket booster, you could knock ordinary tanks without a sound. Shi Tianxiang also didn't expect that a normal box by the roadside could yield 2 good items. Especially the anti-hurricane stability structure. In a disaster, such things are naturally more than welcome. The rocket booster can also allow the tank to burst with greater speed to escape the tornado's attack range. Honestly, he was a bit envious, but it was fine. If Quan he was strong, then he would be strong too. Following Brother Leg, everything will be fine. The treasure chest was just a small interlude. Although it was a bit dangerous, the team continued heading in the direction Shi Tianxiang mentioned. Quan he tried out the rocket booster, and the effect was obvious. The average speed of the Type 59 tank off-road is around 25 km/h, while the maximum speed on the road can reach about 50 km/h. After using the rocket booster, the off-road speed can reach 40 to 45 km/h, and the maximum speed on the road can reach 70. For tanks at this stage, this is already a terrifying speed. Quan he privately asked Shi Tianxiang why he called Wu Jiao sisterhead. Shi Tianxiang's answer left him stunned. Other people's tank sisters are swapped out for new ones after getting bored with the old ones, which then become upgrade materials for the new tank sisters. Only you stubbornly upgraded Sister Wu Jiao very high. The most ridiculous part is that you never confessed to Sister Wu Jiao until the end. Seriously, bro, you are really repressed. Fortunately, these words were said in a private chat channel. If they had been broadcast over the radio, it would have been another day of social death. Alright, from now on, any matters related to Wu Jiao, just tell me in private chat. Quan he was speechless, unsure whether the remark was directed at him or himself. Shi Tianxiang said, "To be honest, brother, what exactly are you thinking? Later on, there will be quite a few women in your convoy. Not to mention, He Ying is quite attractive. She's in her 20s and doesn't have any children. Although she has some mutations, they are inherited from her grandmother. How can you resist that? Also, Tanji will absolutely obey us. You are essentially the master of the big sister Wu Jiao. She will follow any command you give. Are you really a pure love warrior?" Quan he snorted. What nonsense, pure love warrior. I just don't want to end up like a dog that only knows how to mate. To love the world for a lifetime and to love one person for a lifetime, the difference is significant. We are playing a survival game, not a dating game. How can one expect to achieve anything just by fixating on their own desires? In this world of great conflict, a good man should wield a sword and achieve extraordinary feats. Shi Tianxiang said. After a moment, Shi Tianxiang suddenly sent a private message. Brother, have you never been in love? Could it be that you are still a virgin? That can't be right. No worries, that can be cured. Quan He responded. Get lost. I've been in love. Shi Tianxiang asked, can you give an example? Quan He retorted, no examples. Shi Tianxiang from Matilda scratched his head and put down the driver's manual. Why are you getting anxious? Is it about giving an example? Or is it about something else? He then picked up a piece of parchment. I want to know if the attempt to seize the airdrop this time went smoothly. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of characters began to slowly appear on the parchment. You have gained Quan He's initial trust and have lured him to the airdrop point. You deeply understand that to successfully eliminate Quan He, you must strike when he absolutely trusts you. This airdrop battle is your best opportunity. Quan He will face an assault from two factions, the Survivor Convoy and the Mechanized Convoy. You know they are no match for Quan He, so you secretly contacted the nearby Survivor hideouts via radio. They were attracted to the scene and are hiding in the shadows. After communicating, they ambushed Quan He's tank with rocket launchers. At the last moment, you took advantage of the chaos pierced through Quan He's tank, seized his supplies, and took the first step towards building your own war vehicle empire. Shi Tianxiang thoughtfully folded the parchment and tucked it into his back pocket. This item appeared after his reincarnation. Many pieces of information he learned through the text on this parchment. For example, the location of this airdrop. During the past 2 years, numerous airdrops occurred, and he wasn't a deity, so how could he possibly remember where they were? However, being a reincarnator, having a slight special ability shouldn't be a problem, right? He simply couldn't understand why this parchment insisted that he must eliminate Quan He. Even when he first reincarnated, the first line on this parchment was, I am Shi Tianxiang. When you see this line, I have already died. He then threw it away, cursing, fool. Did it really think he hadn't seen horror stories? However, just a few minutes later, the parchment reappeared in his pants pocket, and the words on it had changed. I am Shi Tianxiang. It was because I ignored this line that led to my death. Shi Tianxiang directly took off his pants, saying, if you don't speak properly, do you believe I will use you to wipe my ass? Parchment. Then the parchment yielded. However, when Shi Tianxiang decided to find Quan He, the parchment's objective changed to making him kill Quan He. Of course, he would never do such a foolish thing, but that didn't stop him from using the parchment to obtain some information he wanted to know. Shi Tianxiang turned on the radio. Brother, I suddenly remembered that during the struggle for the airdrop, there were also a group of survivors lurking nearby, besides the mechanized convoy. We still need to be cautious of them doing a stealth attack. Quan He was stunned. Why are there suddenly more survivors? Why wasn't this mentioned before? Are they very strong? Shi Tianxiang replied innocently, brother, I'm not omniscient. Remembering there was an airdrop here is already pretty good. I just suddenly thought of this. Speaking of which, other reincarnators either have golden fingers or systems, or at least some mental entity as a grandfather. I have nothing, not even the most basic ability to remember things perfectly. It's simply a disgrace in the reincarnator community. Quan He was speechless. Give me a break. Having the ability to foresee isn't strong. Other survivors don't know what disasters await a month later. At that time, they will surely be caught off guard. Shi Tianxiang scoffed. What use is foresight without sufficient strength? I know there's an airdrop there, but without the strength to seize it, isn't that just empty talk? So it's better to hug the thighs of the strong. Let them worry about everything while I remain a small, useless person. All right, stop talking now. Quan He decisively cut off the radio. Why does such a young man want to lie flat all the time? I'm obviously the one with the strong thighs. Quan He retorted. Commander, are you planning to disclose the disaster that will occur a month later? Wu Jiu suddenly spoke up. Quan He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Those people aren't worthy. Moreover, this is just Shi Tianxiang's one-sided claim. I have no evidence to prove it. Selling artillery and steel plates at reasonable prices would still get criticized, let alone such unproven claims. Most people believe there's no love without reason in this world. Hence, Quan He chose not to act foolishly. Commander, the first batch of antibiotics has been produced. Wu Jiu reminded. This thing requires power, but Quan He's convoy, which had just taken down the mechanized war vehicle factory, is not short on batteries. Thus, the antibiotic production machine has been continuously operational. The tank was still moving, indicating that the machine had collected enough materials. This machine was located in the driver's room, as there was extra space. Wu Jiu reminded Quan He that a capsule lay prominently on the plate under the machine. It looks like both cephalosporin and amoxicillin, but I don't know exactly what it is. Quan He picked it up and looked at it, unable to discern much. Let's find a bottle to store it. This can be considered a strategic reserve. After all, the weather in the wasteland is unpredictable, and one can never be certain when someone might come down with a headache or fever. Quan He had a bit of a jinxed reputation. Within an hour of his words, a torrential downpour hit the land, turning the roads into muddy quagmires. The tank was of little concern, but the pickup truck, heavily reinforced with steel plates, and a cannon became stuck in the mud. Reluctantly, he had unhooked the rope from the back of the Type 59 tank and attach it to the front tow hitch of the pickup. Now he was towing two vehicles. One was a fuel tank trailer followed by Ying's pickup. The heavy rain even interfered with the driver's periscope view. Thus the convoy was moving at a slow pace. Under the circumstances, He veered away from the mud and returned to the main road. Although the main road was already covered with vines and moss, it was still better than the thick muck. It wasn't until the rain had poured for over 10 minutes that a faint rumble of thunder could be heard. This kind of rain clearly indicated it would last a while. Currently, they were still nearly 100 kilometers away from the drop point mentioned by Tianxiang. Even on the highway, it would take at least 2 hours, and considering the heavy rain, He estimated that reaching their destination in 3 hours would be a good outcome. However, 3 hours remained until the drop time mentioned by Tianxiang. Time was somewhat tight. The tank was not afraid of the rain. The mud wouldn't affect the interior. In simple terms, tanks could even wade through water, but the water depth tolerance varied among them. Some tanks could be easily modified into amphibious vehicles. However, Ying's pickup was suffering. The roof had been removed and a heavy machine gun was installed with all the windows replaced with steel bars, allowing the rainwater to pour directly inside. Fortunately, the internal structure of this vehicle, which dated back to the Golden Age, was almost entirely sealed, so there was little worry about it taking in water. The only ones truly suffering were the crew members. Their clothes were completely soaked, clinging tightly to their bodies and outlining their figures. The mechanic kept his gaze straight ahead, using the moments when he wiped rain from his face to hide the swallowing motion. He dared not be careless. He watched as one tank faced off against 20 to 30 mechanized battle vehicles, feeling a surge of intensity. In the face of such a downpour that seemed to threaten the heavens, He couldn't help but inquire over the radio. "Why didn't you mention there would be another heavy rain? How long is this going to last? I can barely see outside through the observation port. How will we distinguish friend from foe when the time comes? Is this rain considered heavy?" Tianxiang's voice held a hint of astonishment. "This is just a light rain on the Wasteland. You should have seen the time when a heavy rain disaster struck. If I hadn't fortuitously modified the tank into an amphibious mode, I would have drowned in that downpour. Just look at the expressions on the few women in your vehicle crew. They are already used to such rain." He had no words to refute. Ultimately, he had seen too little. Think about it, old brother. Without sufficient rainfall, where would all this lush vine and moss come from? To be fair, although the air outside is radioactive, the oxygen content is still quite high. What can He say? He could only silently turn on the air conditioning along with the tank's ventilation system to purify the slightly damp air inside the tank. After driving for over 2 hours, the rain continued to pour for more than 2 hours. It was only as they were nearing their destination that the downpour began to lessen somewhat. In the sky, the distant roar of airplanes could be faintly heard. Those were the planes preparing to drop supplies. Didn't they say there was still half an hour left? The time has been moved up. He was somewhat anxious, worried that the airdrop would be claimed by someone else. "That sounds reasonable," Tianxiang replied, finding it quite normal. "Only after the airdrop descends and the conspicuous red smoke rises will everyone know where it has landed. I only remember a rough direction, and I will have to follow the red smoke to find it. But until the end, when the outcome is determined, the airdrop will not be opened. We still have time, no need to rush. Have you thought about how we are going to engage, old brother? Should we charge in directly or act like a yellow sparrow?" Tianxiang's analysis was quite reasonable, and after realizing it, He agreed. "It's still raining, and we don't know where the survivors are hiding. If only we had a specific location, we could attempt to make friends with them first. At least we could avoid the survivors getting involved in this matter, reducing some uncertainties." He's words sent Tianxiang into deep thought. "Wait, are you planning to befriend the natives? What will you use to negotiate?" He confidently stated, "Of course we will follow the age-old tradition of courtesy before conflict. Just give them a heads up. If they are willing to listen, great. If not, then we blast them with shells. We'll eliminate the risks in the cradle." "Sure, Tianxiang. That sounds good, old brother. You have a bit of kindness in you, but not much." He scoffed. "You don't think I'm indecisive enough to plead with the natives, do you? To be honest, I've already slaughtered 2 settlements with a combined population of at least 300 or 400. However, who knows? If this weather gives the natives a cold and they start coughing or developing inflammation, I just happen to have antibiotics on hand. Oh, wouldn't that make me their benefactor?" Do you have antibiotics, old brother?" Tianxiang was surprised. "Where did you get that during the early stages? That traitor didn't mention when you had such things." He snorted. "So what? I can't let Ying and the others know about everything, can I?" "True. You must keep that thing safe, old brother. After we Blue Star people come, we might not adapt to the environment. Such items are lifesavers." At least 3 stages ago such items were as valuable as gold, hard currency. With the knowledge imparted by Wu Jiuquan, he naturally understood the status and function of such things, hence proposing this idea. While the two were chatting, the airdrop had already been released. A thick and conspicuous red smoke rose into the air amidst the light rain. It seemed the rain had no effect on that smoke. As long as there were no obstructions, the red smoke could be seen within a few kilometers. Damn it, let's not worry about them for now. Both of our tanks have been reinforced. Let's rush to the airdrop location at full speed. Perhaps we will reach the airdrop before they do. Quan, he decisively commanded. After all, he didn't know where that survivor settlement was. The wasteland was vast, who had time to search for them slowly. If they encountered someone who was blind to the situation, it would be a matter of shooting them dead. Before issuing the order, he had to prepare for various scenarios and contingencies. After giving the order, it was only left to one-word act. Wu Jiu, estimate the distance to our target location. Since Wu Jiu could not see the airdrop Quan, he could only mention the location of the airdrop point. Although she couldn't see it, Wu Jiu could guess from the conversation between Quan He and Shi Tianxiang, but she wouldn't ask. Commander, your description is too vague. I cannot make an accurate judgment. Wu Jiu was not omnipotent either. It was the first time Quan He detected a hint of helplessness in her tone. Quan He connected to Shi Tianxiang's radio. Shi Tianxiang, once the tanks are deployed, can they see the airdrops and treasure chests? A crackling sound came from Shi Tianxiang. Of course, why? Quan He frowned, wondering why their tanks could see it while his Wu Jiu could not. Could it be because it wasn't from a treasure chest airdrop, but from the system's tank factory? He then immediately found his standby assistant, the Tongzi. System, why can't Wu Jiu see the airdrops and treasure chests? Didn't you say your authority is the same as that of this world's? Well, checking. Indeed, it was a system oversight, and the current bug will be fixed soon. We apologize for the unpleasant service experience this has caused the host. May we apply for an additional lottery chance from the core as compensation? Quan He felt this tone resembled that of certain customer service representatives who were reluctant to take responsibility, but unlike those representatives, this Tongzi genuinely cared for the host. Rejected. Reapplying. Rejected. Complaining. Application approved. Host, we have secured an additional lottery chance from the tank factory as compensation. Is there anything else you are dissatisfied with? Quan He. So Tongzi, have you complained to the core again? Yes, but the host need not worry. It's merely a shameless entity that refuses to acknowledge its faults. Next time, if the host finds another bug, we will handle it similarly. Such thoughtful service made Quan He feel a little flattered. This doesn't seem right. Why not? The rewards it arranged had bugs, which was originally its problem. Fixing the bugs is merely fulfilling its responsibilities, but it should express regret for the inconvenience caused to the host, right? Rest assured, host, the system is monitoring in the background. If it dares to act up because this is a complimentary offer, it will be reported. Core, I'm up early at 8. Complaining. Core, the other party has retracted a message. Quan He had never seen the core get so angry before. This Tongzi is quite something, truly on the same page as the host. If there are benefits, it gives them, and if there are none, it still creates them, directly holding the host in its palms. How impressive. Commander, I see that red smoke. Based on our current speed, we'll need about half an hour. Wu Jiu suddenly said. She had just spotted it and immediately responded to the question Quan He posed earlier. Half an hour. Quan He understood. It seems Shi Tianxiang's estimate was correct. Considering the speed and time lost due to the rain, we should arrive just in time. Yes, Commander, it seems the other party's identity as a reborn is verifiable. Other than some more private discussions, everything else was communicated via radio, so Wu Jiu was well informed. However, there was nothing particularly surprising, as she herself was also a tank. Wu Jiu, issue the orders. I leave the next steps to you. My only goal is to secure the airdrop. As for how to command and operate, I entrust it all to you. Quan He decisively relinquished command. This time was different from attacking the machine factory. The goal was singular. There were multiple factions involved this time, and it was complex. Quan He wouldn't take the risk of acting recklessly. Quan He was always very self-aware. Compared to Wu Jiu, who held the title of Immortal Iron Cavalry of the Republic, he was merely a hindrance in terms of command. All right, Commander, let's stand tall and stomp them down, securing this airdrop target. Wu Jiu's voice was very serious. Quan He almost choked on his own saliva. Ha, good, that's right, let's stand tall and stomp them down. Quan He discreetly propped his leg up. All vehicles, pay attention, identify the target. Form a spearhead formation and advance at full speed. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle received. He Ying's vehicle received. After returning to the main road, He Ying disconnected the tether with the Type 59 tank and also equipped a radio in the tank factory. Quan He felt that if it weren't for that, while accommodating the survivors, the intelligent machine tank factory wouldn't even produce such outdated gear. The ordinary survivor gathering places were a different story, as that group of craftsmen liked to create some useful trinkets. 2 tanks and a pickup truck formed a triangle heading toward the airdrop. Meanwhile, in the other two directions, a convoy was simultaneously turning toward the airdrop. Each convoy consisted of two different tanks clearly formed by survivors who had teamed up. The perimeter also had patrolling intelligent machine tank formations accompanied by drones. As the battle was still some distance away, Quan He decisively used the lottery chance he had secured from the system. Universal Snow Plow Quality Basic, a reverse arc snow plow that can be mounted at the front lower position of the tank 5 mm thick. Quan He blinked. Oh, what use is this in the current situation? It's pouring rain, not a blizzard. However, Quan He still mounted this device on the tank, adding a reverse arc snow plow with a sloping angle to the front lower part of the moving Type 59. Wujio, do you think this thing is useful for us right now? Since Wujio was the Type 59 tank, she immediately knew something was added. Wujio replied without hesitation, currently, it can compensate for the weak lower armor. Once a shell penetrates this snow plow, it will greatly reduce the threat to the lower armor. But as upgrades and battles progress, if it isn't snowing, its usefulness will diminish. Quan He nodded thoughtfully. He also remembered a certain 8th level gold tank from his previous World of Tanks play that had a snow plow. Oh, it was indeed hard to penetrate unless it was a high caliber tank. Commander, we are less than 500 meters from the airdrop. Other targets have appeared within radar range located at 11 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Sure, Tianxiang's vehicle will hang a roller barrel for caution toward the 4 o'clock direction. He Ying's vehicle will assist. My vehicle will open the airdrop treasure chest and respond to the 11 o'clock direction. Attention, beware of the intelligent machine convoy and survivors hiding in the shadows. Battle begins. The Type 59 tank surged forward enveloped in thick black smoke, heading straight for the airdrop. The glaring red smoke was particularly eye-catching. Outside, the tank light rain continued to fall, but it no longer obstructed their view. The radar displayed that two other convoys had also begun to accelerate. They had clearly detected the Qianhe convoy. This indicated one thing: the enemy's vehicles were equipped with radar as well. Qianhe and Shi Tianxiang did not dare to be complacent just because they were behind the armored protection of their tank. After so many days of survival, and having sold a considerable amount of goods on the trading page, it was evident that any tank that had managed to survive until now had been somewhat enhanced. Although Qianhe did not believe that a 55 mm anti-tank gun posed a threat to him, one could never be too sure. What if it struck an unprotected gap? The people inside the tank would not be able to withstand even a spark from the explosion. Reality was not a game. There were no invulnerable characters here. If one were struck by a metal jet, one would have just enough time to exclaim damn before life would slip away. At this moment, the powerful engine of the Type 59 tank provided an advantage. Ultimately, Qianhe arrived at the airdrop location first. However, the enemy's tank gun also opened fire. The shells whistled and struck around the Type 59 tank, but did not hit directly. The enemy also fired while on the move. Even the heroic drivers could not guarantee a 100 hit rate while moving, let alone the basic members of other survivors. Without needing Wujio's orders, the driver automatically positioned the tank to face 11 o'clock. The shell finally struck the Type 59, but was easily deflected. The enhanced Type 59 could easily disregard any artillery below 70 mm. If it were the 88 mm gun from the German 3, the current Type 59 would not hesitate to present its front to the enemy. Of course, there were weaknesses. The observation port's exhaust pipes and the two hatches on top of the turret could all be penetrated. Even a suicide drone diving from above could breach them. But reality was not a game. It was impossible to meticulously aim for the small hatch on top of the turret. This was also why it was necessary to present the front to the enemy. Gunner, aim at 11 o'clock with armor-piercing rounds, Wu Jiao ordered. Armor-piercing round loaded. The automated loader had become much faster and more efficient. He just needed to ensure the type of shell being loaded. Wu Jiao said, "I'll assist you in aiming. You fire a direct shot." The gunner responded, "Target locked." Boom. The gunner exclaimed, "Eliminated." Locking onto the next target, armor-piercing round. Under Wu Jiao's command, the crew operated with precision, successfully destroying one enemy tank. Qianhe was not idle either. He directly launched the tow hook to initiate the airdrop. Although he was not involved in command, he would not lag behind. Obtained camouflage paint 1, obtained individual combat rations 10, obtained 1000L diesel, set 1, obtained vehicle expansion structure 1, obtained long oval turret 1, obtained small auxiliary turret 1, obtained 65 mm anti-tank gun 1. A total of 7 rewards were obtained in one go. It was indeed a big airdrop. No wonder this airdrop event left a deep impression on Shi Tianxiang. Even after being reborn, he was determined to be the one to claim this airdrop. Sure, Tianxiang airdrop secured. We are preparing to disengage from combat. He shouted over the radio. Meanwhile, while he was handling the airdrop, Wu Jiao had already assisted the crew in destroying another tank at 11 o'clock. The radar indicated that a mechanized convoy had surrounded them. The survivor convoy at 4 o'clock had also ceased its movements. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle received no enemy contact for the time being. If the enemy does not advance, ignore them and retreat from 11 o'clock. Having secured the airdrop, He did not intend to engage in a direct confrontation with the survivor convoy and the mechanized convoy. Such battles were pointless. Other than killing a couple of people, there was no benefit. As for the meager supplies of the survivor convoy, He truly looked down upon them. To put it harshly, if He had a dog, that dog would eat better than most survivors. He and Hiying had brought enough water and food from the previous survivor camp, so there was no need to worry for now. Meanwhile, He and Shi Tianxiang had enough supplies from the loot and the vehicle space lottery to not worry for the next few days. Given the current weather, keeping excess supplies was pointless. If they were not vacuum sealed, they would spoil. Shi Tianxiang and Hiying immediately adjusted their direction to advance towards 11 o'clock. He was their rear guard. The enemies at 11 o'clock had already been eliminated, while He needed to remain vigilant against any survivors who might be hiding in the 4 o'clock direction. After confirming that the survivor convoy at 4 o'clock had begun to slowly withdraw, he then reversed towards 11 o'clock. He's objective had always been the airdrop. The battles between survivors held no significance. Since the airdrop had been secured, there was no reason to linger and become entangled in conflict. Aside from dealing with a few attacks from the mechanized convoy, along the way there were no other disturbances. The survivors hiding in the shadows had yet to show themselves. This spared He a lot of trouble. Only after confirming that there were no enemies within the radar range did his convoy come to a halt. Next came the time to check the spoils. Camouflage paint. Apply camouflage paint to the tank, enhancing visual concealment and reducing radar detection probability by 10. This was a valuable item, and he naturally applied it to his tank first. Individual combat rations include self-heating fried rice 1, chewing gum 2, drinking water 1000 ml, chocolate 1, vitamin C tablets 1. If consumed sparingly, a single portion per day would suffice to prevent starvation and dehydration, ensuring combat effectiveness. With a total of 10 portions of such rations, this greatly alleviated his convoy's water and food issues. Diesel 1000L set similar to the one he had previously obtained. He traded it directly to Shi Tianxiang to attach to his tank. Now both tanks were equipped with a small fuel trailer. After refueling, he no longer needed to worry about diesel for a while. Long oval turret. Enhanced oval turret, providing greater turret space with a frontal armor thickness of 220 mm. Naturally, he opted to replace the turret directly. The original oval turret of the Type 59 had only 200 mm of frontal armor. Since it could increase the armor thickness while also expanding turret space, there was no reason not to change it. As for the replaced oval turret, he also traded it to Shi Tianxiang. The advantage of modular design was that as long as the module positions matched, they could be swapped without much thought. Even if the final result turned out to be somewhat mismatched, the body expansion structure is naturally self-evident. Like before, it maintains the basic quality, increasing either half a meter in length or width. This time he chose to increase the width instead of the length. The original length of the Type 59 chassis was 6 meters, but after 2 enhancements, it has now reached 7 meters, which is sufficient for the time being. With the skirt plates, the chassis width is 3 meters. After this enhancement, the chassis width has increased to 8 meters. Suddenly, the space inside the tank feels much more spacious. The space previously occupied by the fully automatic ammunition loader has been freed up, leaving some surplus. With both the turret and chassis expanded, the internal space of the tank is sufficient. When choosing to install the long oval turret, he deliberately moved it slightly forward, as the previous Type 59 tank featured a centrally positioned turret. It has now transformed into a front-mounted turret, while the space at the back is naturally reserved for the small auxiliary turret. Although it seems a bit awkward, it does enhance the tank's firepower at the rear. With advantages come disadvantages. The downside is quite apparent, as the turret of the Type 59 cannot rotate 360 degrees due to the small turret mounted at the back. To resolve this issue, one would have to add a neck to the turret or use a different type of chassis. It's hard to say if it's good or bad. He prioritizes facing the fiercest battles heat-in. He never considered turning his back on the enemy. Thus, he believes that installing a small auxiliary turret at the rear is sufficient against enemies with lower intensity around them. This small turret can also rotate 180 degrees, allowing it to provide fire support from the sides. After enhancing himself, he traded the 65mm anti-tank gun to Shi Tianxiang. This gun cannot be mounted on the small auxiliary turret and is of no use just sitting around, so it's better to give it to him. This not only provides intelligence, but also emotional value, and since he's fighting alongside them, he can enjoy the meat while others get the soup. Even bones without soup should be thrown away right. From the front, his tank no longer belongs to the category of medium tanks. It resembles a heavy tank. Especially after transforming into a long oval turret, and with the overall expansion of the chassis, it evokes a feeling reminiscent of the WZ-111. The WZ-111 was the first and last heavy tank independently developed by the Rabbits modeled after the IS-2 of the Hairy Bears. Ultimately, it was discontinued due to adjustments in the armored force development strategy and never entered service. If the cannon were to be changed from 100mm to 122mm, it would truly possess the power to penetrate 340mm, characteristic of socialism. Although the 65mm anti-tank gun cannot be used on the small auxiliary turret, the ordinary 50mm tank gun can. The loader who originally wanted a break is now left dumbfounded. The main turret is equipped with an automatic loading device, but this small turret does not. He still has to load shells one by one. However, since the caliber is smaller, the shells are lighter, making the loading process less strenuous. Due to the chassis expansion, this small auxiliary turret also requires a gunner. Although Wu Jiao can operate it is ultimately less convenient. Quan He then directly moved to the shooting position of the small auxiliary turret, leaving the loader in a daze. "Aren't you the tank commander?" Quan He shot him a look signaling him to be quiet. After adjusting his mood, he slowly spoke up. Wu Jiao, it seems that we are short a commander in the tank. Why not take on the role yourself? After all, most of the time you are the one directing." Wu Jiao with her slender and graceful figure appeared in the commander's seat, looking somewhat puzzled at Quan He, who was shrunk inside. "Commander, that spot is too cramped. You stay in the commander's seat, and I can just take care of the small auxiliary turret. After all, I can operate it directly." Quan He waved his hands repeatedly. No. I'm just here to learn how to operate the gunner's position. With you here, I can also learn about other positions' knowledge." The other three in the tank said nothing, focused on their tasks, seemingly awkward enough to want to dig a hole in the floor. The loader sitting closely next to Quan He couldn't help but complain internally. "Commander, your intentions are too obvious. Are you really trying to learn? Even a fool could see what you meant." Meanwhile, he's grinning like an idiot. Does he really think Wu Jiao is a fool? Wu Jiao tilted her head to look at Quan He, making him feel nervous, his sincere expression almost faltering. Then she slightly raised the corners of her mouth. "You are the commander, so your orders are naturally military commands. Wu Jiao will obey unconditionally." The other three immediately realized that Wu Jiao was teasing their commander. After Wu Jiao appeared, they naturally understood what kind of presence she was. A seasoned veteran, she found no need to hide her thoughts regarding their somewhat foolish commander. The gunner stared through his sight while the driver focused ahead. Only the loader could see their commander. TSK. Just look at the light in her eyes, even a fool can see it. The loader noticed Quan He and also caught a glimpse of Wu Jiao's slightly raised lips. Clearly Wu Jiao also knew, but chose not to say anything. She was curious to see how long Quan He could hold back. At this moment, the loader stayed silent. He could tell that Wu Jiao didn't dislike their commander and even had a good impression of him. After all, as a tank girl, she naturally had a higher affinity for the commander. Now the two of them were playing a game of secret affection. While one watched the other play, he did not want to become part of their game. Outside, Shi Tianxiang had also completed the modifications to his tank. He changed the turret and the barrel, making the Matilda appear somewhat mismatched. However, practicality comes first, and he did not mind. The pace was already much faster than before. As for the suggestion on the brown paper to take down Quan He, he dismissed it as nonsense. Looking at the Type 59, which resembled a heavy tank, he knew it could accommodate a tank girl. Meanwhile, Quan He was clearly speaking to Wu Jiao rather than communicating over the radio. However, Shi Tianxiang had no idea which position Wu Jiao occupied. Based on his understanding of Quan He figured it should either be the shooting position of the small auxiliary turret or the loader's position. These two positions were right next to each other, akin to desk mates in school. Given Quan He's reserved nature, he would not miss such an opportunity to get closer to Wu Jiao. But he never expected that Quan He lacked even this courage. Cowardly indeed. However, even if he knew, he would understand. Many people view tank girls as exquisite toys for unrestrained release, merging the new with the old without considering that tank girls also possess feelings. They are not truly human, but compared to humans, they are only lacking the ability to reproduce. Considering Wu Jiao's demonstrated abilities later on, he felt she deserved Quan He's genuine and sincere treatment. There is an old saying that rings true: there is no such thing as a secret crush in this world. Your hidden affection is like a furnace. How could the other person possibly not feel it? It's merely that the other person does not share the same feelings. Of course, there is also the possibility that they are uncertain and after weighing their options choose to retreat. Is there really such a thing as discovering something years later? Most of the time, it is merely a reminiscence of youthful days that stirs the heart. Quan He was tucked away in the shooting position of the rear small turret, and with just a glance back, he could see Wu Jiao's striking figure in the commander's seat. For now, Quan He had no chaotic thoughts. As a straightforward person, sometimes just having the other person by your side is enough. That subtle tension and thrill continuously stimulated his heart, which had never known romance. Under the influence of hormones, he felt invigorated, learning rapidly. This feeling was akin to being in middle or high school where his heart raced at the sight of his crush while being placed in the same study group. She sat right beside him, and with each breath he could catch a whiff of her refreshing fragrance. Occasionally, she would discuss the problems she encountered and her thought processes for solving them. In such instances, as long as one was not a hopeless loser consumed by their infatuation, they would find that their academic performance was extraordinarily good that day. Switch positions with me temporarily. Since the commander wants to learn the gunner's skills, I will take the opportunity to teach you now that the tank has just been upgraded, Wujio suddenly said. Quan Yi's heart raced over 100 beats per minute. The loader, feeling like he had been pardoned, hurriedly scrambled out of his hatch. Wujio's figure flashed as she moved to Quan Yi's side, taking the loader's position. Our tank has just received an upgrade, and you are all heroic crew members who need to quickly adapt to our tank. Wujio's voice echoed from various positions within the tank. Quan Yi followed suit, saying, right from now on I'll be promoted. Everyone call me Commander, and Wujio is the commander. Understood, Commander. Acknowledged, Commander. The other three stared wide-eyed. Wujio fixed her gaze on Quan Yi. Even though it was not the first time she sat beside him, Quan Yi felt an inexplicable nervousness. He couldn't help but curse himself for being useless. When ordering the massacre of the survivor camp, he showed no mercy, yet he could feel so nervous in front of Wujio. Commander, now place your eyes on the sight and aim at your target. Wujio seemed oblivious to Quan Yi's nervousness, speaking to herself. She used to even monitor Quan Yi's heart rate and would sometimes ask him what was wrong. But this time it was as if she was completely unaware. Quan Yi instinctively looked as Wujio instructed. Then she swiftly loaded a newly generated 50mm shell. The two levers in your hands, the left one controls the rotation of the auxiliary turret, while the right one adjusts the elevation of the cannon. Now place your feet on the pedal in front of you. Quan Yi complied, saying, done. Press down and you can kill. Lift it up and you can't kill. Wujio added, it's that simple. The rest requires the commander to practice more to improve accuracy. Quan Yi clicked his tongue, looking through the sight, his foot on the activation device, managing to suppress the thrill in his heart for a moment. With the cannon in hand, all other feelings had to take a back seat. If I don't fire a shot, it feels a bit unsatisfying. Wujio's lips curled slightly, then fire a shot. At your 11 o'clock direction, 200 meters away, the grass is moving irregularly. The radar shows no anomalies. It's highly likely to be survivors mentioned in the information from Shi Tianxiang. Quan Yi immediately became serious. He grabbed the radio and quickly switched to the external line. Shi Tianxiang, I suspect there are ambushing survivors at 11 o'clock, 200 meters from my position. We must root them out to avoid potential threats. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle received. Ying's vehicle received. Shi Tianxiang and Ying immediately set off from two different directions towards the location Quan Yi mentioned. As for Wujio's suggestion to fire a shot, that was naturally a joke. According to Shi Tianxiang's intel, the hidden survivors possessed rocket launchers. Opening fire recklessly would be no problem for him, but what about Ying and Shi Tianxiang? Ying would certainly be blown to pieces by a single shot. Shi Tianxiang lacked exoskeletal armor. If any member were injured, Matilda would be rendered useless. At this stage, where could they find replacement member cards? Quan Yi did not intend to abandon Shi Tianxiang, the reincarnated individual. He also did not intend to give up on Ying, who would self-destruct to avenge him after his death. For someone like her, treating her as a reliable subordinate was the highest form of recognition. Taking her to bed would be nothing short of defilement. However, Quan Yi did not underestimate this batch of survivors. Just yesterday, he had taken a quick glance at the chat channel where many survivors dominated by their small heads had already started mingling with the indigenous survivors. Quan Yi truly did not understand how many days had it been. Why were they so relaxed already? Not to mention, would they not be startled by any sudden encounters with battle while playing? With the number of experiences the indigenous women had, would it not be a concern whether they would get wet? Would such a question be a bit too sharp? It was hard to say whether it was good or bad for his brothers. Quan Yi did not intend to ask Shi Tianxiang this question. He had no plans to engage with the indigenous population, unlike those who had been experienced countless times and even stood up to be kicked. Isn't a tank girl appealing? He took a deep breath instinctively. It was quite appealing, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of lemon peels washed in fabric softener and dried in the sun. 200 meters was practically nothing for the current weaponry. Shi Tianxiang set the large wheel to the front and shouted through the tank's horn from a distance of 100 meters. Those hiding in front, put down your weapons and come out. You have been locked on. Resisting will lead to death. At the same time, he loaded a high-explosive shell into the newly replaced 65mm anti-tank cannon. Someone on Ying's tank also quickly aimed the machine gun at that direction. For people, the difference between a heavy machine gun and a tank cannon was not that significant. They could all achieve a favorable outcome. Not just the two of them, the barrel of the Type 59 was also aimed in that direction with rockets ready to be fired. In the grass, 3 men emerged. They were armed with an RPG, various caliber weapons, and even had homemade cluster bombs tucked into their waists. Shi Tianxiang glanced at the brown paper and continued, "Bring out the 22 of you who are still hiding. This is the final warning." The leading man's expression changed instantly. He had originally thought that it was the earlier commotion caused by that kid that led to their exposure, but he never expected that the other side would directly state the number of ambushers. Even Quan He did not anticipate that there were actually 22 individuals hidden within this seemingly ordinary patch of grass. Just by looking at the equipment of the 3 who had already emerged, it was clear they possessed the capability to launch an ambush. If Wu Jiu had not detected the movement in the grass, and if they indeed intended to ambush him, once he passed by them, a cluster bomb could be directly thrown beneath the tank's territory, and when the rockets and other bombs struck, even if the Type 59 could withstand it, the fragments and sparks would be unbearable for those inside. Shi Tianxiang took another glance at the parchment, and the message refreshed again. The ambushers dared not act because you accurately stated their numbers. You chose to step out and confront them openly. This was a group of relatively kind-hearted survivors. They were merely attracted by the commotion here, shocked by your abilities and appreciating your honesty. They invited you to their gathering place for rest. After careful consideration, you chose to leave your team and went ahead, showcasing your strong capabilities as a seer and survivor. The leader's daughter fell in love with you at first sight, and you decided to stay, unlocking a treasure chest here, continuously expanding this territory, taking the first solid step towards dominating the wasteland. Shi Tianxiang, I still remain. I can't believe the bombardment arrived within 3 hours, let alone building a territory. Everyone would be dead. However, since the other party wouldn't take action, such an opportunity for showboating naturally had to be given to the big shot. Otherwise, how could the big shot take off? If the big shot doesn't take off, how could I rest easy being a mere accessory? Shi Tianxiang found it hard to describe his emotional state. It felt as if a modern person had been reborn back to the era of scholars starting their businesses. He knew the script, should he follow it or join in? Some things are not beneficial just because one knows the script. Brother, I remember them as decent. Among the survivors, they could be considered somewhat conscientious. If all 25 of them come out, would you like to say a few words? Shi Tianxiang decisively connected to Quan He's radio. Quan He exclaimed, "Are there still kind-hearted natives in this world?" Shi Tianxiang replied, "Of course there are. Some natives enjoy killing, others prefer plundering, some like to sneakily farm, while others form caravans to wander and evade intelligent machines. Like Hiengu, she used to be in a gathering place of survivors who loved farming, but later was overrun and robbed by natives who enjoyed plundering. Of course, brother, if you don't want to deal with them, we can leave directly. After all, they have already come out, and there's no need to engage them in a deadlock. However, I recall there might be a treasure chest in their gathering place. Someone mentioned it in the chat channel." Quan He had initially planned to leave directly, but since there was a treasure chest inside, they had to check it out. Sitting next to Quan He, Wu Jiu understood his intention. All units maintain a state of high alert. Move forward. Driver, received. Moving forward. The Type 59 heavy tank rumbled forward, crossing Shi Tianxiang, and he aimed to face the natives. This was a distance that posed risks for both parties. Quan He connected to Shi Tianxiang's radio. "Are you sure they are relatively kind-hearted natives?" Shi Tianxiang had no knowledge, but the information from the parchment had been proven trustworthy thus far. However, he cautiously did not make any guarantees. "I remember it that way, but now that they have all come out, we can let them put their weapons down on the ground first. Not going out is also fine, otherwise we can threaten them to open the treasure chest. We have a tank, what are we afraid of?" Quan He curled his lip. What a statement that meant nothing. If the commander wants to go out, Wu Jiu can ensure your safety. Quan He turned to Wu Jiu, who gave him an affirmative look. After the natives confirmed that Quan He and the others did not intend to open fire, they also slowly put down their weapons. The resolute man in the lead spoke. "We were merely attracted by the commotion here and had no intention of ambushing you. Please do not misunderstand. We are willing to leave immediately, guaranteeing that we will not pose any threat to you." Clang! The natives heard the sound of the hatch opening, and a young man climbed out. As he stood next to the tank turret, a tall and striking woman suddenly appeared beside him. The woman was clad in mechanical armor with a large and a small barrel extending from her right side, while her left side bore heavy tracks. It was the diminutive form of the Type 59 turned into armor. Tank GG armor. No wonder Wu Jiu said she could protect herself. Quan He understood in his heart. With Tank GG's ability to appear casually inside the tank combined with the Tank GG armor, if not for their innate obedience to the commander, how could they humiliatingly submit to those survivors? In Quan He's view, Wu Jiu's eyes were filled with an incongruous weariness for her image, and when she spoke to him, there would sometimes be a faint, imperceptible smile. In the eyes of the natives, that young man resembled a rookie, just starting out, while that strange woman. They merely glanced at her, and it felt as if they were gazing upon a vast battlefield with charging war machines and dense artillery. Good, your cooperation has avoided a battle. Kwani stood behind the turret looking at the natives not far away and cleared his throat. To put it simply, we want to find a safe place to rest briefly. After replenishing, we will leave, so we would like to borrow your camp for resupply. As compensation, we can leave some ammunition behind. How about that? Kwani pointed to the 12.7mm heavy machine gun and ammunition, which at this point would not even be desired by the dogs in Kwani's convoy. How can we trust you? The man in the lead was reluctant to agree. Kwani grinned. Because we possess the strength to kill you and leave on our own, yet we chose to speak to you sincerely instead. That is our goodwill. Saying this, he patted the tank beneath him. Do you see the thickness of this armor? Do you see this external reactive armor? Your rockets and cluster bombs are utterly ineffective against my tank. You have been cooperative, so I will also maintain this politeness. It's that simple. Clearly He's sincere words were not pleasant to hear, but it was the truth. If not for the simple desire to open a treasure chest, he would have retreated long ago and wouldn't waste his breath here. Evidently, the other party understood this reasoning as well, and after much hesitation they spoke. Well, if we agree we do not want compensation, can we ask you to help us with something? In fact, one's malice may not be apparent on the surface, but their gaze is likely to betray them. This leader is not simple. After years of guiding the members of the settlement, he is certainly not as kind-hearted as he appears. At least in terms of cunning, he is still quite inexperienced. He could see at a glance that the young man had no intention of causing trouble. However, the woman behind the young man made him feel a deep sense of wariness. If he were to describe her, he would say this woman must have slaughtered several large settlements to possess such a gaze and aura. It was clear that this woman held the young man in high regard. Which powerful family's young master has come out to experience life again? Haha, a young master is indeed a young master surrounded by female guards. Kwani was unaware that in their eyes he had become a young master from a major survivor faction experiencing life in the Wasteland. He just didn't quite understand. Help, we barely know each other. I simply want to temporarily resupply and rest at your settlement. What help can I offer you? To be honest, Kwani had no desire to complicate matters. He merely wished to open the treasure chest and then leave gracefully. Abandoning a treasure chest in the Wasteland is like asking a fungus to give up an oil field. The leader organized his thoughts. It's like this, our settlement has recently been in a bitter conflict with another settlement. They primarily focus on plundering and have only recently come near our settlement. Now they repeatedly demand food and supplies from us. They even kidnapped more than a dozen of our people. I would like to ask for your assistance in mediating. We are willing to offer some food and supplies as long as they return our kidnapped people. Hearing this, he did not respond immediately, but instead asked the system internally, System, can such a matter trigger a sudden event? If it could, he wouldn't mind trying based on the real situation. If it couldn't, he certainly wouldn't waste time being benevolent. I'm very sorry, host, but it is currently insufficient to trigger a sudden event. Perhaps it could be triggered based on the ongoing developments. The conditions are temporarily insufficient. We have no interest in participating in your conflict. Since there was no benefit, he naturally refused decisively. If you agree, we can leave behind some weapons as trade. Once the transaction is complete, we will owe each other nothing and part ways. The other leader sighed upon hearing this. All right, what a pity. Since that's the case, please follow me. Well, lead the way ahead. With that, he took the lead in walking in a certain direction with other survivors following behind him. He and Wu Jiao exchanged a glance and returned to the tank. However, this time, He returned to the commander's compartment. As for the auxiliary cannon, he temporarily left it to the loader to operate. Although it might be a bit hectic with Wu Jiao's assistance, it could still be managed. Usually, he would take the opportunity to learn skills from other positions, which was understandable. Now that there was a serious matter at hand, he naturally wouldn't seek to experience the joys of companionship or the thrills of youth. Kwani's convoy followed behind the other group, moving at a leisurely pace. The people in front were also discussing He and the others. Boss, why agree to let them come to our camp? Yeah, boss, what if they have ulterior motives? Wouldn't we be done for? Exactly, we just saw their tank easily destroy others. If they charge into our camp, even if we can deal with them, we would suffer heavy losses. The leader's expression remained unchanged. If we don't agree to them, are we just going to confront them in here? At that time, whether they live or die is uncertain, but you kids are surely finished. As for why we agreed to them, he continued, they've asked 3 times already. If we don't agree this time, they might not be so easy to talk to anymore. Seeing that the others still wanted to say something, the leader continued, as for your concerns, there's no need to worry. You all saw their tank. Killing those robotic tanks is like cutting vegetables for them. They merely want to resupply water and food. What could we have that is worthy of their interest? Are you worried about your ugly wives? Not to mention the woman standing on the tank. Even the 4 women in that pickup truck are far superior to your wives. Stop worrying unnecessarily. The main thing is, the leader said calmly, the moment we lay down our weapons and walk out of the jungle, the initiative will no longer be in our hands. Just cooperate while see them off and don't overthink it or have any inappropriate ideas. Suddenly, one of the men's eyes lit up. Boss, what if we lead them to that group of new survivors camp for a spin? With that leader's wolf-like nature, he would surely be tempted by such quality women. Then they would definitely attack that new group, and wouldn't our troubles be solved? Hearing this, the others also brightened up, thinking this idea was quite good. The leader scoffed with a sarcastic expression. Oh, right, wow. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? You truly are a once-in-a-century genius. The light of human civilization will depend on you to guide it, and with your intelligence you will surely lead humanity to defeat the robotic menace and reach the stars. I better quickly step down and take my family far away from you all. The man scratched his head, looking confused. Huh, why? The leader snorted coldly. I'm afraid that when you get blasted by them you might splash blood all over me. Even a wasteland scavenger like you can think of that, yet you can't imagine that they can roam the wasteland without a care. Do you think everyone else is foolish while you are the only clever one? Do you have the legendary intelligence diminishing halo? The leader made it so that the man couldn't lift his head. Pure nonsense. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act rashly. Throw away all those ridiculous ideas you came up with. If anyone dares to threaten our settlement, don't blame me for being impolite. The leader spoke plainly. I can't defeat them, but dealing with you little brats is still no problem. Many of you I watched grow up, so don't push me. All the other team members fell silent, as it was the first time they had heard the leader speak so seriously and ruthlessly. Once in the state of serious business, he had long since cast aside any previous emotions. He knew when to think about what matters. It was precisely for this reason that he was not someone who let a small head dictate the large. He was also in communication with Shi Tianxiang regarding this matter. Shi Tianxiang deeply agreed with Quan He's refusal to mediate the conflicts between the two indigenous camps. Surviving in the wasteland was just about survival. If there were no absolute benefits, one should not easily get involved in the conflicts between the natives. If that camp also had a treasure chest, then there would be no doubt. Joining forces with that camp to eliminate the other side would be the quickest and simplest solution. However, he asked that cowhide paper and the camp did not have a treasure chest. Then he could only apologize to those natives. We wasteland survivors never meddle in others' affairs. Quan He found it both amusing and exasperating. It seems like they have much in common. Both are those who won't act until they see the rabbit. The two fellas were growing increasingly in sync. Quan He appreciated the other's clarity in life, and both their speech and demeanor suited his taste. They knew when to advance and retreat, understanding what to take and what to leave behind. Shi Tianxiang admired that this leg was thick enough to share meat, while generously giving broth to himself. Not at all dissatisfied, not even a bit. When he heard Quan He praise his clarity, Shi Tianxiang felt quite proud over the radio. I have always upheld a fine tradition. Just like the old saying goes, strength cannot be bent, poverty cannot be swayed, wealth cannot be flaunted. Quan He quickly interrupted. You can stop right there. That wealth cannot be debauched. You must have returned your language arts to the teacher, right? Shi Tianxiang chuckled. Whoa. If it cannot be debauched, then what do I need wealth for? Quan He. Time slipped away as the two exchanged words, and the survivor camp gradually appeared before Quan He's convoy. It was a small camp established in a gorge between two large mountains. Saying small, it still had 200 to 300 inhabitants with dense vines and large trees surrounding it. Even the camp was covered with vines. No wonder they can survive here. It turns out that as long as they detect the intelligent machines, they just need to remain still, and the intelligent machine's radar won't detect them. Shi Tianxiang suddenly understood. Quan He was a bit puzzled. Don't intelligent machines have devices like infrared? Shi Tianxiang, brother, look at those dense vines outside. The heat emitted by those vines is no less than that of humans. Infrared thermal imaging would be ineffective. Hiding here, their greatest enemy is actually humanity itself. Shi Tianxiang's tone was somewhat sarcastic. The natives in this world not only have to fight the intelligent machines, but also against their own kind, and now there are us survivors added into the mix. This is truly the meaning of humanity's downfall. Quan He rolled his eyes. Why do you care so much? Look at you fretting. Oh, why not stay behind and be the leader? I see that the leader's daughter is still quite charming, a perfect match for you. Make you both wealthy and debauched. Shi Tianxiang felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh no, could it be that leg brother knows about the cowhide paper? Ha, if I stay, I can only be a groom for 3 hours. After 3 hours, a bombing would come, and we'd all be dead. Quan He's convoy arrival caused quite a stir. The peculiar combination of tanks startled the natives a bit. Upon entering the camp, Quan He immediately spotted the treasure chest placed there. He ensured normal supplies of water and food. Shi Tianxiang find a few 12.7mm heavy machine guns and ammunition. Since we're talking about a trade, we must follow through with our word. I will go open the treasure chest. Without further ado, they did what they were meant to do, quickly opened the treasure chest and withdrew. Survivors do not belong to any gathering place and cannot stay at any. Under the gaze of all the natives, the 3 vehicles of the convoy each took different actions. However, they were quickly attracted by the weapons Tianxiang brought down. The ordinary intelligent machines were equipped with 12 7mm machine guns. Truthfully, they had plenty of those. What they truly lacked were bullets. Intelligent machines could replenish ammunition at nearby factories, while they could only rely on what they seized. As machine guns, if one was not careful, an entire belt of ammunition could be expended, so they appeared somewhat stingy when firing. The bullets they made themselves had a high rate of misfire and jamming, as sometimes they would injure themselves without even hitting the enemy. Such things could also be produced by tanks, so Tianxiang felt no psychological burden for giving them. The little bit of gunpowder consumed could be replenished by casually shooting a wave at the intelligent machines. Kwani had successfully opened the treasure chest. Obtained survival essentials. X1 obtained engine turbo modification structure. X1 obtained short effect anti-radiation serum. X1 This treasure chest contained 3 rewards, which was not too shabby. Recently, the items opened from the treasure chests had been quite good, leading Quan He to feel that he might actually have the potential of a lucky royal. The survival essentials need not be mentioned: water, food, fuel, and urea. Among them, there were 200 liters of fuel. Engine turbo modification structure quality basic increases engine power by 10 and reduces fuel consumption by 10. The Type 59 tank could no longer simply be called a Type 59, it had to be called the Type 59 modification. Apart from the main cannon, its other structures were no different from a heavy tank. The only issue was the engine power was insufficient, because it still had the old engine. In terms of both speed and consumption, it was somewhat struggling. This reward could be considered a timely help. Kwani naturally did not hesitate and directly chose to install it. Short effect anti-radiation serum quality basic. After injection, it can effectively resist air radiation for 7 days and effectively remove any radiation already present in the body. This was also a good thing, as the chances of encountering tanks in the future, increased exposure to radiation gradually became unavoidable. Having such a serum prepared at least eased his mind. It was probably akin to the psychology of stockpiling medicine. After opening the treasure chest, Quan, he suddenly felt a sense of dullness. Is that it? Once done, let's hurry and leave. Quan He's lazy voice echoed through the channel. Tianxiang, who was trading with the natives, was taken aback. Not brother, did you go to open the chest, or to lead? Did you uncover seeds that can be directly viewed inside? Do you feel like you've entered the time of sages? Quan He could not be bothered to respond to him. Tianxiang tossed all the ammunition to them, then also climbed into the tank. After a brief resupply at He Ying's side, the materials were sufficient for a while. Not having to worry about energy was a relief. Suddenly, the camp leader received a message via radio, and his face instantly changed, looking somewhat odd. It was their outer sentries. Those oblivious, plundering survivors had crashed in at this time. Wasn't this just delivering their face to others, blatantly inviting a beating? Delivering oneself for a slap? Anyway, he did not believe that the other party would not be moved by the 4 women on that pickup. Chief, should we open fire to block them? Those guys have tied up our people and are using them as shields. We can't recklessly open fire. Listening to the voice coming through the headset, the camp leader felt a flicker of joy instead of surprise. He stepped back slightly and whispered into the headset. No need to open fire, let them in. The leader sighed inwardly. Sorry, young master. If they don't come and they won't see you, otherwise how could you provoke the conflict between you both? As for us, we are inherently weak and we can't stop them from coming in. This isn't something I sought out for you. At this moment, Quan He peeked out from the hatch of the vehicle alongside Wu Jiao, who was sitting behind the tank turret watching He Ying and the others organizing their pickup truck, when a sudden commotion erupted outside. 3 modified trucks slowly entered, led by a dump truck. They were equipped with both light and heavy weapons, including a 50mm tank gun. In front of this convoy was a group of people with their hands tied. The dump truck had also been modified, with its front covered in heavy armor and the rear compartment tightly secured with steel plates. The 50mm tank gun was mounted on top, presumably operated by personnel below. On both sides and the rear of the compartment, several small openings had been created with dark muzzles protruding from them. Although called a dump truck, it was clearly more like a mobile bunker. The dump truck had a large loudspeaker. At this moment, a somewhat arrogant voice was being broadcast. I told you this place is my backyard. You either submit to me or... Oh, guests. Just as he was speaking, the arrogant voice suddenly paused, clearly having spotted Quan He's convoy. The younger brothers in the dump truck were stunned. Boss, look at those 4 girls in the pickup. They're way hotter than the ones in our truck. No way, damn it. Look at that girl on the tank. She's a rare beauty. Just look at her posture. She's definitely a virgin, boss. I didn't expect to find unexpected gains here. Boss, we're in luck. The boss felt a headache coming on. He slapped the heads of the 2 younger brothers who had spoken. Girls, is that all you can think about? You've become obsessed. Damn it. 2 massive tanks are right there, and you choose to ignore them, right? Go take out those 2 tanks in an instant, and the girls will all be yours. I want snatch them from you. Damn, why do I have to deal with idiots like you on my vehicle? The 2 younger brothers who were slapped immediately wilted. What kind of good stuff can you find by mingling with this useless camp? At such a close distance, if worst comes to worst, we can use bombs to blow out their tracks, forcing them to waste all their shells. It'd just be a pile of scrap metal. Exactly, boss, such good women are a shame to waste. The convoy's leader slapped again. 2 tanks suddenly appeared along with a stunning beauty who's also a virgin, and the crew in the vehicle is also quite attractive. Do you know what these 3 conditions imply? And you think we're lucky? It's obvious that we're in trouble. The dump truck convoy fell silent, and the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Is this the one you mentioned, the looting survivor camp? Quan He tilted his head to look at the camp leader. The leader nodded bitterly. They are clearly nomadic looting survivors who live by plundering. The defenses of my camp are useless against them, you must have heard. They even put our people at the front of their convoy as shields. Oh, we can't even lay mines. They are utterly inhumane. The leader spoke half-truths and half-lies to Quan He about the situation of the convoy. You're talking nonsense. The convoy leader's voice suddenly came through the speaker, filled with righteous indignation. Don't think I don't know that your sentries discovered us long ago. No wonder we came in so smoothly. It turns out you ordered the sentries to let us in. I admit I'm not a good person, but you so hypocritical it's disgusting. Spit. The camp leader's expression turned serious. What? Did I invite you to our camp? As intruders and looters, do you still have any reason to complain? Quan He ignored them and asked He Ying, are we ready? Once ready, get in the vehicle. Oh, we need to continue on our way. He Ying didn't even glance at the dump truck convoy and swiftly hopped into the vehicle. Commander, my vehicle is fully stocked and ready to depart at any time. Quan He nodded and returned to the driver's cabin. Wu Jiao stood on the tank, taking a look at the dump truck convoy. Clear the way. The dump truck leader immediately shouted at his driver upon hearing this. Quick, hurry. Clear the road. The camp leader was dumbfounded. He never expected that the previously arrogant convoy leader would now be as obedient as a sheep. Forget about the 4 women in the pickup. Even the woman next to that young man made him unable to resist wanting to claim her. How could that wolfish convoy leader endure? No, this plot shouldn't go this way. No. The camp leader wanted to say something, but the roaring engine of the modified 59 drowned out his voice. The dump truck convoy, consisting of 4 vehicles, completely moved aside, clearing the road. Wu Jiao remained motionless on the tank. Even as the tank started, her body did not sway. Her cloak was the only thing fluttering in the wind behind her. Seeing that Quan He and the others did not want to engage with him, the dump truck leader was overjoyed. This indicated that they did not wish to meddle in their affairs. Old man, you're done for. Did you think you were the only smart one? Wait until I settle the score with you properly. The convoy leader shouted at the camp leader. The camp leader and the others looked grim. They never expected the other party to act so decisively, nor did they expect the dump truck leader to be this clever this time. If a fight broke out, they could only count on both sides suffering losses, but in the end it would definitely be them who would be annihilated. Because they had no battle vehicles and lacked mobility, they could only use lives to fill this pit. Excuse me, could you wait a moment? A somewhat youthful voice suddenly came from behind the leader. Wu Jiao and Quan He, who had poked his head out of the driver's cabin slightly, turned their heads. It was a girl around 18 or 19 years old, her face smeared with dirt, making it hard to see her features, and she was dressed like a man. Can I join you? Even if it's just to run errands or do chores, I'm fine with that. Quan He squinted his eyes, suddenly noticing a layer of shimmering green light surrounding her. This was the patch the system had given him after completing the task. Green represented survivors, while red represented mutants. In other words, green indicated no hostility, while red indicated hostility. He Ying, are you interested? Quan He shouted to He Ying over the radio. It was inappropriate to shout when both tanks had already started. Commander, may I ask a couple of questions? He Ying did not make a decision immediately. Quan He waved his hand, indicating for him to go ahead. At the same time, he spoke over the radio inside the vehicle. Watch out for that dump truck, adjust the vehicle's direction, and be careful of ambushes. He also reminded Shi Tianxiang over the radio. Shi Tianxiang, keep an eye on those 3 pickup trucks, be cautious of ambushes. Shi Tianxiang replied, received. Quan He's convoy, which was about to leave, came to a stop and turned. He Ying leaned out from the top of the vehicle. Give me a reason to accept you, or tell me why you suddenly want to follow us. The girl replied without hesitation, I want to be like that sister whose 2 words can make the fierce and ruthless raider convoy retreat obediently. I want to drive my own war vehicle and be the master of my own life and death, instead of hiding in this camp and living in constant fear. It's not just about fearing the raiders, but also about the threat of mechanized sweeps. I don't want to stay here and be a breeding machine. He Ying said expressionlessly, aren't you worried that by coming with us you'll face the same fate? The girl replied firmly, "That adult has that sister with her who looks down on me. Besides, if that adult is like those kinds of people, how could you willingly follow him? Even if I lose this bet, this is my first true decision. I want to make a choice for my life." The camp leader was astonished. "Nan. What do you mean by that?" The girl turned to look at the camp leader and said, "Dad, I don't want to end up like Mom." With just one sentence, the girl pushed back against the camp leader. Ying looked at this girl, seemingly seeing a reflection of herself from 10 years ago. She asked Quan He over the radio, "Commander, I want to keep her. Is that okay?" This was the second time Ying made a request. The first time was a request to join the convoy, which triggered an unexpected event. "Tongzi, aren't you going to express your thoughts?" Last time it triggered an unexpected event. Quan He wondered to himself. Detecting. Host conditions are indeed insufficient. Quan He pouted, "Bring out the spirit you had when you first obtained the core. Last time it was to form an infantry squad. Can't we expand the infantry squad this time? Don't be so rigid with the system, be a bit more flexible." Applying. Application rejected, insufficient conditions, complaining, poor attitude. Application approved, triggering sudden event, expanding infantry convoy, strengthening convoy defenses. Completion reward 1 lottery chance from War Vehicle Factory. Host, sometimes it's not that the system isn't flexible, you have to trust the system. If the system could arrange it for you, it would have done so long ago. Quan He was finally satisfied. See, it worked out. Sometimes a change in perspective can yield new results. The system worries that one day, due to too many complaints, the core will be replaced, which won't be a good thing if a troublesome one comes along. Quan He nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, next time I won't push so hard." After finishing the communication with the system, Quan He finally replied to Ying over the radio. "Okay, but is there still room on your vehicle? If you take her in, she will be your responsibility." Ying let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, Quan He had been silent, and she thought he was unwilling. "All right, Commander, I will keep an eye on her. If she has any ulterior motives, I will take care of her myself." Ying immediately assured, "You can handle it as you see fit." Quan He naturally didn't care about these matters. He only focused on completing the task and opening the box, while the infantry squad would be managed by Ying, the infantry leader. "You can join." Ying's words brought a smile to the girl's face, and her eyes seemed to light up. "However, there are some things I must state up front. Joining the convoy is fine, but you must obey orders. If you disobey orders or do anything detrimental to the convoy, your consequences will also be severe. But you can rest assured we won't give you any orders that would lead to certain death." Ying's every word was listened to carefully by the girl. "Rest assured, now that I've made this decision, I am mentally prepared for it." The girl's voice was very firm. Quan He's voice came through the speaker. "You have half an hour to pack your things and say goodbye to your family. You must return to the team in half an hour." The expressions of everyone in the camp were complex. They were also restless, filled with envy, but it was obvious that they did not possess the same courage as this girl. Nor did they have the courage to face a strange environment and unfamiliar people. They too wished to become part of a powerful team. This was their true complexity. The girl bowed to Quan He and hurriedly got up to pack her things. The camp leader initially bowed to Quan He. "If my daughter has offended you in any way, please educate her. I do not ask for you to treat her kindly, only to give her a chance to grow into a true warrior." Quan He nodded. "Coincidentally, I don't lack women. I only lack warriors. If she is unqualified, it doesn't matter if she is a woman, even an immortal wouldn't do." The camp leader bowed to Quan He's convoy one by one. "Thank you for your trouble." Then he looked towards the raider convoy. "Do you have any other business? If not, you can leave after releasing our people." The people in the dump truck looked at the leader of the dump truck. The leader of the dump truck sighed. "Damn, what a clever little girl. How come I didn't notice her last time? Let those people go. This time we are unlucky to run into this situation." The younger brothers had taken some beatings, but now their intelligence regained its footing, and the big heads' decision-making suppressed the small heads, allowing them to understand what their boss meant. Those used as bait were untied and returned to their camp. If they had discovered this little girl last time, they might have already paraded her around. Now that she had latched onto a powerful figure, they couldn't afford to go against her at this time. Otherwise, they would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage in a two-known situation. The dump truck convoy slowly retreated. Today it was destined to be impossible to take action. They hurriedly withdrew to avoid complications. The camp leader returned to his house and looked at his daughter packing, unable to suppress a sigh. "I protected you for 18 years, and in the end I still couldn't keep you safe." The girl continued her movements without stopping, not even turning her head. "Dad, all I can do is this. You are the camp leader. You should now be considering not me, but what to do when that adult's convoy leaves and the raiders return. Next time there won't be this adult's convoy, and you only have one daughter." The girl simply packed a couple of clothes, washed her muddy face, and changed into normal clothes. Quan He's convoy added one more person to the infantry squad. This time Quan He gained a treasure chest and a lottery chance. He felt that this trip was worthwhile. Survival, after all. Opening treasure chests, searching for airdrops, and battling intelligent machines are all part of the process. But the ultimate goal is simply to stay alive. At least for now, Quan He doesn't feel invincible. If it were the latest 99A main battle tank from the rabbits, he would definitely feel confident in the first phase. But now that's not the case. As for what happens to this camp and the raider convoy after he leaves, Quan He doesn't care. He won't engage in anything that doesn't benefit him right now. The camp leader leveraged his influence to drive off the others, and Quan He has already been merciful enough. The pickup truck felt a bit cramped. The mechanic had been pushed to the back with the cannon barrel. System, I want to draw a lottery. Battle vehicle factory opening. Quan He directly ignored the useless cutscene. D25 TA Type 122mm cannon. Quality excellent. Passed down 122 cannon from the rabbit family originating from the 300 penetration of socialism. This is the first time he has revealed the main cannon. Compared to the 100mm rifled gun of the Type 59, the 122mm main gun has a larger caliber and greater penetration. However, it is not as accurate as the 100mm rifled gun, but its maximum penetration depth of 300mm is enough for Quan He to dominate the first phase. It was originally meant to be so. The current Type 59 resembles a heavy tank more, and carrying a 100mm rifled gun feels a bit underwhelming. This 122mm cannon fits perfectly. Moreover, this main cannon has a muzzle brake at the front, making it look even more formidable. Quan He is somewhat looking forward to how it will appear when equipped with a 183 caliber big barrel later. Such things, if truly researched, would have enough power to be useful now. After all, regardless of the time, caliber always represents justice. Shi Tianxiang, where are the resources next? After the installation was complete, Quan He directly traded the removed 100mm cannon to Shi Tianxiang. Damn awesome. Bro, you pulled a larger caliber cannon from the treasure chest. Quan He hadn't mentioned what he opened from the treasure chest, so Shi Tianxiang naturally assumed it was from there. He certainly wouldn't reveal anything about the system. It's also a good thing that Shi Tianxiang thinks so. Right, this 100mm cannon is for you. Your firepower has increased. Wow, you are way too fast. Normally, the 100mm main cannon only becomes popular in the second phase, and the maximum for the second phase is only 130mm. Bro, how big is this new cannon you pulled? Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but marvel. Is this the strength of a big brother? Even the casually replaced parts are progressing infinitely faster than he was before his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he was still toiling over the 4 essential elements of survival every day. This was with the advantage of starting with the Matilda special tank. And now, after following the big brother for just a few days, he has even switched to a 100mm main cannon. This indeed seems much more fitting, because the original Type 59's oval turret was given to him. The Type 59's oval turret combined with the Matilda's chassis has indeed alleviated the rabbit family's tank's chronic neck issues of never lowering its head. What he's talking about is the insufficient depression angle of the rabbit family's tank. Is that so? It seems I still have room for improvement. This cannon is 122mm caliber. Quan He said modestly. Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but curse. Damn, the maximum for the second phase is 130mm. And we're still less than a third into the first phase, and you've already switched to 122mm. How can others even play? Luckily, I grabbed onto the big brother in advance, otherwise I might have to face you later. In the end, Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but gloat a little. In short, we should now focus on other resources. The weight of the tank's stable structure, and enough water and food fuel. When we reach the third phase, we will gradually be able to unlock electric drive systems suitable for our battle vehicles. At that time, we won't have to worry about energy anymore. As for what comes next, bro, let me think for a moment. I want to know what I should do next. A few lines of text slowly emerged on the parchment. You have deeply realized the mistakes you made and are determined to strive harder. But it's not without gains. You have gained Quan He's trust. With this trust, you made further requests to the camp leader's daughter. You leveraged this strength to return to the previous camp, teamed up with the people there to eliminate the raider convoy, and took down the armed dump truck. With both status and beauty in hand, you took the first step towards dominating the Wasteland. Shi Tianxiang, I don't want to dominate the Wasteland. Do I even have that capability? You don't need to tell me that. I want to know where the next treasure chest or airdrop is. You have given up on the ideal of dominating the Wasteland and decided to immediately start opening treasure chests to evolve yourself. 100 kilometers ahead is an abandoned county town, and the treasure chests inside will assist you. Knowing deeply that with Quan He around, these treasure chests will slip through your fingers, taking advantage of a heavy rain. 2 days later, you guided Quan He to that abandoned county town, and while the opponent opened the treasure chest, you ambushed him. Thanks to Quan He's carelessness, he gave you the 100mm caliber main cannon, granting you the ability to penetrate his armor's weak point. Your ambush was successful, and not only did you obtain the treasure chest, but you also acquired Quan He's tank. After dealing with He Ying and others who were loyal to Quan He, you occupied the camp leader's daughter and embarked on your path to becoming a strong individual. After confirming that no other messages appeared, Shi Tianxiang stuffed the parchment into his back pocket. This is truly bizarre. Why does he always want me to take down the big brother? I only received the parchment, not the imperial seal. Shi Tianxiang was speechless. If he had received an imperial seal, he might have thoughts like this wasteland should be governed by me. But for now he still feels that holding on to a big brother is the faster route. Of course, he also guessed that Quan He might have his own golden finger or something similar. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky? Starting off with a post-World War II main battle tank. However, he wouldn't ask such obviously sensitive questions that touch upon the big brother's bottom line. Just like the big brother wouldn't ask him why he remembers so clearly. It's just mutual understanding. Bro, should we head to that county town up ahead? There are treasure chests in the county town, but we might still have to face urban combat. Hearing this, Quan He took out his tank commander manual and fell into thought while looking at the information on the Type 59 upgrade. He was unsure if the tank could withstand the tricky angles of attacks in urban combat. Wu Jio, what do you think? Quan He gently tapped on the tank's wall. Commander, don't worry, Wu Jio can handle any battlefield. Wu Jio's voice showed no change, she like Quan He could tell when it was appropriate to joke. In summary, a sense of proportion. I trust you, let's go then, but it's just right to practice our combined arms tactics. Since Wu Jio said so, Quan He naturally wouldn't refuse. Commander, why didn't you keep the Raider convoy's armed dump truck? Compared to that truck, He Ying and their vehicle seems rather trivial. When they were at the camp, Wu Jio had already prepared for battle. She thought her commander would take a liking to that dump truck. That truck is too big a target, and we don't have enough manpower. On firepower, you and Shi Tianxiang's tank are sufficient. They are only coordinating with the infantry, and the pickup truck has better mobility and passability. We can always swap vehicles later when we have more people. After all, we are all in the same boat. Quan He really didn't plan to start a war there. He is not the type to act recklessly for the sake of a beauty. Unless the other party is Wu Jio. But that's impossible. With someone who can manifest armor at any time, he wouldn't be captured even if Wu Jio were. Let's go, I'll let Shi Tianxiang lead the way. Quan He leaned back in his seat and stretched slightly. A convoy of 2 tanks and a pickup truck headed towards the county town 100 kilometers away. Shi Tianxiang was leading the way. Quan He's Type 59 upgrade was in the middle, and He Ying's pickup was at the rear. If they encountered enemies, it would either be Shi Tianxiang taking the hit first, or He Ying. Both of them knew this and had no objections. Since they are holding on to a big brother, they can't let him do everything. It's like eating soft rice. The rich woman is responsible for generating gold coins, so you have to provide enough emotional value and physical value. However, it is not so easy to hold on to a big brother. Shi Tianxiang very consciously kept the big barrel ahead, and he also trusted Wu Jio's monitoring capability. 100 kilometers would take about 3 hours for the current convoy. This is mainly because after Shi Tianxiang's Matilda was enhanced, the engine power did not keep up, reducing the speed. However, fortunately during this time, they only encountered a wave of wandering intelligent machine infantry squads, which were directly dealt with by Shi Tianxiang. Shi Tianxiang, who swapped his bird gun for a cannon, was in high spirits, singing over the radio. Miss Dawn, you extinguished your cigarette and spoke of the past. You said, let's leave it at this for the first half of the night, no matter if you want money. Originally, Quan He was listening seriously, because Shi Tianxiang's smoky voice indeed had that feeling. It was only when he heard the lyrics that Quan He hurriedly interrupted. Damn, you still understand, miss. You really have a good grasp of timing. Looks like you hit the mark free of charge. He Ying's vehicle behind wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Shi Tianxiang humbly said, it's okay, I actually don't really understand this song. Quan He sternly said, no, you understand too well. But it was just a joke. The nearly 3-hour journey would make Quan He worried he might fall asleep if they didn't chat. Although having Wu Jio around would mean it wouldn't matter much if he fell asleep, Quan He still wanted to keep himself awake. After all, at the moment of waking up, his mind would be a bit foggy, and it would be bad to make any wrong decisions. Big brother, be careful, we are about to reach that abandoned county town ahead. Shi Tianxiang's voice came through the radio. Quan He instantly became alert. All vehicles, please be on alert immediately and prepare for battle. He Ying prepared to disperse the extra personnel and assist the convoy in clearing operations. He Ying received. The radio immediately became busy. He Ying shouted from the back, leave one person to drive, everyone else immediately take weapons and get out of the vehicle, keeping a close eye on any suspicious corners. She herself climbed out from the top to operate the vehicle-mounted machine gun. One woman was responsible for driving, and the remaining 1 man and 3 women got out holding a machine gun. Even the newly joined camp leader's daughter Mai Zi was not hesitant. As someone born and raised in the wasteland, even though she was just an 18-year-old girl, she could freely handle a 12.7mm machine gun. If she didn't have this bit of strength, would she have been irradiated for nothing? Her mutation from radiation manifested in her legs. She was about the same height as He Ying, but her legs were longer than He Ying's, clearly containing strength. As she herself said, she was not a useless person who couldn't do anything. If it were really like that, He Ying wouldn't want her. A flower vase is fragile at any time. This abandoned county town is filled with interlocked, collapsing buildings. Though it is called a county town, judging by the scale of the collapsed tall buildings, it is even comparable to a second-tier city on Blue Star. Moreover, from a distance, the scale of the abandoned county town is also considerable. The abandoned vehicles of various sizes on the road have long decayed, becoming the breeding ground for various mutated plants. Quan He's convoy officially entered the interior of the county town from the southern entrance. He Ying's expression was somewhat grave. Even Shi Tianxiang from Matilda's internal team looked rather unsettled. Just a dog that has been irradiated. Quan He frowned. Using a 122mm main gun to take down a dog is quite generous. Leg brother, an irradiated dog is not the important part. What matters is that there might be a complete chain of irradiated species here. The irradiated hunting dogs are merely the most common existence among irradiated species. In fact, many large irradiated survivors pose little threat. Instead, we should be cautious of the smaller and micro-irradiated species. For example, the Gnawers are a group of giant rats that have mutated due to radiation. Their teeth can easily snap steel, and the smallest ones are as long as an adult's arm. If they get into a tank, the threat they pose is no less than that of a smart mech. If someone dies inside, they could spread disease, which is hard to guard against. Then there are the undying ones, which are actually mutated cockroaches caused by radiation. If those undying ones get into a vehicle, it won't take a month before that tank belongs to them. You can't kill them all. Oh, it's simply impossible. When speaking of the undying ones, Shi Tianxiang visibly shuddered. It was clear he deeply loathed such creatures. There are also many large irradiated species. The death vines you encountered at first are the most common type of vine irradiated species. Besides them, there are the man-eating flowers and striking willows, among others. These irradiated plants excel at hiding, but since they cannot move, they pose little threat to us. Additionally, there are the crawlers, which are gigantic lizards nearly 5 meters long. They have the ability to ignore terrain like geckos and possess astonishing bite force. To put it bluntly, our artillery is just a minor issue to them. Then there are the predators, which are mutations similar to tabby cats, measuring 3 meters in length with incredible speed and agility. If the distance is too far, they can even predict our shooting posture and dodge in advance, which is quite impressive. And then there's the swarms of irradiated mosquitoes, each about half a meter long, with hundreds or thousands flying at once. A regular person could be drained to a dry corpse in the time it takes to blink. Quan He felt his head spinning just from listening. Damn, humanity really has met its match. How is it that plants and animals, even insects, are so formidable after being irradiated, while us indigenous humans are so pathetic? Not to mention, just the undying ones alone seemed terrifying to Quan He. This creature before mutation was already one of the 4 pests that couldn't be eradicated on Blue Star, and now it has directly risen after the nuclear war. Shi Tianxiang mentioned only a few, among which were 3 of the 4 pests. Quan He didn't believe that the remaining fly was just an insignificant character. Even the mosquitoes have grown to 50 cm. It's not an exaggeration that flies could double in size, right? The thought of a 1-meter-long fly landing on his head made Quan He shudder. The outside world is far too dangerous. It's better to stay safely inside the vehicle. Commander, look up towards the 5 o'clock direction. Wu Jiu suddenly reminded him. Quan He suspiciously peered through the observation hole. On a collapsed ruin in the 5 o'clock direction was a large triangle atop, which coiled a centipede at least 7 meters long. The creature's shell resembled a shield, glinting with metallic luster, leaving behind dense tracks wherever it crawled. What is this? A lethal centipede. The king of centipedes. Quan He swore he had definitely seen it all today. If this creature were on Blue Star, it could easily be featured in a science documentary with 3 episodes. Quick, hurry. Tell the infantry squad to retreat into the vehicle. It's way too dangerous outside. We don't need the treasure chests inside. Whoever wants to open them can do so. We are withdrawing. Quan He unhesitatingly followed his instincts. If something chaotic was attracted to the vehicle, there wouldn't be another 59 modification to switch to. Hearing Quan He's words, He Ying immediately ordered the 4 back into the vehicle. Even the mechanic was squeezed into the front driver's seat. Large irradiated species are manageable. No matter how strong they are, they still fall under the category of carbon-based life forms. A 122mm main gun is enough to send them to meet their ancestors. Those irradiated insect species are trickier and harder to guard against. The conditions for triggering an emergency event have been met. Would you like to consider it? Just as Quan He was preparing to retreat, the system's voice unexpectedly appeared in his mind. Quan He took a deep breath. No way, little brother, are you kidding me? Given the current situation, if you dare to initiate an unexpected event, I won't dare to complete it either. If you had said that there were intelligent machines inside, I would have dared to confront them, Hedon, but these little creatures can't even be clearly identified by the radar. How am I supposed to fight them? This unexpected event seems rather ill-timed, little brother. The conditions for triggering the unexpected event are laid out. It's not the system's intention. Host, you know the system has always stood by your side. Why not first listen to what kind of unexpected event it is? Kwani rolled his eyes. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Triggering an unexpected event, a large number of irradiated species are occupying an abandoned county city. Eliminate more than 50% of the irradiated species to make them recognize that humanity is the master. Eliminating 50 rewards an additional lottery chance at the vehicle factory. Eliminating 60 rewards 2 lottery chances, and eliminating 70 rewards 3 lottery chances. The maximum of 3 additional lottery chances successfully attracted Quan He, and he couldn't help but ask, what if I eliminate them all? Unless the host has a large yield hydrogen bomb, it's impossible to eliminate them all. I suggest the host to be practical and aim for 1, 2, or 3. Quan He, damn. Host, you can choose to accept or abandon it. Either choice is your freedom. Oh, please rest assured. After seeing those 3 lottery chances, Quan He might abandon it. The higher the reward chances, the higher his intelligence. Accept, of course I will accept. By the way, system, this task doesn't have a time limit, right? The task has no time limit, but some irradiated species reproduce very quickly. It's not advisable for the host to drag it out for too long. Quan He then felt relieved. That's good. I just happen to have a good idea. Wujio, let's withdraw the convoy from the abandoned county city. Understood, Commander. Wujio immediately ordered via radio, and Quan He's convoy quickly retreated along the original path. The speed was brisk as the earlier commotion had already started attracting those irradiated species. Commander, where are we heading next? Quan He raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Backtrack to the original route. We're going to find that previous campsite and the raider convoy. I have some tasks that require a large number of personnel. Though somewhat puzzled, Shi Tianxiang and He Ying immediately chose to execute the order. He Ying need not be mentioned. Shi Tianxiang felt that his brother, who had reached such heights before his rebirth, certainly possessed greater fortune and decision-making than he did. He wouldn't question or refute it. Shi Tianxiang, do you mean to say that these radiation creatures have no natural enemies at all? On the way back, Quan He was discussing this matter with Shi Tianxiang. Well, there might be. Most radiation creatures have relatively low resistance to flames. If we could develop a high-pressure flamethrower, it would greatly counter insect-type radiation creatures. How about we look for a mechanized war vehicle factory? There might be a high-pressure flamethrower inside. Quan He frowned and leaned back in his seat. Are you suggesting that radiation creatures could also pose a threat to mechanized units? Shi Tianxiang answered matter-of-factly, of course. In winter, those insect-type radiation creatures naturally seek warm places. The wandering mechanized convoys have constant temperature devices to protect their circuits and mechanical operations. Those devices are particularly attractive to insect-type radiation creatures, especially the immortal cockroaches and the fist-sized ants. Why don't we gather other survivor convoys for a collaborative battle? Quan He thought of every survivor representing a tank, and he was momentarily tempted, but he also realized it could easily turn into chaos. Your idea is feasible, but how do we distribute the benefits? Other survivors have traveled all the way here. If they gain nothing, they definitely won't cooperate. Not to mention fuel consumption is a major issue. Shi Tianxiang fell silent. He knew that this suggestion was the best solution he could come up with. He understood his limitations. He could offer advice, but he was not capable of making the final call. Forget it. Let's return and figure out how to persuade that camp and the raider convoy. The camp has considerable numbers and firepower, and the raider convoy's modified dump trucks are quite interesting. They can assist us in the main assault. It's not impossible to defeat those radiation creatures. Quan He was reluctant to share the loot with others. As the informant, Shi Tianxiang had no problem following behind to pick up the scraps. As for the others, forget it. Each one of them was a person of high status. Leg brother, they might not be willing to follow us into a fight against the radiation creatures. Seeking help from the locals would certainly be simpler than relying on survivors, but it would also involve issues of interest. Without sufficient benefits, why would they risk their lives for you? Quan He squinted, his tone calm. If they are willing, that would be great. If not, we'll have to find a way to make them willing. If they still refuse, our 2 tanks are not just for show. I am determined to obtain the treasure in the county seat. Of course, if they are willing, I don't mind leaving them some benefits after securing the loot. However, once we reach that point, we cannot afford to spare that wheat. Upon hearing Quan He's words, Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but silently apologized to the camp and the raider convoy. That long-legged girl, the wheat. It's a pity on the outside that long-legged girl fits his taste, and he wanted to take this opportunity to flirt a bit. Now he just hoped that camp wouldn't be ungrateful. There's no other choice but to blame their weakness. One can't blame oneself for being cruel, right? If there's a problem, first blame the other party to maintain mental health. It was just over 3 hours of driving. The roar of the tank echoed in the canyon. Commander, something seems off ahead. There should be a battle going on. Wu Jiao suddenly reminded. At this point, the radar had lost its function as it couldn't penetrate the layer of vines outside the camp. However, he could vaguely hear the sounds of gunfire. Sure, Tiangxiang's vehicle and my vehicle will advance together. He Ying's vehicle will protect the rear of the tank. Everyone prepare for battle. I want to see who is attacking my scheduled infantry. Quan He immediately issued the order. The Type 59 and Matilda moved forward side by side with the armed pickup following behind. The long-legged girl Weed appeared somewhat anxious. He Ying, noticing this, coldly reminded, I suggest you not to have any unnecessary emotions. You are now a soldier of the convoy, no longer the daughter of that camp leader. If you delay the commander's matters, I will personally end you. Weed took a deep breath, gripping her heavy machine gun tightly. She was no longer a child, as she understood this principle. The battle within the camp was fierce. Direct fire blow them to bits. A rugged male voice rose above the sound of cannon fire accompanied by thick smoke. The resistance within the camp was weakening, which excited him greatly. Haha, you dogs who relied on your power before, now that your backers are gone, let's see who will help you. Go bring those captured women over. I want to give them a live broadcast. As the man's words fell, the air filled with the excited cries of howling and wailing. It was the raider convoy that had suddenly returned, catching the camp off guard. Even the camp itself didn't expect that in less than an hour those two tanks would come back and strike again. They were still reveling in the excitement of having reclaimed their lost human resources when a shell and a barrage of heavy machine gun bullets swept in. Their hidden sentries had revealed their positions when they let the raiders in and didn't have time to readjust, falling victim to the raiders silently. Only when the artillery shell landed in their midst did they finally react. They had been overly complacent this time. They actually thought that the opposing team would be deterred and wouldn't return. After all, the Quan He convoy had taken one person from their camp, which could be seen as having latched onto a powerful ally. But they never expected the other side to act so decisively. Do you really think I would be afraid of that tank convoy? The raider leader viciously tore apart a woman's already tattered clothing. After getting on the bicycle, he immediately stood up to pedal uphill, the chain creaking under the strain, clearly unable to bear the burden. After I finish with you, I'll just turn and leave. The world is so big that even if they come back, they won't find me idiots. While standing and pedaling hard, the raider leader wore a scornful expression. The only pity is that the little girl went with the tank convoy. What a shame, of otherwise I would have to enjoy myself today. You little brats, speed up the attack. Hurry up and crush them to the back of the line. Whoever finishes first will get first dibs. The raider leader's words instantly excited the raiders, sworn to follow the boss till death. The camp leader, along with the remaining warriors, huddled deep within the camp, having lost most of their territory. If nothing unexpected occurs, he will be completely eradicated within an hour. His anti-armor weapons were not ineffective, but aside from destroying a pickup truck, they achieved nothing. The enemy was not foolish enough to stand still and allow him to aim freely. He witnessed the enemy live streaming from the front of a dump truck. Those were the younger women from their camp. Now they were utterly defenseless. A sense of despair enveloped the entire camp, with fewer than 20 left to fight alongside him. The rest had been taken under control, and anyone daring to resist was killed. Boom. The two pickup trucks, continuously firing from cover, instantly turned into fireballs, debris and flesh scattering through the air. Only one pickup truck remained on their side besides the dump truck. The leader of the raiders, who was pedaling furiously, was now exhausted, fearing that any chance of resurgence would rely solely on small pills. What's going on? Where did the artillery come from? Is there an intelligent mechanical convoy attacking us? Impossible. Where could there be such large caliber intelligent mechanical vehicles nearby? Turn around. Quickly turn around. The leader of the raiders could no longer care about the trivial matters, shouting hoarsely. The heavy dump truck began to tip over with a roar, attempting to turn around. At that moment, another pickup truck was also blown up, erupting into flames. This is it. The raider leader's heart sank to the depths. In the time it took for his subordinate to fart, 2/3 had been lost. Although his main force was the dump truck, he had yet to complete the turn. Based on his experience, the enemy fired shells approximately every 7 to 10 seconds. It would take his dump truck half a minute to turn around, and that would be considered fast. During that time, the enemy could at least fire 3 shells. He knew that his modified dump truck could barely withstand heavy machine gun fire, but it definitely could not endure the kind of artillery that produced such noise. He genuinely felt that his demise was imminent today. What was happening to this camp? Where had all these powerful figures come from? That dump truck, immediately halt your actions and roll down from the vehicle. This is your first warning. Failure to comply will result in immediate annihilation. Wu Jiao's voice reached the inside of the dump truck through the loudspeaker, causing it to cease its turning motion. A few bare-bottomed individuals trembled as they climbed down from the vehicle. Oomph. Kwani seemed to hear a faint cold snort. It was clear what kind of activities were happening inside the vehicle, with more than 20 people emerging from both the front and back of the dump truck. The thick barrels of the two tanks slowly turned, aiming at those people. The dark, deep barrels seemed like messengers from hell. The engine's deep rumble and the clanking of tracks grew louder as the two iron beasts halted 100 meters away. The leader, huddled deep inside the camp, also heard the commotion and quickly observed with binoculars, instantly feeling overjoyed. It's those people, their tanks have returned. Quick, let's go out and welcome them. The raider convoy is finished. Ironically, the one feeling the most bitter was the leader of the raiders. He never expected the enemy to launch a counterattack after 6 hours. Didn't you burn diesel? Was the back-and-forth struggle over 6 hours? He now had no clothes, just holding a gun dangling in the dirt. Inside the pickup, Mai Zi tightly pressed her lips together, her hands clutching the heavy machine gun, pale from exertion. However, He Ying's words constantly reminded her that without orders, she must not act recklessly. She now only hoped the commander would give the order, and then she could turn these beasts into a sieve with the heavy machine gun. Kwani also felt a bit of grievance at that moment. Sure, Tianxiang, with the two of us, one shell would have taken out their 2 pickup trucks. Why did you fire an extra shell? Now look, we've lost a vehicle of cannon fodder. Sure, Tianxiang also felt a bit helpless. Leg brother, it's really not my fault. That pickup truck had already pulled out a rocket launcher and was preparing to aim at me. If I didn't shoot him, he would have shot me. Kwani pulled out binoculars and saw nearly 20 people running out of the camp, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with these survivors from the camp, we should easily gather 100 people. He didn't care about the conflict and war between these two indigenous forces. On the contrary, he even felt a bit grateful to the raiders. If it weren't for their clash with this camp, he wouldn't have had a chance to descend like a savior. This way, he could directly enslave these raiders to serve as cannon fodder. With so many people dying in this camp and this battle breaking out, the likelihood of attracting the intelligent mechanical convoy was quite high. Their only choice was to follow his convoy, otherwise with their current strength they would struggle to move in the wasteland. Perfect. The camp leader ran out, tearfully accusing Kwani's convoy of the raiders' atrocities. They ambushed us, killed our warriors, violated our women, and even spared no children. Some injured and filthy women also climbed down from the dump truck, similarly devoid of clothing. Kwani looked through the observation hole at the camp leader. He felt a bit of sympathy, but that was all. If you don't strengthen your own fist, always relying on others, then getting beaten is well deserved. The rabbits of Blue Star understood this very clearly. Depending on others is futile, relying on water and older brothers, but the older brothers have also left. Relying on anyone is not as good as relying on yourself. Oh, whatever you have cannot compare to what you possess. However, considering his own plans, he still pushed the hatch open and poked his head out. Who was the leader of the raiders? Stand up and let me see. The bulliest man trembled as he stood up, his big brother, shrinking into a ball. He Ying, have Mai Zi come down and take him out. He pulled up the radio and spoke on the convoy channel. Receive. He Ying immediately replied, then looked at the fierce-looking girl. Go ahead, the commander has ordered you to execute that raider leader. Remember, it's just the raider leader. Mai Zi gritted her teeth, saying, I understand, commander. She immediately opened the door, jumped out of the vehicle, and with the heavy machine gun in hand swiftly crossed the 100 meters to the front of the dump truck. Looking at the raider leader in the midst of his terrified gaze, she aimed the 12.7mm heavy machine gun at the position 6 inches below his navel. No. The raider leader barely opened his mouth when Mai Zi decisively pulled the trigger. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun was originally designed to target light armored vehicles and helicopters. Upon hitting a person, its tremendous kinetic energy instantly tore him into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, drenching Mai Zi. She gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at the other kneeling raiders. Yes, you aren't you the leader of the camp? Kwani pointed at Mai Zi's father. Now that dump truck belongs to you, and these raider captives are also yours. Get in the dump truck, take the captives, and come with us. Kwani's tone was flat, giving the other party no chance to refuse. The convoy turned back towards the county town again. If it weren't for the sufficient diesel obtained from the treasure chests this time, they really couldn't endure such a hassle. However, this time the convoy had an extra pickup truck and a dump truck. Kwani intentionally refrained from attacking this dump truck. As a slightly larger pawn, this dump truck could play a significant role. The dump truck temporarily had a new leader, who was Mai Zi's father. The original camp of 400 to 500 people had now dwindled to just over 100, including the 20 remaining from the raider convoy. Everyone else had perished in the raid by the raider convoy. If the majority of the camp's living forces hadn't been eliminated, the leader of the raider convoy wouldn't have dared to broadcast live from inside the dump truck. Under Kwani's orders, all 100 people gathered their weapons. Kwani had stated that if they didn't take up arms, they might as well stay behind and fend for themselves. Even as pawns, he did not want those who were too cowardly to even take up weapons. He after we stop later find a way to extract diesel to make some Molotov cocktails aiming for each person to have one. Quan He wouldn't stay in one place for too long, so he planned to prepare these before launching an attack after arriving at the abandoned county town. However, what he did not expect was that upon returning to the outskirts of the county town, they heard the sound of gunfire from within. Quan He frowned. Could there be other survivors that managed to break in? Wu Jiu reminded him, Commander, the sound of gunfire has a clear uniformity and rhythm. It should be the intelligent mechanical convoy. Quan He immediately smiled. The intelligent machines are actually fighting against the radiation creatures. That works perfectly. I'll let them prepare, and both the radiation creatures and the intelligent machines will have to die. The change here was clearly heard by everyone. The atmosphere on site was somewhat uneasy. Everyone knew that their target this time was the radiation creatures. That was something they desperately wanted to avoid. However, there was no way out. They had clearly lost their autonomy. If they did not obey orders, they would certainly not see the sun rise again. Both the remaining people in the camp and the raiders could feel the indifference of the other party towards their lives. The camp leader understood that the tank convoy would not have returned if it weren't to have them fight the radiation creatures. The dump truck convoy formed by their integration was now managed by He, who was drawing diesel from the tank's trailer to make Molotov cocktails. All the necessary materials came from the camp and the raider convoy's own supplies. He leaned against her pickup truck, her expression cold. You don't need to worry too much. The commander won't send you on a mission to die. You aren't worthy of being the main characters in this battle. You just need to assist the commander and prevent the insect-like radiation creatures from getting close to the tanks. He Ying's words relieved the dump truck convoy. The convoy formed by these two opposing forces who had previously fought fiercely against each other was now to become allies. This clearly showed the tank convoy commander's attitude towards them. When someone only gives you one choice, it is best to comply. It took about another half hour to make the Molotov cocktails, during which the sounds of gunfire inside continued unabated and even intensified. Commander, the infantry squad is almost ready. He reported to Quan He. Quan He gazed at the dark abandoned county town, taking a deep breath. Next comes the serious urban warfare. Notify everyone to kill all radiation creatures regardless of size. Open fire on any beings or intelligent machines encountered other than the convoy, and feel free to fire at any suspected hiding places of radiation creatures. The infantry squad will cover the two tanks. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle in front, my vehicle behind, and the dump truck providing fire support from the rear move out. Quan He's voice echoed simultaneously through the loudspeaker and the radio. Shi Tianxiang, driving a heavy road roller, immediately advanced forward. This was the best tactic because the roller's defense was even more resilient than Quan He's frontal armor. It was a solid steel roller. Moreover, Quan He himself also had a small auxiliary turret. He could launch attacks if anything happened in the rear. In a real emergency, he wouldn't even need to worry about friendly fire. After all, Quan He always knew what his goal was and nothing else mattered. The entire county town had already boiled over. The intelligent mechanical convoy was attacking from the north to the south, while Quan He's convoy was advancing from the south to the north. All the radiation creatures in the county town seemed to have gone mad, launching a frenzied assault on the two convoys. Even before entering the abandoned county town, Shi Tianxiang began the attack. The entrance to the county town had already been blocked by thick vines. Undoubtedly, those were death vines. The modified Matilda belched black smoke, maintaining speed as it fired while pushing the roller forward. Along the way, those death vines, no matter how thick, could not withstand the solid roller, and the firepower of the 100 guns it was equipped with was more than sufficient. Quan He did not open fire. If it was just this type of radiation creature, there was no need for him to act just yet. Only when the convoy had fully entered the county town did they encounter radiation creatures that posed a threat to the convoy. Predators spotted ahead opened fire immediately. Shi Tianxiang's voice also echoed simultaneously through the radio and loudspeaker. As the vanguard, he unleashed the coaxial machine gun, the front-mounted machine gun, and the main cannon all at once. Simultaneously, his war vehicle slightly veered to the side, opening up a shooting position for Quan He in the rear. The so-called predators were mutated tabby cats due to radiation. With a 3-meter body size, they could toy with living humans like mice. The most terrifying part was how fast they were. Shi Tianxiang fired a shot, but lost sight of them, and when Quan He looked, they had already appeared on a nearby ruin. Damn, is this some kind of teleportation? Quan He couldn't help but curse. Why is it that these things are so powerful? Commander, don't worry, I can lock onto it. Wu Jiu's voice was very calm. Load high explosive shells into both the main and auxiliary cannons. I will fire. The loader immediately switched the automatic feeding system to high explosive ammunition and took out a 50mm high explosive shell to load into the auxiliary cannon. High explosive shells loaded. Lock on. Fire. Boom. Boom. The 122mm main cannon and the 50mm auxiliary cannon fired simultaneously, and it was evident that the high-explosive shell from the 122mm cannon had greater power. Even so, the radiation tabby cat ultimately died from the 50mm auxiliary cannon. The 122mm main cannon was merely meant to force and restrict the opponent's position, while the real killing blow came from that small cannon. The death of the radiation tabby cat seemed to trigger a switch. Chattering sounds came from all directions. A large swarm of gnars. Open fire, everyone. Kwani looked through the observation hole, seeing pairs of crimson eyes appearing in every corner around them. Hordes of giant rats surged in. The entire convoy erupted with a dense sound of gunfire, feeling like survivors in a tide of corpses. Those countless giant rats were no different from a tide of corpses. Both the intelligent machines and humans were prey to the radiation creatures. Conversely, even the radiation creatures would choose to join forces in the face of intelligent machines and humans. This is troublesome. The rats and cats can cooperate. Tom and Jerry. In an instant, the entire convoy unleashed a formidable barrage of firepower. The 12.7mm heavy machine guns fired continuously, shaking the flesh on their bodies. Such physical prowess made Quan He unable to help but click his tongue in astonishment. Even without the 2 tanks and the dump truck, the instantaneous lethality of 100 heavy machine guns was enough to inflict severe casualties on those so-called gnars. Even mutated, they were still just rats with advantages in their powerful gnawing ability and terrifying reproductive speed, remaining utterly defenseless against the 12.7mm bullets. The Wasteland had its benefits, such as the absence of small-caliber standardized weapons. The minimum caliber produced by the Intelligent Machinery Factory was 12.7mm, and their ammunition reserves were ample. And this was merely an agricultural-grade experimental intelligent machine suitable only for chasing away birds and beasts in the Golden Age. As for the agricultural-grade modified intelligent machine vehicle meant to breach survivor camps, it would have merely served as a road roller in the Golden Age. At that moment, when 100 heavy machine guns fired simultaneously, the surroundings were filled with dust and flying ammunition, and the deafening gunfire was enough to rattle Quan He's eardrums, even inside the tank. Meanwhile, various artillery pieces were bombarding the surrounding large rats. In the face of absolute heavy fire, even the irradiated rat swarm could not approach. Commander, we have detected that the rat swarm is in retreat. At the height of the convoy's assault, Wu Jiu suddenly reminded. Continue advancing while firing simultaneously, maximizing damage to the irradiated species while maintaining formation. Wu Jiu's voice was like a clear spring, calming Quan He, who had been somewhat intoxicated by the battle. The battle vehicle responded. Battle vehicle Shixiangxiang received. Continue advancing. Those irradiated rats left no corpses behind, only scattered blood and flesh fragments. Even their blood emitted a hint of green. Clearly, the radiation had a greater impact on these small creatures. System, this isn't right. I should know how many irradiated species I've eliminated, right? If I can't see the exact number, at least a percentage would suffice. How long do I have to keep killing aimlessly? Having previous experience communicating with the system, Quan He knew he could just ask directly. Host request is reasonable. Reporting in progress. Task module has been repaired, displaying current progress percentage. Host can use this to gauge task completion. The system's response was quick, and since this was indeed a reasonable request, the source core approved it almost immediately. Quan He was silent for about 5 or 6 seconds, and after confirming that the system had no further response, he asked in astonishment, "That's it? The system shows that the host's request has been completed. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Upon hearing the system's customer service tone, Quan He immediately understood what it meant. He immediately expressed his indignation. "Of course it's not over. Your task module experience is too poor. Last time there was no enemy identification module, and this time there's no task progress module. This has affected my task completion. I should be compensated." Quan He could clearly sense the system giving him a thumbs up behind the scenes. "We sincerely apologize for the unpleasant task experience caused to you. This is an oversight on our system team's part. The system here expresses its sincere apologies and applies for a lottery chance in the battle vehicle factory as compensation. Would that be acceptable?" Quan He chuckled, then maintained a serious expression and continued, "Once I mobilized a tank, a dump truck, and 100 combat personnel. This time a single lottery draw won't suffice. We truly apologize. The system will continue to optimize various modules to provide a better experience for the host." Hearing the system say this, Quan He understood that the system was reminding him to take what he could get and to be satisfied. "All right then, one draw it is. At least you have some sincerity." Quan He decisively changed his tone. Applying. Application approved. Whether it was due to too many complaints, or because of this exchange between the system and Quanhi, the source core approved the request very smoothly. Almost as soon as the system submitted the application, the lottery chances had already been credited. Lottery chances have been credited. Thank you for your suggestions on system modularization. We hope you enjoy your experience. The source core felt that these two were acting out of play, but there was no evidence. The convoy continued to advance slowly, and by now the progress was just at 1%. However, the overall time spent was less than a few minutes, and this speed was still quite acceptable. After all, with 2 tanks, a dump truck, a pickup truck, and 100 personnel, the firepower density in a small county town was not insignificant. In fact, if viewed from a high altitude without any cover, a single shot could travel from one end to the other. However, Quanhi had not anticipated that there would be so many irradiated species hiding in this abandoned county. Quickly use this reward. Being in combat, Quanhi naturally seized the opportunity to enhance himself. Opening battle vehicle factory. Drawing lottery. Acquired chassis stabilization system. Chassis stabilization system quality excellent. Increases chassis and turret rotation speed by 5. Enhances accuracy while firing on the move by 5. Equip. Quanhi naturally installed it directly. Although this reward did not directly enhance the tank's body or artillery caliber, it increased aiming accuracy while on the move, making it evidently worthwhile. Most importantly, this lottery reward was entirely a freebie, and a premium quality item had been obtained. What more could he ask for? I suddenly feel like it drives a bit smoother. As soon as the chassis stabilization system was installed, the driver immediately provided feedback. His driving style was still simple and brutal, purely mechanical. Especially in the complex environment of the county town, frequent turns or stops were needed. His arms were muscular, clearly indicating strength. You see, the loader has had it much easier since we got the automatic ammunition feed system. His arms have slimmed down a bit. The loader behind grinned widely. Previously, he was used to loading 100mm shells, but now with the 122mm cannon not needing his attention, he only had to manage the small turret, and he could even load the 50mm shells with one hand. I haven't been idle either. Although these 50mm shells are light, they fire quickly. When I'm in a hurry, I can fire a round in just 5 seconds. The driver and the main gunner exchanged glances. The shell hadn't even been loaded yet. How could he have already fired? As the Tianhe convoy advanced, the progress of the mission gradually increased. They chose the wider roads as much as possible, while the sounds of battle grew louder in the distance. As they ventured deeper, shadows multiplied with collapsed skyscrapers overhead and dense vines intertwining, resembling a tropical jungle. In stark contrast to the relatively relaxed atmosphere inside the convoy, the infantry squad outside grew increasingly uneasy as they delved deeper. Even with heavy machine guns in hand and armored vehicles and tanks nearby, they could feel the chilling aura surrounding them. It was the radiation creatures lurking in the shadows, watching them intently. As the tanks slowly passed an intersection, a flesh-eating plant disguised as a ruined streetlight suddenly opened its massive jaws and swallowed an unsuspecting victim whole. Visible to the naked eye, a human figure slid down the branches. The others immediately opened fire, but the bullets merely produced the sound of metal clashing. This carnivorous plant has merged with the streetlight, someone shouted, and the others quickly realized that although it could not withstand a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, by the time they managed to sever it, the person inside was already bloodied and lifeless. Just a few seconds delay, and a living person was left as if they had been soaked in sulfuric acid. Stay alert and fire will keep advancing. He also noticed the situation and heightened his vigilance against the plant radiation creatures. He did not feel much about the lives of these people. He cared more about whether he could complete his mission. It was not that he was cold-hearted, he simply had no choice. What good would it do to show useless compassion? He and Shi Tianxiang were already leading the way at the front. They couldn't just let them take the machine guns while he stayed inside the tank, could they? That would be ridiculous. The entire convoy steadily advanced, systematically clearing all the radiation creatures they encountered along the road. The battle continued with 2 tanks alternating fire. As of now, each had less than half of their ammunition left and was slowly reloading. Most of the radiation creatures that could be dealt with by machine guns were eliminated, while the main cannons were used against clusters of large-scale small radiation creatures. The sounds of battle from the county town gradually diminished and receded into the distance, causing Tianhe to furrow his brow deeply. Is the intelligent machine convoy leaving, or have they been annihilated? Wu Jiu analyzed as he operated the external heavy machine gun to fire at suspicious targets. Commander, I believe the intelligent machine convoy must have left. We've been inside for over an hour, and before we entered they were firing heavily. By now their ammunition reserves should be nearly depleted, so their withdrawal is to be expected. Tianhe nodded. I think so too. If the intelligent machine convoy as the attacking side could be easily annihilated by radiation creatures, they wouldn't have succeeded in their rebellion. It seems we can only rely on ourselves from here on out. Qian, he glanced at the mission target. The progress bar had already exceeded 40%. The intensity of the fighting outside had already escalated. As they advanced deeper into the abandoned county town, the number of radiation creatures increased. We are in good condition, but Commander, the infantry squad has suffered losses of over a third. Wu Jie reminded. Qian, he squinted and nodded. No worries, as long as we have enough ammunition, it's fine. The atmosphere inside the vehicle began to grow tense, and the crew members sat up straight as the intensity of the battle escalated. I can't take it anymore. This is practically a death sentence. Outside, an infantry squad member, a raider, shouted in despair. Can we even finish off the radiation creatures? We are now surrounded in the county town. Nearly half of us are already dead. Let's withdraw. What is the point of us clearing out the radiation creatures? They are simply treating us as cannon fodder. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out as Ying, using the mounted machine gun on the pickup truck, decisively turned her gun and blasted the raider into pieces. Consider your own identity. Those who waver the military spirit shall face no mercy. A single gunshot from Ying shattered the restless hearts of the crowd. If it weren't for us, your corpses would be hard by now. The raider convoy has been merciful by not executing you outright. To think about what you've done. If the commander gives the order, I would be the first to turn you into minced meat. Facing the survivors' camp was one thing, but He Ying's attitude towards the raiders was utterly contemptuous. The three women who had been rescued alongside her knew exactly what was going on. If it weren't for the commander, everyone would be nothing but spittoons for those raiders, and it was uncertain whether they would even survive until now. Let me tell you, it was the commander who gave you a second chance at life. No matter what the commander decides to do, your only option is to obey. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble, even if the radiation creatures do not kill you, I will. He Ying was smeared with blood, tinged with green remnants from an attack by a wave of giant radiation mosquitoes. She extended her upper body out of the vehicle, standing firm against mosquitoes larger than fists, successfully eliminating them with her overwhelming firepower. He Ying's ruthlessness directly intimidated the remaining members of the new mud trucks, including Mei's father, who did not dare to speak. He was a clever man and had long realized that his life was not in his own hands, so he did whatever he was told. Everyone stay alert. Right now, the only hope of surviving lies in following the convoy. The group could only grip their weapons tightly and cautiously advance with the convoy. They certainly did not dare to run away. The 59 variant small cannon could rotate 180 degrees towards them, and any uncooperative movements would undoubtedly make them a target. The hero loader had no difficulty operating such a small cannon. With a whoosh, a shell whizzed past Shi Tianxiang's vehicle and smashed directly into the nearby ruins. At the same time, a barrage of machine gun fire erupted, causing a few infantrymen following the tank to fall asleep. Damn it! The radio crackled with Shi Tianxiang's startled exclamation, clearly taken aback. Qian, he also widened his eyes. Didn't the intelligent machine convoy leave? Where did the shell come from? Wu Jie replied. Commander, the shell came from the 2 o'clock direction. 2 o'clock direction, high explosive shell. High explosive shell loaded. Unable to lock on a target. Then fire without locking on aim in that direction. Roger. Boom. Shell casings fell as a new high explosive shell was fed into the cannon. Boom. Another round was fired, and at the same time, Shi Tianxiang also fired a high explosive shell in the direction Qian he had indicated. Smoke billowed from the 2 o'clock direction. Everyone watched intently. From the ruins, a tank covered in moss slowly emerged, its surface entangled with vines that swayed rhythmically as if they could breathe. A radiation battle vehicle fused with radiation creatures. Shi Tianxiang instantly recognized this entity, feeling a chill run down his spine. Be careful, brother Thai. This thing is equivalent to the ultimate agricultural-grade intelligent machine for the first phase. Kwani was stunned. This thing is more of a war-damaged version than anything else. How can it still move? Is it even reasonable? The 2 high-explosive rounds fired by the modified 59 definitely caused him some damage, with the armor covered in pockmarks and faint traces of flames visible inside. Brother Leg, to be honest with you, it's not surprising to see any kind of existence in this wasteland. Oh, I've seen survivors with 3 heads and 6 arms, and at that time I thought I had seen Neza. The main body of this radiation battle vehicle is actually its internal vines, and flesh hitting the armor is useless. You can only destroy all those vines in one go. Otherwise, even if the external armor is battered, it can easily find other materials to continue merging. This thing is fierce no matter what stage it's in. Shi Tianxiang's tone visibly tightened for a moment, but then he remembered he had a strong ally and felt relieved. The 300 from Socialism with the 122mm gun was absolutely dominant in the first phase. It felt like encountering a small level 8 gold tank in WOD bumping into an already prepared E100 assault gun around the corner. So impressive. Quan Yi licked his lips and surprisingly found himself not too shaken perhaps, because every time he encountered an attack in these past few days, it was always aimed at his turret. If it weren't for the rabbit's tank inheriting its iron head, he would already be a goner. Wujiu, how do you feel? Is it easy to fight? No problem, Commander. Oh, just smash it to pieces in one go. Quan Yi felt that his learning progress was fast enough, but he still instinctively consulted Wujiu. Hearing her say this, his back straightened, and he spoke to Shi Tianxiang over the radio. Look at how scared that bear is. Get back. Watch me perform. Shi Tianxiang immediately shouted, Wujiu, you are amazing. Then he signaled his crew members to quickly clear a line of fire. The modified 59 rumbled forward, and Quan Yi raised his eyebrows. Why do you shout that Wujiu is amazing? Am I not amazing? Shi Tianxiang's very perfunctory voice sounded again. All right, you're amazing too. You bastard. Quan Yi was both amused and exasperated. The perfunctory tone was almost explicit. Jokes aside, Quan Yi still willingly handed over command to Wujiu. Come on, the amazing Wujiu, the stage is yours now. Wujiu's voice carried a hint of a smile. The show is about to start. Then her tone suddenly turned serious. Heat armor-piercing round. Loader, heat armor-piercing round loaded. Gunner, follow my firing position. Gunner acknowledged. The heavy machine gun on the roof immediately spat fire, intertwining tracer rounds in a display of red and green light in the dimly lit county town. The radiation battle vehicle also adjusted its state, firing another round directly at the lower front of the modified 59, which was partially blocked by the snowplow, resulting in minimal effect, leaving only a small dent. The vines inside the enemy vehicle were writhing frantically, ejecting the spent shell and reloading. This guy is smart. He knows to target our weak spots. But unfortunately, our lower front has been reinforced and has a snowplow as outer protection. Quan Yi, who was observing through the sight, understood this well. Then he saw a beam of light coming straight for him. Whoosh bang! A shell whizzed past just below his observation port, sparks nearly splattering on his face. Damn it! It even knows that my observation port is a weak spot. This kid is terrifying. The chief must not hold back. Quan Yi was startled again, but it was much better than before. He even had the mood to joke. He knew that was the second time he had been closest to death. The observation port had no armor. If it had been hit, the other crew members might not know, but he would surely depart peacefully. As for the last time, it was probably when Quan Yi's father almost tossed him against the wall over 20 years ago. Fire 3 rounds in a row attack. Understood. Firing. Boom. The gunner accurately fired a round at Wujiu's machine gun firing position. Heat loaded. Fire. Boom. Loaded. Fire. Boom. 3 consecutive heat armor-piercing rounds struck the radiation battle vehicle, wrapped in vines, the scorching jets of molten metal causing the vines inside to stop writhing and burst into flames. The so-called heat armor-piercing round is a hollow charge round that relies on the metal jet formed after the explosion to penetrate armor, aiming to injure the crew inside and damage internal equipment. The armor-piercing capability does not diminish with distance. Using this against a radiation battle vehicle that integrates with its armor is simply perfect. That terrifying metal jet is enough to turn any carbon-based life form facing it into carbon. The advantages are obvious, but the disadvantages are also clear. It has minimal effect on spaced armor and can even be easily resisted by tracks. If there's a sufficient repair kit, using the vehicle's side tracks to harden against heat armor-piercing rounds is also a good choice. Did we take it down? Quan Yi squinted to observe closely. Unable to detect any vital signs from the enemy, I recommend continuing the attack. Wujiu's detection capabilities all come from the tank. She can only utilize what the tank has and cannot conjure up what the tank lacks. Whoosh! Another shell struck the modified 59's hull, hitting the front machine gun, causing some sparks to spray out from the shooting position next to the driver, and that shell lodged right at the machine gun's opening. Damn it, it's still alive. It's still looking for our weak points. The driver cursed angrily, but he was not flustered. This dog is really cunning. Everyone in the convoy continue the attack. Wujiu's tone was cold. Do it. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle, which had circled to the back, immediately opened fire. Both large and small cannons fired simultaneously, and even the 50mm gun on He Ying's pickup and dump truck joined in. Although their AP rounds did little against the radiation battle vehicle struggling to penetrate its armor, it was still better than nothing at this moment. What unknown? Earlier they were just waiting for Shi Tianxiang and the 2 vehicles behind to find their positions. Wujiu never thought about engaging in a cannon duel with the enemy. If it were long-range technical exchanges, it might be feasible, but at this close range of 100 or 200 meters, anyone still playing unknown with allies is a fool. What if the next shell really hits the observation port? Wujiu would never gamble with her commander's life. Although the Qianhe's Type 59 modification has changed to a 122mm caliber, the reloading time remains short due to various enhancements. The hero team consisting of 3 members likely possesses the Brotherhood skills along with the proficiency granted by the ventilation system. In addition, there are the vehicle stability device and the automatic ammunition feeding system combined with Wu Jiu's precise assistance, allowing the reloading time to be compressed to even under 8 seconds. What does this mean? The original Type 59 required 7 seconds to reload its 100mm cannon, and it was known for its mobility as a medium tank. Now, however, the modified Type 59 is a completely heavy tank. With a larger caliber and deeper penetration, the reloading time has only increased by 1 second. Qian could hardly open his mouth as the sounds of cannon fire accompanied by Wu Jiu's calm and collected commands orchestrated the orderly operation within the tank. In contrast, Shi Tianxiang's vehicle appeared somewhat chaotic. The initial members required him to issue all commands with precision, and compared to Qian, he displayed exceptional combat quality and commandability. Under his leadership, his Matilda modification equipped with a large roller assisted Qian, he's Type 59 in continuous bombardment. Commander, there are irradiated creatures surrounding us. He Ying's urgent voice echoed through the vehicle channel. Qian he immediately felt a tightness in his chest as his greatest concern had come to pass. If they didn't eliminate the irradiated battle vehicle, threatening them quickly, they would be completely surrounded. He glanced at the mission progress, which was nearing the 50% standard line. This meant at least one reward draw was guaranteed. However, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. He Ying lead the infantry squad to intercept the irradiated creatures at all costs. They must not get close. He Ying acknowledged. He Ying replied promptly. She immediately ordered all infantry squads to spread out around the vehicle as their center. The infantry squads visibly trembled in fear, terrified of the impending death. He Ying scoffed. If following orders might save you, you might not die, but if you cower, we all die together. Don't worry, the commander is unlikely to die, but I will definitely take out all of you cowards before I go down. Now listen to my orders, pair off to create crossfire. We must not allow a single irradiated creature to enter, not even a mosquito. She was the first to pull the trigger towards the distant, irradiated creatures. He Ying, do you think we will die here? One of the 3 women asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. He Ying laughed coldly. If we die, so be it. Following the commander these past few days has been the most enjoyable time of my life. I've already lived my share. As she spoke, she glanced at the other 3 women. If fear were useful, could we have been treated like a spittoon before? Fire. Fear is the most useless emotion. The heavy machine gun on the roof fired rhythmically, the recoil causing the flesh on He Ying's face to tremble. The other 3 women exchanged glances, not daring to lower their guard. He Ying's mentality is terrifyingly stable. That's why she's the tank commander. I fully respect that. Under He Ying's leadership, the infantry squad temporarily staved off attacks from both sides and the rear. After a minute of continuous fire, Wu Jiu immediately called for a ceasefire. Ceasefire. Shi Tianxiang, my vehicle will collide and crush the enemy. I'll follow closely behind and repeatedly crush them with the roller to ensure nothing goes wrong. Shi Tianxiang replied without hesitation. Got it. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle acknowledged. Commander, please hold on tight. Driver, aim for the irradiated battle vehicle and floor the accelerator. The rocket propulsion system is about to engage. 3, 2. Qian He and the other crew members immediately grabbed onto anything that could secure their bodies. 1. The rocket propulsion system mounted on the sides of the tank suddenly spewed out long flames and intense heat, causing even the advancing tank to momentarily lift its front. Damn, Wu Jiu is truly something. Shi Tianxiang's eyes widened as he immediately commanded the driver to follow closely. As the smoke cleared in the distance, the irradiated creature lay in disarray, some vines burning, while others still writhed. Is this thing agricultural grade? Did people in the Golden Age grow monsters in the fields? Incredible, truly incredible. System, is it useful to report this now? Qian he had become numb. After being bombarded for over a minute by 2 tanks, a small portion of the writhing vines still remained. Frankly, if this was the intensity of radiation after the event, it might not be unacceptable. Just as Qian he was lost in thought, the Type 59 slammed into the irradiated mechanical being with a powerful impact, causing a tremor that left Qian he with the heaviest injury since his transmigration. A large bruise formed. The snowplow on that vehicle was instantly twisted beyond repair, and under the immense force, the tracks of the Type 59 directly crushed over the enemy. Shi Tianxiang's Matilda modification followed closely behind. The solid roller compacted the ground it passed over, and at this moment, it was time for the irradiated battle vehicle and the roller to engage in a fair contest. Having endured successive bombardments coupled with repeated crushing from the 2 tanks, and the roller if the enemy could still survive, Qian he intended to lead his infantry squad to retreat. How would the enemy play now? Fortunately, such a scenario didn't occur, after Shi Tianxiang's relentless crushing the fleshy vines had turned into a mushy paste. They should be dead. It seems like they were a minor boss. He suddenly saw his mission completion rate spike. Shi Tianxiang also breathed a sigh of relief. I really don't like fighting these things, they're too annoying. The two tanks adjusted their positions to prepare for the incoming irradiated creatures. After the boss was gone, everything felt much easier. No worries, once we have larger caliber weapons in the future, it will be much easier to deal with them. He had confidence in his luck with the rewards. Shi Tianxiang smiled bitterly. Leg brother, the intelligence machines and irradiated creatures will upgrade with different phases, and even the natives will gain some enhancements. That's the rule of this world. If we grow stronger, the irradiated battle vehicles will too, and they'll be just as troublesome. He was speechless. Are we even allowed to play? If it's this hard for us, how do those old-fashioned small tanks survive? Shi Tianxiang responded with static. So that's why it's a nationwide tank survival game, not just a tank simulation experience. Moreover, they won't come into this county at this stage. He pondered this as well. Who would take their little broken vehicles into urban warfare? Forget it, let's break through. We can eliminate these irradiated creatures while searching for treasure chests. Did they start recommending? Is this the first novel written by a newcomer? Is it decent? With the loss of the front radiation battle vehicle, the pressure on the entire convoy suddenly decreased. Especially after receiving fire support from two tanks, the surrounding radiation creatures almost vanished in large numbers. Commander, we need to hurry. We only have 1/3 of our ammunition reserves left. Wu Jio's sudden reminder made Quan Yi's heart tighten. No wonder those intelligent machines retreated. The amount of ammunition consumed in such a battle is indeed a terrifying figure. To be precise, the consumption was quite substantial. After all, there were still over 112. 7 heavy machine guns firing continuously. In such a short time, the infantry squad with powerful firepower had already suffered more than half of their losses. The bizarre radiation creatures left them defenseless. Keep the infantry squad close, we need to speed up. Quan Yi informed He Ying over the convoy channel. Under Shi Tianxiang's command, the entire convoy stopped lingering in battle and focused on breaking through. Breaking through was the goal, and searching for treasure chests was equally important. His large roller could almost ignore any radiation creatures that obstructed the way. Anyone daring to block in front would be crushed from a 3-dimensional being into a 2-dimensional one. In this state, the consumption of ammunition decreased significantly. The two tanks began to use heavy machine guns in non-essential situations, trying to minimize the use of artillery to buy time for ammunition recovery. This county town is neither too small nor too large. Previously, the purpose was to eliminate radiation creatures, so the search progress was naturally slower. Now, with the aim of opening treasure chests, they quickly found the first one. Open treasure chest. Acquired radiation mobilization soldier set 10. Acquired 4 essentials for survival 1. This time the treasure chest yielded only 2 items. The 4 essentials for survival need not be elaborated on, as it is a supplement for current consumption, which is always welcome. But what is that mobilization soldier set? Neck twisted to the right. Quan Yi hurriedly examined it closely. Vehicle-mounted radiation mobilization soldier set. Quality basic. Includes 7. 62mm Universal Assault Rifle 1, Individual Handgun 1, Heavy Steel Helmet, Antibiochemical Mask 1, Bulletproof Vest, Anti-Radiation Military Coat 1, Multifunctional Infantry, Heavy Boots 2, Cross Ammunition Chain 1. Equipment is provided. Soldiers need to be mobilized by you. Isn't this just replacing the Bobo Shah with an assault rifle? Ultimately, it's still neck twisted to the right. I spent $100 on equipment, and the soldiers rely on their well-connected brothers for mobilization. To be honest, such equipment would be considered elite in the Wasteland, but against intelligent machines that start with a 12.7mm caliber, any bulletproof vest is pointless. Nevertheless, better than nothing. Quan Yi had the convoy stop to confirm temporary safety before letting He Ying select 9 more people to receive the 10 sets of equipment. That assault rifle is useless. There is no production line for 7.62mm bullets in this world. They can just stick with their heavy machine guns, and ammunition is easier to replenish. Shi Tianxiang watched with great interest as the 10 people led by He Ying completed their equipment change. When that outfit was worn, it indeed exuded a fierce aura. Especially with the heavy steel helmet and antibiochemical mask, the vibe was just right. He wasn't envious. He certainly had no intention of wearing that thing to confront others directly. Otherwise, what's the point of hugging the thigh and lying flat? With this outfit, He Ying and the others significantly boosted their morale and combat effectiveness, allowing them to easily withstand encounters with small insect-like radiation creatures. Quan Yi looked at He Ying and the others with satisfaction, then ordered the convoy to continue moving forward. Shi Tianxiang, are there more treasure chests in this county town? Shi Tianxiang took out a piece of brown paper and glanced at it. You missed a good opportunity, but it's okay. There's an ambush from a giant attacking willow in your left front, and you know this is your chance, so head that way. You took advantage of the interval when the attacking Willow was triggered to bring Quan He's tank within the attack range of the Willow, and while Quan He was fighting the Willow, you launched a sneak attack, directly destroying Quan He's battle vehicle. You collected Quan He's resources and opened the remaining 2 treasure chests, breaking out of the abandoned county town and taking a step towards your own glory. Sure, Tianxiang, you really are tenacious. They opened a 122 cannon barehanded, and I can at most open a treasure chest. I'm glorious for my bond. After cursing, he stuffed the brown paper into his back pocket and then opened the radio. Leg brother, there should be 2 more treasure chests inside, but I don't know exactly where. I just remember that a little ahead and slightly to the left there's a pretty powerful attacking Willow. Should we avoid it? After hearing this, Quan He also thought it made sense. We can avoid it for now, while our current task is to find treasure chests. After opening them, if we have enough ammunition, we can deal with it. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, one should not go to the mountain. Since there's an attacking Willow in the left front, wouldn't it be better to just turn right at the entrance outside? No matter when, it's always right to listen to advice and eat well. The progress in clearing radiation creatures has already reached nearly 60%, and with 2 lottery draws about to be at hand, he didn't want to complicate matters at this critical moment. With the alternating cleanup of the intelligent machines and Quan He's convoy, more than half of the radiation creatures in the abandoned county town had been cleared, significantly reducing the pressure faced by Quan He's convoy. Many radiation creatures that weren't affected by radiation had already hidden themselves to avoid combat with Quan He's convoy. This resulted in the current slow progress of Quan He's task. However, the benefit of this was that Quan He could search for the remaining treasure chests with a bit more peace of mind. As for the lottery draws, Quan He's psychological expectation was 2 chances. If there's a chance for a third, he would strive for it, but he wouldn't force it if he couldn't. Staying too long in this county town would easily attract artillery fire. He wasn't sure if he could withstand that. The second treasure chest was found in a ready-made abandoned second floor, and Quan He directly blasted it down with 2 shells, causing the treasure chest to drop and be opened by the grappling hook he tossed out. Open treasure chest. Acquired 4 essentials for survival 1. Acquired member protection board structure 1. The treasure chest contained 2 more items, and Quan He directly looked at the one below. Member protection board structure. Quality basic. After installation, it will reduce the damage caused by the detonation of ammunition and the ignition of the fuel tank being hit. It's directly usable in the tank and is quite good. Quan He looked forward to when he could open a structure similar to an inner lining, as that would greatly reduce the damage caused to the crew inside the vehicle from the explosive shells. One could say that the most dangerous time was when facing the radiation war vehicles. If it weren't for the infantry's sufficient numbers and strong firepower, the 6 members of He Ying's vehicle group would not have been able to stop so many radiation creatures. Although the radiation war vehicle was eliminated by Quan He and the others, it does not mean it was weak. Even the consecutive direct hits from Quan He's 122mm cannon could not completely destroy it, and under such circumstances the enemy continuously fired to find the weak points of Quan He's tank. It nearly penetrated his observation port. The shell lodged in the shooting port is still stuck there. If it weren't for the previously reinforced external armor of various modules, this blow would have at least cost 1 driver. With such intelligence and resilience combined with the standard firepower of the first phase, other survivors, even with double the number of tanks, would find it impossible to deal with him. In the current phase, he possessed absolute dominance among survivors. Quan He could hardly imagine how powerful the combat capabilities of other standard agricultural-grade ultimate intelligent machines could be. Fortunately, Quan He and the others managed to withstand this most intense wave, and by now they hardly felt any significant pressure. The damned radiation creatures that dared to attack have all been exterminated, and the remaining ones, although lacking in courage, are smart enough not to confront Quan He hidden. In such a complex environment, it's no wonder the commander said that without hydrogen bombs, they couldn't be dealt with at all. Who could find them hiding? If there were a battalion of radiation mobilizers, it would be a different story. Quan He estimated he could secure 2 chances for a lottery. 2 lottery chances plus 3 treasure chests, and Quan He was already quite satisfied. It was worth his day of back-and-forth hustle. The only downside was that Shi Tianxiang did not gain anything this time. Quan He wasn't too concerned, as what was produced wouldn't enhance his combat power. In the end, Quan He's convoy found the 3rd treasure chest in an abandoned river channel in the northern part of the county. Open treasure chest acquired 4 essential elements for survival. 1 acquired smoke device, 1 acquired quick ammo rack, 1 surprisingly, this small treasure chest contained 3 rewards. Smoke device quality basic sprays a large amount of smoke to cover the area around the tank for a short time, achieving the operational goal of concealing friendly vehicles. Regeneration time 60 minutes. Quick ammo rack quality basic increases ammo recovery speed by 5. When equipped, Quan He directly gave the smoke device to Shi Tianxiang. Shi Tianxiang, who had a large roller, kept shouting about wanting to lay flat, yet most of the time, he was at the forefront in battle. The large roller effectively concealed his vehicle, exposing only the 59 iron head that Quan He had given him. The frontal defense was astonishing. Quan He provided him with this just in case. As for the quick ammo rack, Quan He naturally kept it for himself. It was just right to accelerate the recovery of his consumed ammunition. Having opened all 3 treasure chests, it's time for us to leave here. It's getting late, we should find a safe place to rest for the night. Quan He's command echoed in the convoy channel. Sure, Tianxiang naturally didn't mind, and the infantry members in He Ying's vehicle breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Today they had a more eventful day than in the past 6 months. Humans first fought among themselves, then were conscripted and fought against the radiation creatures. The people inside the tank didn't care about them at all, forcibly turning 2 groups of enemies into comrades who needed to assist one another. It was simply absurd. Fortunately, this battle had ended and the enemy showed no intention of occupying this abandoned county. Commander, we should leave this place as far as possible in case the intelligent machine convoy launches a surprise attack at night. Wu Jiu reminded him from inside the tank. Quan He opened the hatch, looking at the bullet marks very close to him, feeling a sense of unease. What do you mean? Before we arrived here, the intelligent machines were engaged in combat with the radiation creatures. After exhausting their ammunition, they withdrew in an orderly manner, which indicates that there is an intelligent machine tank factory nearby. Our tank does not possess the foundation of the first-generation Type 59, nor is it equipped with night vision. It is best to avoid direct confrontations with the intelligent machine convoy at night. Wu Jiu's tone and manner were very pleasant. Although she was teaching Quan He, she did not give him a sense of being lectured. This was also true when she spoke to Quan He alone in her tank rather than through the convoy channel. As a true veteran and immortal Iron Rider, Wu Jiu deeply understood the significance of the word commander. She could joke around in casual times, but when it came to serious matters, she could be utterly meticulous. Quan He nodded in response, leaning against the turret outside the driver's compartment. That's true. I didn't think of that until you mentioned it. Our own ammunition consumption is quite large, so being cautious at this moment is not a bad thing. However, there is one more thing that needs to be resolved first. This time it was Wu Jiu who looked puzzled, her large eyes staring at Quan He beside her. We don't want any of the conscripted infantry except for the radiation mobilizers selected by He Ying. Quan He looked at the surviving individuals among them, including a few former members of the raiders, and took out the radio. He Ying, pick out the surviving raiders. Weren't these guys queuing at the survivor camp to take the train before? I think they even stood up to break their limbs, confiscate their weapons, and throw them into the county. The radiation creatures inside will clean them up for us. Upon receiving Quan He's order, He Ying's eyes lit up. This was her area of expertise. She particularly enjoyed tidying up, especially dealing with these guys. As for what the dragon slayers eventually becoming dragons, the other 3 had asked her the same question. He Ying replied, "You have all experienced everything I have gone through. Until now, do you still wish to view others with kindness and compassion? Except for the commander, I don't trust anyone, including you." One of them asked her, "What if the commander wants your life?" He Ying replied without hesitation, "Then it means my life should end here." The other 3 could not comprehend He Ying's mindset. It's good that you don't understand, because the commander doesn't care whether you understand or not. Looking at the 3 women who arrived at the same time as her, He Ying appeared particularly distant and cold. How many days have you been in the convoy? The commander has never even asked for your names. Think carefully, do you still feel clever? This was probably the most He Ying had ever said to the 3, and she did not intend to repeat these words. If they understood, that would be best. If not, there has never been a shortage of clever people in this wasteland. 8 surviving raiders were now disarmed, pushed out of the ranks by the neatly dressed Wasteland mobilizers. They all knew what was about to happen, holding their weapons and reluctant to let them go, trying to fight for a chance to survive. But unfortunately, with 2 tanks present and 10 fully armed radiation mobilizers already prepared, their fate was already sealed regardless of their willingness. You can't do this. We fought bloodily for the convoy. Spare me. I'm willing to remain an infantryman, even if it means being cannon fodder. Look at this, it's like crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. If they can kill us, they can surely kill you. Quan He scoffed, pointing at the remaining dump truck infantry. You can leave now, or that dump truck belongs to you. Leave the pickup behind, and each of you will receive weapons, ammunition, water, and food. In light of your brave fighting, we can part ways amicably. As for you, to be honest, you should have died long ago. If it weren't for needing your assistance in battle, you would have turned to mush hours ago. Now that the river has been crossed, does it even matter whether the bridge is demolished? He Ying, stop wasting words with them. Let's handle this and leave here. He Ying immediately opened fire, disregarding any limbs or radiation types. The sudden gunfire startled all the infantry. Even the raiders didn't expect it. Couldn't you at least shout something like "die" before shooting? You just ordered them to fire directly. The others also opened fire, and the 8 raiders were instantly shot into several pieces with flesh splattering everywhere. A faint smile crept onto He Ying's lips. A sense of exhilaration lingered in her heart, unspoken. She turned to the radiation mobilizers who had joined them. Will you stay or follow them? If you choose to follow them, you must leave your equipment behind. Before several radiation mobilizers could speak, others hastily chimed in. Commander, can we stay? We don't want to leave. Yes, yes. If we leave now with so few people, we'll surely perish if we encounter intelligent machines or other raiders. Commander, please let us stay out. We can fight well too. Seeing the fate of the raiders and hearing that the commander intended to disband them, the remaining individuals became anxious. Mai's father quickly stepped forward. Yes, Commander, having some infantry with the tanks would make things easier. We fought alongside the convoy, and we're more compatible than outsiders. Mai's father cleverly tried to persuade Quan He to keep them by emphasizing their compatibility and referencing their shared painful experiences in battle. Quan He remained unmoved. He may be young, but he was not someone who couldn't discern right from wrong. My convoy currently has only 2 tanks, and 10 infantry support is sufficient. As for who stays, I have my own infantry captain, and she will make the decision. You've worshipped the wrong temple. This recent experience had made Quan He much more astute. At the very least, he was no longer the foolish, naive college student he once was. At the same time, he reinforced He Ying's authority and voice within the convoy. No one could refuse to uphold their revenge, even after death, not even at the cost of their lives. Since He Ying joined the team, her performance was not without flaws, but her loyalty was evident. If He Ying were a man, Quan He wouldn't mind swearing brotherhood with him. But since He Ying is a woman, all he could do was treat her equally, granting her trust and authority. According to Shi Tianxiang, there were some issues with the rules he set up between the original 5 women. Before Shi Tianxiang was reborn, those 5 women under his command were paired off, which allowed the traitor the opportunity to stab him in the back. But now that he was aware of this matter, corresponding changes had to be made. The traitor's death was just the beginning. The other captains must be established, but the manager among them must be He Ying. The person who could be remembered even after Shi Tianxiang's rebirth and was deemed loyal clearly indicated He Ying's importance to him. To some extent, Quan He held a kind of respect for He Ying, respecting her loyalty. Thus, he didn't mind directly giving her management of the infantry and building her influence. Though He Ying was somewhat surprised, she did not voice any objections at that moment. You should have your own lives, and you've repaid the commander's kindness in saving you with your flesh and blood. From now on, neither side owes anything to the other. The members of the radiation mobilizers will not be changed. The convoy has already been generous in giving you that dump truck and corresponding supplies. The possibility of us meeting again in the future is minimal. You don't need to say anything more. While my mood is good right now, let's leave some face for each other and disband. He Ying, enveloped in heavy armor, was barely recognizable as a woman, her voice slightly deep, yet utterly ruthless. Facing those dark gun muzzles and cannon mouths, Mai looked at her father and ultimately remained silent. She deeply remembered what He Ying had told her before. One must know their identity and who they are. Right now, she was first and foremost an infantryman of the convoy, and only secondly a daughter. Her father opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. All that escaped was a long sigh. Let's go, we're leaving this place. With everything settled, Quan He knocked on the tank's outer armor, his voice resonating in the convoy's radio channel. The roar of the engines of the 2 tanks gradually grew louder. He Ying signaled the radiation mobilizers to get in the vehicles, slowly departing under the gaze of the dump truck survivors. Her understanding of her commander's character deepened once more. The commander was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, possessing a kind heart, but not much compassion, and he was someone who trusted people without suspicion. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. After leaving this place, they randomly chose a direction and traveled for several hours until deep into the night. The Quan He convoy found a relatively hidden ruin and only drove the tank in after ensuring safety, allowing everyone to rest. With the infantry squad, it became much easier. He Ying led the team to conduct a thorough search to determine if there was any situation here. A bonfire was lit, and 10 infantrymen gathered around it preparing their food. Of course, they could light a bonfire. The radar range of the 2 tanks reached 5 kilometers. If any enemies were attracted by the bonfire, the 5-kilometer range would be sufficient for everyone to react. If there were enemies that could evade radar, then the significance of lighting a bonfire would diminish. It might also be because of the heavy rain earlier. Now that it was night, the temperature dropped noticeably. Without a bonfire, it would still be very cold deep into the night. Fortunately, the mobilization soldier suit was thick enough, even appearing somewhat bulky. When He Ying and the others first breathed through the filter of their antibiohazard masks, they were even surprised by the filtered air. It felt like an ordinary person suddenly inhaling a large breath of pure oxygen. Outside infantrymen took turns standing guard. Quan Yi did not intervene in the specific arrangements as the infantry leader was Ying, who naturally had her own concerns. Quan Yi also crawled out from the tank sitting in the small turret at the back. Shi Tianxiang jumped from his tank to the adjacent Quan Yi tank. They were eating food from the survival essentials of the treasure chest, which was different from what the infantrymen were having. They would select some edible radiation varieties to roast similar to the rabbit meat they had before. Wu Jiao stood behind Quan Yi, gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Seizing the rare leisure of the night, Quan Yi opened the war vehicle factory. He still had 2 chances for a lottery draw that he hadn't used yet. As the system said, preserve 1, strive for 2, and aim for 3. Although he did not achieve 3, he was already very satisfied with reaching the condition for 2. How many perfect things are there in this world? Just like in the novels, how many characters have SS-level talents? How many tasks get SSS evaluations? Others just transferred jobs, and you directly cleared the dungeon with 1 skill. It was exaggerated to the point of clearing the entire dungeon area. That was too ridiculous. War Factory is initializing. Obtain Tank Girl Lure. Obtain Chassis Improvement Structure. Tank Girl Lure. Quality excellent. A light armored cavalry in the fires of war, a god of hill battles who achieved remarkable feats in the counterattack against you. Agile and nimble, the new light tank has long been in service. Do you still remember this veteran? At the moment this card appeared, Quan Yi vaguely heard a voice. Am I a substitute? A short-haired girl in a green dress, somewhat thin, had a resolute gaze, but also a hint of grievance. Lure. Combining this introduction, it was not hard for Quan Yi to think that this was the first generation of the Rabbit Light tank, the Type 62. It was essentially a reduced version of the Type 59 medium tank designed to cope with the southern hilly and watery terrain. Developed in 1959, finalized in 1962, produced and equipped in 1963, and ceased production in 1989. System come out. Didn't you say it was very difficult to draw a tank girl? What is this? Counts as the host's luck. Quan Yi. Are you serious? Then what about the tank girl I drew with a loan before? Counts as the host's misfortune. Quan Yi. System, we get along quite well. Don't push me to curse in public. I have a filthy mouth. The system was somewhat helpless. The system did not know why the host drew a new tank girl so quickly this time. However, if it weren't for the host's loan last time, the host draw might not have been Wu Jiao. There are so many tank girl models of the same stage, the probability of the host drawing Wu Jiao is even smaller than the chance of the host throwing it against the wall and making the wall pregnant. Quan Yi. No, what should I do now? Isn't this wasting one of my lottery chances? Does tank girl lure not suit the host's taste? Quan Yi frowned. If I remember correctly, a tank can only have 1 tank girl, right? How about the host eat secretly? Quan Yi, bring out the source core. Ew, I want to complain about you to it. Source core coming. System. The host not materializing this tank girl card can also be used to enhance Wu Jiao's abilities, or it can be saved for when new tanks appear later. It won't affect Wu Jiao, right? Don't let it turn into some nonsense like 2 tank girls merging later. Host, please rest assured this is equivalent to Wu Jiao devouring this card. Anyway, it is just a card. Having the qualification to materialize lure does not mean that this card is lure. Quan Yi snorted. This sounds reasonable. Don't make me eat secretly. You underestimate the bond between Wu Jiao and me. The host can rest assured. Oh, Wu Jiao cannot monitor our conversation here. Quan Yi rolled his eyes. So how do I use this card to strengthen Wu Jiao? This kind of thing should be left to the system. The host doesn't need to worry. Also, source core, don't peek here. According to the host's words, you are underestimating the power of the bond between me and the host. Source core, you little. Ignoring the already quarreling source core and system, Quan Yi exited the war space. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Jiao's gaze, which seemed to smile, yet was not. It seems the commander found me a new sister. Shi Tianxiang's eyes widened. What? Did you draw a tank girl from the treasure chest again this afternoon? Damn, you are too lucky. Quan Yi's eyelids twitched. Isn't this directly enhancing you? Is this not counted? Wu Jiao raised an eyebrow, bending down from a higher position to look at Quan Yi in the small turret. Clearly she said nothing, but her expression seemed to convey something. You know what kind of person I am. How can I place another tank girl in the Type 59 tank? The 59 must be Wu Jiao. I directly enhanced you with the first moment I drew it. Wu Jiao hadn't said anything yet, and Shi Tianxiang jumped up on the spot. What the heck did you merge the new tank girl? He slapped his thigh. Don't give me that. Oh, I still don't have a tank girl. Just my few members are like artificial intelligence. Without a tank girl, I'm going to be exhausted. How did you merge it directly? This is just too wasteful. Even if you show loyalty to Wu Jiao, it shouldn't be like this. Looking at the simultaneous gazes of Quan Yi and Wu Jiao directed at him, Shi Tianxiang immediately shut his mouth. Really, why was he forcing himself into the little game between those two? Could it be that a mature dog would already find its own dog food? Are you guys chat? I'm going to check on my members. They need orders, even for eating. Quan Yi did not intend to replace his tank commander. Wu Jiao in every aspect perfectly struck at his heart. As for Tan Jaluer's remark, "Am I just a substitute?" That's quite embarrassing, isn't it? After all, you are not my first tank commander. Wu Jiao was already remarkable on her own, and being Quan Yi's first tank commander only made her more irreplaceable. By a more intuitive comparison, my previous assistance to team members provided a 10 proficiency boost, but after enhancement, it is now 15. Wu Jiao sat beside him, her tall stature, placing her gaze almost level with Quan Yi's. Moreover, my control over the tank has also increased by 5 percentage points. Quan Yi nodded. That sounds decent. After all, advantages accumulate 1 percentage point at a time. Wu Jiao stared at the campfire, lost in thought. Indeed, everything accumulates bit by bit. For a moment, neither of them spoke, only the crackling of the firewood filled the silence. Commander, what were you thinking when you drew the new tank commander? Didn't you feel the slightest bit moved, eh? Quan Yi replied. I knew this matter wouldn't be so easy to pass. The new territory enhancement structure was also applied to the Type 59 variant, and overnight it was enough for 2 tanks' ammunition supplies to be fully restored. The following days improved slightly as they opened some crates. Apart from some trinkets that could enhance himself, Quan Yi gave everything else to Shi Tianxiang. Now all the modules of the Type 59 had either been replaced or enhanced, and Quan Yi hardly valued the items they opened. Shi Tianxiang had benefited quite a bit from hanging around Quan Yi during this time. His Matilda had changed beyond recognition, with all replaceable structures swapped out. Now he was sporting the turret of the Type 59 while wielding the original 100mm gun, and the vehicle's body had grown significantly larger. A larger chassis meant greater weight, which was essential for enduring the hurricane disasters. A typical tank weighing 30 to 40 tons would be insufficient in such calamities. Let alone those massive tornadoes. If unprepared, even being caught by a medium-sized whirlwind would leave little chance of escape. A tornado capable of twisting a 30 to 40-ton tank into scrap metal was enough to terrify Quan Yi. Thus, besides the initially drawn anchor stabilization device and hurricane-resistant structure, he also prepared enough food for the entire convoy for half a month. Even though some of the food would spoil, spoiled food was still better than none. He couldn't guarantee finding food and supplies during the 7 days of hurricane disaster. This was also why Quan Yi did not keep that mud truck. There was no need. Both the mud truck and the pickup truck would surely not withstand the so-called hurricane disasters. If conditions allowed at that time, it would be safest to find a way for them to squeeze into the tank. If that wasn't feasible, they could dig deep holes in advance to hide underground. Let the earth bear the brunt of the hurricane. That should be fine, right? Worst case, he could return to find them. If this plan didn't work either, Quan Yi would have no choice but to prioritize the main objective, placing Ying inside the tank. After all, there was still room for 1 person inside the tank, which was more than sufficient. As of now, there were still 7 days until the disaster struck. During these 7 days, Quan Yi would ensure that the reserves of the 4 survival essentials remained unchanged. Any consumption would be immediately replenished. According to the hints in the tank commander's manual, the current weight of the Type 59 variant had exceeded 50 tons, even nearing 60 tons. This was because Quan Yi had been adding steel plates to the tank's external armor. This was the kind of steel plate that could be directly used on modules obtained after defeating the intelligent machinery. This directly resulted in the current armor equivalent of the hardest tank approaching 340 mm. Even without the composite reactive armor, the current Type 59's 122mm cannon could not penetrate its frontal armor, let alone the additional layer of composite reactive armor. This was also why Quan Yi essentially gave everything he opened to Shi Tianxiang afterward. Given his current situation, unless he could acquire stronger modules, nothing he opened would be of any use. For example, the turret, main gun chassis, suspension, and engine. However, the best rewards from the initial phase of treasure chests and airdrops were only 70mm cannons, which were utterly useless to him now. Even the highest caliber cannon in the second phase was only 130 mm. His desire to replace it was not very strong. If there were better modules, it would be a different story. However, Quan Yi did not hold out too much hope. He realized that to upgrade further, he still needed to rely on the tank factory. Moreover, it was also because his tank had reached its peak at the current stage, and he hadn't encountered any emergencies in the past few days. He wasn't in a hurry. The system indicated that his lottery chances had met the upgrade criteria, providing a perfect opportunity to upgrade the tank factory. After the upgrade was completed, the quality of the rewards drawn would rise a notch. This made Quan Yi feel a bit more anticipatory. The only headache was that Ying and the others had no concept of natural disasters. On the 3rd day before the arrival of the hurricane disaster, with the help of Quan Yi and Shi Tianxiang, Ying's 2 pickup trucks were also modified. They installed heavy triangular windbreak structures on the vehicles while removing the cannon barrel from the back of the pickup truck to minimize the surface area exposed to the wind. Hooks were installed on the front, back, and sides of the pickup trucks so that when the hurricane became unbearable, their pickups would be tightly linked with steel cables. At that time, the two tanks and these two pickups would be connected together. To be on the safe side, Quan He had prepared a solid large roller in advance ready to install in front of his tank to increase weight. After all, the weight of this thing itself was quite astonishing. Brother Leg, I'm not exaggerating at all. Just the weight of our two tanks combined with the large roller should suffice. As long as we don't deliberately approach a giant tornado, it should be manageable. In contrast to Quan He's anxiety about the disaster, Shi Tianxiang appeared relatively relaxed. After all, he had already experienced several disasters before his rebirth, and surviving to that point made him one of the outstanding survivors. Even if we encounter a giant tornado, if we find the right terrain and all gather together, driving ground anchors into the ground, we might still withstand it. Honestly, I never expected we would prepare so thoroughly this time. I looked at the chat channel and most people's tanks are still hovering around 30 tons. They can barely handle a small tornado and definitely wouldn't withstand a medium one. I've never fought such a well-prepared battle in my life. Shi Tianxiang kept chattering in the channel. It seemed noisy, but Quan He knew he was trying to keep his brother Leg from getting nervous. At this moment, the sky had gradually taken on an unusual hue. A reddish-yellow glow filled the entire sky, and a light drizzle continued to fall, making the pickups uncomfortable. Fortunately, He-Ing and her team's outfits were rainproof, and with helmets and masks on, they were hardly affected. There's one problem I've always wondered about. Right now, the entire convoy had nothing to do but wait for the disaster to arrive, preparing for the onset of the second phase. With some leisure time, Quan He recalled this question he had always wanted to ask. Where do those so-called bombings come from? Are they caused by planes flying overhead or distant artillery fire? Why do the bombings never stop during hurricane disasters? Is there really an airplane that can take off under such a hurricane? Since Quan He had never stayed in one place for more than 3 hours, he had never witnessed the so-called bombings. However, looking at the chat channel, everyone seemed to avoid the topic like the plague. Heh, Shi Tianxiang scoffed. Brother Leg, those so-called bombardments are actually appearances of the void. If you don't move within 3 hours, the bombardments will target a large area. Before my rebirth, many people tried to exploit bugs by running ahead a few hundred meters or a kilometer when nearing the 3-hour mark. They didn't expect that it would still find them precisely. Not only couldn't they exploit the bug, but they also couldn't escape. Or once deemed a bombing target by that, well, evasion is certainly impossible. You just have to clean yourself up and wait to die. No matter what kind of tank you drive, you can't withstand the bombardment from the void. Hearing this, Quan He was speechless for a long time. What else could he say? The word awesome covered everything. Brother Leg won't be scared, right? Shi Tianxiang's slightly teasing voice rang out. This is just our fate. These will fill our lives afterwards, so it's better to think of everything from a different perspective. For instance, what rests on your shoulders isn't necessarily a responsibility. What you swallow down isn't necessarily grievance. Kneeling down doesn't always mean begging for mercy, and what stabs you in the back isn't necessarily a knife. There's nothing wrong with such a life. Oh, at least as long as we are strong enough, we can dominate our own lives. Quan He instinctively replied, that makes sense. Then he looked up in surprise. Huh, is it me whose thoughts are abnormal? When will this kind of life come to an end? Are we destined to forever be on the path of strengthening, waiting for disasters to strike? Shi Tianxiang replied, I don't know. I was reborn only a little over 2 years ago, and have yet to encounter what comes after. However, if one wants to survive in such a gap, one must first have strong skills, and secondly be persistent, resilient, and determined until the end. Oh, only then can one avoid being eliminated. Quan He nodded. It sounds like there's no problem, but I still feel like something is off. Wu Jiu also came out to affirm Shi Tianxiang's words. Commander, what he said makes a lot of sense. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Only if you are tough enough can you go all the way. Wu Jiu's voice was calm, but the encouragement within was unmistakable. Ha ha. Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes. The big sister leader is right. It all comes down to one word: hard. Why think so much? Isn't that right, Brother Leg? Quan He understood that this kid was openly hinting. He was just seeing that Wu Jiu was clueless about these things, right? However, after this playful banter, his mood improved significantly. The confusion about the unknown also lessened considerably. Compared to them, the natives were probably the most unfortunate. They had already been beaten into dogs by the intelligent machines, and now, with a natural disaster added, he didn't know how many more would die. Indeed, seeing others' misfortunes could greatly alleviate one's own stress. Quan He felt the same way. He was just an ordinary person. Oh, why should he care whether others lived or died? As long as he and the people he cared about survived, that was enough. After maintaining a good mindset, Quan He quietly awaited the arrival of the disaster. The convoy continued to move. Previously, Quan He had asked Shi Tianxiang, and there was a canyon a long distance ahead. That was also their destination this time. They needed to reach the canyon before the disaster struck, then rely on the canyon to withstand a sudden hurricane. They planned to stay there for 1 or 2 hours waiting for the hurricane from this direction to pass before moving on to the next location. The second to last day before the disaster struck, the convoy approached the canyon and encountered some unexpected events. They ran into another convoy. It was a convoy composed of 3 tanks and 5 trucks. The other side had clearly spotted Kwani's convoy. Both sides had radar. A moving convoy could easily be identified as survivors. Because the intelligent machine convoys did not move this fast, and their numbers would not be so small. The commander suddenly spoke. "Commander, we have received a radio access request. Do you agree?" The distance between both sides was about 3 kilometers, and in this plain area, they could be seen with observation equipment. He immediately realized it was the survivor convoy. Let them in and ask what they want. At the same time, he spoke on the convoy channel. Convoy spotted 3 tanks and 5 trucks. Convoy, stay alert and be ready for combat at any moment. After this reminder, Wu Jiu connected he's line to the external channel. "Hello, brothers. We just came from over there, and there are basically no resources left. How about you change your direction? No problem, after all, disaster is about to come. We'll look for a relatively safe place as we go along. If you want to pass, you can go straight ahead. We'll just keep our distance." He straightforwardly suggested that they go first, indicating he had no intention of attacking. "Come on, brother, I see you have 2 pickup trucks. Do you have any quality women in there? I'm tired of all this. How about we exchange some resources?" The other party quickly replied, his tone carrying an understanding that men would comprehend. He was momentarily stunned, thinking of the 5 pickup trucks behind the other party. He had originally assumed they were studying the coordination of infantry and tanks, but unexpectedly, it was all about his harem. "Brother, did you come to this survival world to build a harem?" The other party laughed heartily. "Seriously, the flavor of these natives is quite different, but I occasionally have to take an anti-radiation medication. That's not a problem. If there are difficulties, we overcome them. If there are no difficulties, we just go for it." He sneered. "All right, brother, you are a real man. But let's skip the resource exchange. My pickups are filled with infantry, not women. Hurry up and leave while the bombing hasn't started yet. I still need to hit the road." The other side was clearly displeased. "No, brother, what's there to hide? We're all men. Can I really mock you? Let's lay it all out openly. We can take a look and choose. If we find something we like, we can exchange. If not, we can just be friends. What's wrong with letting a fellow countryman take a look?" He immediately lost the desire to communicate. He had nothing to say to those who controlled the little heads while being big heads. "All right, I have no women, only warriors. You all should leave quickly. Your disaster is coming soon. Collecting more supplies is better than anything else." The more he said this, the more the other side felt he was hiding something great. Thinking of the mutated common women in the trucks behind him, he felt like a cat's paw scratching him. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, akin to that feeling of yearning when one couldn't find a suitable teacher online. Clearly, he had almost rubbed it enough. It was unacceptable not to find someone pleasing. "Brother, if you say it like that, then I'm not happy. How about this? I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. It's a pain reliever with no side effects. It's raining now. What if someone gets a fever? Those native women aren't treasures. Why hide them so?" He let out a long breath. Wu Jiu, prepare the auxiliary gunner to fire at the lead vehicle. "Damn it, are we not killing a couple of people today to make them feel good? Are you sure?" The gunner adjusted the artillery parameters. 3 kilometers exceeds direct fire range. We need to use elevation. Our 122mm gun's external accuracy is a bit lacking. It's somewhat challenging, but I'm confident I can handle it. Wu Jiu also spoke. "Don't worry, Commander, with my assistance and calculations it will be fine." He took a deep breath. "All right, what type of shell do you think is suitable for this range?" The gunner smirked. "It must be a heat penetrator. Its penetration is not affected by distance. If it were an armor-piercing shell, it might not penetrate at this distance." He nodded. "Then let's go for it. Make sure to shatter the enemy in one go." Then he switched the channel to the internal convoy channel. "Sure, Tianxiang, I'll aim for the lead vehicle. You aim for the second tank at the back." Damn, how did these guys become so brazen? "Are we starting to fight now?" "Sure," Tianxiang asked in surprise. He snorted coldly. "They insisted on coming to see the women in our convoy. I told them all we have are warriors, not just women, but they didn't listen. Rather than end up exchanging harsh words later, it's better to catch them off guard first. At this moment, we must strike first. Do you expect them to really come in and take a look? Who should we exchange? The others are our soldiers. Maizi, you've been flirting a lot lately. What if we don't fight?" Sure, Tianxiang was instantly furious. "Damn, don't these people have anything else to do? Always thinking about this. Leg brother, don't worry. Even though I am just a basic member, I won't let you down." He switched back to the external channel, clearly able to hear the other side still talking, but he missed it because he had just switched channels. "Fire," Wu Jiu said. "Gun adjusted, target distance 2,600 meters while moving." The gunner replied, "Target locked." Boom, boom. 2 cannon shots rang out in succession, with the 2 tanks firing one after another. The lead tank was hit immediately. It was a relatively large tank exuding a strong series style. Its two tracks and suspension appeared particularly high. The opposite side had been observing Qian He's convoy through their observation equipment. Once they noticed both of Qian He's tanks were aimed at them, they immediately loaded shells and opened fire. Both sides' tanks fired almost simultaneously, and within seconds the enemy's shells came flying over. Shi Tianxiang, who was at the forefront, took a hit on the barrel. However, as the enemy's caliber was not large, it couldn't pose a threat to him. The enemy clearly knew that the large barrel couldn't be penetrated, so they aimed for the turret instead. But it was evident that the enemy didn't quite understand the power of the Cherry's traditional iron head. A 55mm anti-tank gun would hardly penetrate it. Of course, if they managed to hit through the observation hole, there was nothing to be done but accept their fate. Shi Tianxiang fired an armor-piercing round. Although it hit, it didn't completely destroy the target. The shot shattered the enemy's self-rescue wood. However, Qian He's shell directly penetrated the frontal armor of the first tank, causing it to move forward a few meters before coming to a halt. The gunner exclaimed, "Ha! A fatal blow." Wu Jiu responded, "Continue firing, completely annihilate these disgusting guys." The gunner replied, "Order received." Clearly, Wu Jiu also picked up on the enemy's conversation through the radio. She couldn't understand the nuances Shi Tianxiang mentioned. Did she not understand such straightforward words? It was evident that Wu Jiu had developed a killing intent. What does it feel like to be hit by a metal heat penetrator fired from a depth of 300? Quan did not know, but seeing the opposing tank cease its movements, he could tell it wouldn't be a pleasant experience. It was likely a rather peaceful end. Just as Shi Tianxiang said, deploying a 122mm cannon in the first phase was simply overwhelming. In the first phase of the tank module, the armor was reinforced to its peak. It might withstand the AP rounds from a 122mm cannon fired from a distance, but it would certainly not endure the Heda penetrator. This is something ordinary people do not understand. Moreover, the crew members were basic personnel who would not inform them about utilizing modular steel plates to create spaced armor. If it hit the spaced armor, that shot would be ineffective. In fact, armor-piercing rounds would be more suitable, especially tungsten core projectiles. As for Quan He's upgraded Type 59, he did not need such things because he had deployed a composite reactive armor set. Unless the outer composite reactive armor was completely shattered, the main body would not suffer any damage. Boom! Another shot was fired, hitting the junction of the turret and hull of the first enemy tank, rendering it completely motionless. A bright flash and soaring flames erupted, marking a true slaughter in the sky. The turret was sent flying, seemingly resolved to make a certain decision. Meanwhile, the two enemy tanks fired again and immediately retreated, taking cover behind the wreck of the first tank. Clearly, the enemy had noticed a terrifying presence here. Their tanks, armed with no more than 60mm cannons, were on a completely different level. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We've hit a steel plate. This open field has no place to hide. We can only go all out against them. Aim for their weak points. Target the one in front with the high hull and the one behind with composite reactive armor. Use armor-piercing rounds. Quick. Boom. The enemy gunner shouted. We dealt a fatal blow to the enemy. You didn't penetrate at all. The enemy tank commander shouted angrily. Hurry, load the shells. Another vehicle fired simultaneously, but it missed entirely, plowing the ground. The enemy tank commander slammed his fist on the nearby steel plate. You're a gunner, not a farmer. After aiming for so long, you missed the target. Are you messing with me? Boom! The second shot hit Shi Tianxiang's turret, and the shell was deflected away. A gut-wrenching scream came from within the enemy tank. We failed to penetrate their armor. The enemy tank commander shouted in despair. Then hurry up and load more shells. Hearing the clanging sounds outside, Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to the upgraded turret on this Type 59, or else I would have been targeted. Shi Tianxiang, are your crew members asleep? Quan He's voice came over the team channel. The distance between both sides has closed to within 2500 meters, and you've already missed 2 shots. Shi Tianxiang quickly replied over the radio. No leg, brother. This is a 2-kilometer bidirectional, moving shot. My crew's performance is already quite good. Shi Tianxiang was also quite helpless. It was already exceptional for basic crew members to perform like this. If he had used his previous Matilda cannon, the trajectory of the shells at this distance would have been no different from that of a catapult. Quan He abruptly ordered the tank to halt. Get out of the way. Look at your pathetic performance. By the time you hit, the disaster would have already passed. Less than 2 seconds after stopping, the gunner fired. He saw through the targeting device that the enemy had both guns aimed at his turret, sneering. You all seem eager to measure yourselves against me. Boom. One of the tanks attempted to conceal itself behind the wreckage of the tank in front. Quan He observed the shot, but unfortunately it struck the enemy tank's side self-rescue wood. Damn, this really is a divine wood for the nation. Quan He frowned. This heat penetrator isn't very friendly. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Armor-piercing rounds switched. Lock on. Boom. An armor-piercing round flew straight through the enemy's suspension, instantly erupting in a blazing fire. Fire. The enemy is finished. The gunner smirked slightly as he decisively aimed the cannon at the last tank. Come on, let me see how many shots you can withstand. The enemy took advantage of Quan He's tank firing at that tank to retreat to the other side, hiding behind the wreckage of 2 tanks, leaving only a tiny bit of their head exposed. Quan He frowned. This kid is scared. He doesn't dare to come out and face us in battle. Shi Tianxiang said, Leg brother, should we go over and finish him off? A distance of over 2 kilometers is nothing for a tank. Did you see their pickup trucks? They're scattering. Clearly those people do not wish to stick with them. If the enemy were not so far away, I believe He Ying and the others would choose to assist us in battle rather than run away directly. Using threats solely for selfish desires, how far can such a person go? Forward. Anyway, we need to head in that direction, and since the battle has started, we must eliminate them all. Quan He's convoy began to advance again, the only difference being that their cannon mouths were always aimed at the enemy. The enemy was quick-witted and immediately fired a shot unexpectedly upon seeing the situation. Although they occasionally missed, there were also hits. However, both tanks now had large rollers, and the only areas he could likely penetrate were the tracks and suspension, but Quan He and Shi Tianxiang would not give him the chance to hit from the side. They drove directly towards the enemy in a nearly straight line. The enemy could only target the front of the large rollers. Originally, Quan He had added the large rollers to increase weight against the wind, but unexpectedly it now served as natural terrain that allowed him to expose himself whenever he wished. As the tank moved forward, the rockets mounted on the upgraded Type 59 fired off directly. The 107 rockets flew towards the wreckage, engulfed in fierce flames. The enemy seized this opportunity to pop out for a shot. Almost as soon as the enemy peeked out and aimed, the 107 rocket struck the side of their vehicle. After a violent explosion, the enemy tank turned into a ball of fire. Shi Tianxiang shouted frantically over the radio, Damn, that was impressive, Chief. That lead time was perfect. Quan He's face darkened. That was my shot. What's wrong with you yelling for the chief right from the start? Shi Tianxiang immediately exited the convoy channel. Quan He rolled his eyes. Is it really that hard to get the lead time right? Do you really think I've just been sitting around eating rice for the past month? His firing frequency is almost fixed at under 2 kilometers. Is it really that hard to hit? The crew members laughed without speaking. Although they did not understand why their commander suddenly seemed less capable among the inexperienced, he was growing quite quickly. 3 burning wrecks stood starkly in the wilderness. A light drizzle fell from the sky, and combined with the eerie atmosphere, it added a touch of desolation. Quan He sighed at the sight. Shi Tianxiang, look at this. This is the consequence of a small head controlling a big head. You should take it as a warning. Why must you check if there are women in the other team? It's like getting slapped in the face by the sole of your shoe. What real man can endure that? The 5 trucks following behind have long slipped away, and Quan He had no intention of chasing them. Tanks can't catch up to trucks, and besides, they're all natives. Even if we caught up, there would be no meat on the bones. Why waste that diesel? Shi Tianxiang climbed out from the tank, momentarily stunned by the remark. This has nothing to do with me. I wasn't the one messing around. Quan He gestured toward the rear and said, So that long-legged my Z wasn't your doing. If you say it wasn't, then should I let my crew develop freely? Shi Tianxiang rolled his eyes. Cut it out, leg brother. I don't have a tank G now. Oh, what's wrong with trying to date my Z? I didn't use force or threats, but it's purely romantic, okay? Quan He snorted coldly. I see you're also heading toward a small head controlling a big head. If it comes to it, you should quickly expand your vehicle and directly bring my Z into your tank, leaving the radiation mobilizer quota for me. Since Quan He and Shi Tianxiang were speaking over the vehicle radio, the pickup truck behind could also hear them. He noticed that my Z's body visibly trembled. What's wrong? Isn't it better to be inside the tank than outside? My Z's voice, filtered through her mask, sounded somewhat heavy. Captain, it's obvious that we are from 2 different worlds. They are completely clean and have not been exposed to radiation. Moreover, they possess special abilities. I can get into the tank, but can also be driven out. It's better to honestly stick with the captain as a mobilizer. At least the commander won't kick us out of the pickup. Since they were all wearing heavy masks, they couldn't see each other's expressions, only judging by their tones. He huffed. You're still somewhat smart. What solid relationship can be established just relying on that little matter? You should know that in this wasteland, you are not the only woman. As for men, hey, would you get bored eating the same bowl of food every day? Wouldn't you want to try something new? What if after being played out you get thrown aside and lose your mobilizer qualification? Then you'd have nothing left. I'm not interfering with your and Shi Tianxiang's matters, but I advise you to make your own choices. My Z's voice was somewhat bitter. Captain, he's the tank commander. Do you think I have any choice? Ying turned her head, her voice firm. So do you think we follow the commander for what reason? Isn't it to have a chance to choose? As long as you aren't expelled by the commander, you are first and foremost the commander's mobilizer, and you have the right to choose. Didn't you see? The way the commander looks at us is the same. It's a kind of equality I've never seen before. The commander treats us as soldiers. He finally sighed. This girl was different from her and the others, as she lived in a relatively stable environment and had not experienced those humiliating things. It's understandable that she had some fantasies about so-called feelings. As the captain and someone who had been through it, all she could do was remind her. If she insisted on ignoring her advice, she certainly wouldn't allow her to influence the team. It's your freedom to want to have something with Retaliation, but I advise you not to lose your identity as a mobilizer. After patting my Z's shoulder, Hing shifted her focus away from the matter. It was somewhat regrettable on site. 2 of the 3 tanks had been destroyed in a fire, and 1 was still burning. Apart from collecting some steel plates and tools, there was nothing else to gather. The usable supplies were either blown up or burned, especially the most important fuel and water, which were gone. However, it's possible they were in the trucks that had run away at the first opportunity. By now they had long escaped the radar detection range, and there was no way to find them. However, Quan He wasn't too disappointed. After all, their convoy lacked nothing at the moment. On the night before the disaster struck, Quan He and his team finally arrived at the designated location. They had also left the plains and officially entered the mountains. This was a canyon similar to a narrow passage with towering cliffs on both sides and a gorge wide enough to accommodate 3 tanks side by side. Faced with these 2 cliffs, this gorge was truly nothing. Quan He's convoy made preparations under the cover of night without bombardment. This time Quan He's tank was at the front, 2 trucks were in the middle, and Shi Tianxiang's tank was at the rear. 2 tanks and 2 trucks were tightly connected by steel cables and tow hooks. At this moment the rain grew heavier and the eerie phenomenon in the sky had vanished. Darkness, endless darkness, enveloped the earth. Such heavy rain made it impossible to start a bonfire, and everyone could only eat some dry rations and previously cooked meat. Eat as much as you can, and no one knows what the hurricane will be like. It's possible that we won't have a chance to eat later. Quan He's command echoed in the convoy channel, and everyone silently ate their dry rations. The mobilizers did not understand why such a terrifying disaster had suddenly appeared or why the commander knew about it, as if they were seeing people without any radiation traces for the first time. At 6 o'clock the next morning. How has everyone been this month? Those who have survived until now must have upgraded to some decent tanks, right? Some of you have upgraded armor, some have upgraded firepower, and some have upgraded speed. So are you prepared for the disaster? This disaster is an unprecedented, terrifying hurricane mixed with various scales of tornadoes. Isn't it fun? So I wish you all good luck, and good luck to those lucky ones who take the light tank route. All survivors once again heard that voice from the first day of arrival. Some were happy, some were worried. The happy ones were those taking the heavy tank armor route, while the worried ones were those taking the speed route. They believed that speed was the key to victory. As long as they ran fast enough, the turret would not track them, and they wouldn't even be able to find them. These tanks were all small in size, and the fastest ones could exceed 100 in speed. Just as that voice fell, the wind suddenly picked up. The wind speed increased rapidly, and within the canyon the wails and howls could be heard. In less than 10 minutes, the initially gentle breeze had escalated to the point where almost nothing could be seen outside. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and countless small plants were uprooted and swept away by the hurricane. However, the direction of this first wave of wind was opposite to the canyon, where Quan He and the others were allowing them to avoid the most violent hurricane. Clang, a chunk of intelligent machinery infantry was smashed into the canyon by the hurricane, instantly turning into a pile of scrap metal. Quan He stared in utter disbelief. Having spent his entire life in the north, the most severe sandstorm he had ever witnessed was merely one sweeping across the grasslands, brushing past the capital and dissipating its fury upon arrival. Even so, it had dyed the entire sky a sickly yellow, and its ferocious gales snapped a roadside sapling cleanly in two. A scene resembling the apocalypse. He had truly never seen anything like it. Even sealed inside the tank, he could feel the terrifying force of the wind. What made it even more unnerving was that they were currently sheltering within a narrow north-south canyon. Yet the gale blowing was from the east. In that instant, Quan He felt his limbs grow icy cold. Still having survived for a month in the wasteland, he was no longer the green novice he once was. He quickly steadied his nerves. For the next 2 hours they would remain safe. The twin mountains forming this narrow canyon were massive enough to shield them. Barring a cataclysmic earthquake, there was little else to fear. After those 2 hours, however, they would have to depart immediately and seek their next refuge, to evade the void bombardment unleashed by that sentient will. How nostalgic. That 7-day hurricane nearly broke me. It truly was a razor-thin line between life and death. Shi Tianxiang's voice crackled over the radio, tinged with quiet reflection. Quan He asked curiously, "How did you endure the hurricane back then?" "By sheer grit," Shi Tianxiang replied, his tone slightly bitter. "I teamed up with 2 others at the time. and my tank was a specialized model. Back then I was practically the backbone of our squad. Recalling Matilda's current performance, calling him the backbone wasn't an exaggeration. Compared to early experimental models, like the Type 97 medium tank, Matilda dominated outright. Its only flaw lay in its underwhelming main gun, yet even that outclassed the pitiful drinking straws mounted on other starter vehicles. Back then we didn't even realize it was a hurricane disaster. We were obsessed with this Super Conqueror build path piling on hull length and armor weight without restraint. That's just British tradition, leg brother. Think of the absurd Churchill heavy tanks. His words instantly sent a shiver of discomfort down Quan Hi's spine. The Churchill lineage along the Super Conqueror path filled him with visceral loathing. Even the Black Prince still bore a comically undersized gun. To the uninitiated, it might as well have been co-branded by Wu Yiqian. Only at Tier 9, in its fully realized Conqueror form, did it finally become formidable. Yet Quan Hi refused to call it the Conqueror. Given how frequently its turret was pierced despite its reputation as a hull-down specialist, he dubbed it the Capitulator. That sudden hurricane terrified me beyond measure. But fortunately my hull already weighed over 35 tons, and thanks to rapid reflexes and wind-stabilizing structures installed on the chassis, I barely weathered the first wave. Later I learned the true value of those massive rollers. When the winds briefly subsided, we three joined forces to assault an intelligent machine factory, and each emerged carrying one of those colossal rollers. We advanced in fits and starts, taking shelter wherever a decent windbreak appeared. By day 7 only I remained, and I'd already been without water or food for over a day. Leg brother, don't laugh, but in that hurricane, if not for my final bladderful, I'd be dead. Sure, Tianxiang spoke lightly, yet Quan Hi heard in his voice the raw terror and staggering power of that calamity. Even piloting a Type 59G, what difference did it make? Before nature's wrath, all human contrivances crumbled into insignificance. Damn it. I'll evolve into a star-destroying battleship one day and blast this wretched survival world to oblivion. Quan Hi ground his teeth. Sure, Tianxiang gave a wry smile. By then you'll merely be surviving among the stars, destroying only this planet, not that will itself. Quan Hi paused. Indeed, the system had stated clearly his authority, and that wills were perfectly balanced. Neither could overpower the other. So you've lived in this wasteland for over 2 years. Yet you remain astonishingly optimistic. How do you maintain such composure? What's your secret? Actually, there is one. Treat it like a job, not as labor, nor as survival. Instead, see this world as a vast Taoist monastery. Each day holds only 2 sacred duties besides eating and drinking. What duties? Yin and Yang, and the 8 trigrams. And whenever anything unsettles your Tao heart, fire your cannon and obliterate it. Let every shot clear your mind, vent every ounce of pent-up frustration. Isn't that exhilarating? Sure, Tianxiang declared it with absolute conviction. So much so that Quan Hi couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. I think I've just discovered my own method for mental recalibration. Indeed, after Sure Tianxiang's light-hearted reframing, Quan Hi's spirit truly relaxed. Even the apocalyptic hurricane outside now seemed tolerable. Outside, the tank conditions differed starkly. Inside, the 2 pickup trucks sandwiched between the armored behemoths, the crew had already felt the hurricane's dreadful force. Even within the canyon's shelter, its residual fury seeped through. Yet their heavy-duty respirator masks ensured steady breathing no matter how fierce the gale. Still, dread gripped them. This was no ordinary mortal peril. No soul could remain utterly calm before nature's wrath. Nonetheless, the twin steel leviathans ahead and behind lent them quiet confidence. Not blind courage, but grounded reassurance. This stretch of preparation had been meticulously planned for precisely this storm, and their thorough readiness kindled a fragile flame of hope. 2 hours vanished like breath. Quan Hi ordered the driver to start the engine. Convoy, attention, we are departing the canyon en route to our next shelter. Maintain formation and speed. Monitor cable tension carefully. Static. Sure, Tianxiang's vehicle acknowledged. Static. He Ying's vehicle acknowledged. All units stood ready. Under the lead of Quan Hi's Type 59Ga, the convoy rolled toward the canyon's far exit. They had no choice but to advance, and too slowly they risked being marked for void bombardment by that will. The moment Quan Hi cleared the canyon mouth, a deafening barrage of sharp percussive cracks assaulted the tank's hull. With over 50 tons of mass and reinforced rollers, the Type 59G advanced steadily, even where visibility fell below 10 meters. Thick steel cables bound the 2 pickups securely, one ahead, one behind, anchoring them against the gale. Their trajectories wavered, yet remained broadly stable. Leg brother, I estimate the first hurricane wave will subside in half an hour. Wind speeds will then drop to manageable levels. Guided only by faint visibility, the convoy pressed forward, ignoring terrain entirely, surmounting whatever lay ahead. Good. Once the winds ease, we'll regain visual bearings and select our next viable stop. Quan Yi sat inside the tank trying to observe the sky through the viewport, but he discovered that the sky was no longer visible outside. What lay before him was a chaotic array of debris swept up by the fierce winds. Occasionally, he could see one or two unfortunate robotic infantry or drones. If it were the former, it would be fine. Being crushed to death would only mean becoming a heap of scrap metal. However, if it were the latter, he would indeed have to consider the aftermath of an explosion. After all, the robotic drones were originally designed for spraying pesticides, and after the uprising they had replaced their pesticide payloads with explosives. If a drone with a diameter of over 1 meter were to fall from the sky and crash onto the turret cover, it would be a calamity beyond his control. The only comforting thought was that so far Quan Yi's convoy had not encountered the roaming tornado. After groping around for about an hour, the hurricane suddenly diminished significantly. Quan Yi knew that they had weathered the first wave of the hurricane. We have been heading north all this time. If the direction is correct, we still need over 2 hours to reach the next temporary shelter. Quan Yi stroked his chin, watching as the view outside gradually became clearer. Before the hurricane struck, he and Shi Tianxiang had already discussed and devised a plan to deal with this hurricane disaster and identified various shelter points. Of course, the locations of these shelters were also provided by Shi Tianxiang. He claimed to be somewhat familiar with the terrain here, as he had once survived in this vast area. Based on the trust accumulated between them over time, and considering that during the disaster they had mostly been working together, it was unlikely for either to play tricks on the other. Quan Yi decided to heed Shi Tianxiang's advice. At least up to this point, Shi Tianxiang's suggestions and information had not led to any mistakes. This was particularly important. The most crucial aspect was that while Quan Yi trusted Shi Tianxiang, he still maintained the power to eliminate him at any moment. Trust or not, Quan Yi was no fool. He said that the woman who lost her child would be the betrayer, while He Ying would ultimately become his subordinate. He had also been observing this in secret. Wu Jiu could easily listen in on their conversations inside the vehicle. That woman had died at the hands of the robots before they could act, so it was pointless to dwell on it any further. However, He Ying's loyalty could be assured. The other few individuals had yet to give Quan Yi such a feeling. Therefore, Quan Yi entrusted the command of those individuals to He Ying, allowing her to manage them. Only He Ying would directly receive Quan Yi's orders. As for why that woman would betray, Shi Tianxiang said he did not know, and even He Ying and the others were unaware. However, Quan Yi had heard from He Ying that the woman, along with her son, had been abducted by a beast-like figure. The beast had first coerced her into submission through violence, then deceived her into believing that if she complied, her son would be safe. In the end, however, he turned around and offered her son up on a platter, achieving a true sense of dining at the table. According to He Ying, ever since that incident, the woman's eyes had been off, leaving one to wonder if she had some inner turmoil. This matter was bound to remain unverifiable, so Quan Yi could only assure He Ying's loyalty. At least up to now, He Ying's performance had greatly satisfied Quan Yi. She was practically a natural-born warrior. This was also why he had been deliberately training He Ying. For now, he still needed the cover of infantry. A competent infantry squad could alleviate a lot of trouble for a tank. As visibility gradually improved, the first thing Quan Yi saw was a towering plume of red smoke being blown away by the fierce wind. Damn, did we just stumble upon an airdrop? Given the current wind speed, who knows how far that red smoke from the airdrop could drift? And it seemed to be only about 10 kilometers away. Shi Tianxiang, do you remember there would be an airdrop here? Shi Tianxiang also found it unbelievable. How could I remember? I'm not a god, but man, you are really lucky. As long as we pass over that last hill, we won't see the red smoke from the airdrop anymore. Just before this last hill, the first phase of the hurricane ends. Looking at the tank in front and feeling the piece of paper in his pocket, Shi Tianxiang really thought that paper was useless. It provided information but served no other purpose. It kept urging him to launch a surprise attack. Many problems couldn't be solved just by knowing information. The primary issue was still one of capability. Looks like we have to take a detour. We can't ignore this airdrop right in front of us. Not taking it would be courting disaster. Quan Yi immediately ordered the convoy to turn. A distance of over 10 kilometers was nothing for the two tanks, which had enhanced mobility, and it passed in the blink of an eye during their conversation. Shi Tianxiang, in this kind of weather, they can still drop airdrops. Is it possible for planes to just appear out of nowhere and disappear again? Quan Yi looked at the nearby airdrop, but did not see the downed plane, unable to hold back his question. Of course, whether it's an airdrop or a treasure chest, even this hurricane disaster is just a means of that will. The planes delivering the airdrops are invincible. You can think of it as if they have a non-aggression pact, with the hurricane remaining completely unaffected. Quan Yi was speechless, but his subordinates acted quickly and efficiently. Opened the airdrop. Opening airdrop. Obtained automatic transmission system 1, obtained vehicle expansion structure 1, obtained anti-wind stabilization structure 1, obtained survival essentials 4, obtained large repair toolbox 1, obtained cold remedy production device 1, obtained tank stability suspension enhancement structure 1. Another grand haul. Truly worthy of being an airdrop, it started off with 7 rewards. The automatic transmission system would finally make things a bit easier for the driver, who had trained his arms to be like Achillant's. Although he would still be driving manually, he wouldn't have to shift gears frequently. Vehicle expansion structure was naturally added to extend the length of the vehicle. It increased by half a meter. Although it didn't add more load-bearing wheels, the overall space inside the vehicle was significantly increased. Correspondingly, the weight of the vehicle also increased. Anti-wind stabilization structure was similar to what Quan He had equipped before, and since it was of no use to him, he directly handed it over to Shi Tianxiang. However, tank stability suspension enhancement structure sounded intriguing. He didn't know how it would operate or where it would be installed, but since it was an airdrop item, it should be usable. From its name, it was evident that it would enhance the tank stability. Regardless of its effectiveness, he decided to install it and see. As for large repairs and survival essentials, their purposes were clear. One could resolve the current supply issues, while the other could save the tank from destruction. What a bountiful reward, truly bountiful. Despite being in the midst of a disaster, he felt happy after opening an airdrop. Alright, now, let's turn and hurry while we can see the road clearly. With the increase in vehicle space, if he were to encounter an unstoppable hurricane, Quan He could still fit 10 infantry soldiers into the 2 tanks. The current length of the 59 modification has reached 7.5 meters. At this stage, it is undoubtedly a behemoth. Given the current length of the vehicle, if conditions permit, Quan He would prefer to replace the small turret at the rear with a multi-barrel anti-aircraft machine gun. However, such a multi-barrel module cannot simply be mounted and used, at least he has not managed to deploy it yet. Moreover, using 12. The 7mm machine gun is sufficient for air defense, but he always feels its power is a bit lacking. He suffers from a fear of insufficient firepower. However, if he can deploy a multi-barrel module with 4 mounted at once, the effect should be quite good. At least in Quan He's mind, the caliber of multi-barrel anti-aircraft weapons should be no less than 20 mm, because only calibers above 20 mm can be classified as artillery. Thinking of Sandetsi, the original 88mm cannon could be used as an anti-aircraft gun. Later, when laid flat, it unexpectedly proved to be surprisingly effective against tanks. With a long-range, high-precision, and accurate shots, the previously strengthened engine and the added vehicle length did not burden the tank too much. Taking a slight detour of more than 10 kilometers did not significantly delay their overall progress. Moreover, with the addition of an anti-wind stability structure, the Shi Tianxiang's Matilda modification had further enhanced its resistance to hurricanes. At least so far, both of them were very confident about this disaster. The cold medicine production device and the antibiotic production device were installed side by side, both operating on the same principle and requiring no human intervention. Collecting materials and producing their own, although slow, still gave Quan He a sigh of relief. Previously, he regretted not obtaining the ibuprofen from the tank commander controlling the smaller turret. After all, it was now a hurricane and possibly even rainy, so falling ill was the most normal thing. The hurricane came quickly and left just as fast, and the sky soon brightened with visibility visibly improving. The speed of Quan He's convoy had increased significantly. This is too strange. How can such a large hurricane just appear and disappear? Quan He couldn't help but click his tongue at the bizarre weather outside. A crackling sound came from Shi Tianxiang's radio. This kind of hurricane disaster has a pattern. The calmer it is between 2 waves of hurricanes, the more intense the next wave will be. We should hurry to the next safe harbor, then we can relax a bit. Quan He looked at the world outside, which was already in shambles. The roads and vegetation were in total disarray, as if licked by a dog. The flying sand and stones ravaged the entire world, leaving it in ruins. In the distance, flames and smoke could be vaguely seen. One could easily guess that those unfortunate intelligent machines that failed to return in time were meeting their explosive end in the hurricane. Such road conditions inevitably delayed the speed of the tanks. However, both tanks had large rollers, allowing them to directly crush the obstacles ahead. Compared to Quan He and Shi Tianxiang, the truly bewildered ones were the infantry squad and the pickup truck. They seemed to witness the legendary scenes of a post-nuclear war world. In reality, hundreds of years had passed since the nuclear war. All the natives could only reminisce about the glory of the golden age through the powerful, intelligent machines. They couldn't believe this was the world they had always lived in. Why did such a massive hurricane disaster suddenly occur? The one most affected by this was probably Maizi. Although the gathering place where she grew up was concealed, it was only so against the intelligent machines. That little canyon could not withstand such a hurricane. She didn't know whether her father and the remaining survivors were hiding or soaring freely with the hurricane. As the hurricane stopped, strong winds continued to blow through the air, and everything swept up into the sky began to fall. The most common things were flying sand and stones, as well as various radioactive plants and mutated species. The other impacts of the hurricane disaster began to manifest, such as the numerous radioactive insects falling from the sky. Occasionally one could see a native falling from the sky. Kwani's convoy was then met with a wave of insects raining down from above. The crackling sound hitting the tank made Kwani frown. "Damn it, leg brother, it's raining cockroaches. It's over, oh, I feel like my tank is no longer clean." Sure, Tiangxiang's alarmed voice sounded over the radio. "Commander, there's no need to worry. These radioactive cockroaches have lost their vitality. Their egg sacs were shattered in the hurricane and will not pose a threat to our armored vehicles." Wujia's voice was as reassuring as always. Kwani looked through the observation hole and found that those radioactive cockroaches indeed seemed to have died quite miserably. "Aren't they supposed to be unkillable? Come on, get up and move, let me see how it is." Seeing the tragic state of the radioactive cockroaches, he suddenly felt amused. Then he suddenly thought of something. "Wujio, the tank is you. Don't you feel uncomfortable with these things falling on you?" "Wujio, then you don't care. Or should the commander go out and clean it up?" He immediately shuddered, and at the thought of that scene his entire body bristled. Since childhood, he had hated all multi-legged creatures, including crabs and shrimp. Among them, spiders, centipedes, and millipedes were the worst. He even found caterpillars disgusting. It wasn't fear, it was pure disgust. "We should hurry up and get moving, reach the safe harbor before the second wave of hurricanes hits, and let the infantry squads clean up." Kwani felt like the goosebumps on his body were about to fall to the ground. Why can't these damned cockroaches be eradicated in any world? They can't be the chosen ones, right? He could endure the hurricane and the ridiculous road conditions, but the surprise of having insects raining down from the sky truly broke his defenses. Now he would rather engage in a hard battle with those intelligent machines than see those densely packed cockroaches, especially since each one was bigger than an adult's fist. "I think we need to prepare a few flamethrowers in our vehicle," Kwani said solemnly from his seat. Since the convoy channel was still open, everyone could hear it. "Leg brother, the kind of flamethrower you imagine is almost impossible to find here. In the second stage there will be similar weapons, but not traditional flamethrowers. It is said to have been used to burn straw and bugs in the fields, and it seems to use something like plasma flame." Sure, Tianxiang became lively again upon hearing that those cockroaches were all dead. Damn, were the bugs planted in the fields back, then Godzilla. Just as Kwani was about to speak, he suddenly saw clumps of black falling from the sky. "Damn, several intelligent drones are falling from the sky. Evasive maneuvers. Evade immediately," Kwani shouted in the convoy channel. Throughout the journey, various troubles kept arising, leaving the Qianhe convoy, which stood at the forefront of this stage, somewhat overwhelmed. He could not imagine the dire circumstances other survivors must be facing. Even without Shi Tianxiang, he could guess that this disaster was related to the hurricane. The anti-hurricane equipment that could be deployed from the very beginning provided a clear indication. He had previously checked the chat channel of the vehicle manual. There were discussions happening there with many clever individuals and quite a few who had prepared in advance. However, for Qian, he could set aside the hurricane for now, if the chaotic impacts brought about by the hurricane were enough to give him a headache. Upon reaching the second shelter, the entire convoy was beyond recognition. The tanks and pickup trucks were covered in everything from insect carcasses to withered branches and leaves, even the unfortunate natives who had fallen and turned into mush. Wujio had stopped speaking. It was clear that this veteran of the Republic's Iron Cavalry, having weathered many storms, was somewhat withdrawn in the face of such circumstances. The second shelter was a collapsed ruin. These ruins formed a large circular shape, as if a pot lid had been placed over them. Below these ruins were some passages created by the collapses sufficient for tanks to pass through. After arriving here, they had 2 hours of relative calm. In fact, they had already been nearby, they were just exploring the surroundings. One reason was to determine whether there were any threats nearby, and the other was to buy time waiting for the formation of the second wave of the hurricane. Only by entering the shelter before the second wave of the hurricane formed could they maximize the 2 hours of calm. The second wave of the hurricane arrived about 3 hours after the first, with a sudden gust of fierce wind accompanied by flying sand and stones signaling its approach. In the distance, an enormous tornado that connected heaven and earth suddenly appeared, prompting Qianhe and his team to retreat inside. The strong winds had blown away most of the cockroaches outside the vehicle, but the most troublesome were those in the crevices and other miscellaneous debris. Using these 2 hours, he had the infantry team simply clean up the 2 vehicles. Regardless of whether those cockroaches were dead, not a single egg could be left on the tank. Otherwise, he would go insane. When you see one, there's already a legion lurking. The ruins from the Golden Age remained resilient even after hundreds of years of change. The largest circular building, whose original purpose was unknown, had now become the best shelter. The circular outer wall could distribute the hurricane's force more evenly across the entire structure, granting it greater wind resistance. While the infantry team was cleaning the two tanks, another convoy stealthily entered amid the hurricane. There were many clever individuals in this world. The wind sheltering method he and his group thought of was also conceivable to others. This naturally wasn't surprising, as such circular wind-resistant structures served as natural shelters. The moment they appeared, Wu Jiao had already aimed the cannon at them. Sure, Tianxiang's tank was slow to react, as half of his body was still outside talking to Mai. Mainly, they had already patrolled the area before entering and had not spotted any other survivor convoys. There were a total of 3 tanks clearly moving together with 3 individuals, and there were no other native infantry present. This was quite different from the previous survivor convoy. The leader was a tank full of Soviet-style features. Its rugged chassis and visibly coarse structure indicated that it was also operated by a capable individual. Most notably, its turret was mounted with 2 50mm tank guns. The vehicle was large. The turret was also substantial, topped with a big roller, and it looked worn with age. The other 2 tanks were slightly smaller. He could not identify their style, feeling like a chaotic mix thrown together. However, that was quite normal. Given the state of the first phase, anything that could be fitted onto the vehicle was used, which was certainly better than the initial situation where a tractor was clad in steel plates. In plain terms, in such a situation, even smearing some cow dung on the exterior could enhance concealment. The only distinction was that its turret was equipped with a 65mm and a tank gun. The last tank was much smaller, even appearing to be hanging from the rear of the front tank. It lacked a gun barrel, possessing only a multi-barrel structure that was integrated with the turret. On either side of the turret hung 4 7mm heavy machine guns. It seemed capable of both air defense and ground support. These 3 survivors were clearly not recent recruits. To be fair, despite the last vehicle's small size, the simultaneous fire of 8 7mm heavy machine guns would result in a fire density not much less than that of rainfall. If they encountered Shengshaman or the enemy's Type 97, they could be turned into sieves in mere seconds. In the first phase, the 7mm heavy machine gun was not as weak as one might imagine. While it could not deal with the current 59 modification, it certainly had opportunities against other survivors. 1 heavy tank, 1 medium tank, and an additional light tank with machine guns. The light tank also served as air defense. He understood that they must have grouped together shortly after the survival began and established a significant level of mutual trust. Like he and his team, they also knew to seek a big roller and to use a linked approach to protect the lighter tank. The lead tank with its twin barrels immediately spotted a large pipe aimed at it. No, we mean no harm. We just want to take shelter from the wind. A booming voice came from the other party's loudspeaker. Meanwhile, their internal communication channel erupted. How could there be such thick gun barrels? This caliber looks to be over 100 mm. Is there such a thing in the airdrop? Forget about the gun barrels for now. Look at that layer of composite armor on them. Is that something that should appear in the first phase? Who knows what kind of bizarre things can come from the airdrop, eh? So what do we do? Is it still possible to retreat now? A tornado is right behind us. If we retreat, we might be fine, but you would definitely get blown away. These 2 words might only be considered good words in games like LOL or TFT. He didn't want to complicate matters at this moment. The main task was survival, not slaughter. No one would award him a medal for killing on sight. Let's move the gun barrels aside together. We're all here to take shelter from the wind, so let's show some sincerity to each other. He proposed. No problem, we don't want to cause trouble either. The other party readily agreed, both sides clearly not wanting a fight, and they tacitly moved the gun barrels aside. Just as they parked, the twin-barreled tank attempted to strike up a conversation. Brother, is that neck twist suit of yours for sale? It would match perfectly with my Tianqi tank. It has been proven that not everyone is a small head controlling a big head. A considerable number of people huddle together for warmth, simply to survive. The previous group encountered belonged to the type that liberates themselves, and the results speak for themselves. They enjoyed themselves. However, it lasted for less than a month. The indigenous people they forcibly brought scattered and fled with great determination. Among this convoy there was also a female commander. She was the commander of the medium tank. After confirming that both sides held no hostility, the atmosphere became much more amicable. However, everyone remained seated in their own tanks, at most poking their heads out of the command hatches. The most enthusiastic was the commander of the double-barreled tank. It was evident that he was a fan of Red Alert, as his gaze had never left Ying and her radiation mobilization suit. Kwani could tell that he genuinely desired that set of equipment. However, he only had these 10 sets, so it was naturally impossible to trade. With these 10 sets of equipment, Ying and the others somewhat resembled regular infantry. Hearing Quan he say he wouldn't sell, the double-barreled commander expressed great regret, his eyes still fixed on that set of equipment. Kwani couldn't help but chuckle. Such things can be found in ordinary treasure chests, isn't that a bit much? The double-barreled commander reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Surviving in this hurricane weather is already impressive. Who would dare to hope for treasure chests? Besides, to be honest, our development model basically eliminates the opportunity to have infantry. Previously, we also interacted with those indigenous people and felt that their thoughts were diverse and hard to predict. If we can't understand them, keeping them around could instead be a hidden danger. The double-barreled commander appeared very talkative and had a chivalrous demeanor. He had a square face typical of someone from a peaceful and prosperous nation. The other two commanders, a man and a woman, seemed much more reserved. They maintained basic politeness towards Quan He's convoy. Although they would occasionally interject, overall they spoke very little. For a moment, Quan He couldn't discern whether their politeness was genuine or due to his own 122mm and 100mm artillery. Let alone the 100mm cannon. Even pulling out an 88mm cannon from the Three Daughters would be quite persuasive. Our convoy has basically taken shape and the cohesion between us is nearly there. Unless unexpected events occur, it will still be the three of us afterward. The double-barreled commander was the oldest among the three, with the medium tank female commander second, while the light tank male commander looked even younger than Quan He. I previously mentioned wanting to buy a full set of such equipment as a memento, so little brother please don't mind. The double-barreled commander, having calmed down, realized that having this set of gear was of no use. Quan He waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. But I am quite curious, does this light tank come with such a multi-barrel structure by default, or was it obtained additionally? Upon mentioning his tank, the light tank commander instantly perked up. It was obtained from an airdrop. How about that? Pretty good, right? An 8-barrel 12.7mm heavy machine gun. I plan to upgrade to a larger caliber in the future. I haven't obtained a wheeled structure yet, otherwise I'd directly abandon the tracks for wheels to be even faster. The young man patted his tank, clearly pleased with it. A small and concealed body is just fine. It runs fast and hides deep. If I stay still, even the intelligent machines might not be able to find me. Quan He remained non-committal. With reliable teammates, acquiring such a light tank was not impossible. Without teammates, however, this type of tank would simply be a liability. If they were discovered and locked on by intelligent machines, it would be a matter of a single volley. This type of tank sacrifices armor for speed and concealment, rendering its protection nearly zero. While the two convoys exchanged experiences, the entire shelter began to rumble. Dust poured in through the passage, carrying a fierce wind. "This must be a tornado. Its power is indeed immense," exclaimed the double-barreled commander. Quan He had taken shelter before the second wave of the hurricane and naturally did not know that a tornado had formed outside. That thing is a massive whirlpool connecting heaven and earth. If it gets close to a person, they would certainly vanish in an instant, the opposing convoy said with trepidation. Even Quan He and the others could feel the power of the tornado at that moment. This ruin, which had stood for centuries, was engulfed in swirling dust, and countless fragments of stone began to fall. Everyone sensed that something was amiss. The three tanks immediately huddled closely together, with the medium tank and double-barreled heavy tank enclosing the light tank in the middle. Immediately take them into the tank. It's no longer safe in the pickup. These two tanks could accommodate 10 people if packed tightly. Especially Quan He's 59 modified, which had a commander height of 7.5 meters at this moment. The interior space was considerably more spacious. However, once inside, making any movements would be quite difficult. Even the auxiliary turret position was filled with 2 people. This was not the time for delicacy. The shaking of the entire ruin was becoming increasingly pronounced. A large number of stone fragments had already begun to fall. In Quan He's command chamber, there was also someone crammed in, and he tightly closed the hatch. "Sure, Tianxiang, what's going on?" A circular ruin this large shouldn't be unable to withstand the second wave of the hurricane, right? With everyone squeezed into the tank, Quan He couldn't help but ask. He was already considering whether to deploy the ground anchor stabilizer underground. Sure, Tianxiang's position didn't have as many people. He had only crammed in 3. It's obvious that a tornado has swept by, and it's not a small one. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. This type of building has a very high wind resistance, and a small tornado shouldn't be able to overturn it, right? Sure, Tianxiang was also puzzled. He had chosen the location according to the information on the brown paper. Damn it. That toilet paper better not screw me over. However, at this moment, he couldn't pull out the brown paper to check because there was still one person crammed in with him, so he could only comment based on the hints from the previous brown paper. Before the rebirth, someone mentioned this shelter in the chat channel, and it had held firm for a long time without totally collapsing. Even the largest tornado shouldn't be able to completely overturn this structure from the Golden Age. The noise outside could already be described as deafening. If they weren't inside the tank wearing headphones, they probably wouldn't even be able to hear each other speak. Damn, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought this was an earthquake. Which tornado can make such a huge commotion? Quan He couldn't care less about the crowding inside the tank. A large chunk of stone fell and struck the tank, snapping the cannon barrel on the spot. Right now, I'm not worried about what the tornado will do to this ruin. What I'm worried about now is whether we will be completely sealed inside here by the stones falling from this ruin. If the entrance gets blocked, I fear we could only wait for the void bombardment to happen. The damage to the tank is not a big deal. Quan He has enough iron units and a large repair kit. Restoring the tank is merely a matter of minutes. We must ensure the entrance remains clear, otherwise if it gets blocked, we're finished. Quan He decisively ordered the driver to steer the tank towards the passage. Sure, Tiang Xiang's Matilda followed closely behind. The other team's members, seeing the situation, understood the current predicament and the lurking danger, and without hesitation they followed suit. Among the 5 tanks on site, only Quan He's 59 modification is the largest and most robust, making it the most suitable for blocking the passage. The tremors and roars continued unabated. The 5 tanks formed a long line tightly packed at the relatively small passage. The heavy 59 modification stood like a stabilizing pillar, holding up the impending collapse of the passage. After about 20 minutes, the terrifying tremors and roars finally subsided. The shelter is now a scene of devastation filled with dust. Fortunately, this shelter withstood the wave of the tornado, allowing everyone to weather this crisis with minimal danger. I won't say thank you for this great favor, brother. If it weren't for you blocking the door, we might have been buried alive here. The double-barreled tank commander poked his head out and tossed a box of unknown brand cigars over. There are no cigarettes around here. The only thing we can find in the treasure chest are these big black cigars. Don't be picky, brother. One of the quickest ways for men to bond. Cigars scattered. Quan He felt a bit apprehensive. No matter how much preparation was made, facing natural disasters directly truly revealed the frailty of human power. He who usually doesn't smoke climbed out to pick up the box of cigars and took one to put in his mouth. Light it up for me, bro. Quan He realized he didn't have a lighter on him. Fortunately, the other party had a lighter, saving him from having to pour gunpowder out to light it for smoking. The earlier situation truly felt like an earthquake. The light tank commander rolled and crawled out of his small nosegat tank. If it weren't for the 2 tanks sandwiching at a slightly larger piece of debris, could have flattened him. The double-barreled commander tossed a cigar to him. Quan He calmed himself. So how's the light tank doing? This isn't a game. You can't just lie in the grass to light it and assist. The margin for error with light tanks is too low. You might as well switch to a turret. If it really doesn't work, just give me your multi-barrel structure. I see you can't quite handle it either. The light tank commander, still young, had a face full of lingering fear. However, upon hearing this, he managed to force a grim smile. Even if I want to change my approach, it has to be gradual. Let's see what the second phase looks like. If there was anyone in the group with a relatively good mindset, it was sure Tianxiang. Aside from being a little worried about being buried under rubble, he didn't exhibit much emotional fluctuation. He had faced disasters more than once, so he had some psychological resilience. While his leg brother and several tank commanders nervously smoked cigars, he even found time to locate my Z and swap the unknown neck twist from the driver's cabin. This scene made Quan He unable to help but smirk. Can't you change this bad habit of yours? Sure, Tianxiang was taken aback. What's wrong with that? Since we're all stuffing people into the driver's cabin, I might as well choose a girl. Besides, having a few bad habits isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's precisely this little vice that allows me to still love life. He always seemed to have a set of twisted reasoning. Quan He felt like he wanted to refute, but couldn't. After weathering this tornado, everyone finally had a moment of peace. Taking advantage of this time, Quan He repaired the tank. When the 2 hours were up, the 2 teams tacitly prepared to bid farewell to each other. Each side had different goals, and having a brief yet peaceful coexistence was already quite good. With these experiences, Quan He had a pretty good grasp of the hurricane disasters patterns. The one thing he couldn't pin down was the randomly refreshing rampaging tornado. During this time, they encountered a small tornado. The 2 tanks were linked in a line, pushing against the large drum and directly crashing into it. After they passed, the small tornado seemed significantly weakened. This also gave him a direct understanding of the weight of his tank. The heavy tank lived up to its name. Compared to the frantic search for a shelter during the day, although the hurricane continued at night, at least he didn't have to worry about bombing. Finding a sturdy shelter allowed for a good night's rest and relaxation of tensed nerves. And this kind of life would last for another 6 days. Just thinking about it made Quan He feel sore. Why make things so complicated when you just want to survive? Isn't it better to play a straightforward tank version of Battle Royale? The following days were just like this, walking and stopping, and by the end, Quan He didn't even know where he was. They worked hard to avoid cities, trying to choose paths with natural shelters. The surrounding environment shifted from endless wilderness to rolling hills where he could occasionally see 1 or 2 tall mountains. During this time, they opened some treasure chests which mostly contained those items. There was no need to worry about the 4 survival elements. It's impossible to eat too well in this environment, but at least they wouldn't die of thirst or hunger. Throughout the disaster, Wuzhou's spirit was quite low and he rarely spoke. Although part of it was due to Quan He's growth, more was due to the chaotic debris falling from the sky. If a tornado attacked a survivor gathering place, things above would get lively. Even Quan He's observation hole was smeared by the falling debris from above. That scene was no less chaotic than the previous cockroach rain. Fortunately, under their careful preparations, this disaster was about to pass with minimal danger. On the morning of the last day, Shi Tianxiang's Matilda suddenly wouldn't start. His crew worked on it for a long time before discovering that the sand and wind had blocked some pipes. This made Quan He feel a bit incredulous. This Matilda had roamed freely in Africa. How could it possibly be blocked by mere wind and sand? Leg brother, do you think it would be better to suck on the oil outlet with our mouths before starting each time? Shi Tianxiang suddenly asked the crew member who was cleaning. Quan He pondered for a moment. Words from Shi Tianxiang must be considered from multiple perspectives. I think, if the tank is your own and no one else has driven it, then sucking a bit from the fuel tank before starting should be fine, but it needs to be cleaned thoroughly first to avoid sucking in oil stains. This could actually increase the oil output slightly. However, it's different for new tanks and your personal tank. For others' tanks, I wouldn't recommend doing this because you don't know how they clean the fuel outlet. Some use tools, some use pumps. If you recklessly try to make things easier by sucking, I feel it could be unsanitary. As the last night passed midnight, the howling hurricane abruptly ceased. From the sky, it rained down all conceivable objects dense as a downpour. These objects swept up by the hurricane and flying freely in the sky would inflict secondary harm on any living being still existing in this world. In that moment, Quan He curled up asleep inside the tank, genuinely felt the world had fallen silent. Gone was the thunderous noise along with the crashing sounds resembling flying sand and stones. They were currently huddled beneath a large ruin resting. After enduring 7 days of disaster, the sudden tranquility caught Quan He off guard. However, since they had survived the disaster period, things would become relatively easier. The 2 pickup trucks became inoperable on the 3rd day with 10 infantry squeezed into the 2 tanks, and sometimes even finding a shelter did not allow them to exit. Some shelters were safe for tanks, but useless for people. They would take off as they pleased. Now they could finally send them out. With the sudden relaxation, Quan He slept soundly through the night. Now he looked forward to the rain in the coming days, hoping that he Ying and the others could wash the exterior of the tank. Wu Jiao didn't need to come out at this moment. At 8 a.m. the next morning, everyone heard that voice again. Congratulations on enduring the first disaster. This indicates that you have become qualified survivors. It also signifies that you are about to enter the next phase. In this phase, civilian-grade intelligent machines will appear and treasure chests and airdrop rewards have been refreshed. Stronger modules, larger calibers, higher protection, and longer ranges will be your goals to pursue. The new intelligent machines will bring more diverse challenges and pleasures. Prove yourself amidst the gunfire and thunderous roars. Quan He took a deep breath while listening to this voice. In this phase, the maximum caliber can reach 130 mm, which poses a significant threat to the current 59 modification. Not to mention the formidable Matilda modification. This represents that survivors possessing the Sanda Z series tanks have the chance to obtain the 88 gun. Although its front can completely ignore such artillery, its side is vulnerable. With this caliber, the types of shells will also diversify, no longer limited to traditional armor-piercing rounds. Quan He felt it was time to equip the tank with some spaced armor to resist heat rounds. The same applies to He explosive shells, and ideally internal lining structures and partition structures should be added within the tank. Back then, Maisie roamed the Camel battlefield, and the few battle damages were all caused by friendly fire from similar tanks. One tank was blown up at the ammunition rack, but because of the internal partitions, the crew members of that tank only sustained minor injuries with no fatalities. The most impressive part was that the tank was repaired shortly after being pulled back. Leg brother, as we enter the second phase, artillery will start to appear, and we need to be cautious of artillery when engaging intelligent machines. The convoy moved on again, but this time a pickup truck arrived with the infantry divided into 2 teams sitting behind the 2 tanks. Quan He discarded the large roller he had been carrying, but Shi Tianxiang chose to keep his. He had the option to sell his head at any moment. In fact, choosing such a tactic was enough to prove the courage of this tank commander. This wasn't a game. He sat in the commander's compartment observing through the observation port, fully aware that the shells were aimed directly at him. If by any chance a shell hit the observation port, if a shell merely flew out, it would be acceptable, but even a few fragments splattering down would be unbearable for the human body. Hearing Shi Tianxiang's words, Quan He recalled the scenes in the game, especially being targeted and turned by 3 artillery pieces. It was truly disgusting. What does intelligent machinery have self-propelled artillery now? Shi Tianxiang chuckled. That's just the beginning. They not only have self-propelled artillery, but can also scan and detect coordinates through drones. Although the caliber is only 130 mm, they can shoot far with a maximum angle of bombardment reaching 27 km. Just think about it. You are enjoying a hot pot and singing in the tank when suddenly a drone spots you and transmits your coordinates to the self-propelled artillery, and you find yourself inexplicably under bombardment. You wouldn't even be able to find a target to retaliate against. Quan He immediately felt a headache. In civilian grade, does civilian refer specifically to the 130mm self-propelled artillery? Were the farmers in the Golden Age this formidable? Combined with the agricultural and civilian grades, even if they are growing monsters in the fields, they could be blown to bits, right? Sure, Tianxiang laughed, who knows? I also couldn't find a module that could grow into a super conqueror at the end of this phase, so I chose a 130mm gun. At that time, I thought anyway it shoots far, and the heavy tank's hull can withstand the Conqueror GC's howitzer. Quan He immediately smacked his lips. Conqueror GC. The 9.2-inch howitzer. That thing has a high explosive warhead weighing up to 130 kg. If it were mounted on the vehicle, it would be terrifying. Even if it doesn't explode, a 130 kilograms warhead hitting down would still create a massive crater. It's just a pity that the accuracy in the game is truly lacking. Sure, Tianxiang, however, didn't mind at all. Games are games and reality is reality. There's no such vehicle in reality. Besides, when a 130 kilograms high explosive shell falls, who cares about accuracy? Even if it misses, if nearby tanks don't have sufficiently excellent internal structures, the people inside would be shaken to death. If so, I'll still go the artillery route, specifically providing support for you, leg brother. Quan He scoffed. You can forget about it. I'll be charging ahead, and you'll be covering me from several kilometers away. By the time you're found out, I wouldn't even know. However, you are right. Since artillery is appearing, protective structures like internal linings must be properly addressed. But after all, the maximum is just a 130mm self-propelled artillery. As long as it's not directly hit, there shouldn't be much shell shock, right? In the family of self-propelled artillery, a 130mm caliber really seems lacking. Back then, Maisie specifically developed the super heavy self-propelled artillery T-92 to cope with the native defense plans. It used a 240mm M1 howitzer, and the barrel length reached 8.38 m, requiring 5 gunners to operate this beast. The main difference is that this gun is not like the short and stout ones like Conqueror GC. This one is long and hefty. Not only is the caliber large, but its accuracy is astonishing. The parabolic accuracy of this compared to Conqueror GC's catapult-like accuracy is on a whole different level. It might also be due to the disaster just having ended. During their journey, they had not yet detected the presence of intelligent machines. Upon entering the second phase, Quan He inevitably felt a twinge of urgency. But it was just that twinge. At most, it was a 130mm cannon, and to penetrate the frontal armor of his Type 59 was pure nonsense. Such caliber shells could only penetrate a maximum of 330 to 350mm. His frontal armor, especially at the turret, was exceptionally robust. Not to mention, aside from the vehicle's inherent strength, he also had a composite reactive armor package. To reach his vehicle, one would first need to deplete this layer of composite reactive armor. His urgency stemmed more from the drones of the intelligent machines and the inexplicable artillery fire coming from over 10 to 20 kilometers away. A 130mm shell might not penetrate the frontal armor, but striking from above, hitting the top of the tank, was a different story. System, I thought you would give me something substantial during the disaster, yet you didn't even make a sound. It's already the second phase, and you still have no response. Quan He questioned in his mind. In fact, he had already asked once before the disaster struck. Such a massive hurricane could be considered an unexpected event, as shouldn't there be a few lottery draws. However, the system clearly stated that it was aware of the hurricane disaster and had made adequate preparations and plans in advance. Thus, it could not be classified as an unexpected event. The rules were set, and he had no way to change them. Neither at the source core nor here could he pass the evaluation. This left Quan He feeling somewhat helpless. Even the commander, who always stood by his side, said so, which indicated that there truly was no way to exploit this hurricane disaster. Host, to trigger an unexpected event, you should at least encounter something. Your journey has been smooth. Aside from some rough roads, there are no other obstacles, and the system is unable to assist. The system's tone was rather helpless. It had already done everything it could to assist, and there was no need for Quan He to say anything. It was simply a matter of rigid rules that did not allow for flexibility. The most notable characteristic of unexpected events is the very word sudden. If it was already known in advance, how could it be called unexpected? Then tell me, if my tank hasn't made any progress by the second phase, won't it be caught up by others? Even so, I still have a system. I'm sure you wouldn't want your host to be embarrassed like this. The system tries its best to assist the host, but the host should also encounter some events. If necessary, it's fine to create some trouble. Quan He retorted, do I look like someone who creates trouble for no reason? I have always been well versed in the art of survival. Unless someone provokes me, why would I seek out trouble? You may not be, but your companion has that talent. You can assign this task to him. He might surprise you. Quan Yi was taken aback companion. Sure, Tianxiang. He then scoffed that foolish child is currently caught up with the wheat and has no time for this. However, since the system suggested it for the sake of enhancing his lottery chances, Quan Yi decided to let Sure Tianxiang give it a try. By the way, now that survival has entered the second phase, the agricultural-grade intelligent machines have upgraded to civilian-grade. Won't your vehicle's lottery space upgrade too? If it's still the current reward pool, won't I have to linger in this power stage? Checking. According to the results, the host needs 2 lottery draws to meet the upgrade conditions for the vehicle factory. Please continue your efforts. Quan Yi. Alright, you really have no sense of courtesy. I'll no longer claim to be the best with you again. Host, this is the upgrade rule set by the source core. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. You know I'm just customer service with limited power. Then call out the source core. Hey, I want to lodge a complaint. I want to escalate this. This upgrade rule is fundamentally unreasonable. It's understandable to complete the necessary lottery draws for an upgrade within this phase, but the phase has already ended, transitioning to the next phase, and at the very least the lottery pool should follow the phase changes. If I don't draw a lottery, will it still be like this when police grade and military grade come out later? Others are driving rockets while I'm still wielding a spear. Clearly Quan Yi was grasping at straws. Based on his previous experiences of tricking the source core with the system, he knew that while such tactics were unethical, they were effective. System source core, your host is calling you. Come out and face the music. Source core. System, I really suggest you go upgrade yourself. Patch up those issues. How did you end up like this, creating rules full of loopholes? Source core Nuwa. System complaining jointly with the host. Source core, so unlucky. System host, the vehicle factory has been upgraded. The next upgrade condition is 20 lottery draws or simultaneous upgrade upon entering the third phase. Quan Yi immediately felt elated. Is that it for the upgrade? What does this mean? The squeaky wheel gets the grease. System, the rules are supplements to the source core's upgrades. For him, this might be akin to honoring the filial piety. It's his way of showing respect to the host. Source core resignation application in progress. Moments later, the system's gloating voice rang out again. That fellow's resignation application was rejected by the higher-ups. He also needs to submit a self-reflection report. Quan Yi felt a twinge of sympathy. It's a decent source core, although it has many flaws. It patches them up in a timely manner. You shouldn't scold it too much and don't make it depressed. This was considered good news. Although the Type 59 had essentially reached the pinnacle of the current phase regarding artillery size, without the system's lottery, he would eventually be overtaken by others. He must leverage the current advantage of being at the top to continue expanding his edge. Only an upgraded lottery pool could provide such capability. At the same time, he was reflecting on whether he had become too complacent. If the host were someone who stirred up trouble, or one who was ridiculed and faced slaps in the face, wherever he went, perhaps within a few days he would upgrade again. Sure, Tianxiang, the organization has decided to assign you a glorious, yet arduous task. Quan Yi stated solemnly over the radio to the convoy. Sure, Tianxiang, huh? Quan Yi, I suddenly feel that our previous phase was too comfortable. In this phase you will lead the way. Just head to the resource points you remember, and I will follow you. We will not miss a single airdrop or treasure chest in this phase. We want them all. In the Wasteland world, the significance of disasters wreaking havoc is not particularly great. This is because the Wasteland itself is already a type of radiation disaster. This world possesses a powerful self-purification ability. However, before Quan Yi could find a new treasure chest, he was ambushed by an intelligent machine. The sound of the flying shells was sharp and piercing. The bombardment came very suddenly. A 130mm self-propelled artillery shell struck the front of the convoy. We are under artillery fire. The entire convoy immediately entered combat mode. Quan Yi quickly picked up the radio. 2 tanks, immediately distance yourselves and find the direction from which the shelling is coming. Wu Jiu assists the vehicle crew members while also searching for drones in the sky. Since there was artillery fire and no other intelligent machines or convoys were spotted, there must be drones guiding the self-propelled artillery from above. As long as they could take out that drone, the intelligent machine's self-propelled artillery would lose its eyes and ears. Understood, Commander. Wu Jiu, who had been silent, immediately spoke up as the anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof began scanning with the radar. The artillery fire continued while the 2 tanks chose an erratic movement pattern, greatly reducing the chances of being targeted by the intelligent machine's calculations. The firing frequency of the intelligent machine's self-propelled artillery is 20 seconds direction northwest. The entire vehicle crew entered combat mode, and within less than a minute Wu Jiu had identified the firing frequency. Advance in the northwest direction. We must either eliminate the intelligent machine's self-propelled artillery or its drone, otherwise we can only passively endure the assault. Quan Yi decisively ordered the convoy to change direction. Infantry squad dismount and spread out. Sitting on the tank is akin to a death sentence. He immediately took the lead to jump down. The 10-member infantry squad consisted of 5 men and 5 women, including 1 mechanic. However, they had not found new combat vehicles yet, so they could only sit at the back of the tank acting as human external armor. They spread out behind the tank, which was the safest position for them, since the enemy's primary target was the tank. The first one to bear the brunt was the 59G. The body of the 59G was large, making it relatively easier to hit. Leg brother, be prepared. The intelligent machine's self-propelled artillery won't act alone. There will definitely be an intelligent machine convoy coming. Sure, Tianxiang reminded. Quan Yi took a deep breath. Let them come, it's just a chance for me to test the strength of this civilian-grade combat vehicle. After a month of survival and combat along with a week of natural disasters, Quan Yi now faced battles without significant psychological fluctuations. At least in terms of the basic skills and combat awareness required of a tank commander, he had reached a passing level. It was clear that the intelligent machine's self-propelled artillery was far away as the shells flew in an arc, primarily coming down from above. Currently, the radar's detection range was 5 kilometers. If there were indeed intelligent machine tanks lying in ambush ahead and remaining silent, they would be unable to discover them. Commander target drone detected located at an altitude of 800 meters. Wu Jiu suddenly spoke, causing Quan Yi to perk up. Immediately guide the fire. He then ordered the infantry squad through the loudspeaker. Everyone shoot in the direction of the tank's anti-aircraft machine gun. We must bring down that intelligent machine drone. The intelligent machine drone at 800 meters high appeared as a small black from the ground. It was nearly impossible to spot without close attention. Fortunately, the 12.7mm machine gun's effective range could reach 1600 meters, which was half of its maximum range. From this, it was evident that the intelligent machine's craftsmanship was indeed impressive. The weight of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun had been reduced to 13 kilograms, and the mount's weight was compressed to 15 kilograms, bringing the total weight to just 28 kilograms. The captured heavy machine gun from the intelligent machine was much lighter than the high-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun equipped on the 59. To put this in perspective, the domestically developed second-generation anti-aircraft machine gun Model 85 had a body weight of 18.6 kilograms, with the mount's total weight reaching 41.5 kilograms. If they gave that mounted anti-aircraft machine gun to He Ying and the others, they would certainly struggle to fire it alone. However, the captured 12.7mm heavy machine gun from the intelligent infantry could be fired by one person. Wu Jiu began to operate the anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof, firing at the intelligent machine drone in the sky, producing a prominent tracer line under the tracer rounds. He Ying and the others immediately stopped sitting on the ground to adjust their angles and follow Wu Jiu's firing direction. Their accuracy could not be guaranteed, but quantity mattered. As long as one bullet hit, they could take down that drone. Sure, Tianxiang's loader also emerged to operate the anti-aircraft machine gun on their turret, joining in the fire. Even so, the drivers of the 2 tanks did not forget to maintain erratic movement. At such a distance, as long as they kept moving, the likelihood of being hit by incoming shells was low. Just then, 2 sharp whistling sounds erupted. One shell hit the front of the 59G, directly damaging a piece of composite reactive armor before exploding. The other shell missed, passing by the tank. The 59G's body jolted violently, and everyone in the crew, including Quan Yi, felt a strong shock. Northwest artillery fire high-speed, armor-piercing rounds. Wu Jiu immediately warned. Quan Yi looked towards the direction of the incoming shells while the gunner turned the barrel towards the northwest. That area is a thicket. The enemy is in a silent state. The gunner's expression grew serious. It was evident that they had been ambushed. Wu Jiu continued targeting that drone while assisting the vehicle crew members. He'll handle the ground enemies. Quan Yi's gaze sharpened, realizing that compared to the large ground targets, it was particularly crucial to deprive the enemy of artillery support. Sure, Tianxiang's loader shrank back into the tank when the artillery fire was detected, simultaneously adjusting the tank's body and turret direction. Sure, Tianxiang here, leg brother. Given the situation, it appears to be 2 100mm anti-tank guns. We need to be cautious. Sure, Tianxiang faced northwest with a steady demeanor. This situation was much better than when he had entered the second phase before his rebirth. As long as he responded cautiously, there shouldn't be major issues. Moreover, after a month of combat training, his crew's proficiency had improved significantly. 100mm guns, the intelligent machines, are fully automated, and I estimate their reloading speed can be under 5 seconds. We need to be careful. As Quan Yi had predicted, the enemy had long finished reloading and was merely calculating their movement direction. The crew members with observation ports in both tanks were carefully watching the northwest direction, hoping to locate the enemy's position before the next round of artillery fire. The artillery fire in the sky continued. The nearest shell landed just a dozen meters to the left of the 59G. The explosion's shockwave affecting the 59G causing Quan He to feel a distinct tremor. In that moment, Quan He felt an unsettling sensation, his head feeling somewhat hazy. His mind even experienced a brief moment of disorientation. The ambushing mechanical war vehicle took advantage of this gap to fire again, with one shell hitting the turret and another striking the front. Though similarly blocked by external reactive armor, the shock from the impact caused the tank to momentarily pause. I see it. Leg brother, fire in the direction I'm attacking. The booming voice of Shi Tianxiang came through the radio as Matilda's coaxial machine gun and cannon fired simultaneously. Quan He shook his head vigorously, raised his hand, and slapped himself to forcefully suppress the discomfort caused by the recoil. Follow Shi Tianxiang's vehicle and maintain high explosive fire. Quan He immediately issued the order. Gunner, high explosive shell. Loader, high explosive shell switched. Gunner, fire. Boom. The flight speed of the high explosive shells was slightly slower than that of armor-piercing rounds, but the damage would not diminish with distance. More importantly, high explosive shells had a larger explosion area, making them more effective when fired blindly. Moreover, if they happened to hit blindly, they could potentially damage the internal circuitry and components of the mechanical war vehicle. In contrast, if an armor-piercing round missed, it would have no effect at all. The shells exploded in the thicket, making the already chaotic underbrush appear even more shattered after being attacked by two tanks and swept by heavy machine gun fire. This time the enemy took over 20 seconds to continue their assault, only changing positions. Two light spots appeared vaguely on the radar, but they were unstable. The radar could detect them, but it was impossible to lock on. Clearly the mechanical units were not foolish, they understood the principle of firing a shot and changing position. This posed significant difficulties for Quan He and his team. Leg brother, we are in the open while the enemy is concealed. Coupled with their artillery fire, it puts us at a disadvantage. Relying solely on blind fire, the chances of hitting the enemy are quite low. Quan He naturally noticed this issue. Wu Jiao. The reason he stayed here was primarily to buy time for Wu Jiao and the infantry squad to deal with the drones. Wu Jiao remained silent, but the firing frequency of the anti-aircraft machine gun on the turret increased somewhat. The rapid yet rhythmic gunfire was accompanied by the clattering of spent shells, and a muffled sound of an explosion echoed from above. Commander, we have taken down the mechanical drone. We can now focus on the mechanical convoy on the ground. Wu Jiao spoke again after eliminating the drone. I plan to advance quickly to avoid being passively hit like this. Driver, make sure to adjust the direction. Quan He took a deep breath and firmly grasped the handle. The others followed suit. Shi Tianxiang, keep attacking and cover me. Shi Tianxiang received. Without the bombardment, Shi Tianxiang's tank ceased its erratic movements, aiming the large barrel towards the northwest thicket and firing rapidly. Once the 59 modified tank adjusted its direction, the rocket boosters on both sides of its rear roared with flames. The entire tank was propelled by this tremendous force and surged forward towards the thicket. During this process, Quan He did not command a fire. At this rate of advancement, even with Wu Jiao's assistance, and despite the heroic crew, the chances of hitting anything were virtually zero. If they had the fire control system of the 99A or Leopard 2, it would be a different story, but the 59 modified was still lacking in that regard. The 122 cannon was not known for its accuracy. The ambushing mechanical tanks also detected Quan He's objective, continuously attacking the high-speed rushing 59 modified. As Quan He predicted, under full-speed attack, the shooting speed of the mechanical units was just over 4 seconds. Two cannons fired alternately, almost making it feel like a rapid-fire barrage. The front of Quan He faced severe testing, but fortunately, he had already cancelled the frontal machine guns before the disaster struck, eliminating that vulnerability. It would be difficult for 100 rounds to penetrate the front armor of the 59 modified, let alone the composite reactive armor on the front and turret. As long as Quan He did not foolishly expose the side or rear, he hardly needed to worry about these 100 rounds hitting him directly. Shi Tianxiang. Understood. The enemy was stationary for firing, presenting a rare counterattack opportunity. Although Shi Tianxiang could not see the enemy, the continuous traces of shells were still very evident. The 107 rocket launcher on the side of the 59 modified's turret suddenly fired, hurling flames and smoke directly towards the enemy. The distance from the thicket to the tank was no more than 2,000 meters, a perfect range for direct fire. The 18.8-kilogram rocket propelled at a maximum flight speed of 372 meters per second dove straight into the thicket and exploded with a loud bang. While advancing, the 59 modified suddenly made a left turn and then stopped. Wu Jiao exclaimed, the left track and guide will have been destroyed. Quan He immediately utilized the large repair kit that had been airdropped earlier. The tank instantly regained its operational capability, and within those few seconds a shell had already struck the side of the tank, but it was blocked by the reactive armor. Damn, the composite reactive armor package saved my life. Quan He couldn't help but curse. This wave relied entirely on composite armor to absorb damage, and after taking so many hits apart from some vibrations, not a single spark made it into the tank. However, the 107 rocket launcher fired by Wu Jiao and the attacks from Shi Tianxiang also had an effect, causing a chain explosion in the thicket, having the frequency of incoming shells targeting Quan He. It was evident that one of the mechanical vehicles had been blown up. However, it was unclear whether it had been destroyed by the rocket or by Shi Tianxiang. Subsequently, the other bombardments ceased, and the radar once again displayed light spots that were continuously retreating. Damn it, that bastard is trying to escape. Quan He realized the meaning behind the remaining mechanical vehicles. The 59 Modified maintained its speed, and although it had lost its rocket propulsion, it continued in that direction. After firing so many shells, Quan He felt uneasy without giving them a taste of their own medicine. Shi Tianxiang's vehicle followed suit. Leg brother, it seems one of your infantry has been blown up. Because we had been lingering at the back, Shi Tianxiang saw a mobilized soldier lying on the ground, having lost a leg and with a large gash on his body. Quan He frowned. If he's dead, then so be it. Since they boarded the vehicle, they are soldiers. Losing only one in an ambush isn't a high casualty rate. I've taken no less than 10 hits, so what can I say? We can't afford to think about them now, I will check on them later. When the 59 Modified reached the thicket, it spotted a mechanical war vehicle that had suffered a chain explosion. Whether in scale or design, this vehicle was a significant improvement over the previous stage's mechanical war vehicles. It looked much more like a tank, and even in destruction, it exuded a sense of advanced technology. There was also a treasure chest nearby. However, the escaping mechanical vehicle had already vanished. This was the downside of the hilly terrain. This guy wrote that he and several infantry soldiers seemed to have stepped on someone's tail, jumping in anger. He didn't write a harem, nor did he include any teasing. He treated the soldiers and tools purely as fillers. It was clearly stated in the synopsis, but could that provoke those people? Is the hatred for women to this extent? A 10-person infantry squad with 5 men and 5 women seemed like an apocalypse to those people. If he wrote about receiving or giving away women, I could understand the complaints, but is it not allowed for female characters to appear in the novel? It's simply absurd. The moment they see a woman, they scream about poison. I won't dare look at the comments in the future. There are also those who say Wu Jiao's Zhongshan suit is Japanese. That's really harsh. Forget it. That guy runs fast. Quan He snorted. However, these intelligent machines have enhanced their intelligence considerably after entering the second phase. They know to flee when they can't win. The first phase was just about dying easily. The first battle in the second phase surprised Quan He. He had also experienced the taste of being targeted by artillery in the real world. It's so damn disgusting. Even with just a 130mm cannon, it was enough to leave him speechless. Damn, if I don't have some long-range countermeasures or attack methods, won't I just be passively beaten in the future? Quan He felt helpless about the sudden surprise in the second phase. In the game, he had to endure the harassment from artillery, and now in this wasteland world, he still had to deal with artillery harassment. Thinking about facing larger caliber artillery or rocket launchers in the future gave Quan He a headache. Shi Tianxiang, at what stage can we unlock rewards like the APS automatic defense system? While Quan He instructed the gunner to throw out the grappling hook to open the crate, he asked over the radio. I'm not really sure, but I unlocked it in the third phase. However, I unlocked the reconnaissance drone system in the second phase because I later switched to artillery, and I must have drones to scout the enemy's coordinates. Shi Tianxiang was also quite helpless about this situation. This is a survival world. Wanting everything to go smoothly is impossible. For survivors, the threat of intelligent machines is always the greatest. After switching to artillery, he wasn't so worried about the artillery issue. It was just about the mutual reconnaissance between both sides' drones, followed by 2 artillery pieces exchanging fire. Survivors fear artillery, and so do intelligent machines. The only thing is that the close combat power of artillery is not strong, and going solo is quite dangerous. Once an encounter battle happens, they can easily be destroyed. Quan He said nothing more. The rules are like this, what can anyone do? Fortunately, he had another rule system in place. As for whether this system was too enthusiastic towards him, or if there were other reasons behind it, Quan He didn't want to think too deeply. He wasn't masochistic enough to seek out excitement for himself. What if both sides fell out and they reverted to that forced task release state? Quan He would have nowhere to cry. It's not a bad thing to think more about things, but deliberately ruining the current good relationship and living environment to engage in conspiracy theories is just plain foolishness, isn't it? Moreover, regardless of why the system is so enthusiastic, the benefits are ultimately his. Why care about the rest? The opening of the chest went smoothly. There were no chest monsters. In fact, he had hardly encountered many chest monsters. After experiencing the self-destructing toilet plunger warrior the first time, he always kept his distance and remained vigilant when opening chests. If there were any chest monsters, they would definitely get hit by his socialist 300 rounds. Opening chest, obtained survival set 1, obtained high-strength carbon steel armor plate 2, obtained basic lining 1. Besides the fixed survival set, new materials and lining were also obtained. From the rewards of this chest, it can be seen that in the second phase, aside from facing direct artillery attacks, as the caliber and power of the shells continue to increase, anti-artillery measures and shock damage are also becoming mainstream. Moreover, new armor materials have appeared. Kwani thought about it. The tanks in the first phase were mainly made of boiler steel and ship armor steel, as well as rolled steel and alloy steel. The connection methods ranged from riveting and threaded connections to welding. The Type 59 was no exception. However, the newly unlocked high-strength carbon steel armor plates obviously had much better protective capabilities. This time, he didn't prioritize replacing his turret and front armor. The Cherries and Series inherited iron heads are still very reliable, and the strength of the front armor is temporarily sufficient. He chose to reinforce the armor above the engine compartment at the rear of the Type 59 mod. Without unlocking an active defense system, it is essential to strengthen such weak armor locations to defend against artillery. After dealing with the chest, Quan, he then ordered the tank to turn back to the previous battlefield. Once out of the thicket, he realized how intense the battle had been. Although there were only 5 vehicles in total, including the artillery, the shells consumed between them were considerable. The artillery fired once every 20 seconds without any interruptions. The anti-tank guns fired almost as fast as semi-automatic rifles with less than 5 seconds between shots. The ground was full of shell craters, looking extremely tragic. Even the front of the Type 59 mod was riddled with shell craters. It was evident how many shells he had endured. At the time, it didn't feel like much, but thinking back now, it was indeed quite thrilling. Sure, Tiangxiang's Matilda mod looked quite good. Because it had a big roller on top, the 2 ambushing intelligent machines tried to fire a shell and couldn't penetrate his turret front, decisively choosing to concentrate fire on Quan He. If they couldn't penetrate the turret front, they definitely wouldn't penetrate it with a big roller on top. The intelligent machines had learned to assess the situation. Driving through the battlefield full of shell craters, the Type 59 mod reached the fallen infantry. The other 9 infantrymen were all here. Sure, Tianxiang was watching from not far away. Just by looking at that kid's appearance, it was clear that the fallen was definitely not Mai Zi. Among the 10 infantrymen, Quan, he only cared about Mai Zi. He opened the hatch of the commander's compartment and climbed out. Who fell in battle? One of the mobilized soldiers walked over, removed his heavy helmet and antibiochemical mask, and it was He Ying. Commander, the one who fell in battle is Xiao Yin, one of those you took in alongside me at the beginning. Initially, there were 5 women. The one who lost her child fell in the ambush of the intelligent machines, and now another one has died under the bombardment of the intelligent machines' artillery. In fact, Quan He had no idea what the names of the other women were. Today, he learned them only because of her death in battle. He felt no particular emotion. She was merely an infantryman after all. He had made it clear when he took them in. He questioned himself and believed he had kept his promise. He had never assigned them any tasks that were certain to lead to death. Now dying on the battlefield could be considered a form of belonging for her. Let's bury her. Quan He nodded slightly. She was a true warrior. This was her choice. He Ying straightened her body and adjusted her heavy helmet. All right, Commander. He called the other infantrymen to begin recovering Xiao Yin's body. During the attack on the robotic artillery drones, the role of these 10 infantrymen was not insignificant. Their bullets blanketed the sky, limiting the operational space of the robotic drones and buying an opportunity for Wu Jiao to shoot down one of them. Therefore, Quan He did not mind taking a little time here to bury her. Once they donned their gear and picked up their weapons, there was no longer any distinction of gender. There were only warriors. Quan He took out the cigar that the double-barreled tank commander had given him and tossed one to Shi Tianxiang. The 2 crawled out of the tank, each sitting at their respective hatches, watching the infantry busy below. Did you see that? After entering the second phase, the infantry became even more vulnerable. Aren't you considering speeding up your progress with your girl? Quan He gestured towards Mai Zi. Those 2 long legs were quite eye-catching even in the radiation mobilization suit. What are you doing with the natives in the Wasteland, engaging in pure love? Are you out of your mind? If you like her, just go for it. You can protect her afterward, right? It's best if you can be devoted, but as long as you don't act like a heartless bastard, it's fine. This guy is just being slow with you. Quan He was exasperated. Sure, Tianxiang laughed. Come on, how can you have the cheek to say that to me? Then he looked behind Quan He, right, big sister? Quan He straightened up and looked back only to find that Wu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. You really don't know what's good for you. The 2 of them did not take the death of an infantryman to heart. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the 2 of them, those 10 would have been dead long ago, and their corpses would have been rotting by now. Now they had been given a dignified death, which was already quite good. Sure, Tianxiang, what are your plans next, if it's your turn? Joking around a bit after a battle to ease the tense atmosphere is normal, but that's about it. Sure, Tianxiang pondered for a moment, then looked northwest. If it's me, I need to check out that robotic artillery and try to take that bastard out. Not to mention that son of a gun has blown up so many of our cannons. Killing the enemy would at least mean getting our hands on a 130mm cannon. If we can also take down a reconnaissance drone, then we'll strike it rich. At that point, with radar close by and drones scouting from afar, we'll have it much easier. By the way, Brother Leg, what did the destroyed robotic tank explode with? Quan Yi grimaced at the mention. After getting hit, it detonated its ammunition rack, turning everything into scrap metal. What else could it possibly explode? Shi Tianxiang was just asking. He had seen that detonation too. In less than half an hour, He Ying and the others buried the fallen Xiao Yan. They found a shell hole, dug a bit of earth, and made a mound for the grave. He Ying led the other infantrymen in firing their guns into the sky as a salute. She could slaughter everyone in a camp without a second thought, but at this moment, she felt a bit solemn. She was not afraid of death. She just hoped that after her death, she would also be buried, and that someone would pay her respects. This matter ended there. Many had died in the Wasteland. The deaths of survivors were commonplace, and the group left after a brief pause. Quan Yi listened to Shi Tianxiang's opinion and decided to head northwest. In fact, it didn't matter where they went. Triggering a sudden event, eye for an eye. A coward does not retaliate after being struck. Find and destroy the robotic artillery that attacked you. Task completion rewards 2 lottery chances for Tank Factory. Receive the eye for an eye brave medal. Task failure results in the practicing with a weak chicken medal. Just as Quan Yi made the decision, a long unseen sudden event was triggered. This surprised him a bit. It seemed the system was right. In terms of causing trouble, Shi Tianxiang indeed had some exceptional talent. In less than half a day, a trigger had occurred. But what the hell is this reward? System, I'm delighted to have 2 lottery chances after completion, but could you explain what this medal is about? Checking. Host, I have found out that after the previous events, the core source went back and patched up all the patches it could think of, making the Tank Factory even more refined. It will likely be hard to find another bug. Quan Yi, why is this core source so petty? This is supposed to be a collaborative process. I find bugs, you fix loopholes, and reward me with some lottery chances. It's a win-win. Why make it so awkward? The medal system is also a new supplement from the core source, which can provide some extra enhancements to the tank commander or crew, and is considered a good thing. Host, overall, this is a good thing for you. Regardless of success or failure, there are rewards. At the very least, you will get a medal. Quan Yi's face darkened. Is that really a safety net? A practicing with a weak chicken medal. Do you think I can afford to lose that? It seems this core source is starting to think and knows how to handle me right. 3 updates, please wait for another one. Of course, Quan Yi also knew that he and the system had gone a bit too far with the core of the source. Since others were striving hard, what reason did he have not to handle this sudden event? Refusal. Refusal is impossible. Oh, it will never happen in this lifetime. Anyway, he intended to seek trouble with that intelligent artillery, and since they were all men carrying guns, was he to wear a weakling badge? Naturally, the 2 lottery chances were the biggest temptation for Quan Yi. He was in urgent need of higher-level items to enhance his tank. 2 tanks moved in formation, and the retreat route of the intelligent tank destroyer could still be vaguely seen. Once again, Shi Tianxiang was leading the way, tasked with acting as a mine-clearing vehicle. The intelligent machines would lay mines, and now that there were no major repair kits, it was better to be cautious. During this time, the intelligent tank destroyer and artillery did not catch up, but found a treasure chest under the passing hill. Shi Tianxiang led the infantry squad for security, while Quan Yi threw out a grappling hook to open the treasure chest. Open treasure chest. Obtain survival kit X1. Obtain 75mm L48 cannon. Obtain dual 14. 5mm anti-aircraft machine gun. There were still 3 rewards, among which the second was the most famous long 75mm cannon of the later models of the Panzer IV. L48 means a 48 caliber, which is 3.6 meters long. This cannon gave the later models G, H, and J of the Panzer IV powerful firepower. At a distance of 1,000 meters, it could still guarantee a penetration depth of 106 mm. And even at 2,000 meters, it maintained a penetration depth of 64 mm. In other words, although this cannon was only 75 mm, it could easily destroy any first-phase tank, even at a distance of 2,000 meters. This contraption made those models of the Panzer IV one of the main forces of the armored troops in the Third Reich. Quan Yi took a look and realized that his small turret could not install this cannon. In fact, after observing for some time, he found that the small turret's utility was practically zero. At least for now, he had not faced a situation where he was surrounded by intelligent tanks. He felt that this cannon could fetch a good price in the trading channel. If the lucky one who drove out the Panzer IV was still alive, he would probably be envious to tears. Besides, that dual 14. 5mm anti-aircraft machine gun was more suitable for Quan Yi at the moment. He needed an effective anti-aircraft weapon to replace the original 12. 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Although the calibers were the same, there were significant differences between anti-aircraft and heavy machine guns. The barrel of an anti-aircraft machine gun is longer, and it has a greater elevation angle, which is the most basic feature. Moreover, the firing method of anti-aircraft machine guns is usually a burst of 10 to 20 rounds. Additionally, the ammunition used is different. Anti-aircraft machine guns generally use armor-piercing incendiary rounds, armor-piercing tracer incendiary rounds, explosive rounds, and so on to engage low-altitude, high-speed targets. However, weapons that can be used against airborne units also perform well against ground targets. Isn't there a slogan about this? Anti-aircraft guns laid flat military courts. Moreover, starting with dual mounts and a larger caliber greatly enhanced the anti-aircraft capabilities. Convoy decisively replaced it with the 14.5mm dual anti-aircraft machine gun. To be honest, it looked much more imposing. The long barrel had an anti-aircraft sight, clearly indicating it was meant for shooting down planes. While you directly got the highest anti-aircraft machine gun of this phase, Shi Tianxiang was slightly surprised to see the 59 modification suddenly equipped with a dual anti-aircraft machine gun. Not to mention, brother, like your luck is a bit terrifying. Did you go behind my back to trade for a skin swallow? Observing the dual anti-aircraft machine gun, Convoy replied, of course it's swollen, next time it's your turn. But are you saying this thing is the best anti-aircraft weapon of the second phase? How garbage is that? Shi Tianxiang rolled his eyes. Brother, besides suicide drones, the second phase has only reconnaissance drones for artillery. The 14.5mm dual anti-aircraft machine gun isn't sufficient, huh? If this thing hits, the drones will turn into fireworks on the spot. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if this thing were in the first phase, those lousy vehicles wouldn't be able to withstand it at close range, would they? If you're not satisfied with this, what do you want? Convoy shamelessly stated, naturally the best would be a 1130 Closian weapon system. Shi Tianxiang. 1130mm naval guns with a firing rate of 1100 rounds per minute. Brother, you really dare to say that? That thing will fill your tank with shells in a minute. Indeed, in terms of shamelessness, you are far ahead. Truly, you are the one. If you had put 1% of that shamelessness into pursuing Sister Wuzhou, you two would have been married by now, really. Convoy snorted coldly, so what? Once I get another dual anti-aircraft machine gun, it'll replace the 50mm water pipe of the small turret. By then, with two dual anti-aircraft machine guns mounted, it'll take down those intelligent drones. Saying this, he traded the 75mm L-48 cannon to Shi Tianxiang. You go ask if the lucky one with the Panzer IV is still alive and trade for something useful for us. Prioritize steel plates and linings from the second phase. Damn, the impact from the bullet just now is still ringing in my head. Shi Tianxiang was once again surprised. A long 75mm cannon. You opened both of these together from one treasure chest. His tone carried a hint of pity. Brother Leg, you really. Your rear end has worked hard. Try to ensure a third update, okay? After tracking for approximately 2 hours, they finally detected a flickering green light within the radar range. During these 2 hours, they encountered 2 waves of intelligent machines. Clearly, the intelligent machines returned once the hurricane disaster had subsided. The artillery of the second phase of intelligent machine battle vehicles ranged from 70mm to 120mm. The only exception was the artillery with a caliber of 130mm. The 2 waves of intelligent machine battle vehicles that Convoy encountered had relatively small calibers, the thickest being no more than 85mm. Their combat power was on a completely different level compared to the previous 2 100mm tank destroyers. After the enemy launched their attack, it often took Convoy's team less than 5 minutes to resolve the battle. The disparity in caliber between the two sides was too great. Even if their shells hit, they would barely cause any damage. Conversely, once they were struck by Convoy's team, they would instantly turn into a fireball. When they first encountered these 2 waves of intelligent machines, he thought they were the target of the mission. However, he was surprised to find no traces of artillery after each elimination. I've been overly optimistic twice. I hope this time it's the enemy. Convoy was somewhat speechless. Those guys could really run, and despite the numerous intelligent machines along the way, they were solely focused on fleeing. It was simply absurd. Leg brother, I was just joking, and you're really chasing. It's been 2 hours. Do we really have to catch up with that artillery? Operating in the hilly area was not as comfortable as in the wilderness before. Shi Tianxiang admired Convoy's persistence. They were indeed being relentlessly pursued after being bombarded. Convoy looked at the weak badge of mission failure and couldn't help but smile wryly. Since you are a reborn person, do you not know that I am someone who repays grudges? After being bombarded for so long, if I don't fire back at least twice, I cannot quell the hatred in my heart. Shi Tianxiang scratched his head. The woman didn't say anything back. Then she just mentioned that you hold grudges, not that it was to such an extent. Convoy, how could that be explained? No matter how much trust he had, he couldn't reveal matters regarding the system. Fortunately, they were not far now. The opponent was still fleeing, but the distance was closing. Are the intelligent machines in this second phase really that smart? Why do I feel like they're leading us? Kwani suddenly felt something was off as he observed the movement trajectory of the intelligent machines on the radar. Sure, Tianxiang explained, of course the intelligent machines are smart, otherwise they wouldn't have eventually turned the tables to become the masters, but they are merely suppressed by that will. They release a little bit at each stage. If the intelligent machines from 2 years later were unleashed now, we survivors would have no chance of survival at all. So when you were reborn, what stage had these intelligent machines reached? Sure, Tianxiang answered without hesitation, military grade. At that stage, intelligent machine satellites had already been deployed. Various jammers and disruptors became essential. There were intelligent machine satellites in the sky, drone bombers in the air, and military-grade tank vehicles on the ground, not to mention infantry equipped with powered armor. If we didn't have jammers and disruptors, we wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone find a place to be buried after death. Kwani, this is truly absurd. It seems that survivors in that stage were quite formidable, managing to survive in such a world under those conditions. Sure, Tianxiang laughed, of course. By that time, everyone had developed, and all sorts of bizarre tanks emerged. For instance, there were phantom tanks that could disguise themselves as large trees, light beam tanks made with laser launchers, and the apocalypse tank you studied, leg brother. Some even simply mounted rocket launchers on their vehicles, just like the Katyusha. Not to mention others, just me. A vehicle with an artillery piece paired with a drone nest has a strike range of 30 kilometers around me. The drones can scout and also act as self-destructing bombers. Actually, thinking about it, going for an artillery route isn't bad at all. Although sure, Tianxiang was aiming for a super conqueror route, in reality after reaching that stage, traditional super conquerors had virtually no space for survival. The super conqueror he referred to resembled a tank with those characteristics. Kwani smiled. After taking out the intelligent machine artillery, you can continue down the artillery path. There's nothing wrong with that. Think about the D-261 from WOD. Isn't it also quite interesting? Sure, Tianxiang sighed. I am also contemplating this matter. In simple terms, I am more familiar with the combat mode of artillery. As long as I have a drone to assist me, I can use it directly. However, this attack range is quite large for our team. What if I lose connection with you, leg brother? I don't have your level of precision. Kwani was speechless. After all, this isn't a game. Can't we just aim straight and shoot? Why must we pursue a certain distance? That's a problem. Besides, can't you also get some auxiliary weapons? Must you stubbornly stick to just one artillery piece? According to what you said, you could also get a phantom tank. If you can't win, just turn into a tree, and when the intelligent machines leave, hit them in the back with a shot. That's satisfying. Sure, Tianxiang suddenly burst into laughter. I estimate that relying on myself is hopeless, but a guy like leg brother, who trades his lifespan for upgrades, will definitely be able to transform us. Since you, leg brother, said so, then I'm heading toward the big artillery. When the time comes, I will also smash them to death with over 100 kilograms of shells. Just as they were chasing, a violent explosion suddenly erupted beneath the Matilda, which was clearing the path ahead. The explosion even caused the solid large roller to bounce momentarily before crashing back to the ground. Damn! Sure, Tianxiang was startled, and a tank mine. At the same time, two shadows spouting flames suddenly erupted from the mountains on either side. RPG. Heing, crouching behind the upgraded 59, suddenly shouted, raising her hand to pull the trigger at the incoming rocket. The others also reacted, quickly jumping off the armored vehicle. The dual-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun on the turret of the 59 suddenly leveled and began to spit fire alternately. Two RPGs were detonated when they were still 50 meters away from the Matilda. Wu Jiu said, Commander, we detected traces of mechanical infantry activity on both sides of the hills. Wu Jiu operated the dual-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun and fired a long burst at the left hill using incendiary tracer armor-piercing rounds. This was mainly to guide the infantry's attack direction. Heing rolled off the tank and quickly set up the heavy machine gun on the ground. Fire following the tracers. Heing immediately ordered. Everyone in the infantry squad opened fire immediately. Mechanical infantry rose from the hill with heavy machine guns in their right hands and grenade launchers in their left, launching attacks on the two tanks below. Sure, Tianxiang, take care of the right side, I'll handle the left. Quan he shouted before throwing down the radio. High explosive rounds for the main gun, armor piercing for the secondary gun, fire at will. The gunner replied, understood. The loader said, switch the main gun to high explosive rounds, prepare the secondary gun for firing. The large and small turrets collectively turned to aim at the left hillside. 350 meters aim for direct fire. Got it. Boom. The 122 millimeters high explosive shells mixed with 50 millimeters armor piercing rounds slammed down instantly, obliterating a section of mechanical infantry. The grenades that landed around the tank exploded continuously, but fortunately both tanks could still withstand it. The 59 variant didn't need to be mentioned. The Matilda variant enjoyed the benefits of its built-in cover equipped with 2 self-rescue poles on both sides and the rear. To some extent, without affecting anything, Tianxiang even covered the murderous vines with their tendrils. While it couldn't stop the main gun, it posed no problem blocking shrapnel. With the right angle, it could significantly increase the ricochet rate. This trick was often seen on Soviet tanks where the trees from Siberia were incredibly hard, humorously referred to as guardian trees. In the first moments of the attack, there was a bit of confusion, but soon both tanks and the 9 infantry quickly retaliated with overwhelming firepower. They were merely ambushed mechanical infantry, whose anti-tank mines were ineffective, leaving them only to be slaughtered. In less than 5 minutes, the battle ended. "Commander, we have completely annihilated them. The crisis is resolved." Wu Jio's voice rang out with white smoke billowing from the dual-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun on the turret. Clearly, the temperature was not low. Wu Jio's control of the dual-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun achieved the highest kill count. When used to strike mechanical infantry, the dual-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun was just as effective as the main cannon. For such humanoid machines, the 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun represented absolute justice, while the 122mm main cannon was clearly overkill. Take your troops to see if there are any usable grenade launchers or RPGs left. These things are quite valuable. After the battle, Quan He glanced around and found no treasure chests, feeling a bit bored, but he remembered that the enemy had 2 RPGs. "Yes, Commander." Ying immediately led her men towards the hill that had launched the RPGs. "Tianxiang, is that big roller still usable?" Quan He remembered seeing it bounce after being blown up. Had it not been for that big roller, it would have been Tianxiang's Matilda that bounced up. Tianxiang remained silent for a moment before saying, "No problem, the connection arm broke, but I fixed it with a unit of steel." Only then did Quan He feel relieved. This was why he had let the other party clear the path ahead, wary of the anti-tank mines laid by the mechanical enemies. These were indeed the nemesis of tanks. Moments later, Ying returned with the infantry squad. "Commander, only 1 RPG is still usable. 2 rockets remain, 4 grenade launchers, and 20 grenades, all taken from the mechanical infantry's arms." This haul pleased Quan He, as it meant the infantry squad now had a certain anti-armor capability. The convoy set off again. Even during the battle, Wu Jio did not relax her monitoring and tracking of the enemy's mechanical artillery. The radar kept locking onto it. After passing these 2 small hills, they encountered no other ambushes, and the remaining 3 to 4 kilometers were easily caught up by Quan He's convoy. The remaining mechanical tank destroyer turned its cannon towards them, and the mechanical artillery did not retreat, leveling its barrel in preparation for a close-quarters fight. The machines had no emotions. They were a combination of computers and machines calculating that there was no possibility of retreat before directly switching to combat. "You handle the artillery, it'll take care of the tank destroyer." Quan He and Tianxiang had clear roles spreading out at an angle. With Wu Jio's assistance, the driver made an emergency stop, and the gunner immediately locked onto fire. The armor-piercing round accurately crossed over 2,000 meters to hit the mechanical tank destroyer. At this distance, if it were moving, even with Wu Jio's assistance hitting, it would be impossible. Thus, the driver and gunner coordinated for an emergency stop shot. Tianxiang was not quite as fortunate. Quan He's gun barrel had already cooled down while he was still engaged in close-quarters combat. They exchanged fire, one shot after another. The shells from the mechanical artillery slammed against his large roller, creating a cloud of smoke, while his shots largely missed. "Look at your 2 pathetic shots. If you can't do it, get out of my way." Quan He genuinely worried that the mechanical enemy had calculated the shooting angle and could take out the observation port with 1 shot. "Just a moment, there's more to come." After firing several rounds, Tianxiang finally managed to silence the intelligent artillery. Tianxiang was sweating. At this distance, the current artillery was indeed a bit too far. He asked with some suspicion, "Leg brother, what level is your gunner?" Even with Sister Wu Jio's help, they couldn't possibly have such high accuracy, right? "Your 122mm artillery isn't as precise as this 100mm piece. Hitting a target at this distance with a single shot." Quan He glanced at the members of his hero tank crew. These are all from the Type 59, and their levels aren't displayed, but they should be decent enough. Tianxiang nodded in agreement. "I estimate that's true. Others are using tanks from before World War II, but you're using tanks from after World War II. Even if it's only a decade or 2 difference, the quality is completely different." He casually asked, not intending to delve deeper. That would be unsafe for himself. The 2 tanks drove right up to the artillery piece. Since it was destroyed by armor-piercing rounds, the overall damage wasn't too severe. "Just collect it directly. If it can be used, go ahead and use it." Quan He wasn't particularly interested in this 130mm artillery. At first glance, it looked like a howitzer, which didn't match his combat style, and it was only a few millimeters larger than his current artillery, so there was no need to replace it. Shi Tianxiang was about to toss out a grappling hook when he suddenly froze. You should handle it. If I do, I'll only end up bringing out one artillery piece. His tone carried a tinge of regret. What a pity. I wanted to spend some life essence, but I didn't get the chance. Quan He, you bastard. However, he had confidence in his luck and directly tossed out the grappling hook. Acquired wreckage of a civilian-grade ultimate intelligent self-propelled artillery, recoverable parts 130mm howitzer X1 recoverable parts, civilian-grade reconnaissance drone nest X1 recoverable parts, high-strength carbon steel armor plate, X2 decomposable parts battery gunpowder. Quan He directly shared the information he received with Shi Tianxiang. Shi Tianxiang also saw the private message through the long manual. His voice was filled with surprise. Wow, you recovered a drone nest in one go. Quan He said casually, it's no big deal. So are you going to pursue the artillery route? If you are, you can take this artillery and the drone nest first. If you're not going that route, it'll keep the drone for reconnaissance to expand our vision. He didn't care at all. It was too easy. I had no challenge, which was boring. Shi Tianxiang, why hasn't this artillery been mounted yet? You've already mounted yours. He also felt a bit emotional. Since the artillery set has already been unlocked, if I don't use it, wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful, eh? He smiled broadly. Then I'll reluctantly accept it. Quan He pouted, but still traded the artillery and drone nest to him. Moments later, the 100mm gun was replaced with a 130mm howitzer, and a drone nest appeared on the rear engine compartment cover to provide power to the drone and receive drone messages. This 130mm howitzer was quite long, with a noticeable muzzle break at the barrel. At this caliber, it could barely be considered a large tube. Above this was the legendary 152mm divine weapon represented by the KV-2. The drone buzzed upwards, circling in the sky. Leg brother, until you get a drone, let me take care of this reconnaissance mission for now. Shi Tianxiang appeared somewhat smug. Now he was back to his old trade, and his proficiency quickly increased. Quan He couldn't be bothered to respond. He was also about to draw lots. Incident: eye for an eye mission status complete. Mission reward 2 lottery draws at the tank factory. Eye for an eye brave medal. Eye for an eye brave medal. After being attacked, the gunner's counterattack accuracy increases by 5. A pretty good medal, but it requires being hit first. I want to draw lots. Tank factory is opening. He used both lottery draws immediately, skipping the unnecessary cutscene. Acquired wedge-shaped turret quality, excellent front defense equivalent to 400mm, side and rear defense equivalent to 200mm. Acquired 20mm anti-aircraft gun quality, good high-speed, armor-piercing round, penetrates 49mm at 300m, muzzle velocity 975m, maximum altitude for anti-air fire is 2000m. Capable of firing incendiary armor-piercing shells, burning tracer armor-piercing shells, and explosive shells, with a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute. Both rewards were quite good, but Quan He couldn't use them immediately. He needed an airdrop or treasure chest to justify using these 2 rewards. Especially the wedge-shaped turret, which already resembled a modern tank. The front 400mm equivalent armor made Quan He very pleased. In the game called World of Tanks, which was actually a head-selling world, if the turret is hard enough and the elevation angle is large enough, then even if the hull is not strong enough, you can still play. But if the hull is very solid but the turret is made of paper, if it's a light or medium tank with good concealment or mobility, it can still sneak shot from afar, but if it's a heavy tank, there's no fun. As long as it comes out to fire, it will definitely expose the turret. Quick-handed people can shoot directly at the turret, which can easily damage it. The wedge-shaped turret combined with external composite armor made Quan He feel that his life had gained a bit more security. The 20mm anti-aircraft gun introduction didn't specify the model, but it looked more like the 30mm anti-aircraft gun from the 1930s. When it's time to replace the small turret's 50mm gun, the effect would be quite satisfying. For ground targets, the firepower is now sufficient. This anti-aircraft gun with a firing rate of 300 combined with dual-mounted heavy machine guns should handle ordinary drones with ease. Quan He was in a great mood. Where can I find an airdrop? My luck is really good right now, feeling confident. The war chariots roared, kicking up clouds of dust as they planned to temporarily leave the dense hilly area before determining their next direction. After all, Quan He was currently using Cherry's turrets and artillery. The inherited quality of not backing down was undoubtedly a significant advantage in direct confrontations, but in the complex and ever-changing terrain, this characteristic also became a form of constraint. Shi Tianxiang had already switched to a 130mm howitzer, yet the turret remained an egg-shaped design. It could be leveled, but had no depression angle, with the only advantage being its long range. Once adjusted to the maximum firing angle, the range could reach 27 km. This was also a decision made after careful consideration by Shi Tianxiang. Although he had laid back to become a slacker-type player, he still upheld certain professional ethics, such as how to enable his teammate, the Thigh Brother, to unleash greater firepower How to make the Thai brother willingly carry the team, and how to effectively support him became his tasks. While being a slacker, he had to develop a capability that would make the Thai brother unable to do without him. And since the Thai brother had clearly decided on a war bunker strategy, long-range support and strikes became his goals. After all, a certain wise man of the nation once said, truth lies only at the tip of the sword and justice is always within the range of cannon's bangs table. As the drones soared into the sky, the entire convoy's field of vision was greatly extended. These small and agile flying machines acted like sentinels in the sky, constantly patrolling for potential threats ahead. However, drones were not invincible airborne radiation types, and the wandering intelligent drones were their natural enemies. Since the drone had been incorporated into the survivor's modular equipment system, as long as its drone nest remained intact, even if the drone was unfortunately destroyed during a mission, it could quickly regenerate through the modular system, ensuring continuous reconnaissance and surveillance capabilities. The materials required included batteries, steel, and gunpowder. The destroyed intelligent tank destroyer did not go to waste either. It yielded a 100mm anti-tank gun, 2 high-strength carbon steel armor plates, and an intact battery. He gave everything except the high-strength carbon steel armor plates to Shi Tianxiang for trading. He eagerly mounted the original 59-style 100mm rifled gun, this 100mm anti-tank gun, and the previously used 75mm 48 caliber gun. His trading demands were quite simple: either trade for drones or a large quantity of high-strength carbon steel armor plates. In his view, since there was no possibility for their artillery to improve, further reconnaissance, air defense, and protection needed to be upgraded as quickly as possible. Only by quickly reaching T0 level in the second phase could they have enough time to prepare for the third disaster. In his memory, the second disaster was characterized by high temperatures. However, unlike the 1-month gap before the first disaster, the second disaster clearly lasted longer, allowing ample time for preparation. Facing Quan Yi's comments about airdrops and treasure chests, Shi Tianxiang took them seriously. One of the rules for slackers: absolutely do not let any questions or requests posed by the Thai brother fall to the ground. Knowing he had to speak, he also needed to consult his golden finger for answers. Then he pulled out a piece of aged parchment he hadn't looked at in a long time. My name is Shi Tianxiang. If you see this message, it means I have gone mad. I have given up countless opportunities to rise, instead choosing to be a loyal dog for someone unknown, and now I must lower my head and search for new treasures for them. When you read this message, do not believe what I am about to say, for the words of a madman are not to be trusted. I have discovered a new airdrop 200 kilometers northeast. During the journey, I encountered a group of natives who were very friendly, shared water and food with us, and invited us to visit. The journey was calm, and we did not encounter anything particularly unusual. Instead, we found several treasure chests. Shi Tianxiang expressionlessly stuffed the parchment into his back pocket, wiping it hard with his backside. Who are you calling a dog? I am the infamous Red Dog. And you say I'm mad. If I were truly mad, would I have obtained a set of artillery right at the beginning of the second phase while others are still thinking of ambushing the intelligent machines? Foolish. You think a piece of parchment is just for wiping butts. Apart from knowing some grand vision, what do you understand? Do I not know how impressive Thai brother is? With Sister Wu Jio's vigilance, if I had followed your advice, I would have been dead for over 20 days now. If following protocol, I should have already arrived at the wishing platform. Shi Tianxiang looked at the parchment, which seemed a bit uncooperative, and realized it was time to send out the next rule for slackers. Do not make decisions on your own, hand over the choice to the Thai brother, and follow orders for all actions. He decisively picked up the radio. Since the parchment said not to be believed, wouldn't it be better to state things in a vague manner? Thai brother, I think I might remember where this is. It seems like there could be an airdrop about 200 kilometers northeast around this time period. I can't recall the specifics. There should still be some natives active in this area. You know, the disaster has just ended and the natives are also short on supplies. We might run into them. Whether it's good or bad is hard to say. What do you think we should do? Shi Tianxiang couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. After all, he merely had the character setup of a reborn individual and didn't possess a photographic memory. Not remembering was quite reasonable, wasn't it? Quan Yi, who was originally looking to cause trouble, naturally did not hesitate much. Go. Whether there is a turn or not, it's all the same in terms of fuel consumption. If we do run into them, then we'll hit the jackpot. Shi Tianxiang responded decisively. All right, let's set off. The convoy turned and headed northeast. At this point, the existence of a road no longer mattered. After the hurricane, all the paths were buried under various ruins and debris, making every direction feel the same. However, as they moved forward with the massive roller, Shi Tianxiang suddenly asked, Brother Leg, we need to find a way to employ other scouting and mine-clearing methods. This big roller is ultimately lagging behind the pace. From now on, I can't carry shells in front while switching to artillery. Otherwise it would be a waste of this artillery's range, wouldn't it? Sitting inside the vehicle and observing the chat channel Quan, he nodded in agreement upon hearing this. You're right. How about we get a truck and let He Ying and the others take turns leading the way? Infantry should also assist in clearing paths for the tanks. If they die, we can just replenish them. Sure, Tianxiang showed a hint of bewilderment in his tone. That's definitely not going to work. After experiencing the first phase, the intelligent machines know that their enemies have become survivalists like us. They have buried anti-tank mines everywhere, and ordinary people or vehicles simply cannot trigger them. In simpler terms, those intelligent machines have gone to extreme lengths to kill us survivalists with their anti-tank mines. It's absurd. This big roller has been blown into the air, and it absolutely won't trigger randomly. Even if they dance the ghost step, it won't work. Kwani pulled out a cigar and lit it. He didn't smoke, but enjoyed the scent. Then let's recruit another survivalist. I'm a heavy tank, your artillery, and we still lack a medium tank for mine clearing and air defense. However, whether or not they can be trusted is another question. What if we encounter a target tank? We could try to take out the crew inside and replace them with He Ying's team, whom the commander trusts. Kwani's eyes flashed with contemplation before he slowly shook his head. No, that won't work. Tanks are not like pickups. They can't just be operated uselessly, and He Ying and her team won't be able to utilize the characteristics of survivalist tanks. Wu Jiao fell silent as this touched upon her area of ignorance. Kwani suddenly asked over the radio, Sure, Tianxiang, do you think it's possible for He Ying to replace one of the crew members inside the survivalist tank in the capacity of a supervisor while retaining the identity of the survivalist tank commander? This way we won't have to worry about the trust issues with the survivalist tank commander, and we can still utilize the characteristics of the survivalist tank. Sure, Tianxiang clicked his tongue. This idea is quite peculiar. This is the first time I've heard such a suggestion. Before my rebirth, no one ever did this. I can't guarantee its feasibility, but the key is to find a survivalist we can manipulate first. That's just a thought. The convoy might continue to expand in the future, and trust between new teammates will become paramount. Even Sure Tianxiang took time to build trust after experiencing certain events. Moreover, he didn't fully trust Quan He, who still adhered to the principle of self-interest. 200 kilometers is merely a few hours for a tank. Quan He wanted to arrive before dark, but he soon realized it was impossible. The ecological and driving conditions after the disaster were simply too poor. The infantry squad crouched at the back of the tank had already thrown up several times, and even Quan He couldn't resist rushing out to vomit. Various fragments of ruins, intelligent machines, plants, radioactive seeds, and human remains were mixed together. This is the advantage of tracked tanks. If it had been the previous pickup, it would have been impossible to move at all. As night fell, a light drizzle began to fall, and the tank slowed down once more. After realizing they couldn't arrive before dark, Quan He ordered the convoy to find a place to rest. The equipment of the radiation mobilizers was naturally waterproof, so there was no need to worry about the infantry's physical condition. They had all been mutated by radiation, and if they could catch a cold while wearing rain gear, they didn't deserve to survive in the wasteland. However, Quan He felt somewhat unwell. He sensed a soreness in his back. The air he exhaled was hot against his lips, and his head felt a bit foggy. Commander, your temperature is rising. It is best to take cold medicine and antibiotics immediately. The tank came to a stop, and everyone found an abandoned factory ruin to rest. The reason it was called a ruin was that after being ravaged by the hurricane, it barely remained standing. The main structure was still intact. Wu Jiao appeared for the first time since the hurricane disaster. She opened the hatch of the commander's compartment and looked down at Quan He, who was weakly leaning against his seat. The abandoned factory ruin could barely shield them from the rain. Seeing this, Sure Tianxiang crawled out and ran over. Brother Leg, you have a fever. Quan He, with Wu Jiao's support, squeezed out and sat down on the turret. He swallowed hard, a bitter smile appearing on his face. This is truly embarrassing. Ew, I suddenly have a fever, and my throat is a bit sore. Sure Tianxiang scratched his head. It should be that you caught a cold from those heavy rains before the hurricane, coupled with the hurricane itself. Don't we have cold medicine and antibiotics? Should I check the trading channel to see if anyone has fever-reducing medicine? Wu Jiao pulled out these 2 medications and water from the tank, twisted open the water bottle, and held the medication to Quan He's lips. Commander, you have a fever caused by an upper respiratory infection. After taking the medicine, sleep well, and you should feel better tomorrow. After that, you'll be fine in 2 or 3 days. This is the first time I've seen Wu Jiao speak so kindly. Previously, her words were always brisk, and to the point. I'm not quite used to it now. However, he still took the medicine. I understand the reasoning, but I still prefer you the way you were before. How about you revert a bit? Wu Jiao. Sure Tianxiang turned and walked away. Brother Leg, I've discovered you have a bit of a mischievous side to you.